Chapter 1. A Matter of Importance. In that part of the celebrated parish of St. George which is bounded on one side by Piccadilly and on the other by Curzon Street, is a district of a peculiar character. T's cluster of small streets of little houses, frequently intersected by mews, which here are numerous, and sometimes gradually, rather than abruptly, terminating in a ramification of those mysterious regions. Sometimes a group of courts develops itself, and you may even chance to find your way into a small marketplace. Those, however, who are accustomed to connect these hidden residences of the humble with scenes of misery and characters of violence, need not apprehend in this district any appeal to their sympathies, or any shock to their tastes. All is extremely genteel, and there is almost as much repose as in the golden saloons of the contiguous palaces. At any rate, if there be as much vice, there is as little crime. No sight or sound can be seen or heard at any hour, which could pain the most precise or the most fastidious. Even if a chance oath may float on the air from the stable-yard to the lodging of a French cook, teas of the newest fashion, and if responded to with less of novel charm, the repartee is at least conveyed in the language of the most polite of nations. They bet upon the Derby in these parts a little, are interested in Goodwood, which they frequent, have perhaps in general a weakness for play, live highly, and indulge those passions which luxury and refinement encourage, but that is all. A policeman would as soon think of reconnoitring these secluded streets as of walking into a house in Park Lane or Berkeley Square, to which, in fact, this population in a great measure belongs. For here reside the wives of house stewards and of butlers, in tenements furnished by the honest savings of their husbands, and let in lodgings to increase their swelling incomes. Here dwells the retired servant, who now devotes his practised energies to the occasional festival, which, with his accumulations in the 3 per cents, or in one of the public houses of the quarter, secures him at the same time an easy living, and the casual enjoyment of that great world which lingers in his memory. Here may be found his Grace's coachman, and here his lordship's groom, who keeps a book and bleeds periodically 2 speculative footmen by betting odds on his master's horses. But above all, it is in this district that the cooks have ever sought a favourite and elegant abode. An air of stillness and serenity, of exhausted passions and suppressed emotion, rather than of sluggishness and of dullness, distinguishes this quarter during the day. When you turn from the vitality and brightness of Piccadilly, the park, the palace, the terraced mansions, the sparkling equipages, the cavaliers cantering up the hill, the swarming multitude, and enter the region of which we are speaking, the effect is at first almost unearthly. Not a carriage, not a horseman, scarcely a passenger. There seems some great and sudden collapse in the metropolitan system, as if a pest had been announced, or an enemy were expected in alarm by a vanquished capital. The approach from Curzon Street has not this effect. Hyde Park has still about it something of Arcadia. There are woods and waters, and the occasional illusion of an illimitable distance of sylvan joyance. The spirit is allured to gentle thoughts as we wander in what is still really a lane, and turning down Stanhope Street, behold that house which the great Lord Chesterfield tells us, in one of his letters, he was building among the fields. The cawing of the rooks in his gardens sustains the tone of mind, and Curzon Street, after a long, straggling, sawney course, ceasing to be a thoroughfare, and losing itself in the gardens of another palace, is quite in keeping with all the accessories. In the night, however, the quarter of which we are speaking is alive. The manners of the population follow those of their masters. They keep late hours. The banquet and the ball dismiss them to their homes at a time when the trades of ordinary regions move in their last sleep, and dream of opening shutters and decking the windows of their shops. At night the chariot whirls round the frequent corners of these little streets, and the opening valves of the mews vomit forth their legion of broughams. At night, too, the footman, taking advantage of a ball at Holderness or a concert at Lansdowne House, and knowing that in either instance the link-boy will answer when necessary for his summoned name, ventures to look in at his club, reads the paper, talks of his master or his mistress, and perhaps throws a main. The shops of this district, depending almost entirely for their custom on the classes we have indicated, and kept often by their relations, follow the order of the place, and are most busy when other places of business are closed. A gusty March morning had subsided into a sunshiny afternoon, nearly 2 years ago, when a young man, slender above the middle height, with a physiognomy thoughtful yet delicate, his brown hair worn long, slight whiskers, on his chin a tuft, knocked at the door of a house in Carrington Street, Mayfair. His mien and his costume denoted a character of the class of artists. He wore a pair of green trousers, braided with a black stripe down their sides, puckered towards the waist, yet fitting with considerable precision to the boot of French leather that enclosed a well-formed foot. His waistcoat was of maroon velvet, displaying a steel watch-chain of refined manufacture, and a black satin cravat with a coral brooch. His bright blue frock-coat was frogged and braided like his trousers. As the knocker fell from the primrose-coloured glove that screened his hand, he uncovered, and passing his fingers rapidly through his hair, resumed his new silk hat, which he placed rather on one side of his head. "Ah, Mr. Leander, is it you?" exclaimed a pretty girl who opened the door and blushed. "And how is the good papa, Eugenie? Is he at home? For I want to see him much." "I will show you up to him at once, Mr. Leander, for he will be very happy to see you. We have been thinking of hearing of you," she added, talking as she ushered her guest up the narrow staircase. "The good papa has a little cold. Tea's not much, I hope, caught at Sir Wallinger's a large dinner. They would have the kitchen windows open, which spoilt all the entrees, and papa got a cold. But I think, perhaps, it is as much vexation as anything else, if anything goes wrong, especially with the entrees." "He feels as a great artist must," said Leander, finishing her sentence. "However, I am not sorry at this moment to find him a prisoner, for I am pressed to see him. It is only this morning that I have returned from Mr. Coningsby's at Hellingsley. The house full, 40 covers every day, and some judges. One does not grudge one's labour if we are appreciated," added Leander, "but I have had my troubles. One of my marmitons has disappointed me. I thought I had a genius, but on the third day he lost his head, and had it not been good papa," he exclaimed as the door opened, and he came forward and warmly shook the hand of a portly man, advanced in middle life, sitting in an easy chair with a glass of sugared water by his side, and reading a French newspaper in his chamber robe, and with a white cotton nightcap on his head. "Ah, my child," said Papa Prevost, "is it you? You see me a prisoner. Eugenie has told you, a dinner at a merchant's, dressed in a draught, everything spoiled, and I, and sighing, Papa Prevost sipped his eau sucré." "We have all our troubles," said Leander in a consoling tone, "but we will not speak now of vexations. I have just come from the country. Daubers has written to me twice. He was at my house last night. I found him on my steps this morning. There is a grand affair on the tapis. The son of the Duke of Bellamont comes of age at Easter. It is to be a business of the 1,001 nights, the whole county to be feasted. Camacho's wedding will do for the peasantry. Roasted oxen and a capon in every platter, with some fountains of ale and good porto. Our marmitons, too, can easily serve the provincial noblesse, but there is to be a party at the castle, of double cream, princes of the blood, high relatives and grandees of the Golden Fleece. The Duke's cook is not equal to the occasion. He's an hereditary chef who gives dinners of the time of the Continental blockade. They have written to Daubers to send them the first artist of the age," said Leander, and added he, with some hesitation, "Daubers has written to me." "And he did quite right, my child," said Prevost, "for there is not a man in Europe that is your equal. What do they say? That Abreu rivals you in flavour, and that Gaillard has not less invention. But who can combine gout with new combinations? Tease yourself, Leander, and there is no question, though you have only 25 years, that you are the chef of the age." "You are always very good to me, sir," said Leander, bending his head with great respect, "and I will not deny that to be famous when you are young is the fortune of the gods. But we must never forget that I had an advantage which Abreu and Gaillard had not, and that I was your pupil." "I hope that I have not injured you," said Papa Prevost, with an air of proud self-content. "What you learned from me came at least from a good school. It is something to have served under Napoleon," added Prevost, with the grand air of the imperial kitchen. "Had it not been for Waterloo, I should have had the cross." But the Bourbons and the cooks of the Empire never could understand each other. They brought over an emigrant chef who did not comprehend the taste of the age. He wished to bring everything back to the time of the Oil de Boeuf. When Monsieur passed my soup of Austerlitz untasted, I knew the old family was doomed. But we gossip. You wish to consult me. I want not only your advice but your assistance. This affair of the Duke of Bellamont requires all our energies. I hope you will accompany me, and indeed we must muster all our forces. It is not to be denied that there is a want, not only of genius but of men in our art. The cooks are like the civil engineers. Since the middle class have taken to giving dinners, the demand exceeds the supply. "There is Andrian," said Papa Prevost. "You had some hopes of him." He is too young. I took him to Hellingsley and he lost his head on the 3rd day. I entrusted the souffles to him, and but for the most desperate personal exertions, all would have been lost. It was an affair of the bridge of Ariela. Ah, mon Dieu, those are moments, exclaimed Prevost. Gaillard and Abreu will not serve under you, and if they would, they could not be trusted. They would betray you at the 10th hour. What I want are generals of division, not commanders-in-chief. Abreu is sufficiently bon garçon, but he has taken an engagement with Monsieur de Sidonia, and is not permitted to go out. With Monsieur de Sidonia, you once thought of that, my Leander, and what is his salary? Not too much, 400 and some perquisites. It would not suit me. Besides, I will take no engagement but with a crowned head. But Abreu likes travelling, and he has his own carriage, which pleases him. There are Philippon and Dumoreau, said Prevost. They are very safe. I was thinking of them, said Leander. They are safe under you. And there is an Englishman, Smith. He is chef at Sir Stanley's, but his master is away at this moment. He has talent. Yourself, 4 chefs with your marmitons, it would do, said Prevost. For the kitchen, said Leander, but who is to dress the tables? Ah, exclaimed Papa Prevost, shaking his head. Dobber's headman, Trenton, is the only one I could trust, and he wants fancy, though his style is broad and bold. He made a pyramid of pines relieved with grapes without destroying the outline very good this last week at Hellingsley. But Trenton has been upset on the railroad, and much injured. Even if he recover, his hand will tremble so for the next month that, could have no confidence in him. Perhaps you might find someone at the Duke's. Out of the question, said Leander. I make it always a condition that the head of every department shall be appointed by myself. I take Pellerini with me for the confectionery. How often have I seen the effect of a first-rate dinner spoiled by a vulgar dessert? Laid flat on the table, for example, or with ornaments that look as if they had been hired at a pastrycook's, triumphal arches and Chinese pagodas, and solitary pines springing up out of ice tubs surrounded with peaches, as if they were in the window of a fruiterer of Covent Garden. Ah, it is incredible what uneducated people will do, said Prevost. The dressing of the tables was a department of itself in the imperial kitchen. It demands an artist of a high caliber, said Leander. I know only one man who realizes my idea, and he is at St. Petersburg. You do not know Anastase. There is a man, but the emperor has him secure. He can scarcely complain, however, since he is decorated, and has the rank of full colonel. Ah, said Prevost mournfully, there is no recognition of genius in this country. What think you of Venus, my child? He has had a regular education. In a bad school, as a pies-aller one might put up with him, but his eternal tiers of bonbons, as if they were ranged for a supper of the carnival and my guests were going to pelt each other. No, I could not stand Venus, Papa. The dressing of the table, 'tis a rare talent, said Prevost mournfully, and always was, in the imperial kitchen. Papa, said Eugenie, opening the door and putting in her head, here is Monsieur Vanelette just come from Brussels. He has brought you a basket of truffles from Ardennes. I told him you were on business, but tonight, if you be at home, he could come. Vanelette, exclaimed Prevost, starting in his chair, our little Vanelette. There is your man, Leander. He was my first pupil, as you were my last, my child. Bring up our little Vanelette, Eugenie. He is in the household of King Leopold, and his forte is dressing the table. Chapter 2. The House of Bellamont. The Duke of Bellamont was a personage who, from his rank, his blood, and his wealth, might almost be placed at the head of the English nobility. Although the grandson of a mere country gentleman, his fortunate ancestor in the decline of the last century had captivated the heiress of the Montacutes, Dukes of Bellamont, a celebrated race of the times of the Plantagenets. The bridegroom, at the moment of his marriage, had adopted the illustrious name of his young and beautiful wife. Mr. Montacute was by nature a man of energy and of an enterprising spirit. His vast and early success rapidly developed his native powers. With the castles and domains and boroughs of the Bellamonts, he resolved also to acquire their ancient baronies and their modern coronets. The times were favourable to his projects, though they might require the devotion of a life. He married amid the disasters of the American War. The king and his minister appreciated the independent support afforded them by Mr. Montacute, who represented his county and who commanded 5 votes in the House besides his own. He was one of the chief pillars of their cause, but he was not only independent, he was conscientious and had scruples. Saratoga staggered him. The defection of the Montacute votes at this moment would have at once terminated the struggle between England and her colonies. A fresh illustration of the advantages of our parliamentary constitution, the independent Mr. Montacute, however, stood by his sovereign. His 5 votes continued to cheer the noble lord in the blue ribbon, and their master took his seat and the oaths in the House of Lords, as Earl of Bellamont and Viscount Montacute. This might be considered sufficiently well for one generation, but the silver spoon which some fairy had placed in the cradle of the Earl of Bellamont was of colossal proportions. The French Revolution succeeded the American War, and was occasioned by it. It was but just, therefore, that it also should bring its huge quota to the elevation of the man whom a colonial revolt had made an earl. Mid the panic of Jacobinism, the declamations of the friends of the people, the sovereign having no longer Hanover for a refuge, and the Prime Minister examined as a witness in favour of the very persons whom he was trying for high treason, the Earl of Bellamont made a calm visit to Downing Street, and requested the revival of all the honours of the ancient Earls and Dukes of Bellamont in his own person. Mr. Pitt, who was far from favourable to the exclusive character which distinguished the English peerage in the last century, was himself not disinclined to accede to the gentle request of his powerful supporter, but the king was less flexible. His Majesty, indeed, was on principle not opposed to the revival of titles in families to whom the domains without the honours of the old nobility had descended, and he recognised the claim of the present Earls of Bellamont, eventually, to regain the strawberry leaf which had adorned the coronet of the father of the present Countess. But the king was of opinion that this supreme distinction ought only to be conferred on the blood of the old house, and that a generation, therefore, must necessarily elapse before a Duke of Bellamont could again figure in the golden book of the English aristocracy. But George III, with all his firmness, was doomed to frequent discomfiture. His lot was cast in troubled waters, and he had often to deal with individuals as inflexible as himself. Benjamin Franklin was not more calmly contumacious than the individual whom his treason had made an English peer. In that age of violence, change and panic, power directed by a clear brain and an obdurate spirit could not fail of its aim, and so it turned out that, in the very teeth of the royal will, the simple country gentleman, whose very name was forgotten, became, at the commencement of this century, Duke of Bellamont, Marquis of Montacute, Earl of Bellamont, Dacre and Villeroy, with all the baronies of the Plantagenets in addition. The only revenge of the king was, that he never would give the Duke of Bellamont the garter. It was as well perhaps that there should be something for his son to desire. The Duke and Duchess of Bellamont were the handsomest couple in England, and devoted to each other, but they had only one child. Fortunately that child was a son, precious life. The Marquis of Montacute was married before he was of age. Not a moment was to be lost to find heirs for all these honours. Perhaps, had his parents been less precipitate, their object might have been more securely obtained. The union was not a happy one. The first Duke had, however, the gratification of dying a grandfather. His successor bore no resemblance to him, except in that beauty which became a characteristic of the race. He was born to enjoy, not to create. A man of pleasure, the chosen companion of the regent in his age of riot, he was cut off in his prime, but he lived long enough to break his wife's heart and his son's spirit, like himself, too, an only child. The present Duke of Bellamont had inherited something of the clear intelligence of his grandsire, with the gentle disposition of his mother. His fair abilities and his benevolent inclinations had been cultivated. His mother had watched over the child, in whom she found alike the charm and consolation of her life, but at a certain period of youth, the formation of character requires a masculine impulse, and that was wanting. The Duke disliked his son. In time he became even jealous of him. The Duke had found himself a father at too early a period of life. Himself in his lusty youth, he started with alarm at the form that recalled his earliest and most brilliant hour, and who might prove a rival. The son was of a gentle and affectionate nature, and sighed for the tenderness of his harsh and almost vindictive parent. But he had not that passionate soul which might have appealed, and perhaps not in vain, to the dormant sympathies of the being who had created him. The young Montacute was by nature of an extreme shyness, and the accidents of his life had not tended to dissipate his painful want of self-confidence. Physically courageous, his moral timidity was remarkable. He alternately blushed or grew pale in his rare interviews with his father, trembled in silence before the undeserved sarcasm, and often endured the unjust accusation without an attempt to vindicate himself. Alone and in tears alike of woe and indignation, he cursed the want of resolution or ability which had again missed the opportunity that, both for his mother and himself, might have placed affairs in a happier position. Most persons under these circumstances would have become bitter, but Montacute was too tender for malice, and so he only turned melancholy. On the threshold of manhood, Montacute lost his mother, and this seemed the catastrophe of his unhappy life. His father neither shared his grief, nor attempted to alleviate it. On the contrary, he seemed to redouble his efforts to mortify his son. His great object was to prevent Lord Montacute from entering society, and he was so complete a master of the nervous temperament on which he was acting that there appeared a fair chance of his succeeding in his benevolent intentions. When his son's education was completed, the Duke would not furnish him with the means of moving in the world in a becoming manner, or even sanction his travelling. His Grace was resolved to break his son's spirit by keeping him immured in the country. Other heirs apparent of a rich seigneury would soon have removed these difficulties. By bill or by bond, by living usury, or by post-obit liquidation, by all the means that private friends or public offices could supply, the sinews of war would have been forthcoming. They would have beaten their father's horses at Newmarket, eclipsed them with their mistresses, and, sitting for their boroughs, voted against their party. But Montacute was not one of those young heroes who rendered so distinguished the earlier part of this century. He had passed his life so much among women and clergymen that he had never emancipated himself from the old law that enjoined him to honour a parent. Besides, with all his shyness and timidity, he was extremely proud. He never forgot that he was a Montacute, though he had forgotten, like the world in general, that his grandfather once bore a different and humbler name. All merged in the great fact that he was the living representative of those Montacutes of Bellamont, whose wild and politic achievements, or the sustained splendour of whose stately life, had for 700 years formed a stirring and superb portion of the history and manners of our country. Death was preferable, in his view, to having such a name soiled in the haunts of jockeys and courtesans and usurers, and keen as was the anguish which the conduct of the Duke to his mother or himself had often occasioned him, it was sometimes equalled in degree by the sorrow and the shame which he endured when he heard of the name of Bellamont only in connection with some stratagem of the turf or some frantic revel. Without a friend, almost without an acquaintance, Montacute sought refuge in love. She who shed over his mournful life the divine ray of feminine sympathy was his cousin, the daughter of his mother's brother, an English peer, but resident in the north of Ireland, where he had vast possessions. It was a family otherwise little calculated to dissipate the reserve and gloom of a depressed and melancholy youth, puritanical, severe and formal in their manners, their relaxations a Bible society, or a meeting for the conversion of the Jews. But Lady Catherine was beautiful, and all were kind to one to whom kindness was strange, and the soft pathos of whose solitary spirit demanded affection. Montacute requested his father's permission to marry his cousin, and was immediately refused. The Duke particularly disliked his wife's family, but the fact is, he had no wish that his son should ever marry. He meant to perpetuate his race himself, and was at this moment in the midst of his orgies, meditating a second alliance, which should compensate him for his boyish blunder. In this state of affairs, Montacute at length stung to resistance, inspired by the most powerful of passions, and acted upon by a stronger volition than his own, was planning a marriage in spite of his father love, a cottage by an Irish lake, and 700 ire when intelligence arrived that his father, whose powerful frame and vigorous health seemed to menace a patriarchal term, was dead. The new Duke of Bellamont had no experience of the world, but though long cowed by his father, he had a strong character. Though the circle of his ideas was necessarily contracted, they were all clear and firm. In his moody youth he had imbibed certain impressions and arrived at certain conclusions, and they never quitted him. His mother was his model of feminine perfection, and he had loved his cousin because she bore a remarkable resemblance to her aunt. Again, he was of opinion that the tie between the father and the son ought to be one of intimate confidence and refined tenderness, and he resolved that, if Providence favoured him with offspring, his child should ever find in him absolute devotion of thought and feeling. A variety of causes and circumstances had impressed him with a conviction that what is called fashionable life was a compound of frivolity and fraud, of folly and vice, and he resolved never to enter it. To this he was perhaps in some degree unconsciously prompted by his reserved disposition, and by his painful sense of inexperience, for he looked forward to this world with almost as much of apprehension as of dislike. To politics, in the vulgar sense of the word, he had an equal repugnance. He had a lofty idea of his duty to his sovereign and his country, and felt within him the energies that would respond to a conjuncture. But he acceded to his title in a period of calmness, when nothing was called in question and no danger was apprehended, and as for the fights of factions, the Duke altogether held himself aloof from them. He wanted nothing, not even the blue ribbon which he was soon obliged to take. Next to his domestic hearth, all his being was concentrated in his duties as a great proprietor of the soil. On these he had long pondered, and these he attempted to fulfill. That performance, indeed, was as much a source of delight to him as of obligation. He loved the country and a country life. His reserve seemed to melt away the moment he was on his own soil. Courteous he ever was, but then he became gracious and hearty. He liked to assemble the county around him, to keep the county together. The county seemed always his first thought. He was proud of the county where he reigned supreme, not more from his vast possessions than from the influence of his sweet yet stately character, which made those devoted to him who otherwise were independent of his sway. From straitened circumstances, and without having had a single fancy of youth gratified, the Duke of Bellamont had been suddenly summoned to the lordship of an estate scarcely inferior in size and revenue to some continental principalities, to dwell in palaces and castles, to be surrounded by a disciplined retinue, and to find every wish and want gratified before they could be expressed or anticipated. Yet he showed no elation, and acceded to his inheritance as serene as if he had never felt a pang or proved a necessity. She whom in the hour of trial he had selected for the future partner of his life, though a remarkable woman, by a singular coincidence of feeling, for it was as much from her original character as from sympathy with her husband, confirmed him in all his moods. Catherine, Duchess of Bellamont, was beautiful, small and delicate in structure, with a dazzling complexion, and a smile which, though rare, was of the most winning and brilliant character. Her rich brown hair and her deep blue eye might have become a dryad, but her brow denoted intellect of a high order, and her mouth spoke inexorable resolution. She was a woman of fixed opinions, and of firm and compact prejudices. Brought up in an austere circle, where on all matters irrevocable judgment had been passed, which enjoyed the advantages of knowing exactly what was true in dogma, what just in conduct, and what correct in manners, she had early acquired the convenient habit of decision, while her studious mind employed its considerable energies in mastering every writer who favoured those opinions which she had previously determined were the right ones. The Duchess was deep in the divinity of the 17th century. In the controversies between the two churches she could have perplexed St. Omer's or Maynooth. Chillingworth might be found her boudoir. Not that her Grace's reading was confined to divinity, on the contrary it was various and extensive. Puritan in religion, she was precision in morals, but in both she was sincere. She was so in all things. Her nature was frank and simple. If she were inflexible, she at least wished to be just, and though very conscious of the greatness of her position, she was so sensible of its duties that there was scarcely any exertion which she would evade, or any humility from which she would shrink, if she believed she were doing her duty to her God or to her neighbour. It will be seen, therefore, that the Duke of Bellamont found no obstacle in his wife, who otherwise much influenced his conduct, to the plans which he had preconceived for the conduct of his life after marriage. The Duchess shrank, with a feeling of haughty terror, from that world of fashion which would have so willingly greeted her. During the greater part of the year, therefore, the Bellamonts resided in their magnificent castle, in their distant county, occupied with all the business and the pleasures of the provinces. While the Duke, at the head of the magistracy, in the management of his estates, and in the sports of which he was fond, found ample occupation, his wife gave an impulse to the charity of the county, founded schools, endowed churches, received their neighbours, read her books, and amused herself in the creation of beautiful gardens, for which she had a passion. After Easter, Parliament requiring their presence, the courtyard of one of the few palaces in London opened, and the world learnt that the Duke and Duchess of Bellamont had arrived at Bellamont House from Montacute Castle. During their stay in town, which they made as brief as they well could, and which never exceeded 3 months, they gave a series of great dinners, principally attended by noble relations and those families of the county who were so fortunate as to have also a residence in London. Regularly every year also, there was a grand banquet given to some members of the royal family by the Duke and Duchess of Bellamont, and regularly every year the Duke and Duchess of Bellamont had the honour of dining at the palace. Except at a ball or concert under the royal roof, the Duke and Duchess were never seen anywhere in the evening. The great ladies indeed, the Lady St. Julians and the Marchionesses of de Lorraine, always sent them invitations, though they were ever declined. But the Bellamonts maintained a sort of traditional acquaintance with a few great houses, either by the ties of relationship, which, among the aristocracy, are very ramified, or by occasionally receiving travelling magnificos at their hospitable castle. To the great body, however, of what is called the world that lives in St. James Street and Pall Mall, that looks out of a club window and surveys mankind as Lucretius from his philosophically tower, the world of the Georges and the Jimmies, of Mr. Cassilies and Mr. Melton, of the Milfords and the Fitzherons, the Berners and the Edgertons, the Mr. Ormsbys and the Alfred Mountchesneys, the Duke and Duchess of Bellamont were absolutely unknown. All that the world knew was that there was a great peer who was called Duke of Bellamont, that there was a great house in London with a courtyard which bore his name, that he had a castle in the country which was one of the boasts of England, and that this great Duke had a Duchess, but they never met them anywhere, nor did their wives and their sisters and the ladies whom they admired, or who admired them, either at ball or at breakfast, either at morning dances or at evening dejeuners. It was clear, therefore, that the Bellamonts might be very great people, but they were not in society. It must have been some organic law, or some fate which uses structure for its fulfillment, but again it seemed that the continuance of the great house of Montacute should depend upon the life of a single being. The Duke, like his father and his grandfather, was favoured only with one child, but that child was again a son. From the moment of his birth, the very existence of his parents seemed identified with his welfare. The Duke and his wife mutually assumed to each other a secondary position in comparison with that occupied by their offspring. From the hour of his birth to the moment when this history opens, and when he was about to complete his majority, never had such solicitude been lavished on human being as had been continuously devoted to the life of the young Lord Montacute. During his earlier education, he scarcely quitted home. He had indeed once been shown to Eton, surrounded by faithful domestics and accompanied by a private tutor, whose vigilance would not have disgraced a superintendent of police. But the scarlet fever happened to break out during his first half, and Lord Montacute was instantly snatched away from the scene of danger where he was never again to appear. At 18 he went to Christchurch. His mother, who had nursed him herself, wrote to him every day, but this was not found sufficient, and the Duke hired a residence in the neighbourhood of the university in order that they might occasionally see their son during term. Chapter 3. A discussion about money. Saw Eskdale just now, said Mr. Cassilies at White's, going down to the Duke of Bellamont's. Great doings there. Son comes of age at Easter. Wonder what sort of fellow he is. Anybody know anything about him? I wonder what his father's rent roll is, said Mr. Ormsby. They say it is quite clear, said Lord Fitzheron. Safe for that, said Lord Milford, and plenty of ready money too, I should think, for one never heard of the present Duke doing anything. He does a good deal in his county, said Lord Valentine. I don't call that anything, said Lord Milford, but I mean to say he never played, was never seen at Newmarket, or did anything which anybody can remember. In fact, he is a person whose name you never by any chance hear mentioned. He is a sort of cousin of mine, said Lord Valentine, and we are all going down to the coming of age, that is, we are asked. Then you can tell us what sort of fellow the son is. I never saw him, said Lord Valentine, but I know the Duchess told my mother last year that Montacute, throughout his life, had never occasioned her a single moment's pain. Here there was a general laugh. Well, I have no doubt he will make up for lost time, said Mr. Ormsby demurely. Nothing like Mamma's darling for upsetting a coach, said Lord Milford. You ought to bring your cousin here, Valentine. We would assist the development of his unsophisticated intelligence. If I go down, I will propose it to him. Why, if, said Mr. Cassilies, sort of thing I should like to see once uncommonly. Oxen roasted alive, old armour, and the girls of the village all running about as if they were behind the scenes. Is that the way you did it at your majority, George? said Lord Fitzheron. Egad, I kept my arrival at years of discretion at Brighton. I believe it was the last fun there ever was at the pavilion. The poor dear king, God bless him, proposed my health and made the devil's own speech. We all began to pipe. He was regent then. Your father was there, Valentine. Ask him if he remembers it. That was a scene. I won't say how it ended, but the best joke is I got a letter from my governor a few days after, with an account of what they had all been doing at Brandingham, and rowing me for not coming down, and I found out I had kept my coming of age the wrong day. Did you tell them? Not a word. I was afraid we might have had to go through it over again. I suppose old Bellamont is the devil's own screw, said Lord Milford. Rich governors who have never been hard up always are. No, I believe he is a very good sort of fellow, said Lord Valentine. At least my people always say so. I do not know much about him, for they never go anywhere. They have got Leander down at Montacute, said Mr. Cassilis. Had not such a thing as a cook in the whole county. They say Lord Eskdale arranged the cuisine for them, so you will feed well, Valentine. That is something, and one can eat before Easter, but when the balls begin... Oh, as for that, you will have dancing enough at Montacute. It is expected on these occasions. Sir Roger de Coverley, tenants' daughters, and all that sort of thing. Deuced funny, but I must say if I am to have a lark I like Vauxhall. I never met the Bellamonts, said Lord Milford musingly. Are there any daughters? None. That is a bore. A single daughter, even if there be a son, may be made something of, because in 9 cases out of 10 there is a round sum in the settlements for the younger children, and she takes it all. That is the case of Lady Blanche by Kerstaff, said Lord Fitzheron. She will have £100,000. You don't mean that, said Lord Valentine, and she is a very nice girl too. You are quite wrong about the 100,000, Fitz, said Lord Milford, for I made it my business to inquire most particularly into the affair. It is only 50. In these cases the best rule is only to believe half, said Mr. Ormsby. Then you have only got 20,000 heir, Ormsby, said Lord Milford, laughing, because the world gives you 40. Well, we must do the best we can in these hard times, said Mr. Ormsby, with an air of mock resignation. With your Dukes of Bellamont and all these grandees on the stage, we little men shall be scarcely able to hold up our heads. Come, Ormsby, said Lord Milford, tell us the amount of your income tax. They say Sir Robert quite blushed when he saw the figure at which you were sacked, and declared it was downright spoliation. You young men are always talking about money, said Mr. Ormsby, shaking his head. You should think of higher things. I wonder what young Montacute will be thinking of this time next year, said Lord Fitzheron. There will be plenty of people thinking of him, said Mr. Cassilis. Egad, you gentlemen must stir yourselves if you mean to be turned off. You will have rivals. He will be no rival to me, said Lord Milford, for I am an avowed fortune hunter, and that you say he does not care for, at least at present. And I marry only for love, said Lord Valentine, laughing, and so we shall not clash. Aye, but if he will not go to the heiresses will go to him, said Mr. Ormsby. I have seen a good deal of these things, and I generally observe the eldest son of a duke takes a fortune out of the market. Why, there is Beaumanoir, he is like Valentine. I suppose he intends to marry for love, as he is always in that way, but the heiresses never leave him alone, and in the long run you cannot withstand it. It is like a bribe. A man is indignant at the bare thought, refuses the first offer, and pockets the second. It is very immoral and very unfair, said Lord Milford, that any man should marry for tin who does not want it. Chapter 4. Montacute Castle. The Forest of Montacute in the north of England is the name given to an extensive district, which in many parts offers no evidence of the propriety of its title. The land, especially during the last century, has been effectively cleared, and presents in general a champaign view, rich and rural but far from picturesque. Over a wide expanse the eye ranges on cornfields and rich hedgerows, many a sparkling spire and many a merry windmill. In the extreme distance, on a clear day, may be discerned the blue hills of the border, and towards the north the cultivated country ceases, and the dark form of the old forest spreads into the landscape. The traveller, however, who may be tempted to penetrate these sylvan recesses, will find much that is beautiful, and little that is savage. He will be struck by the capital road that winds among the groves of ancient oak, and the turfy and ferny wilderness which extends on each side, whence the deer gaze on him with haughty composure, as if conscious that he was an intruder into their kingdom of whom they need have no fear. As he advances, he observes the number of cross routes which branch off from the main road, and which, though of less dimensions, are equally remarkable for their masterly structure and compact condition. Sometimes the land is cleared, and he finds himself by the homestead of a forest farm, and remarks the buildings, distinguished not only by their neatness, but the propriety of their rustic architecture. Still advancing, the deer become rarer, and the road is formed by an avenue of chestnuts, the forest on each side being now transformed into vegetable gardens. The stir of the population is soon evident. Persons are moving to and fro on the side path of the road. Horsemen and carts seem returning from market, women with empty baskets, and then the rare vision of a stagecoach. The postillion spurs his horses, cracks his whip, and dashes at full gallop into the town of Montacute, the capital of the forest. It is the prettiest little town in the world, built entirely of hewn stone, the well-paved and well-lighted streets as neat as a Dutch village. There are 2 churches, one of great antiquity, the other raised by the present Duke, but in the best style of Christian architecture. The bridge that spans the little but rapid river Bell is perhaps a trifle too vast and Roman for its site, but it was built by the first Duke of the Second Dynasty, who was always afraid of underbuilding his position. The town was also indebted to him for their hall, a Palladian palace. Montacute is a corporate town, and under the old system, returned 2 members to Parliament. The amount of its population, according to the rule generally observed, might have preserved it from disfranchisement, but, as every house belonged to the Duke, and as he was what, in the confused phraseology of the Revolutionary War, was called a Tory, the Whigs took care to put Montacute in Schedule A. The town hall, the marketplace, a literary institution, and the new church form, with some good houses of recent erection, a handsome square in which there is a fountain, a gift to the town from the present Duchess. At the extremity of the town, the ground rises, and on a woody steep, which is in fact the termination of a long range of tableland, may be seen the towers of the outer court of Montacute Castle. The principal building, which is vast and of various ages from the Plantagenets to the Guelphs, rises on a terrace, from which on the side opposite to the town you descend into a well-timbered enclosure, called the Home Park. Further on the forest again appears, the deer again crouch in their fern or glance along the vistas, nor does this green domain terminate till it touches the vast and purple moors that divide the kingdoms of Great Britain. It was on an early day of April that the Duke was sitting in his private room, a pen in one hand, and looking up with a face of pleasurable emotion at his wife, who stood by his side, her right arm sometimes on the back of his chair, and sometimes on his shoulder, while with her other hand, between the intervals of speech, she pressed a handkerchief to her eyes, bedewed with the expression of an affectionate excitement. "It is too much," said her Grace. "And done in such a handsome manner," said the Duke. "I would not tell our dear child of it at this moment," said the Duchess. "He has so much to go through." "You are right, Kate, it will keep till the celebration is over. How delighted he will be." "My dear George, I sometimes think we are too happy." "You are not half as happy as you deserve to be," replied her husband, looking up with a smile of affection, and then he finished his reply to the letter of Mr. Hungerford, one of the county members, informing the Duke that now Lord Montacute was of age, he intended at once to withdraw from Parliament, having for a long time fixed on the majority of the heir of the House of Bellamont as the signal for that event. "I accepted the post," said Mr. Hungerford, "much against my will. Your Grace behaved to me at the time in the handsomest manner, and indeed ever since with respect to this subject. But a Marquis of Montacute is, in my opinion, and I believe I may add in that of the whole county, our proper representative. Besides, we want young blood in the house." "It certainly is done in the handsomest manner," said the Duke. "But then you know, George, you behaved to him in the handsomest manner. He says so, as you do indeed to everybody, and this is your reward." "I should be very sorry indeed if Hungerford did not withdraw with perfect satisfaction to himself, and his family too," urged the Duke. "They are most respectable people, one of the most respectable families in the county. I should be quite grieved if this step were taken without their entire and hearty concurrence. Of course it is, said the Duchess, with the entire and hearty concurrence of everyone. Mr. Hungerford says so, and I must say that though few things could have gratified me more, I quite agree with Mr. Hungerford that a Lord Montacute is the natural member for the county, and I have no doubt that if Mr. Hungerford or anyone else in his position had not resigned, they never could have met our child without feeling the greatest embarrassment. A man, though, and a man of Hungerford's position, an old family in the county, does not like to figure as a warming pan, said the Duke thoughtfully. I think it has been done in a very handsome manner. And we will show our sense of it, said the Duchess. The Hungerfords shall feel when they come here on Thursday that they are among our best friends. That is my own Kate. Here is a letter from your brother. They will be here tomorrow. Eskdale cannot come over till Wednesday. He is at home but detained by a meeting about his new harbour. I am delighted that they will be here tomorrow, said the Duchess. I am so anxious that he should see Kate before the castle is full, when he will have 1,000 calls upon his time. I feel persuaded that he will love her at first sight. And as for their being cousins, why, we were cousins, and that did not hinder us from loving each other. If she resemble you as much as you resembled your aunt, said the Duke, looking up. She is my perfect image, my very self, Harriet says, in disposition as well as face and form. Then our son has a good chance of being a very happy man, said the Duke. That he should come of age, enter Parliament and marry in the same year, we ought to be very thankful. What a happy year. But not one of these events has yet occurred, said the Duke, smiling. But they all will, said the Duchess, under Providence. I would not precipitate marriage. Certainly not, nor should I wish him to think of it before the autumn. I should like him to be married on our wedding day. Chapter 5. The heir comes of age. The sun shone brightly, there was a triumphal arch at every road. The marketplace and the town hall were caparisoned like steeds for a tournament, every house had its garland, the flags were flying on every tower and steeple. There was such a peal of bells you could scarcely hear your neighbour's voice. Then came discharges of artillery, and then bursts of music from various bands, all playing different tunes. The country people came trooping in, some on horseback, some in carts, some in procession. The temperance band made an immense noise, and the Odd Fellows were loudly cheered. Every now and then one of the Duke's yeomanry galloped through the town in his regimentals of green and silver, with his dark flowing plume and clattering sabre, and with an air of business-like desperation, as if he were carrying a message from the commander-in-chief in the thickest of the fight. Before the eventful day of which this merry morn was the harbinger, the arrivals of guests at the castle had been numerous and important. First came the brother of the Duchess, with his countess, and their fair daughter the Lady Catherine, whose fate, unconsciously to herself, had already been sealed by her noble relatives. She was destined to be the third Catherine of Bellamont that her fortunate house had furnished to these illustrious walls, nor, if unaware of her high lot, did she seem unworthy of it. Her mien was prophetic of the state assigned to her. This was her first visit to Montacute since her early childhood, and she had not encountered her cousin since their nursery days. The day after them, Lord Eskdale came over from his principal seat in the contiguous county, of which he was Lord Lieutenant. He was the first cousin of the Duke, his father and the second Duke of Bellamont having married 2 sisters, and of course intimately related to the Duchess and her family. Lord Eskdale exercised a great influence over the house of Montacute, though quite unsought for by him. He was the only man of the world whom they knew, and they never decided upon anything out of the limited circle of their immediate experience without consulting him. Lord Eskdale had been the cause of their son going to Eton. Lord Eskdale had recommended them to send him to Christchurch. The Duke had begged his cousin to be his trustee when he married. He had made him his executor, and had intended him as the guardian of his son. Although, from the difference of their habits little thrown together in their earlier youth, Lord Eskdale had shown, even then, kind consideration for his relative. He had even proposed that they should travel together, but the old Duke would not consent to this. After his death, however, being neighbours as well as relatives, Lord Eskdale had become the natural friend and counsellor of his Grace. The Duke deservedly reposed in him implicit confidence, and entertained an almost unbounded admiration of his cousin's knowledge of mankind. He was scarcely less a favourite or less an oracle with the Duchess, though there were subjects on which she feared Lord Eskdale did not entertain views as serious as her own. But Lord Eskdale, with an extreme carelessness of manner and an apparent negligence of the minor arts of pleasing, was a consummate master of the feminine idiosyncrasy, and from a French actress to an English duchess, was skilled in guiding women without ever letting the curb be felt. Scarcely a week elapsed when Lord Eskdale was in the country that a long letter of difficulties was not received by him from Montacute, with an earnest request for his immediate advice. His lordship, singularly averse to letter writing, and especially to long letter writing, used generally in reply to say that in the course of a day or two he should be in their part of the world, and would talk the matter over with them. And indeed, nothing was more amusing than to see Lord Eskdale, imperturbable yet not heedless, with his peculiar calmness, something between that of a Turkish pasha and an English jockey, standing up with his back to the fire and his hands in his pockets, and hearing the united statement of a case by the Duke and Duchess of Bellamont, the serious, yet quiet and unexaggerated narrative of his Grace, the impassioned interruptions, decided opinions, and lively expressions of his wife, when she felt the Duke was not doing justice to the circumstances or her view of them, and the Spartan brevity with which, when both his clients were exhausted, their counsel summed up the whole affair and said 3 words which seemed suddenly to remove all doubts, and to solve all difficulties. In all the business of life, Lord Eskdale, though he appreciated their native ability, and respected their considerable acquirements which he did not share, looked upon his cousins as 2 children, and managed them as children. But he was really attached to them, and the sincere attachment of such character is often worth more than the most passionate devotion. The last great domestic embarrassment at Montacute had been the affair of the cooks. Lord Eskdale had taken this upon his own shoulders, and writing to Daubers, had sent down Leander and his friends to open the mines and charm the palates of the north. Lord Valentine and his noble parents, and their daughter, Lady Florentina, who was a great horsewoman, also arrived. The Countess, who had once been a beauty with the reputation of a wit, and now set up for being a wit on the reputation of having been a beauty, was the lady of fashion of the party, and scarcely knew anybody present, though there were many who were her equals and some her superiors in rank. Her way was to be a little fine, always smiling and condescendingly amiable, when alone with her husband, shrugging her shoulders somewhat, and vowing that she was delighted that Lord Eskdale was there, as she had somebody to speak to. It was what she called quite a relief. A relief perhaps from Lord and Lady Mountjoy, whom she had been avoiding all her life, unfortunate people who, with a large fortune, lived in a wrong square, and asked to their house everybody who was nobody. Besides, Lord Mountjoy was vulgar and laughed too loud, and Lady Mountjoy called you my dear and showed her teeth. A relief perhaps too from the Hun and Rev Montacute Mountjoy, who, with Lady Elena, 4 daughters and 2 sons, had been invited to celebrate the majority of the future chieftain of their house. The Countess had what is called a horror of those Mountjoys, and those Montacute Mountjoys, and what added to her annoyance was, that Lord Valentine was always flirting with the Mrs. Montacute Mountjoy. The Countess could find no companions in the Duke and Duchess of Clanronald, because, as she told her husband, as they could not speak English and she could not speak Scotch, it was impossible to exchange ideas. The bishop of the diocese was there, toothless and tolerant, and wishing to be on good terms with all sects, provided they paid church rates, and another bishop far more vigorous and of greater fame. By his administration, the heir of Bellamont had entered the Christian church, and by the imposition of his hands had been confirmed in it. His lordship, a great authority with the Duchess, was specially invited to be present on the interesting occasion, when the babe that he had held at the font, and the child that he had blessed at the altar, was about thus publicly to adopt and acknowledge the duties and responsibility of a man. But the Countess, though she liked bishops, liked them, as she told her husband, in their place. What that exactly was, she did not define, but probably their palaces or the House of Lords. It was hardly to be expected that her ladyship would find any relief in the society of the Marquis and Marchioness of Hampshire, for his lordship passed his life in being the president of scientific and literary societies, and was ready for anything from the royal, if his turn ever arrived, to opening a mechanics' institute in his neighbouring town. Lady Hampshire was an invalid, but her ailment was one of those mysteries which still remained insoluble, although, in the most liberal manner, she delighted to afford her friends all the information in her power. Never was a votary endowed with a faith at once so lively and so capricious. Each year she believed in some new remedy, and announced herself on the eve of some miraculous cure. But the saint was scarcely canonized before his claims to beatitude were impugned. One year Lady Hampshire never quitted Leamington. Another, she contrived to combine the infinitesimal doses of Hahnemann with the colossal distractions of the metropolis. Now her sole conversation was the water cure. Lady Hampshire was to begin immediately after her visit to Montacute, and she spoke in her sawney voice of factitious enthusiasm, as if she pitied the lot of all those who were not about to sleep in wet sheets. The members for the county, with their wives and daughters, the Hungerfords and the Ildertons, Sir Russell Malpass, or even Lord Hull, an Irish peer with an English estate, and who represented one of the divisions, were scarcely a relief. Lord Hull was a bachelor, and had 20,000 a year, and would not have been too old for Florentina, if Lord Hull had only lived in society, learnt how to dress and how to behave, and had avoided that peculiar coarseness of manners and complexion which seemed the inevitable results of a provincial life. What are 45 or even 48 years, if a man do not get up too early or go to bed too soon, if he be dressed by the right persons, and early accustomed to the society of women, he possesses that flexibility of manner and that readiness of gentle repartee which a feminine apprenticeship can alone confer. But Lord Hull was a man with a red face and a grey head on whom coarse indulgence and the selfish negligence of a country life had already conferred a shapeless form, and who, dressed something like a groom, sat at dinner in stolid silence by Lady Hampshire, who, whatever were her complaints, had certainly the art, if only from her questions, of making her neighbours communicative. The Countess examined Lord Hull through her eyeglass with curious pity at so fine a fortune, and so good a family being so entirely thrown away. Had he been brought up in a civilized manner, lived 6 months in Mayfair, passed his carnival at Paris, never sported except in Scotland, and occasionally visited a German bath, even Lord Hull might have fined down. His hair need not have been grey if it had been attended to, his complexion would not have been so glaring, his hands never could have grown to so huge a shape. What a party, where the Countess was absolutely driven to speculate on the possible destinies of a Lord Hull. But in this party there was not a single young man, at least not a single young man one had ever heard of, except her son, and he was of no use. The Duke of Bellamont knew no young men, the Duke did not even belong to a club, the Duchess of Bellamont knew no young men, she never gave and she never attended an evening party. As for the county youth, the young Hungerfords and the young Ildertons, the best of them formed part of the London crowd. Some of them, by complicated manoeuvres, might even have made their way into the Countess' crowded saloons on a miscellaneous night. She knew the length of their tether. They ranged, as the price current says, from 8 to 3,000 a year, not the figure that purchases a Lady Florentina. There were many other guests, and some of them notable, though not of the class and character to interest the fastidious mother of Lord Valentine, but whoever and whatever they might be, of the 60 or 70 persons who were seated each day in the magnificent banqueting room of Montacute Castle, feasting, amid pyramids of gold plate, on the masterpieces of Leander, there was not a single individual who did not possess one of the 2 great qualifications. They were all of them cousins of the Duke of Bellamont, or proprietors in his county. But we must not anticipate, the great day of the festival having hardly yet commenced. Chapter 6. A Festal Day. In the home park was a colossal pavilion, which held more than 2,000 persons, and in which the townsfolk of Montacute were to dine. At equal distances were several smaller tents, each of different colours and patterns, and each bearing on a standard the name of one of the surrounding parishes which belonged to the Duke of Bellamont, and to the convenience and gratification of whose inhabitants these tents were today dedicated. There was not a man of Buddleton or Fuddleton, not a yeoman or peasant of Montacute-super-Mare or Montacute Abbots, nor of Percy Bellamont nor Friars Bellamont, nor Winch nor Finch, nor of Mandeville Stokes nor Mandeville Boys, not a goodman true of Carlton and Ingleton and Kirkby and Dent, and Gillamore and Padmore and Hutton le Hale, not a stout forester from the glades of Thorpe, or the sylvan homes of Hurst Lydgate and Bishopstow, that knew not. Where foamed and flowed the Duke's ale, that was to quench the longings of his thirsty village, and their wives and daughters were equally welcome. At the entrance of each tent, the Duke's servants invited all to enter, supplied them with required refreshments, or indicated their appointed places at the approaching banquet. In general, though there were many miscellaneous parties, each village entered the park in procession, with its flag and its band. At noon the scene presented the appearance of an immense but well-ordered fair. In the background, men and boys climbed poles or raced in sacks, while the exploits of the jinglers, their mischievous maneuvers and subtle combinations, elicited frequent bursts of laughter. Further on, 2 Longmanist cricket matches called forth all the skill and energy of Fuddleton and Buddleton, and Winch and Finch. The great throng of the population, however, was in the precincts of the terrace, where in the course of the morning it was known that the Duke and Duchess, with the hero of the day and all their friends, were to appear to witness the sports of the people, and especially the feats of the Morrice dancers, who were at this moment practising before a very numerous and delighted audience. In the meantime, bells, drums, and trumpets, an occasional volley, and the frequent cheers and laughter of the multitude, combined with the brilliancy of the sun and the brightness of the ale to make a right gladsome scene. "It's nothing to what it will be at night," said one of the Duke's footmen to his family, his father and mother, 2 sisters and a young brother, listening to him with open mouths and staring at his state livery with mingled feelings of awe and affection. They had come over from Bellamont Friars, and their son had asked the steward to give him the care of the pavilion of that village, in order that he might look after his friends. Never was a family who esteemed themselves so fortunate or felt so happy. This was having a friend at court indeed. "It's nothing to what it will be at night," said Thomas. "You will have Hail, Star of Bellamont, and God save the Queen. A crown, 3 stars, 4 flags, and 2 coronets, all in coloured lamps, letters 6 feet high on the castle. There will be 100 beacons lit over the space of 50 miles the moment a rocket is shot off from the round tower. And as for fireworks, Bob, you'll see them at last. Bengal lights, and the largest wheels will be as common as squibs and crackers, and I have heard say, though it is not to be mentioned," and he paused. "Well, not open our mouths," said his father earnestly. "You had better not tell us," said his mother in a nervous paroxysm, "for I am in such a fluster, I am sure I cannot answer for myself, and then Thomas may lose his place for breach of conference." "Nonsense, mother," said his sisters, who snubbed their mother almost as readily as is the gracious habit of their betters. "Pray tell us, Tom." "Aye, Tom," said his younger brother. "Well," said Tom in a confidential whisper, "won't there be a transparency? I have heard say the Queen never had anything like it. You won't be able to see it for the first quarter of an hour, there will be such a blaze of fire and rockets. But when it does come, they say it's like heaven opening, the young Marquis on a cloud, with his hand on his heart in his new uniform." "Dear me," said the mother, "I knew him before he was weaned. The Duchess suckled him herself, which shows her heart is very true, for they may say what they like, but if another's milk is in your child's veins, he seems, in a sort of way, as much her bairn as your own." "Mother's milk makes a true-born Englishman," said the father, "and I make no doubt our young Marquis will prove the same." "How I long to see him," exclaimed one of the daughters. "And so do I," said her sister, "and in his uniform, how beautiful it must be." "Well, I don't know," said the mother, "and perhaps you will laugh at me for saying so, but after seeing my Thomas in his state livery, I don't care much for seeing anything else." "Mother, how can you say such things? I am afraid the crowd will be very great at the fireworks. We must try to get a good place." "I have arranged all that," said Thomas with a triumphant look. "There will be an inner circle for the steward's friends, and you will be let in." "Oh," exclaimed his sisters. "Well, I hope I shall get through the day," said his mother, "but it's rather a trial after our quiet life." "And when will they come on the terrace, Thomas?" "You see, they are waiting for the corporation, that's the mayor and town council of Montacute. They are coming up with an address. There, do you hear that? That's the signal gun. They are leaving the town hall at this same moment. Now in 3/4 of an hour's time or so, the Duke and Duchess and the young Marquis and all of them will come on the terrace. So you be alive and draw near and get a good place. I must look after these people." About the same time that the canon announced that the corporation had quitted the town hall, someone tapped at the chamber door of Lord Eskdale, who was sealing a letter in his private room. "Well, Harris," said Lord Eskdale, looking up and recognizing his valet. "His Grace has been inquiring for your lordship several times," replied Mr. Harris with a perplexed air. I shall be with him in good time, replied his lordship, again looking down. If you could manage to come down at once, my lord, said Mr. Harris. Why is Mr. Leander wishes to see your lordship very much. Ah, Leander, said Lord Eskdale in a more interested tone. What does he want? I have not seen him, said Mr. Harris, but Mr. Provost tells me that his feelings are hurt. I hope he is not struck, said Lord Eskdale with a comical glance. Something of that sort, said Mr. Harris very seriously. Lord Eskdale had a great sympathy with artists. He was well acquainted with that irritability which is said to be the characteristic of the creative power. Genius always found in him an indulgent arbiter. He was convinced that if the feelings of a rare spirit like Leander were hurt, they were not to be trifled with. He felt responsible for the presence of one so eminent in a country where, perhaps, he was not properly appreciated, and Lord Eskdale descended to the steward's room with the consciousness of an important, probably a difficult mission. The kitchen of Montacute Castle was of the old style, fitted for baronial feasts. It covered a great space and was very lofty. Now they build them in great houses on a different system, even more distinguished by height, but far more condensed in area, as it is thought that a dish often suffers from the distances which the cook has to move over in collecting its various component parts. The new principle seems sound. The old practice, however, was more picturesque. The kitchen at Montacute was like the preparation for the famous wedding feast of Prince Riquet with the Tuft, when the kind earth opened, and revealed that genial spectacle of white-capped cooks and endless stoves and stewpans. The steady blaze of two colossal fires was shrouded by vast screens. Everywhere, rich materials and silent artists, business without bustle, and the all-pervading magic of method. Philippon was preparing a sauce. Dumoreau in another quarter of the spacious chamber was arranging some truffles. The Englishman Smith was fashioning a cutlet. Between these three generals of division aides de camp perpetually passed, in the form of active and observant marmitons, more than one of whom, as he looked on the great masters around him, and with the prophetic faculty of genius surveyed the future, exclaimed to himself like Correggio, "And I also will be a cook." In this animated and interesting scene was only one unoccupied individual, or rather occupied only with his own sad thoughts. This was Papa Provost, leaning against rather than sitting on a dresser with his arms folded, his idle knife stuck in his girdle, and the tassel of his cap awry with vexation. His gloomy brow, however, lit up as Mr. Harris, for whom he was waiting with anxious expectation, entered, and summoned him to the presence of Lord Eskdale, who, with a shrewd yet lounging air which concealed his own foreboding perplexity, said, "Well, Provost, what is the matter? The people here been impertinent." Provost shook his head. "We never were in a house, my lord, where they were more obliging. It is something much worse." "Nothing wrong about your fish, I hope. Well, what is it?" "Leander, my lord, has been dressing dinners for a week. Dinners, I will be bound to say, which were never equalled in the imperial kitchen, and the Duke has never made a single observation, or sent him a single message. Yesterday, determined to outdo even himself, he sent up some escallops de latences de carpes à la Bellamont. In my time I have seen nothing like it, my lord. Ask Philippon, ask Dumoreau what they thought of it. Even the Englishman Smith, who never says anything, opened his mouth and exclaimed. As for the marmitons, they were breathless, and I thought Achille, the youth of whom I spoke to you, my lord, and who appears to me to be born with the true feeling, would have been overcome with emotion." When it was finished, Leander retired to his room. I attended him and covered his face with his hands. Would you believe it, my lord? Not a word, not even a message. All this morning Leander has waited in the last hope. Nothing, absolutely nothing. How can he compose when he is not appreciated? Had he been appreciated, he would today not only have repeated the escallops à la Bellamont, but perhaps even invented what might have outdone it. It is unheard of, my lord. The late Lord Monmouth would have sent for Leander the very evening, or have written to him a beautiful letter which would have been preserved in his family. 1,000. De Sidonia would have sent him a tankard from his table. These things in themselves are nothing, but they prove to a man of genius that he is understood. Had Leander been in the imperial kitchen, or even with the Emperor of Russia, he would have been decorated. "Where is he?" said Lord Eskdale. "He is alone in the cook's room." "I will go and say a word to him." Alone in the cook's room, gazing in listless vacancy on the fire, That fire which, under his influence, had often achieved so many masterworks, was the great artist who was not appreciated. No longer suffering under mortification, but overwhelmed by that exhaustion which follows acute sensibility and the overtension of the creative faculty, he looked round as Lord Eskdale entered, and when he perceived who was his visitor, he rose immediately, bowed very low, and then sighed. "Prevost thinks we are not exactly appreciated here," said Lord Eskdale. Leander bowed again and still sighed. "Prevost does not understand the affair," continued Lord Eskdale. "Why I wished you to come down here, Leander, was not to receive the applause of my cousin and his guests, but to form their taste." Here was a great idea, exciting and ennobling. It threw quite a new light upon the position of Leander. He started, his brow seemed to clear. Leander, then, like other eminent men, had duties to perform as well as rights to enjoy. He had a right to fame, but it was also his duty to form and direct public taste. That then was the reason he was brought down to Bellamont Castle, because some of the greatest personages in England, who never had eaten a proper dinner in their lives, would have an opportunity, for the first time, of witnessing art. What could the praise of the Duke of Clanronald, or Lord Hampshire, or Lord Hull, signify to one who had shared the confidence of a Lord Monmouth, and whom Sir Alexander Grant, the first judge in Europe, had declared the only man of genius of the age? Leander erred too, in supposing that his achievements had been lost upon the guests at Bellamont. Insensibly his feats had set them a-thinking. They had been like Cossacks in a picture regallery, but the Clanronalds, the Hampshires, the Hulls would return to their homes impressed with a great truth, that there is a difference between eating and dining. Was this nothing for Leander to have effected? Was it nothing, by this development of taste, to assist in supporting that aristocratic influence which he wished to cherish, and which can alone encourage art? If anything can save the aristocracy in this levelling age, it is an appreciation of men of genius. Certainly it would have been very gratifying to Leander if his Grace had only sent him a message, or if Lord Montacute had expressed a wish to see him. He had been long musing over some dish à la Montacute for this very day. The young lord was reputed to have talent. This dish might touch his fancy. The homage of a great artist flatters youth. This offering of genius might colour his destiny. But what, after all, did this signify? Leander had a mission to perform. "If I were you, I would exert myself, Leander," said Lord Eskdale. "Ah, my lord, if all men were like you, if artists were only sure of being appreciated, if we were but understood, a dinner would become a sacrifice to the gods, and a kitchen would be paradise." In the meantime, the mayor and town councillors of Montacute, in their robes of office, and preceded by their bedels and their mace-bearer, have entered the gates of the castle. They pass into the great hall, the most ancient part of the building, with its open roof of Spanish chestnut, its screen and gallery and dais, its painted windows and marble floor. Ascending the dais, they are ushered into an antechamber, the first of that suite of state apartments that opens on the terrace. Leaving on one side the principal dining-room and the library, they proceeded through the green drawing-room, so called from its silken hangings, the red drawing-room, covered with ruby velvet and both adorned, but not encumbered with pictures of the choicest art, into the principal or duchess's drawing-room, thus entitled from its complete collection of portraits of duchesses of Bellamont. It was a spacious and beautifully proportioned chamber, hung with amber satin, its ceiling by Zucchero, whose rich colours were relieved by the burnished gilding. The corporation trod tremblingly over the gorgeous carpet of Axminster, which displayed in vivid colours and colossal proportions the shield and supporters of Bellamont, and threw a hasty glance at the vases of porphyry and malachite, and mosaic tables covered with precious toys, which were grouped about. Thence they were ushered into the Montacute room, adorned, among many interesting pictures, by perhaps the finest performance of Lawrence, a portrait of the present Duke, just after his marriage. Tall and graceful, with a clear dark complexion, regular features, eyes of liquid tenderness, a frank brow, and rich clustering hair, the accomplished artist had seized and conveyed the character of a high-spirited but gentle-hearted cavalier. From the Montacute chamber they entered the ballroom, very spacious, white and gold, a coved ceiling, large Venetian lustres, and the walls of looking-glass, enclosing friezes of festive sculpture. Then followed another antechamber, in the centre of which was one of the masterpieces of Canova. This room, lined with footmen in state liveries, completed the suite that opened on the terrace. The northern side of this chamber consisted of a large door divided, and decorated in its panels with emblazoned shields of arms. The valves being thrown open, the mayor and town council of Montacute were ushered into a gallery 100 feet long, and which occupied a great portion of the northern side of the castle. The panels of this gallery enclosed a series of pictures in tapestry, which represented the principal achievements of the Third Crusade. A Montacute had been one of the most distinguished knights in that great adventure, and had saved the life of Coeur de Lion at the siege of Escalon. In after ages, a Duke of Bellamont, who was our ambassador at Paris, had given orders to the Gobelins factory for the execution of this series of pictures from cartoons by the most celebrated artists of the time. The subjects of the tapestry had obtained for the magnificent chamber, which they adorned and rendered so interesting, the title of the Crusaders' Gallery. At the end of this gallery, surrounded by their guests, their relatives, and their neighbours, by high nobility, by reverend prelates, by the members and notables of the county, and by some of the chief tenants of the Duke, a portion of whom were never absent from any great carousing or high ceremony that occurred within his walls, the Duke and Duchess of Bellamont and their son, a little in advance of the company, stood to receive the congratulatory addresses of the mayor and corporation of their ancient and faithful town of Montacute, the town which their fathers had built and adorned, which they had often represented in Parliament in the good old days, and which they took care should then enjoy its fair proportion of the good old things, a town, every house in which belonged to them, and of which there was not an inhabitant who, in his own person or in that of his ancestry, had not felt the advantages of the noble connection. The Duke bowed to the corporation with the Duchess on his left hand, and on his right there stood a youth, above the middle height and of a frame completely and gracefully formed. His dark brown hair, in those hyacinthine curls which Grecian poets have celebrated, and which Grecian sculptors have immortalized, clustered over his brow, which, however, they only partially concealed. It was pale, as was his whole countenance, but the liquid richness of the dark brown eye, and the colour of the lip, denoted anything but a languid circulation. The features were regular, and inclined rather to a refinement which might have imparted to the countenance a character of too much delicacy, had it not been for the deep meditation of the brow, and for the lower part of the visage, which intimated indomitable will and an iron resolution. Placed for the first time in his life in a public position, and under circumstances which might have occasioned some degree of embarrassment even to those initiated in the world, nothing was more remarkable in the demeanour of Lord Montacute than his self-possession, nor was there in his carriage anything studied, or which had the character of being preconceived. Every movement or gesture was distinguished by what may be called a graceful gravity, with a total absence of that excitement which seemed so natural to his age and situation. There was nothing in his manner which approached to nonchalance or indifference. It would appear that he duly estimated the importance of the event they were commemorating, yet was not of a habit of mind that overestimated anything. Chapter 7. A Strange Proposal. The week of celebration was over. Some few guests remained, near relatives and not very rich, the Montacute Mountjays, for example. They came from a considerable distance, and the Duke insisted that they should remain until the Duchess went to London, an event, by the by, which was to occur very speedily. Lady Alina was rather agreeable, and the Duchess a little liked her. There were 4 daughters, to be sure, and not very lively, but they sang in the evening. It was a bright morning, and the Duchess, with a heart prophetic of happiness, wished to disburthen it to her son. She meant to propose to him, therefore, to be her companion in her walk, and she had sent to his rooms in vain, and was inquiring after him, when she was informed that Lord Montacute was with his Grace. A smile of satisfaction flitted over her face, as she recalled the pleasant cause of the conference that was now taking place between the father and the son. Let us see how it advanced. The Duke is in his private library, consisting chiefly of the statutes at large, Hansard, the annual register, parliamentary reports, and legal treatises on the powers and duties of justices of the peace. A portrait of his mother is over the mantelpiece, opposite it a huge map of the county. His correspondence on public business with the Secretary of State and the various authorities of the shire is admirably arranged, for the Duke was what is called an excellent man of business, that is to say, methodical, and an adept in all the small arts of routine. These papers were deposited, after having been ticketed with a date and a summary of their contents, and tied with much tape in a large cabinet which occupied nearly one side of the room, and on the top of which were busts in marble of Mr. Pitt, George III, and the Duke of Wellington. The Duke was leaning back in his chair, which it seemed from his air and position, he had pushed back somewhat suddenly from his writing table, and an expression of painful surprise, it cannot be denied, dwelt on his countenance. Lord Montacute was on his legs, leaning with his left arm on the chimney-piece, very serious, and, if possible, paler than usual. "You take me quite by surprise," said the Duke. "I thought it was an arrangement that would have deeply gratified you." Lord Montacute slightly bowed his head but said nothing. His father continued. "Not wish to enter Parliament at present. Why, that is all very well, and if, as was once the case, we could enter Parliament when we liked, and how we liked, the wish might be very reasonable. If I could ring my bell, and return you member for Montacute with as much ease as I could send over to Bellamont to engage a special train to take us to town, you might be justified in indulging a fancy. But how and when, I should like to know, are you to enter Parliament now? This Parliament will last, it will go on to the Lees. Lord Eskdale told me so not a week ago. Well then, at any rate you lose 3 years. For 3 years you are an idler. I never thought that was your character. I have always had an impression you would turn your mind to public business, that the county might look up to you. If you have what are called higher views, you should not forget there is a great opening now in public life, which may not offer again. The Duke is resolved to give the preference in carrying on the business of the country to the aristocracy. He believes this is our only means of preservation. He told me so himself. If it be so, I fear we are doomed. I hope we may be of some use to our country without being ministers of state. But let that pass. As long as the Duke lives, he is omnipotent and will have his way. If you come into Parliament now, and show any disposition for office, you may rely upon it you will not long be unemployed. I have no doubt I could arrange that you should move the address of next session. I dare say Lord Eskdale could manage this, and if he could not, though I abhor asking a minister for anything, I should, under the circumstances, feel perfectly justified in speaking to the Duke on the subject myself, and added his Grace in a lowered tone, but with an expression of great earnestness and determination. I flatter myself that if the Duke of Bellamont chooses to express a wish, it would not be disregarded." Lord Montacute cast his dark, intelligent eyes upon the floor, and seemed plunged in thought. "Besides," added the Duke after a moment's pause, and inferring from the silence of his son that he was making an impression, "suppose Hungerford is not in the same humour this time 3 years which he is in now. Probably he may be, possibly he may not. Men do not like to be balked when they think they are doing a very kind and generous and magnanimous thing. Hungerford is not a warming pan, we must remember that. He never was originally, and if he had been, he has been member for the county too long to be so considered now. I should be placed in a most painful position if this time 3 years I had to withdraw my support from Hungerford in order to secure your return." "There would be no necessity under any circumstances for that, my dear father," said Lord Montacute, looking up, and speaking in a voice which, though somewhat low, was of that organ that at once arrests attention, a voice that comes alike from the brain and from the heart, and seems made to convey both profound thought and deep emotion. There is no index of character so sure as the voice. There are tones brilliant and gushing, which impart a quick and pathetic sensibility. There are others that, deep and yet calm, seem the just interpreters of a serene and exalted intellect. But the rarest and the most precious of all voices is that which combines passion and repose, and whose rich and restrained tones exercise, perhaps, on the human frame a stronger spell than even the fascination of the eye, or that bewitching influence of the hand, which is the privilege of the higher races of Asia. "There would be no necessity under any circumstances for that, my dear father," said Lord Montacute, "for to be frank, I believe I should feel as little disposed to enter Parliament 3 years hence as now." The Duke looked still more surprised. "Mr. Fox was not of age when he took his seat," said his Grace. "You know how old Mr. Pitt was when he was a minister. Sir Robert, too, was in harness very early. I have always heard the good judges say, Lord Eskdale, for example, that a man might speak in Parliament too soon, but it was impossible to go in too soon." "If he wished to succeed in that assembly," replied Lord Montacute, "I can easily believe it. In all things an early initiation must be of advantage, but I have not that wish. I don't like to see a man take his seat in the House of Lords who has not been in the House of Commons. He seems to me always, in a manner, unfledged." It will be a long time, I hope, my dear father, before I take my seat in the House of Lords, said Lord Montacute, if indeed I ever do. In the course of nature 'tis a certainty. Suppose the Duke's plan for perpetuating an aristocracy do not succeed, said Lord Montacute, and our house ceases to exist. His father shrugged his shoulders. It is not our business to suppose that. I hope it never will be the business of anyone, at least seriously. This is a great country, and it has become great by its aristocracy. You think, then, our sovereigns did nothing for our greatness, Queen Elizabeth, for example, of whose visit to Montacute you are so proud? They performed their part, and have ceased to exist. We may have performed our part and may meet the same fate. Why, you are talking liberalism. Hardly that, my dear father, for I have not expressed an opinion. I wish I knew what your opinions were, my dear boy, or even your wishes. Well then, to do my duty. Exactly, you are a pillar of the state, support the state. Ah, if anyone would but tell me what the state is, said Lord Montacute, sighing. It seems to me your pillars remain, but they support nothing. In that case, though the shafts may be perpendicular, and the capitals very ornate, they are no longer props, they are a ruin. You would hand us over, then, to the 10-pounders? They do not even pretend to be a state, said Lord Montacute. They do not even profess to support anything. On the contrary, the essence of their philosophy is that nothing is to be established, and everything is to be left to itself. The common sense of this country and the 50-pound clause will carry us through, said the Duke. Through what? Inquired his son. This thy state of transition, replied his father. A passage to what? Ah, that is a question the wisest cannot answer, but into which the weakest, among whom I class myself, have surely a right to inquire. Unquestionably, and I know nothing that will tend more to assist you in your researches than acting with practical men. And practising all their blunders, said Lord Montacute. I can conceive an individual who has once been entrapped into their haphazard courses, continuing in the fatal confusion to which he has contributed his quota, but I am at least free, and I wish to continue so. And do nothing. But does it follow that a man is infirm of action because he declines fighting in the dark? And how would you act then? What are your plans, have you any? I have. Well, that is satisfactory, said the Duke with animation. Whatever they are, you know you may count upon my doing everything that is possible to forward your wishes. I know they cannot be unworthy ones, for I believe, my child, you are incapable of a thought that is not good or great. I wish I knew what was good and great, said Lord Montacute. I would struggle to accomplish it. But you have formed some views, you have some plans. Speak to me of them, and without reserve, as to a friend, the most affectionate, the most devoted. My father, said Lord Montacute, and moving, he drew a chair to the table and seated himself by the Duke. You possess and have a right to my confidence. I ought not to have said that I doubted about what was good, for I know you. Sons like you make good fathers. It is not always so, said Lord Montacute. You have been to me more than a father, and I bear to you and to my mother a profound and fervent affection. An affection, he added in a faltering tone, that is rarer, I believe, in this age than it was in old days. I feel it at this moment more deeply, he continued in a firmer tone, because I am about to propose that we should for a time separate. The Duke turned pale and leant forward in his chair, but did not speak. You have proposed to me today, continued Lord Montacute after a momentary pause, to enter public life. I do not shrink from its duties. On the contrary, from the position in which I am born, still more from the impulse of my nature, I am desirous to fulfill them. I have meditated on them, I may say, even for years, but I cannot find that it is part of my duty to maintain the order of things, for I will not call it system, which at present prevails in our country. It seems to me that it cannot last, as nothing can endure or ought to endure that is not founded upon principle, and its principle I have not discovered. In nothing, whether it be religion or government or manners, sacred or political or social life, do I find faith, and if there be no faith, how can there be duty? Is there such a thing as religious truth? Is there such a thing as political right? Is there such a thing as social propriety? Are these facts or are they mere phrases? And if they be facts, where are they likely to be found in England? Is truth in our church? Why then do you support dissent? Who has the right to govern? The monarch? You have robbed him of his prerogative. The aristocracy? You confess to me that we exist by sufferance. The people? They themselves tell you that they are nullities. Every session of that parliament in which you wish to introduce me, the method by which power is distributed is called in question, altered, patched up, and again impugned. As for our morals, tell me, is charity the supreme virtue or the greatest of errors? Our social system ought to depend on a clear conception of this point. Our morals differ in different counties, in different towns, in different streets, even in different acts of parliament. What is moral in London is immoral in Montacute. What is crime among the multitude is only vice among the few. You are going into first principles, said the Duke, much surprised. Give me then second principles, replied his son, give me any. We must take a general view of things to form an opinion, said his father mildly. The general condition of England is superior to that of any other country. It cannot be denied that on the whole there is more political freedom, more social happiness, more sound religion, and more material prosperity among us than in any nation in the world. I might question all that, said his son, but they are considerations that do not affect my views. If other states are worse than we are, and I hope they are not, our condition is not mended, but the contrary, for we then need the salutary stimulus of example. There is no sort of doubt, said the Duke, that the state of England at this moment is the most flourishing that has ever existed, certainly in modern times. What with these railroads, even the condition of the poor, which I admit was lately far from satisfactory, is infinitely improved. Every man has work who needs it, and wages are even high. The railroads may have improved, in a certain sense, the condition of the working classes almost as much as that of members of Parliament. They have been a good thing for both of them. And if you think that more labour is all that is wanted by the people of England, we may be easy for a time. I see nothing in this fresh development of material industry, but fresh causes of moral deterioration. You have announced to the millions that their welfare is to be tested by the amount of their wages. Money is to be the cupel of their worth, as it is of all other classes. You propose for their conduct the least ennobling of all impulses. If you have seen an aristocracy invariably become degraded under such influence, if all the vices of a middle class may be traced to such an absorbing motive, why are we to believe that the people should be more pure, or that they should escape the catastrophe of the policy that confounds the happiness with the wealth of nations? The Duke shook his head and then said, You should not forget we live in an artificial state. So I often hear, sir, replied his son, but where is the art? It seems to me the very quality wanting to our present condition. Art is order, method, harmonious results obtained by fine and powerful principles. I see no art in our condition. The people of this country have ceased to be a nation. They are a crowd, and only kept in some rude provisional discipline by the remains of that old system which they are daily destroying. But what would you do, my dear boy? Said his Grace, looking up very distressed. Can you remedy the state of things in which we find ourselves? I am not a teacher, said Lord Montacute mournfully. I only ask you, I supplicate you, my dear father, to save me from contributing to this quick corruption that surrounds us. You shall be master of your own actions. I offer you counsel, I give no commands, and as for the rest, Providence will guard us. If an angel would but visit our house as he visited the house of Lot, said Montacute, in a tone almost of anguish. Angels have performed their part, said the Duke. We have received instructions from one higher than angels. It is enough for all of us. It is not enough for me, said Lord Montacute with a glowing cheek and rising abruptly. It was not enough for the apostles, for though they listened to the Sermon on the Mount, and partook of the first communion, it was still necessary that he should appear to them again, and promise them a comforter. I require one, he added after a momentary pause, but in an agitated voice. I must seek one. Yes, my dear father, it is of this that I would speak to you. It is this which for a long time has oppressed my spirit, and filled me often with intolerable gloom. We must separate. I must leave you, I must leave that dear mother, those beloved parents in whom are concentered all my earthly affections. But I obey an impulse that I believe comes from above. Dearest and best of men, you will not thwart me. You will forgive, you will aid me. And he advanced and threw himself into the arms of his father. The Duke pressed Lord Montacute to his heart, and endeavoured, though himself agitated and much distressed, to penetrate the mystery of this ebullition. He says we must separate, thought the Duke to himself. Ah, he has lived too much at home, too much alone, he has read and pondered too much, he has moped. Eskdale was right 2 years ago. I wish I had sent him to Paris, but his mother was so alarmed, and indeed 'tis a precious life. The House of Commons would have been just the thing for him. He would have worked on committees and grown practical, but something must be done for him, dear child. He says we must separate, he wants to travel, and perhaps he ought to travel. But a life on which so much depends, and what will Catherine say? It will kill her. I could screw myself up to it, I would send him well attended. Brace should go with him, he understands the continent, he was in the Peninsular War, and he should have a skilful physician. I see how it is, I must act with decision and break it to his mother. These ideas passed through the Duke's mind during the few seconds that he embraced his son, and endeavoured at the same time to convey consolation by the expression of his affection, and his anxiety at all times to contribute to his child's happiness. "My dear son," said the Duke, when Lord Montacute had resumed his seat, "I see how it is. You wish to travel." Lord Montacute bent his head, as if in assent. "It will be a terrible blow to your mother. I say nothing of myself. You know what I feel for you. But neither your mother nor myself have a right to place our feelings in competition with any arrangement for your welfare. It would be in the highest degree selfish and unreasonable, and perhaps it will be well for you to travel a while, and as for Parliament, I am to see Hungerford this morning at Bellamont. I will try and arrange with him to postpone his resignation until the autumn, or, if possible, for some little time longer. You will then have accomplished your purpose. It will do you a great deal of good. You will have seen the world, and you can take your seat next year." The Duke paused. Lord Montacute looked perplexed and distressed. He seemed about to reply, and then, leaning on the table with his face concealed from his father, he maintained his silence. The Duke rose, looked at his watch, said he must be at Bellamont by 2 o'clock, hoped that Brace would dine at the castle today, thought it not at all impossible Brace would send on to Montacute for him, perhaps might meet him at Bellamont. Brace understood the continent, spoke several languages, Spanish among them, though it was not probable his son would have any need of that, the present state of Spain not being very inviting to the traveller. "As for France," said the Duke, "France is Paris, and I suppose that will be your first step. It generally is. We must see if your cousin Henry Howard is there. If so, he will put you in the way of everything. With the embassy and Brace you would manage very well at Paris. Then I suppose you would like to go to Italy. That, I apprehend, is your great point. Your mother will not like your going to Rome. Still, at the same time, a man, they say, should see Rome before he dies. I never 999. I have never crossed the sea except to go to Ireland. Your grandfather would never let me travel. I wanted to, but he never would. Not, however, for the same reasons which have kept you at home. Suppose you even winter at Rome, which I believe is the right thing, why, you might very well be back by the spring. However, we must manage your mother a little about remaining over the winter, and on second thoughts we will get Bernard to go with you, as well as Brace and a physician, and then she will be much more easy. I think with Brace, Bernard, and a medical man whom we can really trust, Harry Howard at Paris, and the best letters for every other place, which we will consult Lord Eskdale about, I think the danger will not be extreme." "I have no wish to see Paris," said Lord Montacute, evidently embarrassed, and making a great effort to relieve his mind of some burthen. "I have no wish to see Paris." "I am very glad to hear that," said his father eagerly. "Nor do I wish either to go to Rome," continued his son. "Well, well, you have taken a load off my mind, my dear boy. I would not confess it because I wished to save you pain. But really, I believe the idea of your going to Rome would have been a serious shock to your mother. It is not so much the distance, though that is great, nor the climate, which has its dangers, but, you understand, with her peculiar views, her very strict—" The Duke did not care to finish his sentence. "Nor, my dear father," continued Lord Montacute, "though I did not like to interrupt you when you were speaking with so much solicitude and consideration for me, is it exactly travel, in the common acceptation of the term, that I feel the need of. I wish indeed to leave England. I wish to make an expedition, a progress to a particular point, without wandering, without any intervening residence. In a word, it is the Holy Land that occupies my thought, and I propose to make a pilgrimage to the sepulchre of my Saviour." The Duke started and sank again into his chair. "The Holy Land, the Holy Sepulchre," he exclaimed and repeated to himself, staring at his son. "Yes, sir, the Holy Sepulchre," repeated Lord Montacute, and now speaking with his accustomed repose. "When I remember that the Creator, since light sprang out of darkness, has deigned to reveal himself to his creature only in one land, that in that land he assumed a manly form and met a human death, I feel persuaded that the country sanctified by such intercourse and such events must be endowed with marvellous and peculiar qualities, which man may not in all ages be competent to penetrate, but which nevertheless, at all times, exercise an irresistible influence upon his destiny. It is these qualities that many times drew Europe to Asia during the middle centuries. Our castle has before this sent forth a de Montacute to Palestine. For 3 days and 3 nights he knelt at the tomb of his Redeemer. 6 centuries and more have elapsed since that great enterprise. It is time to restore and renovate our communications with the Most High. I too would kneel at that tomb. I too, surrounded by the holy hills and sacred groves of Jerusalem, would relieve my spirit from the bale that bows it down, would lift up my voice to heaven, and ask, what is duty and what is faith? What ought I to do and what ought I to believe? The Duke of Bellamont rose from his seat, and walked up and down the room for some minutes, in silence and in deep thought. At length, stopping and leaning against the cabinet, he said, "What has occurred today between us, my beloved child, is, you may easily believe, as strange to me as it is agitating. I will think of all you have said. I will try to comprehend all you mean and wish. I will endeavour to do that which is best and wisest, placing above all things your happiness and not our own. At this moment I am not competent to the task. I need quiet and to be alone. Your mother, I know, wishes to walk with you this morning. She may be speaking to you of many things. Be silent upon this subject until I have communicated with her. At present I will ride over to Bellamont. I must go, and besides it will do me good. I never can think very well except in the saddle. If Brace comes, make him dine here. God bless you." The Duke left the room. His son remained in meditation. The first step was taken. He had poured into the interview of an hour the results of 3 years of solitary thought. A sound roused him. It was his mother. She had only learnt casually that the Duke was gone. She was surprised he had not come into her room before he went. It seemed the first time since their marriage that the Duke had gone out without first coming to speak to her. So she went to seek her son, to congratulate him on being a member of Parliament, on representing the county of which they were so fond, and of breaking to him a proposition which she doubted not he would find not less interesting and charming. Happy mother with her only son, on whom she doted and of whom she was so justly proud, about to enter public life in which he was sure to distinguish himself, and to marry a woman who was sure to make him happy. With a bounding heart the Duchess opened the library door, where she had been informed she should find Lord Montacute. She had her bonnet on, ready for the walk of confidence, and her face flushed with delight. She looked even beautiful. "Ah," she exclaimed, "I have been looking for you, Tancred." Frontispiece. Chapter 8. The Decision. The Duke returned rather late from Bellamont, and went immediately to his dressing-room. A few minutes before dinner the Duchess knocked at his door and entered. She seemed disconcerted, and reminded him, though with great gentleness, that he had gone out today without first bidding her adieu. She really believed it was the only time he had done so since their marriage. The Duke, who, when she entered, anticipated something about their son, was relieved by her remark, embraced her, and would have affected a gaiety which he did not really feel. "I am glad to hear that Brace dines here today, Kate, for I particularly wanted to see him." The Duchess did not reply and seemed absent. The Duke, to say something, tying his cravat, kept harping upon Brace. "Never mind Brace, George," said the Duchess. "Tell me, what is this about Tancred? Why is his coming into Parliament put off?" The Duke was perplexed. He wished to know how far at this moment his wife was informed upon the matter. The feminine frankness of the Duchess put him out of suspense. "I have been walking with Tancred," she continued, and intimated, but with great caution, all our plans and hopes. "I asked him what he thought of his cousin. He agrees with us she is by far the most charming girl he knows, and one of the most agreeable. I impressed upon him how good she was. I wished to precipitate nothing. I never dreamed of their marrying until late in the autumn. I wished him to become acquainted with his new life, which would not prevent him seeing a great deal of Catherine in London, and then to visit them in Ireland, as you visited us, George. And then, when I was settling everything in the most delightful manner, what he was to do when he was kept up very late at the house, which is the only part one. don't like, and begging him to be very strict in making his servant always have coffee ready for him, very hot, and a cold fowl too, or something of the sort. He tells me, to my infinite astonishment, that the vacancy will not immediately occur, that he is not sorry for it, as he thinks it may be as well that he should go abroad. What can all this mean? Pray tell me, for Tancred has told me nothing, and when I pressed him, waived the subject, and said we would all of us consult together. And so we will, Kate, said the Duke, but hardly at this moment, for dinner must be almost served. To be brief, he added, speaking in a light tone, there are reasons which perhaps may make it expedient that Hungerford should not resign at the present moment, and as Tancred has a fancy to travel a little, it may be as well that we should take it into consideration whether he might not profitably occupy the interval in this manner. Profitably, said the Duchess. I never can understand how going to Paris and Rome, which young men always mean when they talk of travelling, can be profitable to him. It is the very thing which, all my life, I have been endeavouring to prevent. His body and his soul will be both imperilled. Paris will destroy his constitution, and Rome, perhaps, change his faith. I have more confidence in his physical power and his religious principle than you, Kate, said the Duke, smiling. But make yourself easy on these heads. Tancred told me this morning that he had no wish to visit either Rome or Paris. Well, exclaimed the Duchess, somewhat relieved, if he wants to make a little tour in Holland, I think I could bear it. It is a Protestant country, and there are no vermin. And then those dear Disbrowes, I am sure, would take care of him at the Hague. We will talk of all this tonight, my love, said the Duke, and offering his arm to his wife, who was more composed, if not more cheerful, they descended to their guests. Colonel Brace was there, to the Duke's great satisfaction. The colonel had served as a cornet in a dragoon regiment in the last campaign of the Peninsular War, and had marched into Paris. Such an event makes an indelible impression on the memory of a handsome lad of 17, and the colonel had not yet finished recounting his strange and fortunate adventures. He was tall, robust, a little portly, but well buckled, still presented a grand military figure. He was what you call a fine man, florid, with still a good head of hair, though touched with grey, splendid moustaches, large fat hands, and a courtly demeanour not unmixed with a slight swagger. The colonel was a Montacute man, and had inherited a large house in the town and a small estate in the neighbourhood. Having sold out, he had retired to his native place, where he had become a considerable personage. The Duke had put him in the commission, and he was the active magistrate of the district. He had reorganized the Bellamont regiment of yeomanry cavalry, which had fallen into sad decay during the late Duke's time, but which now, with Brace for its lieutenant-colonel, was second to none in the kingdom. Colonel Brace was one of the best shots in the county, certainly the boldest rider among the heavy-weights, and bore the palm from all with the rod, in a county famous for its feats in lake and river. The colonel was a man of great energy, of good temper, of ready resource, frank, a little coarse, but hearty and honest. He adored the Duke and Duchess of Bellamont. He was sincere. He was not a parasite. He really believed that they were the best people in the world, and I am not sure that he had not some foundation for his faith. On the whole, he might be esteemed the Duke's right-hand man. His Grace generally consulted the colonel on county affairs. The command of the yeomanry alone gave him a considerable position. He was the chief also of the militia staff, could give his opinion whether a person was to be made a magistrate or not, and had even been called into council when there was a question of appointing a deputy lieutenant. The colonel, who was a leading member of the corporation of Montacute, had taken care to be chosen mayor this year. He had been also chairman of the committee of management during the celebration of Tancred's majority, had had the entire ordering of the fireworks, and was generally supposed to have given the design, or at least the leading idea, for the transparency. We should notice also Mr. Bernard, a clergyman, and recently the private tutor of Lord Montacute, a good scholar, in ecclesiastical opinions, what is called high and dry. He was about 35, well-looking, bashful. The Duke intended to prefer him to a living when one was vacant. In the meantime he remained in the family, and at present discharged the duties of chaplain and librarian at Montacute, and occasionally assisted the Duke as private secretary. Of his life, 1/3 had been passed at a rural home, and the rest might be nearly divided between school and college. These gentlemen, the distinguished and numerous family of the Montacute Mountjays, young Hungerford, whom the Duke had good-naturedly brought over from Bellamont for the sake of the young ladies, the Duke and Duchess and their son, formed the party, which presented rather a contrast not only in its numbers to the series of recent banquets, They dined in the Montacute chamber. The party, without intending it, was rather dull and silent. The Duchess was brooding over the disappointment of the morning. The Duke trembled for the disclosures of the morrow. The Misses Mountjoy sang better than they talked. Their mother, who was more lively, was seated by the Duke, and confined her powers of pleasing to him. The Honourable and Reverend Montacute himself was an epicure, and disliked conversation during dinner. Lord Montacute spoke to Mr. Hungerford across the table, but Mr. Hungerford was whispering despairing nothings in the ear of Arabella Mountjoy, and replied to his question without originating any in return, which of course terminates talk. When the second course had arrived, the Duke, who wanted a little more noise and distraction, fired off in despair a shot at Colonel Brace, who was on the left hand of the Duchess, and set him on his yeomanry charger. From this moment affairs improved. The Colonel made continual charges and carried all before him. Nothing could be more noisy in a genteel way. His voice sounded like the bray of a trumpet amid the din of arms. It seemed that the moment he began, everybody and everything became animated and inspired by his example. All talked. The Duke set them the fashion of taking wine with each other. Lord Montacute managed to entrap Arminta Mountjoy into a narrative in detail of her morning's ride and adventures, and affecting scepticism as to some of the incidents, and wonder at some of the feats, produced a considerable addition to the general hubbub, which he instinctively felt that his father wished to encourage. "I don't know whether it was the Great Western or the South Eastern," continued Colonel Brace, "but I know his leg is broken." "God bless me," said the Duke, "and only think of my not hearing of it at Bellamont today." "I don't suppose they know anything about it," replied the Colonel. "The way I know it is this. I was with Roby today when the post came in, and he said to me, 'Here is a letter from Lady Malpass. I hope nothing is the matter with Sir Russell or any of the children.' And then it all came out. The train was blown up behind. Sir Russell was in a centre carriage and was pitched right into a field. They took him into an inn, put him to bed, and sent for some of the topsiers from London, Sir Benjamin Brodie and that sort of thing. And the moment Sir Russell came to himself, he said, 'I must have Roby, send for Roby, Roby knows my constitution.' And they sent for Roby, and I think he was right. The quantity of young officers I have seen sent right about in the peninsula, because they were attended by a parcel of men who knew nothing of their constitution. Why, I might have lost my own leg once if I had not been sharp. I got a scratch in a little affair at Almeida's, charging the enemy a little too briskly, but we really ought not to speak of these things before the ladies." "My dear Colonel," said Lord Montacute, "on the contrary, there is nothing more interesting to them. Miss Mountjoy was saying only yesterday that there was nothing she found so difficult to understand as the account of a battle, and how much she wished to comprehend it." "That is because, in general, they are not written by soldiers," said the Colonel, "but Napier's battles are very clear. I could fight every one of them on this table. That's a great book, that History of Napier. It has faults, but they are rather omissions than mistakes. Now that affair of Almeida's of which I was just speaking, and which nearly cost me my leg, it is very odd, but he has omitted mentioning it altogether." "But you saved your leg, Colonel," said the Duke. "Yes, I had the honour of marching into Paris, and that is an event not very easy to be forgotten, let me tell your Grace. I saved my leg because I knew my constitution, for the very same reason by which I hope Sir Russell Malpass will save his leg. Because he will be attended by a person who knows his constitution. He never did a wiser thing than sending for Roby. For my part, if I were in garrison at Gibraltar tomorrow and laid up, I would do the same. I would send for Roby. In all these things, depend upon it, knowing the constitution is half the battle." All this time, while Colonel Brace was indulging in his garrulous comments, the Duke of Bellamont was drawing his moral. He had a great opinion of Mr. Roby, who was the medical attendant of the castle, and an able man. Mr. Roby was perfectly acquainted with the constitution of his son. Mr. Roby must go to the Holy Sepulchre. Cost what it might, Mr. Roby must be sent to Jerusalem. The Duke was calculating all this time the income that Mr. Roby made. He would not put it down at more than £500 per annum, and a third of that was certainly afforded by the castle. The Duke determined to offer Roby 1,000 and his expenses to attend Lord Montacute. He would not be more than a year absent, and his practice could hardly seriously suffer while away, backed as he would be when he returned by the castle. And if it did, the Duke must guarantee Roby against loss. It was a necessity, absolute and of the first class, that Tancred should be attended by a medical man who knew his constitution. The Duke agreed with Colonel Brace that it was half the battle. Chapter 9, Tancred, the New Crusader. "Miserable mother that I am," exclaimed the Duchess, and she clasped her hands in anguish. "My dearest Catherine," said the Duke, "calm yourself. You ought to have prevented this, George. You ought never to have let things come to this pass." "But, my dearest Catherine, the blow was as unlooked for by me as by yourself. I had not, how could I have, a remote suspicion of what was passing through his mind." "What then is the use of your boasted confidence with your child, which you tell me you have always cultivated? Had I been his father, I would have discovered his secret thoughts." "Very possibly, my dear Catherine, but you are at least his mother, tenderly loving him and tenderly loved by him. The intercourse between you has ever been of an extreme intimacy, and especially on the subjects connected with this fancy of his, and yet, you see, even you are completely taken by surprise. I once had a suspicion he was inclined to the Puseyite heresy, and I spoke to Mr. Bernard on the subject and afterwards to him, but I was convinced that I was in error. I am sure," added the Duchess in a mournful tone, "I have lost no opportunity of instilling into him the principles of religious truth. It was only last year, on his birthday, that I sent him a complete set of the publications of the Parker Society, my own copy of Jewel, full of notes, and my grandfather, the Primate's, manuscript commentary on Chillingworth, a copy made purposely by myself." "I well know," said the Duke, "that you have done everything for his spiritual welfare, which ability and affection combined could suggest." "And it ends in this," exclaimed the Duchess, "the Holy Land, why, if he even reach it, the climate is certain death. The curse of the Almighty for more than 18 centuries has been on that land. Every year it has become more sterile, more savage, more unwholesome, and more unearthly. It is the abomination of desolation. And now my son is to go there. Oh, he is lost to us forever." "But, my dear Catherine, let us consult a little." "Consult? Why should I consult? You have settled everything, you have agreed to everything. You do not come here to consult me, I understand all that. You come here to break a foregone conclusion to a weak and miserable woman." "Do not say such things, Catherine. What should I say? What can I say? Anything but that. I hope that nothing will be ever done in this family without your full sanction. I rest assured, then, that I will never sanction the departure of Tancred on this crusade." "Then he will never go, at least, with my consent," said the Duke. "But, Catherine, assist me, my dear wife. All shall ever be as you wish, but I shrink from our being placed in collision with our child. The mere exercise of parental authority is a last resource. I would appeal first rather to his reason, to his heart. Your arguments, his affection for us, may yet influence him. You tell me you have argued with him," said the Duchess in a melancholy tone. "Yes, but you know so much more on these subjects than I do, indeed, upon all subjects. You are so clever that I do not despair, my dear Catherine, of your producing an impression on him." "I would tell him at once," said the Duchess firmly, "that the proposition cannot be listened to." The Duke looked very distressed. After a momentary pause he said, "If indeed you think that the best, but let us consult before we take that step, because it would seem to terminate all discussion, and discussion may yet do good. Besides, I cannot conceal from myself that Tancred in this affair is acting under the influence of very powerful motives. His feelings are highly strung. You can have no idea from what we have seen of him hitherto, how excited he is. I had no idea of his being capable of such excitement. I always thought him so very calm, and of such a quiet turn. And so, in short, my dear Catherine, were we to be abrupt at this moment, peremptory, you understand, I should not be surprised, were Tancred to go without our permission." "Impossible," exclaimed the Duchess, starting in her chair, but with as much consternation as confidence in her countenance. "Throughout his life he has never disobeyed us." "And that is an additional reason," said the Duke quietly, but in his sweetest tone, "why we should not treat as a light ebullition this first instance of his preferring his own will to that of his father and mother." "He has been so much away from us these last 3 years," said the Duchess in a tone of great depression, "and they are such important years in the formation of character. But Mr. Bernard, he ought to have been aware of all this. He ought to have known what was passing through his pupil's mind. He ought to have warned us. Let us speak to him. Let us speak to him at once. Ring, my dear George, and request the attendance of Mr. Bernard." That gentleman, who was in the library, kept them waiting but a few minutes. As he entered the room, he perceived by the countenances of his noble patrons that something remarkable and probably not agreeable had occurred. The Duke opened the case to Mr. Bernard with calmness. He gave an outline of the great catastrophe. The Duchess filled up the parts and invested the whole with a rich and even terrible colouring. Nothing could exceed the astonishment of the late private tutor of Lord Montacute. He was fairly overcome. The communication itself was startling. The accessories overwhelmed him. The unspoken reproaches that beamed from the Duke's mild eye, the withering glance of maternal desolation that met him from the Duchess, the rapidity of her anxious and agitated questions, all were too much for the simple, though correct, mind of one unused to those passionate developments which are commonly called scenes. All that Mr. Bernard for some time could do was to sit with his eyes staring and mouth open, and repeat with a bewildered air, "The Holy Land, the Holy Sepulchre." No, most certainly not. Most assuredly. Never in any way, by any word or deed, had Lord Montacute ever given him reason to suppose or imagine that his lordship intended to make a pilgrimage to the Holy Sepulchre, or that he was influenced by any of those views and opinions which he had so strangely and so uncompromisingly expressed to his father. But Mr. Bernard, you have been his companion, his instructor for many years, continued the Duchess, for the last 3 years especially, years so important in the formation of character. You have seen much more of Montacute than we have. Surely you must have had some idea of what was passing in his mind. You could not help knowing it. You ought to have known it. You ought to have warned, to have prepared us. Madam, at length said Mr. Bernard, more collected, and feeling the necessity and excitement of self-vindication, Madam, your noble son, under my poor tuition, has taken the highest honours of his university. His moral behaviour during that period has been immaculate. And as for his religious sentiments, even this strange scheme proves that they are, at any rate, of no light and equivocal character. To lose such a son, exclaimed the Duchess in a tone of anguish and with streaming eyes. The Duke took her hand and would have soothed her, and then, turning to Mr. Bernard, he said, in a lowered tone, "We are very sensible how much we owe you, the Duchess equally with myself. All we regret is, that some of us had not obtained a more intimate acquaintance with the character of my son than it appears we have acquired." "My Lord Duke," said Mr. Bernard, "had yourself or her Grace ever spoken to me on this subject, I would have taken the liberty of expressing what I say now. I have ever found Lord Montacute inscrutable. He has formed himself in solitude, and has ever repelled any advance to intimacy, either from those who were his inferiors or his equals in station. He has never had a companion. As for myself, during the 10 years that I have had the honour of being connected with him, I cannot recall a word or a deed on his part which towards me has not been courteous and considerate. But as a child he was shy and silent, and as a man, for I have looked upon him as a man in mind for these 4 or even 5 years, he has employed me as his machine to obtain knowledge. It is not very flattering to oneself to make these confessions, but at Oxford he had the opportunity of communicating with some of the most eminent men of our time, and I have always learnt from them the same result. Lord Montacute never disburthened. His passion for study has been ardent, his power of application is very great, his attention unwearied as long as there is anything to acquire, but he never seeks your opinions, and never offers his own. The interview of yesterday with your Grace is the only exception with which I am acquainted, and at length throws some light on the mysteries of his mind." The Duke looked sad, his wife seemed plunged in profound thought, there was a silence of many moments. At length the Duchess looked up and said in a calmer tone, and with an air of great seriousness, "It seems that we have mistaken the character of our son. Thank you very much for coming to us so quickly in our trouble, Mr. Bernard. It was very kind, as you always are." Mr. Bernard took the hint, rose, bowed, and retired. The moment that he had quitted the room, the eyes of the Duke and Duchess of Bellamont met. Who was to speak first? The Duke had nothing to say, and therefore he had the advantage. The Duchess wished her husband to break the silence, but, having something to say herself, she could not refrain from interrupting it. So she said with a tearful eye, "Well, George, what do you think we ought to do?" The Duke had a great mind to propose his plan of sending Tancred to Jerusalem, with Colonel Brace, Mr. Bernard, and Mr. Roby, to take care of him, but he hardly thought the occasion was ripe enough for that, and so he suggested that the Duchess should speak to Tancred herself. "No," said her Grace, shaking her head, "I think it better for me to be silent, at least at present. It is necessary, however, that the most energetic means should be adopted to save him, nor is there a moment to be lost. We must shrink from nothing for such an object. I have a plan. We will put the whole matter in the hands of our friend the bishop. We will get him to speak to Tancred. I entertain not a doubt that the bishop will put his mind all right, clear all his doubts, remove all his scruples. The bishop is the only person because, you see, it is a case political as well as theological, and the bishop is a great statesman as well as the first theologian of the age. Depend upon it, my dear George, that this is the wisest course, and with the blessing of Providence will effect our purpose. It is perhaps asking a good deal of the bishop, considering his important and multifarious duties, to undertake this office, but we must not be delicate when everything is at stake. And considering he christened and confirmed Tancred and our long friendship, it is quite out of the question that he can refuse. However, there is no time to be lost. We must get to town as soon as possible, tomorrow if we can. I shall advance affairs by writing to the bishop on the subject, and giving him an outline of the case, so that he may be prepared to see Tancred at once on our arrival. What think you, George, of my plan? I think it quite admirable, replied his Grace, only too happy that there was at least the prospect of a lull of a few days in this great embarrassment. Chapter 10. A Visionary. About the time of the marriage of the Duchess of Bellamont, her noble family and a few of their friends, some of whom also believed in the millennium, were persuaded that the conversion of the Roman Catholic population of Ireland to the true faith, which was their own, was at hand. They had subscribed very liberally for the purpose, and formed an amazing number of subcommittees. As long as their funds lasted, their missionaries found proselytes. It was the last desperate effort of a church that had from the first betrayed its trust. 20 years ago, statistics not being so much in vogue, and the people of England being in the full efflorescence of that public ignorance which permitted them to believe themselves the most enlightened nation in the world, the Irish difficulty was not quite so well understood as at the present day. It was then an established doctrine, and all that was necessary for Ireland was more Protestantism, and it was supposed to be not more difficult to supply the Irish with Protestantism than it had proved, in the instance of a recent famine, 1822, to furnish them with potatoes. What was principally wanted in both cases were subscriptions. When the English public, therefore, were assured by their co-religionists on the other side of St. George's Channel that at last the good work was doing, that the flame spread even rapidly, that not only parishes but provinces were all agog, and that both town and country were quite in a heat of proselytism, they began to believe that at last the Scarlet Lady was about to be dethroned. They loosened their purse strings. Fathers of families contributed their zealous £5, followed by every other member of the household to the babe in arms, who subscribed its fanatical 5 shillings. The affair looked well. The journals teemed with lists of proselytes and cases of conversion, and even orderly, orthodox people who were firm in their own faith, but wished others to be permitted to pursue their errors in peace, began to congratulate each other on the prospect of our at last becoming a united Protestant people. In the blaze and thick of the affair, Irish Protestants, jubilant Irish Papists denouncing the whole movement as fraud and trumpery, John Bull perplexed, but excited and still subscribing, a young bishop rose in his place in the House of Lords, and with a vehemence there unusual, declared that he saw the finger of God in this second Reformation, and, pursuing the prophetic vein and manner, denounced woe to those who should presume to lift up their hands and voices in vain and impotent attempts to stem the flood of light that was bursting over Ireland. In him, who thus plainly discerned the finger of God in transactions in which her family and feelings were so deeply interested, the young and enthusiastic Duchess of Bellamont instantly recognized the man of God, and from that moment the Right Reverend Prelate became, in all spiritual affairs, her infallible instructor, although the impending Second Reformation did chance to take the untoward form of the emancipation of the Roman Catholics, followed in due season by the destruction of Protestant bishoprics, the sequestration of Protestant tithes, and the endowment of Maynooth. In speculating on the fate of public institutions and the course of public affairs, it is important that we should not permit our attention to be engrossed by the principles on which they are founded and the circumstances which they present, but that we should also remember how much depends upon the character of the individuals who are in the position to superintend or to direct them. The Church of England, mainly from its deficiency of Oriental knowledge, and from a misconception of the priestly character which has been the consequence of that want, has fallen of late years into great straits, nor has there ever been a season when it has needed for its guides men possessing the higher qualities both of intellect and disposition. About 25 years ago, it began to be discerned that the time had gone by, at least in England, for bishoprics to serve as appanages for the younger sons of great families. The arch-mediocrity who then governed this country, and the mean tenor of whose prolonged administration we have delineated in another work, was impressed with the necessity of reconstructing the episcopal bench on principles of personal distinction and ability. But his notion of clerical capacity did not soar higher than a private tutor who had suckled a young noble into university honors, and his test of priestly celebrity was the decent editorship of a Greek play. He sought for the successors of the apostles, for the stewards of the mysteries of Sinai and of Calvary, among third-rate hunters after syllables. These men, notwithstanding their elevation with one exception, subsided into their native insignificance, and during our agitated age, when the principles of all institutions, sacred and secular, have been called in question, when, alike in the Senate and the marketplace, both the doctrine and the discipline of the Church have been impugned, its power assailed, its authority denied, the amount of its revenues investigated, their disposition criticized and both attacked, not a voice has been raised by these mitred nullities, either to warn or to vindicate, not a phrase has escaped their lips or their pens that ever influenced public opinion, touched the heart of nations, or guided the conscience of a perplexed people. If they were ever heard of, it was that they had been pelted in a riot. The exception which we have mentioned to their sorry careers was that of the too adventurous prophet of the Second Reformation. The Ductor Dubitantium appealed to by the Duchess of Bellamont to convince her son that the principles of religious truth, as well as of political justice, required no further investigation, at least by young marquises. The ready audacity with which this right reverend prelate had stood sponsor for the Second Reformation is a key to his character. He combined a great talent for action with very limited powers of thought. Bustling, energetic, versatile, gifted with an indomitable perseverance, and stimulated by an ambition that knew no repose, with a capacity for mastering details and an inordinate passion for affairs, he could permit nothing to be done without his interference, and consequently was perpetually involved in transactions which were either failures or blunders. He was one of those leaders who are not guides. Having little real knowledge, and not endowed with those high qualities of intellect which permit their possessor to generalize the details afforded by study and experience, and so deduce rules of conduct, his lordship, when he received those frequent appeals which were the necessary consequence of his officious life, became obscure, confused, contradictory, inconsistent, illogical. The oracle was always dark. Placed in a high post in an age of political analysis, the bustling intermeddler was unable to supply society with a single solution. Enunciating second-hand, with characteristic precipitation, some big principle in vogue, as if he were a discoverer, he invariably shrank from its subsequent application the moment that he found it might be unpopular and inconvenient. All his quandaries terminated in the same catastrophe, a compromise. Abstract principles with him ever ended in concrete expediency. The aggregate of circumstances outweighed the isolated cause. The primordial tenet, which had been advocated with uncompromising arrogance, gently subsided into some second-rate measure, recommended with all the artifice of an impenetrable ambiguity. Beginning with the Second Reformation, which was a little rash but dashing, the bishop, always ready, had in the course of his episcopal career placed himself at the head of every movement in the church which others had originated, and had as regularly withdrawn at the right moment when the heat was over, or had become, on the contrary, excessive. Furiously evangelical, soberly high and dry, and fervently Puseyite, each fasces of his faith concludes with what the Spaniards term a transaction. The saints are to have their new churches, but they are also to have their rubrics and their canons. The universities may supply successors to the apostles, but they are also presented with a church commission. Even the Puseyites may have candles on their altars, but they must not be lighted. It will be seen, therefore, that his lordship was one of those characters not ill-adapted to an eminent station in an age like the present, and in a country like our own, an age of movement but of confused ideas, a country of progress but too rich to risk much change. Under these circumstances, the spirit of a period and a people seeks a saphati valve in bustle. They do something, lest it be said that they do nothing. At such a time, ministers recommend their measures as experiments, and parliaments are ever ready to rescind their votes. Find a man who, totally destitute of genius, possesses nevertheless considerable talents, who has official aptitude, a volubility of routine rhetoric, great perseverance, a love of affairs, who, embarrassed neither by the principles of the philosopher nor by the prejudices of the bigot, can assume with a cautious facility the prevalent tone and disembarrass himself of it with a dexterous ambiguity the moment it ceases to be predominant, recommending himself to the innovator by his approbation of change in the abstract, and to the conservative by his prudential and practical respect for that which is established. Such a man, though he be one of an essentially small mind, though his intellectual qualities be less than moderate, with feeble powers of thought, no imagination, contracted sympathies, and a most loose public morality, such a man is the individual whom kings and parliaments would select to govern the state or rule the church. Change in the abstract is what is wanted by a people who are at the same time inquiring and wealthy. Instead of statesmen, they desire shufflers, and compromise in conduct and ambiguity in speech are, though nobody will confess it, the public qualities now most in vogue. Not exactly, however, those calculated to meet the case of Tancred. The interview was long, for Tancred listened with apparent respect and deference to the individual under whose auspices he had entered the Church of Christ, but the replies to his inquiries, though more adroit than the Duke's, were in reality not more satisfactory, and could not in any way meet the inexorable logic of Lord Montacute. The bishop was as little able as the Duke to indicate the principle on which the present order of things in England was founded. Neither faith nor its consequence, duty, was at all illustrated or invigorated by his handling. He utterly failed in reconciling a belief in ecclesiastical truth with the support of religious dissent. When he tried to define in whom the power of government should repose, he was lost in a maze of phrases, and afforded his pupil not a single fact. It cannot be denied, at length said Tancred with great calmness, that society was once regulated by God, and that now it is regulated by man. For my part, I prefer divine to self-government, and I wish to know how it is to be attained. The Church represents God upon earth, said the bishop. But the Church no longer governs man, replied Tancred. There is a great spirit rising in the Church, observed the bishop, with thoughtful solemnity, a great and excellent spirit. The Church of 1845 is not the Church of 1745. We must remember that. We know not what may happen. We shall soon see a bishop at Manchester. But I want to see an angel at Manchester. An angel? Why not? Why should there not be heavenly messengers, when heavenly messages are most wanted? We have received a heavenly message by one greater than the angels, said the bishop. Their visits to man ceased with the mightier advent. Then why did angels appear to Mary and her companions at the holy tomb? Inquired Tancred. The interview from which so much was anticipated was not satisfactory. The eminent prelate did not realize Tancred's ideal of a bishop, while his lordship did not hesitate to declare that Lord Montacute was a visionary. Chapter 11. Advice from a Man of the World. When the Duchess found that the interview with the bishop had been fruitless of the anticipated results, she was staggered, disheartened, but she was a woman of too high a spirit to succumb under a first defeat. She was of opinion that his lordship had misunderstood the case, or had mismanaged it. Her confidence in him, too, was not so illimitable since he had permitted the Puseyites to have candles on their altars, although he had forbidden their being lighted, as when he had declared, 20 years before, that the finger of God was about to Protestantize Ireland. His lordship had said, and had done many things since that time which had occasioned the Duchess many misgivings, although she had chosen that they should not occur to her recollection, until he failed in convincing her son that religious truth was to be found in the parish of St. James, and political justice in the happy haunts of Montacute Forest. The bishop had voted for the Church Temporalities Bill in 1833, which at one swoop had suppressed 10 Irish episcopates. This was a queer suffrage for the apostle of the Second Reformation. True it is that Whiggism was then in the ascendant, and 2 years afterwards, when Whiggism had received a heavy blow and great discouragement, when we had been blessed in the interval with a decided though feeble conservative administration, and were blessed at the moment with a strong though undecided conservative opposition. His lordship, with characteristic activity, had galloped across country into the right line again, denounced the appropriation clause in a spirit worthy of his earlier days, and, quite forgetting the 10 Irish bishoprics, that only 24 months before he had doomed to destruction, was all for proselytizing Ireland again by the efficacious means of Irish Protestant bishops. "The bishop says that Tancred is a visionary," said the Duchess to her husband, with an air of great displeasure. "Why, it is because he is a visionary that we sent him to the bishop. I want to have his false imaginings removed by one who has the competent powers of learning and argument, and the authority of a high and holy office." A visionary indeed. Why, so are the Puseyites. They are visionaries, and his lordship has been obliged to deal with them, though to be sure if he spoke to Tancred in a similar fashion I am not surprised that my son has returned unchanged. This is the most vexatious business that ever occurred to us. Something must be done, but what to fix on? What do you think, George? Since speaking to the bishop, of which you so much approved, has failed, what do you recommend? While the Duchess was speaking, she was seated in her boudoir looking into the Green Park. The Duke's horses were in the courtyard, and he was about to ride down to the House of Lords. He had just looked in, as was his custom, to say farewell till they met again. "I am sorry that the interview with the bishop has failed," said the Duke in a hesitating tone, and playing with his riding stick. And then walking up to the window and looking into the park, he said, apparently after reflection, "I always think the best person to deal with a visionary is a man of the world." "But what can men of the world know of such questions?" said the Duchess mournfully. "Very little," said her husband, "and therefore they are never betrayed into arguments, which I fancy always make people more obstinate, even if they are confuted. Men of the world have a knack of settling everything without discussion. They do it by tact. It is astonishing how many difficulties I have seen removed by Eskdale, for example which it seemed that no power on earth could change, and about which we had been arguing for months. There was the Cheadle Church's case, for example. It broke up some of the oldest friendships in the county. Even Hungerford and Ilderton did not speak. I never had a more anxious time of it, and as far as I was personally concerned, I would have made any sacrifice to keep a good understanding in the county. At last I got the business referred to Eskdale, and the affair was ultimately arranged to everybody's satisfaction. I don't know how he managed. It was quite impossible that he could have offered any new arguments, but he did it by tact. Tact does not remove difficulties, but difficulties melt away under tact. "Heyo," sighed the Duchess. "I cannot understand how tact can tell us what is religious truth, or prevent my son from going to the Holy Sepulchre." "Try," said the Duke. "Shall you see our cousin today, George?" "He is sure to be at the house," replied the Duke eagerly. "I tell you what I propose, Kate. Tancred is gone to the House of Commons to hear the debate on Maynooth. I will try and get our cousin to come home and dine with us, and then we can talk over the whole affair at once. What say you?" "Very well. We have failed with a bishop. We will now try a man of the world. And if we are to have a man of the world, we had better have a first-rate one, and everybody agrees that our cousin—" "Yes, yes, George," said the Duchess, "ask him to come. Tell him it is very urgent, that we must consult him immediately. And then, if he be engaged, I dare say he will manage to come all the same." Accordingly, about 8:30, the two peers arrived at Bellamont House together. They were unexpectedly late. They had been detained at the house. The Duke was excited. Even Lord Eskdale looked as if something had happened. Something had happened. There had been a division in the House of Lords. Rare and startling event. It seemed as if the peers were about to resume their functions. Divisions in the House of Lords are nowadays so thinly scattered that when one occurs the peers cackle as if they had laid an egg. They are quite proud of the proof of their still procreative powers. The division tonight had not been on a subject of any public interest or importance, but still it was a division, and, what was more, the government had been left in a minority. True, the catastrophe was occasioned by a mistake. The dictator had been asleep during the debate, woke suddenly from a dyspeptic dream, would make a speech, and spoke on the wrong side. A lively colleague, not yet sufficiently broken in to the frigid discipline of the High Court of Registry, had pulled the great man once by his coat-tails, a House of Commons practice, permitted to the Cabinet when their chief is blundering, very necessary sometimes for a lively leader, but of which Sir Robert highly disapproves, as the arrangement of his coat-tails, next to beading the red box, forms the most important part of his rhetorical accessories. The dictator, when he at length comprehended that he had made a mistake, persisted in adhering to it. The division was called, some of the officials escaped, the rest were obliged to vote with their ruthless master. But his other friends, glad of an opportunity of asserting their independence and administering to the dictator a slight check in a quiet, inoffensive way, put him in a minority, and the Duke of Bellamont and Lord Eskdale had contributed to this catastrophe. Dinner was served in the library. The conversation during it was chiefly the event of the morning. The Duchess, who, though not a partisan, was something of a politician, thought it was a pity that the dictator had ever stepped out of his military sphere. Her husband, who had never before seen a man's coat-tails pulled when he was speaking, dilated much upon the singular circumstance of Lord Spur so disporting himself on the present occasion, while Lord Eskdale, who had sat for a long time in the House of Commons, and who was used to everything, assured his cousin that the custom, though odd, was by no means irregular. "I remember," said his lordship, "seeing Ripon when he was Robinson and Huskisson, each pulling one of Canning's coat-tails at the same time." Throughout dinner not a word about Tancred. Lord Eskdale neither asked where he was nor how he was. At length, to the great relief of the Duchess, dinner was finished, the servants had disappeared. The Duke pushed away the table, they drew their chairs round the hearth. Lord Eskdale took half a glass of Madeira, then stretched his legs a little, then rose, stirred the fire, and then, standing with his back to it and his hands in his pockets, said, in a careless tone approaching to a drawl, "And so, Duchess, Tancred wants to go to Jerusalem." "George has told you, then, all our troubles, only that, he left the rest to you and I came to hear it." Whereupon the Duchess went off, and spoke for a considerable time with great animation and ability, the Duke hanging on every word with vigilant interest, Lord Eskdale never interrupting her for an instant, while she stated the case not only with the impassioned feeling of a devoted mother, but occasionally with all the profundity of a theologian. She did not conceal from him the interview between Tancred and the bishop. It was her last effort, and had failed, and so, after all our plans, she ended, as far as I can form an opinion, he is absolutely more resolved than ever to go to Jerusalem. "Well," said his lordship, "it is at least better than going to the Jews, which most men do at his time of life." "I cannot agree even to that," said the Duchess, "for I would rather that he should be ruined than die." "Men do not die as they used," said his lordship. "Ask the annuity offices, they have all raised their rates." "I know nothing about annuity offices, but I know that almost everybody dies who goes to those countries. Look at young Fernborough, he was just Tancred's age. The fevers alone must kill him." "He must take some quinine in his dressing-case," said Lord Eskdale. "You jest, Henry," said the Duchess, disappointed, "when I am in despair." "No," said Lord Eskdale, looking up to the ceiling, "I am thinking how you may prevent Tancred from going to Jerusalem, without, at the same time, opposing his wishes." "Aye, aye," said the Duke, "that is it." And he looked triumphantly to his wife, as much as to say, "Now you see what it is to be a man of the world." "A man cannot go to Jerusalem as he would to Birmingham by the next train," continued his lordship. "He must get something to take him, and if you make the sacrifice of consenting to his departure, you have a right to stipulate as to the manner in which he should depart. Your son ought to travel with a suite. He ought to make the voyage in his own yacht. Yachts are not to be found like hack cabs, though there are several for sale now, but then they are not of the admeasurement of which you approve for such a voyage and such a sea. People talk very lightly of the Mediterranean, but there are such things as white squalls. Anxious parents, and parents so fond of a son as you are, and a son whose life for so many reasons is so precious, have a right to make it a condition of their consent to his departure, that he should embark in a vessel of considerable tonnage. He will find difficulty in buying one second-hand. If he finds one, it will not please him. He will get interested in yacht-building, as he is interested now about Jerusalem, both boyish fancies. He will stay another year in England to build a yacht to take him to the Holy Land. The yacht will be finished this time 12 months, and instead of going to Palestine, he will go to Cowes. "That is quite my view of the case," said the Duke. "It never occurred to me," said the Duchess. Lord Eskdale resumed his seat, and took another half-glass of Madeira. "Well, I think it is very satisfactory, Catherine," said the Duke after a short pause. "And what do you recommend us to do first?" said the Duchess to Lord Eskdale. "Let Tancred go into society. The best way for him to forget Jerusalem is to let him see London." "But how can I manage it?" said the Duchess. "I never go anywhere, nobody knows him and he does not wish to know anybody." "I will manage it with your permission. 'Tis not difficult. A young marquis has only to evince an inclination, and in a week's time he will be everywhere. I will tell Lady St. Julian's and the great ladies to send him invitations. They will fall like a snowstorm. All that remains is for you to prevail upon him to accept them." "And how shall I contrive it?" said the Duchess. "Easily," said Lord Eskdale. "Make his going into society while his yacht is preparing one of the conditions of the great sacrifice you are making. He cannot refuse you, 'tis but the first step. A youth feels a little repugnance to launching into the great world, 'tis shyness, but after the plunge the great difficulty is to restrain rather than to incite. Let him but once enter the world and be tranquil, he will soon find something to engage him." "As long as he does not take to play," said the Duke, "I do not much care what he does." "My dear George," said the Duchess, "how can you say such things? I was in hopes," she added in a mournful tone, "that we might have settled him without his entering what you call the world, Henry. Dearest child, I fancy him surrounded by pitfalls." Chapter 12. The Dreamer Enters Society. After this consultation with Lord Eskdale, the Duchess became easier in her mind. She was of a sanguine temper, and with facility believed what she wished. Affairs stood thus. It was agreed by all that Tancred should go to the Holy Land, but he was to go in his own yacht, which yacht was to be of a first-rate burthen, and to be commanded by an officer in H-1000 S, and he was to be accompanied by Colonel Brace, Mr. Bernard, and Mr. Roby, and the servants were to be placed entirely under the control of some trusty foreigner accustomed to the East, and who was to be chosen by Lord Eskdale. In the meantime, Tancred had acceded to the wish of his parents, that until his departure he should mix much in society. The Duchess calculated that, under any circumstances, 3 months must elapse before all the arrangements were concluded, and she felt persuaded that, during that period, Tancred must become enamoured of his cousin Catherine, and that the only use of the yacht would be to take them all to Ireland. The Duke was resolved only on 2 points, that his son should do exactly as his son liked, and that he himself would never take the advice on any subject of any other person than Lord Eskdale. In the meantime Tancred was launched, almost unconsciously, into the great world. The name of the Marquis of Montacute was foremost in those delicate lists by which an eager and admiring public is apprised who, among their aristocracy, eat, drink, dance, and sometimes pray. From the saloons of Belgrave and Grosvenor Square to the sacred recesses of the Chapel Royal, the movements of Lord Montacute were tracked and registered, and were devoured every morning, oftener with a keener relish than the matin meal of which they formed a regular portion. England is the only country which enjoys the unspeakable advantage of being thus regularly, promptly, and accurately furnished with catalogues of those favoured beings who are deemed qualified to enter the houses of the great. What condescension in those who impart the information, what indubitable evidence of true nobility, what superiority to all petty vanity, and in those who receive it what freedom from all little feelings, no arrogance on one side, on the other no envy. It is only countries blessed with a free press that can be thus favoured. Even a free press is not alone sufficient. Besides a free press you must have a servile public. After all, let us be just. The uninitiated world is apt to believe that there is sometimes in the outskirts of fashion an eagerness, scarcely consistent with self-respect, to enter the mansions of the great. Not at all. Few people really want to go to their grand parties. It is not the charms of conversation, the flash of wit or the blaze of beauty, the influential presence of the powerful and celebrated, all the splendour and refinement, which, combined, offer in a polished saloon so much to charm the taste and satisfy the intellect, that the mass of social partisans care anything about. What they want is, not so much to be in her ladyship's house as in her ladyship's list. After the party at Coningsby Castle, our friend Mrs. Guy Flouncey at length succeeded in being asked to one of Lady St. Julian's assemblies. It was a great triumph, and Mrs. Guy Flouncey determined to make the most of it. She was worthy of the occasion. But alas, next morning, though admitted to the rout, Mrs. Guy Flouncey was left out of the list. It was a severe blow, but Mrs. Guy Flouncey is in every list now, and even strikes out names herself. but there never was a woman who advanced with such dexterity. Lord Montacute was much shocked, when one morning taking up a journal he first saw his name in print. He was alone and he blushed, felt indeed extremely distressed, when he found that the English people were formally made acquainted with the fact that he had dined on the previous Saturday with the Earl and Countess of St. Julian's, a grand banquet, of which he was quite unconscious until he read it, and that he was afterwards observed at the opera. He found that he had become a public character, and he was not by any means conscious of meriting celebrity. To be pointed at as he walked the streets, were he a hero or had done, said, or written anything that anybody remembered, though at first painful and embarrassing, for he was shy, he could conceive ultimately becoming endurable, and not without a degree of excitement, for he was ambitious, but to be looked at because he was a young lord, and that this should be the only reason why the public should be informed where he dined, or where he amused himself, seemed to him not only vexatious but degrading. When he arrived, however, at a bulletin of his devotions, he posted off immediately to the Surrey Canal to look at a yacht there, and resolved not to lose unnecessarily one moment in setting off for Jerusalem. He had from the first busied himself about the preparations for his voyage with all the ardour of youth, that is, with all the energy of inexperience and all the vigour of simplicity. As everything seemed to depend upon his obtaining a suitable vessel, he trusted to no third person, had visited Cowes several times, advertised in every paper, and had already met with more than one yacht which at least deserved consideration. The Duchess was quite frightened at his progress. "I am afraid he has found one," she said to Lord Eskdale. "He will be off directly." Lord Eskdale shook his head. "There are always things of this sort in the market. He will inquire before he purchases, and he will find that he has got hold of a slow coach." "A slow coach," said the Duchess, looking inquiringly. "What is that?" "A tub that sails like a collier, and which, instead of taking him to Jerusalem, will hardly take him to Newcastle." Lord Eskdale was right. Notwithstanding all his ardour, all his inquiries, visits to Cowes and the Surrey Canal, advertisements and answers to advertisements, time flew on, and Tancred was still without a yacht. In this unsettled state, Tancred found himself one evening at Deloraine House. It was not a ball, it was only a dance, brilliant and select, but all the same it seemed to Tancred that the rooms could not be much more crowded. The name of the Marquis of Montacute, as it was sent along by the servants, attracted attention. Tancred had scarcely entered the world, his appearance had made a sensation, everybody talked of him, many had not yet seen him. "Oh, that is Lord Montacute," said a great lady, looking through her glass, "very distinguished." "I tell you what," whispered Mr. Ormsby to Lord Valentine, "you young men had better look sharp. Lord Montacute will cut you all out." "Oh, he is going to Jerusalem," said Lord Valentine. "Jerusalem," said Mr. Ormsby, shrugging his shoulders. "What can he find to do at Jerusalem?" "What indeed," said Lord Milford. "My brother was there in '39. He got leave after the bombardment of Acre, and he says there is absolutely no sport of any kind." "There used to be partridges in the time of Jeremiah," said Mr. Ormsby. "At least they told us so at the Chapel Royal last Sunday, where, by-the-by, I saw Lord Montacute for the first time, and a deuced good-looking fellow he is," he added musingly. "Well, there is not a bird in the whole country now," said Lord Milford. "Montacute does not care for sport," said Lord Valentine. "What does he care for?" asked Lord Milford. "Because if he wants any horses I can let him have some." "He wants to buy a yacht," said Lord Valentine, "and that reminds me that I heard today Exmouth wanted to get rid of the flower of Yarrow, and I think it would suit my cousin. I'll tell him of it," and he followed Tancred. "You and Valentine must rub up your harness, Milford," said Mr. Ormsby. "There is a new champion in the field. We are talking of Lord Montacute," continued Mr. Ormsby, addressing himself to Mr. Melton, who joined them. "I tell Milford he will cut you all out." "Well," said Mr. Melton, "for my part have had so much success that I have no objection, by way of change, to be for once eclipsed." "Well done, Jimmy," said Lord Milford. "I see, Melton," said Mr. Ormsby, "you are reconciled to your fate like a philosopher." "Well, Montacute," said Lord St. Patrick, a good-tempered, witty Milesian with a laughing eye, "when are you going to Jericho?" "Tell me," said Tancred in reply, and rather earnestly, "who is that?" And he directed the attention of Lord St. Patrick to a young lady, rather tall, a brilliant complexion, classic features, a profusion of light brown hair, a face of intelligence, and a figure rich and yet graceful. "That is Lady Constance Rawley. If you like, I will introduce you to her. She is my cousin and deuced clever. Come along." In the meantime, in the room leading to the sculpture gallery where they are dancing, the throng is even excessive. As the two great divisions, those who would enter the gallery and those who are quitting it, encounter each other, they exchange flying phrases as they pass. "They told me you had gone to Paris. I have just returned. Dear me, how time flies. Pretty dance, is it not? Very. Do you know whether the Maddlethorpes mean to come up this year? I hardly know, their little girl is very 99. "Ah, so I hear. What a pity, and such a fortune. Such a pity with such a fortune. How d'ye do, Mr. Coningsby here? No, he's at the house. They say he is a very close attendant, it interests him. Well, Lady Florentina, you never sent me the dances. Pardon, but you will find them when you return. I lent them to Augusta and she would copy them. Is it true that I am to congratulate you? Why, Lady Blanche, oh, that is a romance of Easter week. Well, I am really delighted. I think such an excellent match for both, exactly suited to each other. They think so. Well, that is one point. How well Lady Everingham is looking. She is quite herself again. Quite. Tell me, have you seen 1000? De Talleyrand here. I spoke to him but this moment. Shall you be at Lady Blair's tomorrow? No, I have promised to go to Mrs. Guy Flouncey's. She has taken Craven Cottage and is to be at home every Saturday. Well, if you are going, I think I shall. I would. Everybody will be there." Lord Montacute had conversed some time with Lady Constance. Then he had danced with her. He had hovered about her during the evening. It was observed, particularly by some of the most experienced mothers. Lady Constance was a distinguished beauty of 2 seasons, fresh but adroit. It was understood that she had refused offers of a high calibre, but the rejected still sighed about her, and it was therefore supposed that, though decided, she had the art of not rendering them desperate. One at least of them was of a rank equal to that of Tancred. She had the reputation of being very clever, and of being able, if it pleased her, to breathe scorpions as well as brilliance and roses. It had got about that she admired intellect, and though she claimed the highest social position, that a booby would not content her, even if his ears were covered with strawberry leaves. In the cloakroom, Tancred was still at her side, and was presented to her mother, Lady Charmouth. "I am sorry to separate," said Tancred. "And so am I," said Lady Constance, smiling, "but one advantage of this life is, we meet our friends every day." "I am not going anywhere tomorrow, where I shall meet you," said Tancred, "unless you chance to dine at the Archbishop of York's." "I am not going to dine with the Archbishop of York," said Lady Constance, "but I am going where everybody else is going, to breakfast with Mrs. Guy Flouncey at Craven Cottage. Why will not you be there?" "I have not the honour of knowing her," said Tancred. "That is not of the slightest consequence. She will be very happy to have the honour of knowing you. I saw her in the dancing-room, but it is not worth while waiting to speak to her now. You shall receive an invitation the moment you are awake." "But tomorrow I have an engagement. I have to look at a yacht." "But that you can look at on Monday. Besides, if you wish to know anything about yachts, you had better speak to my brother Fitzheron, who has built more than any man alive." "Perhaps he has one that he wishes to part with," said Tancred. "I have no doubt of it. You can ask him tomorrow at Mrs. Guy Flouncey's." "I will. Lady Charmouth's carriage is called. May I have the honour?" said Tancred, offering his arm. Chapter 13. A Feminine Diplomatist. There is nothing so remarkable as feminine influence. Although the character of Tancred was not completely formed, for that result depends, in some degree, upon the effect of circumstances at a certain time of life, as well as on the impulse of a natural bent still, the temper of his being was profound and steadfast. He had arrived, in solitude and by the working of his own thought, at a certain resolution, which had assumed to his strong and fervent imagination a sacred character, and which he was determined to accomplish at all costs. He had brought himself to the point that he would not conceive an obstacle that should balk him. He had acceded to the conditions which had been made by his parents, for he was by nature dutiful, and wished to fulfill his purpose, if possible, with their sanction. Yet he had entered society with repugnance, and found nothing in its general tone with which his spirit harmonized. He was alone in the crowd, silent, observing, and not charmed. There seemed to him generally a want of simplicity and repose, too much flutter, not a little affectation. People met in the thronged chambers and interchanged brief words, as if they were always in a hurry. "Have you been here long? Where are you going next?" These were the questions which seemed to form the staple of the small talk of a fashionable multitude. Why, too, was there a smile on every countenance, which often also assumed the character of a grin? No error so common or so grievous as to suppose that a smile is a necessary ingredient of the pleasing. There are few faces that can afford to smile. A smile is sometimes bewitching, in general vapid, often a contortion, but the bewitching smile usually beams from the grave face. It is then irresistible. Tancred, though he was unaware of it, was gifted with this rare spell. He had inherited it from his mother, a woman naturally earnest and serious, and of a singular simplicity, but whose heart when pleased spoke in the dimpling sunshine of her cheek with exquisite beauty. The smiles of the Duchess of Bellamont, however, were like her diamonds, brilliant, but rarely worn. Tancred had not mounted the staircase of Deloraine House with any anticipation of pleasure. His thoughts were far away amid cities of the desert, and by the palmy banks of ancient rivers. He often took refuge in these exciting and ennobling visions to maintain himself when he underwent the ceremony of entering a great house. He was so shy in little things that to hear his name sounded from servant to servant, echoing from landing place to landing place, was almost overwhelming. Nothing but his pride, which was just equal to his reserve, prevented him from often turning back on the stairs and precipitately retreating. And yet he had not been 10 minutes in Deloraine House before he had absolutely requested to be introduced to a lady. It was the first time he had ever made such a request. He returned home, softly musing. A tone lingered in his ear. He recalled the countenance of one absent. In his dressing-room he lingered before he retired, with his arm on the mantelpiece and gazing with abstraction on the fire. When his servant called him late in the morning, he delivered to him a card from Mrs. Guy Flouncey, inviting him on that day to Craven Cottage at 3:00, de Junior at 4:00 precisely. Tancred took the card, looked at it, and the letters seemed to cluster together and form the countenance of Lady Constance. "It will be a good thing to go," he said, "because I want to know Lord Fitzheron. He will be of great use to me about my yacht." So he ordered his carriage at 3:00. The reader must not for a moment suppose that Mrs. Guy Flouncey, though she was quite as well dressed, and almost as pretty as she was when at Coningsby Castle in 1837, was by any means the same lady who then strove to amuse and struggled to be noticed. By no means. In 1837, Mrs. Guy Flouncey was nobody. In 1845, Mrs. Guy Flouncey was somebody, and somebody of very great importance. Mrs. Guy Flouncey had invaded society, and had conquered it gradually but completely, like the English in India. Social invasions are not rare, but they are seldom fortunate, or success, if achieved, is partial, and then only sustained at immense cost, like the French in Algiers. The Guy Flounceys were not people of great fortune. They had a good fortune, 7,000 or 8,000 a year, but then with an air of great expenditure, even profusion, there was a basis of good management. And a good fortune with good management, and without that equivocal luxury, a great country house, is almost equal to the great fortune of a peer. But they not only had no country house, they had no children. And a good fortune with good management, no country house, and no children, is Aladdin's lamp. Mr. Guy Flouncey was a sporting character. His wife had impressed upon him that it was the only way in which he could become fashionable and acquainted with the best men. He knew just enough of the affair not to be ridiculous, and for the rest, with a great deal of rattle and apparent heedlessness of speech and deed, he was really an extremely selfish and sufficiently shrewd person, who never compromised himself. It is astonishing with what dexterity Guy Flouncey could extricate himself from the jaws of a friend, who, captivated by his thoughtless candour and ostentatiously good heart, might be induced to request Mr. Flouncey to lend him a few hundreds, only for a few months, or, more diplomatically, might beg his friend to become his security for a few thousands, for a few years. Mr. Guy Flouncey never refused these applications. They were exactly those to which it delighted his heart to respond, because nothing pleased him more than serving a friend. But then he always had to write a preliminary letter of preparation to his banker, or his steward, or his confidential solicitor, and by some contrivance or other, without offending anyone, rather with the appearance of conferring an obligation, it ended always by Mr. Guy Flouncey neither advancing the hundreds, nor guaranteeing the thousands. He had indeed managed, like many others, to get the reputation of being what is called a good fellow, though it would have puzzled his panegyrists to allege a single act of his that evinced a good heart. This sort of pseudo-reputation, whether for good or for evil, is not uncommon in the world. Man is mimetic, judges of character are rare. We repeat without thought the opinions of some third person who has adopted them without inquiry, and thus it often happens that a proud, generous man obtains in time the reputation of being a screw because he has refused to lend money to some impudent spendthrift who from that moment abuses him, and a cold-hearted, civil-spoken personage, profuse in costless services, with a spice of the parasite in him, or perhaps hospitable out of vanity, is invested with all the thoughtless sympathies of society, and passes current as that most popular of characters, a good fellow. Guy Flouncey's dinners began to be talked of among men. It became a sort of fashion, especially among sporting men, to dine with Mr. Guy Flouncey, and there they met Mrs. Guy Flouncey. Not an opening ever escaped her. If a man had a wife, and that wife was a personage, sooner or later, much as she might toss her head at first, she was sure to visit Mrs. Guy Flouncey, and when she knew her she was sure to like her. The Guy Flounceys never lost a moment. The instant the season was over, they were at Cowes, then at a German bath, then at Paris, then at an English country house, then in London. 7 years to such people was half a century of social experience. They had half a dozen seasons in every year. Still, it was hard work and not rapid. At a certain point they stuck, as all do. Most people then give it up. But patience, Buffon tells us, is genius, and Mrs. Guy Flouncey was, in her way, a woman of genius. Their dinners were in a certain sense established. These in return brought them to a certain degree into the dinner world. But balls, at least balls of a high calibre, were few, and as for giving a ball herself, Mrs. Guy Flouncey could no more presume to think of that than of attempting to prorogue Parliament. The house, however, got really celebrated for the best men. Mrs. Guy Flouncey invited all the young dancing lords to dinner. Mothers will bring their daughters where there are young lords. Mrs. Guy Flouncey had an opera box in the best tier, which she took only to lend to her friends, and a box at the French play, which she took only to bribe her foes. They were both at everybody's service, like Mr. Guy Flouncey's yacht, provided the persons who required them were members of that great world in which Mrs. Guy Flouncey had resolved to plant herself. Mrs. Guy Flouncey was pretty, she was a flirt on principle. Thus she had caught the Marquis of Beaumanoir, who, if they chanced to meet, always spoke to her, which gave Mrs. Guy Flouncey fashion. But Mrs. Guy Flouncey was nothing more than a flirt. She never made a mistake. She was born with strong social instincts. She knew that the fine ladies among whom, from the first, she had determined to place herself, were moral martinets with respect to anyone not born among themselves. That which is not observed, or, if noticed, playfully alluded to in the conduct of a patrician dame, is visited with scorn and contumely if committed by some shocking woman, who has deprived perhaps a countess of the affections of a husband who has not spoken to her for years. But if the countess is to lose her husband, she ought to lose him to a viscountess, at least. In this way the Earl is not lost to society. A great nobleman met Mrs. Guy Flouncey at a country house, and was fairly captivated by her. Her pretty looks, her coquettish manner, her vivacity, her charming costume, above all, perhaps, her imperturbable good temper, pierced him to the heart. The great nobleman's wife had the weakness to be annoyed. Mrs. Guy Flouncey saw her opportunity. She threw over the Earl, and became the friend of the Countess, who could never sufficiently evince her gratitude to the woman who would not make love to her husband. This friendship was the incident for which Mrs. Guy Flouncey had been cruising for years. Men she had vanquished, they had given her a sort of ton which she had prudently managed. She had not destroyed herself by any fatal preference. Still, her fashion among men necessarily made her unfashionable among women, who, if they did not absolutely hate her, which they would have done had she had a noble lover, were determined not to help her up the social ladder. Now she had a great friend, and one of the greatest of ladies. The moment she had pondered over for years had arrived. Mrs. Guy Flouncey determined at once to test her position. Mrs. Guy Flouncey resolved on giving a ball. But some of our friends in the country will say, is that all? Surely it required no very great resolution, no very protracted pondering, to determine on giving a ball. Where is the difficulty? The lady has but to light up her house, hire the fiddlers, line her staircase with American plants, perhaps enclose her balcony, order Mr. Gunter to provide plenty of the best refreshments, and at 1 o'clock a superb supper, And with the company of your friends, you have as good a ball as can be desired by the young or endured by the old. Innocent friends in the country, you might have all these things. Your house might be decorated like a Russian palace, blazing with the most brilliant lights and breathing the richest odors. You might have Julian presiding over your orchestra and a banquet worthy of the Romans. As for your friends, they might dance until daybreak and agree that there never was an entertainment more tasteful, more sumptuous, and what would seem of the first importance more merry. But having all these things, suppose you have not a list. You have given a ball, you have not a list. The reason is obvious, you are ashamed of your guests, you are not in society. But even a list is not sufficient for success. You must also get a day, the most difficult thing in the world. After inquiring among your friends and studying the columns of the Morning Post, you discover that 5 weeks hence a day is disengaged. You send out your cards, your house is dismantled, your lights are arranged, the American plants have arrived, the band, perhaps 2 bands, are engaged. Mr. Gunter has half-dressed your supper, and made all your ice, when suddenly, within 48 hours of the festival which you have been 5 weeks preparing, the Marchioness of Deloraine sends out cards for a ball in honour of some European sovereign who has just alighted on our isle, and means to stay only a week. And at whose court, 20 years ago, Lord Deloraine was ambassador. Instead of receiving your list, you are obliged to send messengers in all directions to announce that your ball is postponed, although you are perfectly aware that not a single individual would have been present whom you would have cared to welcome. The ball is postponed, and next day the Morning Post informs us it is postponed to that day week. And the day after you have circulated this interesting intelligence, you yourself, perhaps, have the gratification of receiving an invitation, for the same day, to Lady St. Julian's, with dancing neatly engraved in the corner. You yield in despair, and there are some ladies who, with every qualification for an excellent ball guests, Gunter American plants, pretty daughters have been watching and waiting for years for an opportunity of giving it, and at last, quite hopeless at the end of the season, expend their funds in a series of Greenwich banquets, which sometimes fortunately produce the results expected from the more imposing festivity. You see, therefore, that giving a ball is not that matter-of-course affair you imagined, and that for Mrs. Guy Flouncey to give a ball and succeed, completely, triumphantly to succeed, was a feat worthy of that fine social general. Yet she did it. The means, like everything that is great, were simple. She induced her noble friend to ask her guests. Her noble friend canvassed for her as if it were a county election of the good old days, when the representation of a shire was the certain avenue to a peerage, instead of being, as it is now, the high road to a poor law commissionership. Many were very glad to make the acquaintance of Mrs. Guy Flouncey. Many only wanted an excuse to make the acquaintance of Mrs. Guy Flouncey. They went to her party because they were asked by their dear friend, Lady Kincastle. As for the potentates, there is no disguise on these subjects among them. They went to Mrs. Guy Flouncey's ball because one who was their equal, not only in rank but in social influence, had requested it as a personal favour, she herself, when the occasion offered, being equally ready to advance their wishes. The fact was that affairs were ripe for the recognition of Mrs. Guy Flouncey as a member of the social body. Circumstances had been long maturing. The Guy Flounceys, who in the course of their preparatory career had hopped from Park Crescent to Portman Square, had now perched upon their splendid mansion in Belgrave Square. Their dinners were renowned. Mrs. Guy Flouncey was seen at all the best balls, and was always surrounded by the best men. Though a flirt and a pretty woman, she was a discreet parvenu, who did not entrap the affections of noble husbands. Above all, she was the friend of Lady Kincastle, who called her and her husband those good Guy Flounceys. The ball was given, you could not pass through Belgrave Square that night. The list was published, it formed 2 columns of the Morning Post. Lady Kincastle was honoured by the friendship of a royal duchess. She put the friendship to the proof, and her Royal Highness was seen at Mrs. Guy Flouncey's ball. Imagine the reception, the canopy, the scarlet cloth. The guard saved the king from the band of the First Guards, bivouacked in the hall, Mrs. Guy Flouncey herself performing her part as if she had received princesses of the blood all her life. So reverent and yet so dignified, so very calm and yet with a sort of winning, sunny innocence. Her Royal Highness was quite charmed with her hostess, praised her much to Lady Kincastle, told her that she was glad that she had come, and even stayed half an hour longer than Mrs. Guy Flouncey had dared to hope. As for the other guests, the peerage was gutted. The dictator himself was there, and the moment Her Royal Highness had retired, Mrs. Guy Flouncey devoted herself to the hero. All the great ladies, all the ambassadors, all the beauties, a full chapter of the Garter, a chorus among the best men that it was without doubt the best ball of the year, happy Mrs. Guy Flouncey. She threw a glance at her swing-glass while Mr. Guy Flouncey, who had not had time to get anything the whole evening, was eating some supper on a tray in her dressing-room at 5 o'clock in the morning, and said, "We have done it at last, my love." She was right, and from that moment Mrs. Guy Flouncey was asked to all the great houses, and became a lady of the most unexceptionable ton. But all this time we are forgetting her dejeuner, and that Tancred is winding his way through the garden lanes of Fulham to reach Craven Cottage. Chapter 14. The Coningsbys. The day was brilliant. Music, sunshine, ravishing bonnets, little parasols that looked like large butterflies. The new phaetons glided up, then carriagesenfer swept by. In general, the bachelors were ensconced in their comfortable broughams, with their glasses down and their blinds drawn, to receive the air and to exclude the dust. Some less provident were cavaliers, but notwithstanding the well-watered roads, seemed a little dashed as they cast an anxious glance at the rose which adorned their buttonhole, or fancied that they felt a flying black from a London chimney light upon the tip of their nose. Within, the winding walks dimly echoed whispering words. The lawn was studded with dazzling groups. On the terrace by the river, a dainty multitude beheld those celebrated waters which furnish flounders to Richmond and whitebait to Blackwall. "Mrs. Coningsby shall decide," said Lord Beaumanoir. Edith and Lady Theresa Lyle stood by a statue that glittered in the sun, surrounded by a group of cavaliers, among them Lord Beaumanoir, Lord Milford, Lord Eugene de Vere. Her figure was not less lithe and graceful since her marriage, a little more voluptuous. Her rich complexion, her radiant and abounding hair, and her long grey eye, now melting with pathos and now twinkling with mockery, presented one of those faces of witchery which are beyond beauty. "Mrs. Coningsby shall decide." "It is the very thing," said Edith, "that Mrs. Coningsby will never do. Decision destroys suspense, and suspense is the charm of existence." "But suspense may be agony," said Lord Eugene de Vere, casting a glance that would read the innermost heart of Edith. "And decision may be despair," said Mrs. Coningsby. "But we agreed the other night that you were to decide everything for us," said Lord Beaumanoir, "and you consented." "I consented the other night, and I retract my consent today, and I am consistent, for that is indecision." "You are consistent in being charming," said Lord Eugene. "Pleasing and original," said Edith. "By the by, when I consented that the melancholy Jacks should be one of my aides de camp, I expected him to maintain his reputation, not only for gloom but wit. I think you had better go back to the forest, Lord Eugene, and see if you cannot stumble upon a fool who may drill you in repartee. How do you do, Lady Riddlesworth?" And she bowed to two ladies who seemed inclined to stop, but Edith added, "I heard great applications for you this moment on the terrace." "Indeed," exclaimed the ladies, and they moved on. When Lady Riddlesworth joins the conversation, it is like a stoppage in the streets. I invented a piece of intelligence to clear the way, as you would call out fire, or the Queen is coming. There used to be things called vers de société, which were not poetry, and I do not see why there should not be social illusions which are not fibs. "I entirely agree with you," said Lord Milford, "and I move that we practice them on a large scale." "Like the verses, they might make life more light," said Lady Theresa. "We are surrounded by illusions," said Lord Eugene in a melancholy tone. "And shams of all descriptions," said Edith. "The greatest, a man who pretends he has a broken heart when all the time he is full of fun." "There are a great many men who have broken hearts," said Lord Beaumanoir, smiling sorrowfully. "Cracked heads are much commoner," said Edith, "you may rely upon it. The only man I really know with a broken heart is Lord Fitzbooby. I do think that paying Mount Dullard's debts has broken his heart. He takes on so, 'tis piteous, my dear Mrs. Coningsby, he said to me last night, only think what that young man might have been. He might have been a Lord of the Treasury in 35. Why, if he had had nothing more in 41, why, there's a loss of between £4,000 and £5,000. But with my claims, Sir Robert, having thrown the father over, was bound on his own principle to provide for the son might have got something better. And now he comes to me with his." Debts and his reason for paying his debts to Mrs. Coningsby because he is going to be married to a woman who has not a shilling. Why, if he had been in office and only got 1500L a year and married a woman with only another 1500L, he would have had 3000L a year, Mrs. Coningsby, and now he has nothing of his own except some debts which he wants me to pay and settle 3000L a year on him besides. They all laughed. Ah, said Mrs. Coningsby, with a resemblance which made all start, you should have heard it with the Fitzbooby voice. The character of a woman rapidly develops after marriage, and sometimes seems to change, when in fact it is only complete. Hitherto we have known Edith only in her girlhood, bred up in a life of great simplicity, and under the influence of a sweet fancy or an absorbing passion. Coningsby had been a hero to her before they met, the hero of nursery hours and nursery tales. Experience had not disturbed those dreams. From the moment they encountered each other at Millbank, he assumed that place in her heart which he had long occupied in her imagination, and after their second meeting at Paris, her existence was merged in love. All the crosses and vexations of their early affection only rendered this state of being on her part more profound and engrossing. But though Edith was a most happy wife, and blessed with 2 children worthy of their parents, love exercises quite a different influence upon a woman when she has married, and especially when she has assumed a social position which deprives life of all its real cares. Under any circumstances, that suspense which, with all its occasional agony, is the great spring of excitement, is over. But generally speaking, it will be found, notwithstanding the proverb, that with persons of a noble nature, the straitened fortunes which they share together, and manage and mitigate by mutual forbearance, are more conducive to the sustainment of a heightened and romantic passion than a luxurious prosperity. The wife of a man of limited fortune, who, by contrivance, by the concealed sacrifice of some necessity of her own, supplies him with some slight enjoyment which he has never asked, but which she fancies he may have sighed for, experiences, without doubt, a degree of pleasure far more ravishing than the patrician dame who stops her barouche at Store and Mortimer's, and out of her pin-money buys a trinket for the husband whom she loves, and which he finds, perhaps, on his dressing-table on the anniversary of their wedding day. That's pretty too and touching and should be encouraged, but the other thrills and ends in an embrace that is still poetry. The Coningsbys shortly after their marriage had been called to the possession of a great fortune, for which in every sense they were well adapted. But a great fortune necessarily brings with it a great change of habits. The claims of society proportionately increase with your income, you live less for yourselves. For a selfish man, merely looking to his luxurious ease, Lord Eskdale's idea of having 10,000 a year, while the world suppose you have only 5, is the right thing. Coningsby, however, looked to a great fortune as one of the means, rightly employed, of obtaining great power. He looked also to his wife to assist him in this enterprise. Edith, from a native impulse as well as from love for him, responded to his wish. When they were in the country, Hellingsley was a perpetual stream and scene of splendid hospitality. There the flower of London society mingled with all the aristocracy of the county. Leander was often retained specially, like a Wilder or a Kelly, to renovate the genius of the habitual chief, not of the circuit, but the kitchen. A noble mansion in Park Lane received them the moment Parliament assembled. Coningsby was then immersed in affairs, and counted entirely on Edith to cherish those social influences which in a public career are not less important than political ones. The whole weight of the management of society rested on her. She had to cultivate his alliances, keep together his friends, arrange his dinner parties, regulate his engagements. What time for romantic love? They were never an hour alone, yet they loved not less, but love had taken the character of enjoyment instead of a wild bewitchment, and life had become an airy bustle instead of a storm, an agony, a hurricane of the heart. In this change in the disposition, not in the degree of their affection, for there was the same amount of sweet solicitude, only it was duly apportioned to everything that interested them, instead of being exclusively devoted to each other, the character of Edith, which had been swallowed up by the absorbing passion, rapidly developed itself amid the social circumstances. She was endued with great vivacity, a sanguine and rather saucy spirit, with considerable talents, and a large share of feminine vanity, that divine gift which makes woman charming. Entirely sympathizing with her husband, laboring with zeal to advance his views, and living perpetually in the world, all these qualities came to light. During her first season she had been very quiet, not less observant, making herself mistress of the ground. It was prepared for her next campaign. When she evinced a disposition to take a lead, although found faultless the first year, it was suddenly remembered that she was a manufacturer's daughter, and she was once described by a great lady as that person whom Mr. Coningsby had married, when Lord Monmouth cut him off with a shilling. But Edith had anticipated these difficulties, and was not to be daunted. Proud of her husband, confident in herself, supported by a great establishment, and having many friends, she determined to exchange salutes with these social sharpshooters, who are scarcely as courageous as they are arrogant. It was discovered that Mrs. Coningsby could be as malicious as her assailants, and far more epigrammatic. She could describe in a sentence and personify in a phrase. The mot was circulated, the nom de Nick repeated. Surrounded by a brilliant band of youth and wit, even her powers of mimicry were revealed to the initiated. More than one social tyrant, whom all disliked, but whom none had ventured to resist, was made ridiculous. Flushed by success and stimulated by admiration, Edith flattered herself that she was assisting her husband while she was gratifying her vanity. Her adversaries soon vanished, but the powers that had vanquished them were too choice to be forgotten or neglected. The tone of raillery she had assumed for the moment, and extended in self-defence to persons, was adopted as a habit, and infused itself over affairs in general. Mrs. Coningsby was the fashion. She was a wit as well as a beauty, a fascinating droll, dazzling and bewitching, the idol of every youth. Eugene de Vere was roused from his premature exhaustion, and at last found excitement again. He threw himself at her feet, she laughed at him. He asked leave to follow her footsteps, she consented. He was only one of a band of slaves. Lord Beaumanoir, still a bachelor, always hovered about her, feeding on her laughing words with a mild melancholy, and sometimes bandying repartee with a kind of tender and stately despair. His sister, Lady Theresa Lisle, was Edith's great friend. Their dispositions had some resemblance. Marriage had developed in both of them a frolic grace. They hunted in couple, and their sport was brilliant. Many things may be said by a strong female alliance that would assume quite a different character were they even to fall from the lips of an Aspasia to a circle of male votaries. So much depends upon the scene and the characters, the mode and the manner. The good-natured world would sometimes pause in its amusement, and after dwelling with statistical accuracy on the number of times Mrs. Coningsby had danced the polka, on the extraordinary things she said to Lord Eugene de Vere, and the odd things she and Lady Theresa Lisle were perpetually doing, would wonder with a face and voice of innocence how Mr. Coningsby liked all this. There is no doubt what was the anticipation by the good-natured world of Mr. Coningsby's feelings, but they were quite mistaken. There was nothing that Mr. Coningsby liked more. He wished his wife to become a social power, and he wished his wife to be amused. He saw that, with the surface of a life of levity, she already exercised considerable influence, especially over the young, and independently of such circumstances and considerations, he was delighted to have a wife who was not afraid of going into society by herself, not one whom he was sure to find at home when he returned from the House of Commons, not reproaching him exactly for her social sacrifices, but looking a victim, and thinking that she retained her husband's heart by being a mope. Instead of that, Coningsby wanted to be amused when he came home, and more than that, he wanted to be instructed in the finest learning in the world. As some men keep up their Greek by reading every day a chapter in the New Testament, so Coningsby kept up his knowledge of the world by always, once at least in the 24 hours, having a delightful conversation with his wife. The processes were equally orthodox. Exempted from the tax of entering general society, free to follow his own pursuits, and to live in that political world which alone interested him, there was not an anecdote, a trait, a good thing said, or a bad thing done, which did not reach him by a fine critic and a lively narrator. He was always behind those social scenes which, after all, regulate the political performers, knew the springs of the whole machinery, the changings and the shiftings, the fiery cars and golden chariots which men might mount, and the trapdoors down which men might fall. But the Marquis of Montacute is making his reverence to Mrs. Guy Flouncey. There was not at this moment a human being whom that lady was more glad to see at her dejeuner, but she did not show it in the least. Her self-possession, indeed, was the finest work of art of the day, and ought to be exhibited at the Adelaide Gallery. Like all mechanical inventions of a high class, it had been brought to perfection very gradually, and after many experiments. A variety of combinations, and an almost infinite number of trials, must have been expended before the too startling laugh of Coningsby Castle could have subsided into the haughty suavity of that sunny glance, which was not familiar enough for a smile, nor foolish enough for a simper. As for the rattling vein which distinguished her in the days of our first acquaintance, that had long ceased. Mrs. Guy Flouncey now seemed to share the prevalent passion for genuine Saxon, and used only monosyllables, while Finiar himself would have been sometimes at fault had he attempted to give a name to her delicate breathings. In short, Mrs. Guy Flouncey never did or said anything but in the best taste. It may, however, be a question whether she ever would have captivated Lord Monmouth, and those who like a little nature and fun, if she had made her first advances in this style. But that showed the greatness of the woman. Then she was ready for anything for promotion. That was the age of forlorn hopes, but now she was a general of division and had assumed a becoming carriage. This was the first dejeuner at which Tancred had been present. He rather liked it. The scene, lawns and groves and a glancing river. The air, the music are beautiful countrywomen, who, with their brilliant complexions and bright bonnets, do not shrink from the daylight. These are circumstances which, combined with youth and health, make a morning festival, say what they like, particularly for the first time very agreeable, even if one be dreaming of Jerusalem. Strange power of the world that the moment we enter it our great conceptions dwarf. In youth it is quick sympathy that degrades them, more advanced it is the sense of the ridiculous. But perhaps these reveries of solitude may not be really great conceptions, perhaps they are only exaggerations, vague, indefinite, shadowy, formed on no sound principles, founded on no assured basis. Why should Tancred go to Jerusalem? What does it signify to him whether there be religious truth or political justice? He has youth, beauty, rank, wealth, power, and all in excess. He has a mind that can comprehend their importance and appreciate their advantages. What more does he require, unreasonable boy? And if he reach Jerusalem, why should he find religious truth and political justice there? He can read of it in the travelling books, written by young gentlemen, with the best letters of introduction to all the consuls. They tell us what it is, a third-rate city in a stony wilderness. Will the providence of fashion prevent this great folly, about to be perpetrated by one born to be fashion's most brilliant subject? A folly, too, which may end in a catastrophe. His parents, indeed, have appealed in vain, but the sneer of the world will do more than the supplication of the father. A mother's tear may be disregarded, but the sigh of a mistress has changed the most obdurate. We shall see. At present Lady Constance rawly expresses her pleasure at Tancred's arrival, and his heart beats a little. Chapter 15. Disenchantment. They are talking about it, said Lord Eskdale to the Duchess, as she looked up to him with an expression of the deepest interest. He asked St. Patrick to introduce him to her at Delorine House, danced with her, was with her the whole evening, went to the breakfast on Saturday to meet her, instead of going to Blackwall to see a yacht he was after. If it were only Catherine, said the Duchess, I should be quite happy. Don't be uneasy, said Lord Eskdale. There will be plenty of Catherines and Constances too before he finishes. The affair is not much, but it shows, as I foretold, that, the moment he found something more amusing, his taste for yachting would pass off. You are right, you always are. What really was this affair, which Lord Eskdale held lightly? With a character like Tancred, everything may become important. Profound and yet simple, deep in self-knowledge yet inexperienced, his reserve, which would screen him from 1,000 dangers, was just the quality which would ensure his thraldom by the individual who could once effectually melt the icy barrier and reach the central heat. At this moment of his life, with all the repose, and sometimes even the high ceremony, on the surface, he was a being formed for high-reaching exploits, ready to dare everything and reckless of all consequences, if he proposed to himself an object which he believed to be just and great. This temper of mind would, in all things, have made him act with that rapidity, which is rashness with the weak, and decision with the strong. The influence of woman on him was novel. It was a disturbing influence, on which he had never counted in those dreams and visions in which there had figured more heroes than heroines. In the imaginary interviews in which he had disciplined his solitary mind, his antagonists had been statesmen, prelates, sages, and senators, with whom he struggled and whom he vanquished. He was not unequal in practice to his dreams. His shyness would have vanished in an instant before a great occasion. He could have addressed a public assembly. He was capable of transacting important affairs. These were all situations and contingencies which he had foreseen, and which for him were not strange, for he had become acquainted with them in his reveries. But suddenly he was arrested by an influence for which he was unprepared. A precious stone made him stumble who was to have scaled the Alps. Why should the voice, the glance of another agitate his heart? The cherubim of his heroic thoughts not only deserted him, but he was left without the guardian angel of his shyness. He melted, and the iceberg might degenerate into a puddle. Lord Eskdale drew his conclusions like a clever man of the world, and in general he would have been right. But a person like Tancred was in much greater danger of being captured than a commonplace youth entering life with second-hand experience, and living among those who ruled his opinions by their sneers and sarcasms. A malicious tale by a spiteful woman, the chance ribaldry of a clubroom window, have often been the impure agencies which have saved many a youth from committing a great folly, but Tancred was beyond all these influences. If they had been brought to bear on him, they would rather have precipitated the catastrophe. His imagination would have immediately been summoned to the rescue of his offended pride. He would have invested the object of his regard with supernatural qualities, and consoled her for the impertinence of society by his devotion. Lady Constance was clever. She talked like a married woman, was critical yet easy, and having guanoed her mind by reading French novels, had a variety of conclusions on all social topics, which she threw forth with unfaltering promptness, and with the well-arranged air of an impromptu. These were all new to Tancred and startling. He was attracted by the brilliancy, though he often regretted the tone, which he ascribed to the surrounding corruption from which he intended to escape, and almost wished to save her at the same time. Sometimes Tancred looked unusually serious, but at last his rare and brilliant smile beamed upon one who really admired him, was captivated by his intellect, his freshness, his difference from all around, his pensive beauty and his grave innocence. Lady Constance was free from affectation. She was frank and natural. She did not conceal the pleasure she had in his society. She conducted herself with that dignified facility, becoming a young lady who had already refused the hands of 2 future earls, and of the heir of the clan Alpins. A short time after the dejeuner at Craven Cottage, Lord Montacute called on Lady Charmouth. She was at home, and received him with great cordiality, looking up from her frame of worsted work with a benign maternal expression, while Lady Constance, who was writing an urgent reply to a note that had just arrived, said rapidly some agreeable words of welcome, and continued her task. Tancred seated himself by the mother, made an essay in that small talk in which he was by no means practised, but Lady Charmouth helped him on without seeming to do so. The note was at length dispatched, Tancred, of course, still remaining at the mother's side, and Lady Constance too distant for his wishes. He had nothing to say to Lady Charmouth. He began to feel that the pleasure of feminine society consisted in talking alone to her daughter. While he was meditating a retreat, and yet had hardly courage to rise and walk alone down a large long room, a new guest was announced. Tancred rose and murmured good morning, and yet somehow or other, instead of quitting the apartment, he went and seated himself by Lady Constance. It really was as much the impulse of shyness, which sought a nook of refuge, as any other feeling that actuated him. But Lady Constance seemed pleased, and said in a low voice and in a careless tone, "Tease Lady Brancepeth. Do you know her? Mamma's great friend," which meant you need give yourself no trouble to talk to anyone but myself. After making herself very agreeable, Lady Constance took up a book which was at hand and said, "Do you know this?" And Tancred, opening a volume which he had never seen, and then turning to its title page, found it was the Revelations of Chaos, a startling work just published, and of which a rumour had reached him. "No," he replied, "I have not seen it. I will lend it you if you like. It is one of those books one must read. It explains everything and is written in a very agreeable style." "It explains everything," said Tancred. "It must indeed be a very remarkable book." "I think it will just suit you," said Lady Constance. "Do you know, I thought so several times while I was reading it." "To judge from the title, the subject is rather obscure," said Tancred. "No longer so," said Lady Constance. "It is treated scientifically. Everything is explained by geology and astronomy, and in that way. It shows you exactly how a star is formed. Nothing can be so pretty. A cluster of vapour, the cream of the Milky Way, a sort of celestial cheese, churned into light. You must read it, 'tis charming." "Nobody ever saw a star formed," said Tancred. Perhaps not, you must read the Revelations, it is all explained. But what is most interesting is the way in which man has been developed. You know, all is development, the principle is perpetually going on. First there was nothing, then there was something, then I forget the next, I think there were shells, then fishes. Then we came, let me see, did we come next? Never mind that, we came at last. And the next change there will be something very superior to us, something with wings. Ah, that's it, we were fishes, and I believe we shall be crows. But you must read it. I do not believe I ever was a fish, said Tancred. Oh, but it is all proved. You must not argue on my rapid sketch, read the book. It is impossible to contradict anything in it. You understand, it is all science. It is not like those books in which one says one thing and another the contrary, and both may be wrong. Everything is proved. By geology, you know, you see exactly how everything is made, how many worlds there have been, how long they lasted, what went before, what comes next. We are a link in the chain, as inferior animals were that preceded us, we in turn shall be inferior. All that will remain of us will be some relics in a new red sandstone. This is development. We had fins, we may have wings. Tancred grew silent and thoughtful. Lady Brancepeth moved, and he rose at the same time. Lady Charmouth looked as if it were by no means necessary for him to depart, but he bowed very low, and then bade farewell to Lady Constance, who said, "We shall meet tonight." "I was a fish, and I shall be a crow," said Tancred to himself, when the hall door closed on him. What a spiritual mistress, and yesterday for a moment I almost dreamed of kneeling with her at the Holy Sepulchre. I must get out of this city as quickly as possible, I cannot cope with its corruption. The acquaintance, however, has been of use to me, for I think I have got a yacht by it. I believe it was providential and a trial. I will go home and write instantly to Fitzheron and accept his offer. 180 tons, it will do, it must. At this moment he met Lord Eskdale, who had observed Tancred from the end of Grosvenor Square, on the steps of Lord Charmouth's door. This circumstance ill prepared Lord Eskdale for Tancred's salutation. "My dear lord, you are just the person I wanted to meet. You promised to recommend me a servant who had travelled in the East." "Well, are you in a hurry?" said Lord Eskdale, gaining time and pumping. "I should like to get off as soon as practicable." "Humph," said Lord Eskdale, "have you got a yacht?" "I have." "Oh, so you want a servant," he added after a moment's pause. "I mentioned that, because you were so kind as to say you could help me in that respect." "Ah, I did," said Lord Eskdale thoughtfully. "But I want a great many things," continued Tancred. "I must make arrangements about money. I suppose I must get some letters. In fact, I want generally your advice." "What are you going to do about the Colonel and the rest?" "I have promised my father to take them," said Tancred, "though I feel they will only embarrass me. They have engaged to be ready at a week's notice. I shall write to them immediately. If they do not fulfill their engagement, I am absolved from mine." "So you have got a yacht, eh?" said Lord Eskdale. "I suppose you have bought the Basilisk." "Exactly. She wants a good deal doing to her. Something, but chiefly for show, which I do not care about. But I mean to get away and refit if necessary at Gibraltar. I must go." "Well, if you must go," said his lordship, and then he added, and in such a hurry, "Let me see. You want a first-rate managing man used to the East and letters and money and advice. Hem, you don't know Sidonia." "Not at all." "He is the man to get hold of, but that is so difficult now. He never goes anywhere. Let me see, this is Monday, tomorrow is post day, and I dine with him alone in the city. Well, you shall hear from me on Wednesday morning early about everything, but I would not write to the Colonel and his friends just yet." Chapter 16. Tancred rescues a lady in distress. That is most striking in London is its vastness. It is the illimitable feeling that gives it a special character. London is not grand. It possesses only one of the qualifications of a grand city size, but it wants the equally important one, beauty. It is the union of these two qualities that produce the grand cities, the Romes, the Babylons, the 100 portals of the Pharaohs, multitudes and magnificence, the millions influenced by art. Grand cities are unknown, since the beautiful has ceased to be the principle of invention. Paris of modern capitals has aspired to this character, but if Paris be a beautiful city, it certainly is not a grand one. Its population is too limited, and from the nature of their dwellings, they cover a comparatively small space. Constantinople is picturesque. Nature has furnished a sublime sight, but it has little architectural splendor, and you reach the environs with a fatal facility. London overpowers us with its vastness. Place a forum or an acropolis in its center, and the effect of the metropolitan mass, which now has neither head nor heart, instead of being stupefying, would be ennobling. Nothing more completely represents a nation than a public building. A member of Parliament only represents at the most the united constituencies, but the palace of the sovereign, a national gallery, or a museum baptized with the name of the country, these are monuments to which all should be able to look up with pride, and which should exercise an elevating influence upon the spirit of the humblest. What is their influence in London? Let us not criticize what all condemn, but how remedy the evil. What is wanted in architecture, as in so many things, is a man. Shall we find a refuge in a committee of taste? Escape from the mediocrity of one to the mediocrity of many? We only multiply our feebleness and aggravate our deficiencies. But one suggestion might be made. No profession in England has done its duty until it has furnished its victim. The pure administration of justice dates from the deposition of Macclesfield. Even our boasted navy never achieved a great victory until we shot an admiral. Suppose an architect were hanged. Terror has its inspiration as well as competition. Though London is vast, it is very monotonous. All those new districts that have sprung up within the last half-century, the creatures of our commercial and colonial wealth, it is impossible to conceive anything more tame, more insipid, more uniform. Pancras is like Marylebone is like Paddington. All the streets resemble each other. You must read the names of the squares before you venture to knock at a door. This amount of building capital ought to have produced a great city. What an opportunity for architecture, suddenly summoned to furnish habitations for a population equal to that of the city of Brussels, and a population, too, of great wealth. Marylebone alone ought to have produced a revolution in our domestic architecture. It did nothing. It was built by Act of Parliament. Parliament prescribed even a facade. It is Parliament to whom we are indebted for your Gloucester places, and Baker Streets, and Harley Streets, and Wimpole Streets, and all those flat, dull, spiritless streets, resembling each other like a large family of plain children, with Portland Place and Portman Square for their respectable parents. The influence of our parliamentary government upon the fine arts is a subject worth pursuing. The power that produced Baker Street as a model for street architecture in its celebrated Building Act is the power that prevented Whitehall from being completed, and which sold to foreigners all the pictures which the King of England had collected to civilize his people. In our own days, we have witnessed the rapid creation of a new metropolitan quarter, built solely for the aristocracy by an aristocrat. The Belgrave district is as monotonous as Marylebone, and is so contrived as to be at the same time insipid and tawdry. Where London becomes more interesting is Charing Cross. Looking to Northumberland House and turning your back upon Trafalgar Square, the Strand is perhaps the finest street in Europe, blending the architecture of many periods, and its river ways are a peculiar feature and rich with associations. Fleet Street, with its Temple, is not unworthy of being contiguous to the Strand. The fire of London has deprived us of the delight of a real old quarter of the city, but some bits remain, and everywhere there is a stirring multitude, and a great crush and crash of carts and wains. The Inns of Court and the quarters in the vicinity of the port, Thames Street, Tower Hill, Billingsgate, Wapping, Rotherhithe, are the best parts of London. They are full of character. The buildings bear a nearer relation to what the people are doing than in the more polished quarters. The old merchants of the times of the first Georges were a fine race. They knew their position and built up to it. While the territorial aristocracy, pulling down their family hotels, were raising vulgar streets and squares upon their site, and occupying themselves one of the new tenements, the old merchants filled the straggling lanes, which connected the Royal Exchange with the Port of London, with mansions which, if not exactly equal to the palaces of stately Venice, might at least vie with many of the hotels of old Paris. Some of these, though the great majority have been broken up into chambers and counting-houses, still remain intact. In a long, dark, narrow, crooked street, which is still called a lane, and which runs from the south side of the Street of the Lombards towards the river, there is one of these old houses of a century past, and which, both in its original design and present condition, is a noble specimen of its order. A pair of massy iron gates of elaborate workmanship separate the street from its spacious and airy courtyard, which is formed on either side by a wing of the mansion, itself a building of deep red brick, with a pediment and pilasters and copings of stone. A flight of steps leads to the lofty and central doorway. In the middle of the court there is a garden plot enclosing a fountain and a fine plane tree. The stillness, doubly effective after the tumult just quitted, the lulling voice of the water, the soothing aspect of the quivering foliage, the noble building, and the cool and capacious quadrangle, the aspect even of those who enter, and frequently enter, the precinct, and who are generally young men, gliding in and out, earnest and full of thought, all contribute to give to this locality something of the classic repose of a college, instead of a place agitated with the most urgent interests of the current hour, a place that deals with the fortunes of kings and empires, and regulates the most important affairs of nations, for it is the counting-house in the greatest of modern cities of the most celebrated of modern financiers. It was the visit of Tancred to the city, on the Wednesday morning after he had met Lord Eskdale, that occasions me to touch on some of the characteristics of our capital. It was the first time that Tancred had ever been in the city proper, and it greatly interested him. His visit was prompted by receiving, early on Wednesday morning, the following letter. Dear Tancred, I saw Sidonia yesterday and spoke to him of what you want. He is much occupied just now, as his uncle who attended to affairs here is dead, and until he can import another uncle or cousin, he must steer the ship, as times are critical. But he bade me say you might call upon him in the city today at 2:00. He lives in Sequin Court near the bank. You will have no difficulty in finding it. I recommend you to go, as he is the sort of man who will really understand what you mean, which neither your father nor myself do exactly, and besides, he is a person to know. I enclose a line which you will send in, that there may be no mistake. I should tell you, as you are very fresh, that he is of the Hebrew race, so don't go on too much about the Holy Sepulchre. Yours faithfully, Eskdale. Spring Gardens, Wednesday morning. It is just where the street is most crowded, where it narrows, and losing the name of Cheapside, takes that of the Poultry, that the last of a series of stoppages occurred. A stoppage which, at the end of 10 minutes, lost its inert character of mere obstruction, and developed into the livelier qualities of the row. There were oaths, contradictions, menaces, no, you shan't, yes, I will, no, I didn't, yes, you did, no, you haven't, yes, I have, the lashing of a whip, the interference of a policeman, a crash, a scream. Tancred looked out of the window of his brougham. He saw a chariot in distress, a chariot such as would have become an Ondine by the waters of the Serpentine, and the very last sort of equipage that you could expect to see smashed in the Poultry. It was really breaking a butterfly upon a wheel to crush its delicate springs, and crack its dark brown panels, soil its dainty hammercloth, and endanger the lives of its young coachman in a flaxen wig, and its 2 tall footmen in short coats, worthy of Cinderella. The scream, too, came from a fair owner, who was surrounded by clamorous carmen and city marshals, and who, in an unknown land, was afraid she might be put in a city compteur, because the people in the city had destroyed her beautiful chariot. Tancred let himself out of his brougham, and not without difficulty contrived, through the narrow and crowded passage formed by the 2 lines, to reach the chariot which was coming the contrary way to him. Some ruthless officials were persuading a beautiful woman to leave her carriage, the wheel of which was broken. But where am I to go? She exclaimed. I cannot walk. I will not leave my carriage until you bring me some conveyance. You ought to punish these people who have quite ruined my chariot. They say it was your coachman's fault. We have nothing to do with that. Besides, you know who they are. Their employer's name is on the cart, Brown, Bugsby and Co. Limehouse. You can have your redress against Brown, Bugsby and Co. Limehouse if your coachman is not in fault, but you cannot stop up the way, and you had better get out, and let the carriage be removed to the steelyard. What am I to do? Exclaimed the lady with a tearful eye and agitated face. I have a carriage at hand, said Tancred, who at this moment reached her, and it is quite at your service. The lady cast her beautiful eyes, with an expression of astonishment she could not conceal, at the distinguished youth who thus suddenly appeared in the midst of insolent carmen, brutal policemen, and all the cynical amateurs of a mob. Public opinion in the Poultry was against her. Her coachman's wig had excited derision, the footmen had given themselves airs, there was a strong feeling against the shortcoats. As for the lady, though at first awed by her beauty and magnificence, they rebelled against the authority of her manner. Besides, she was not alone. There was a gentleman with her who wore moustaches, and had taken a part in the proceedings at first, by addressing the carmen in French. This was too much, and the mob declared he was Don Carlos. "You are too good," said the lady with a sweet expression. "Page." Tancred opened the door of the chariot, the policemen pulled down the steps. The servants were told to do the best they could with the wrecked equipage. In a second, the lady and her companion were in Tancred's brougham, who, desiring his servants to obey all their orders, disappeared, for the stoppage at this moment began to move, and there was no time for bandying compliments. He had gained the pavement, and had made his way as far as the mansion house, when, finding a group of public buildings, he thought it prudent to inquire which was the bank. "That is the bank," said a good-natured man in a bustle, but taken by Tancred's unusual appearance. "What do you want? I am going there." "I do not want exactly the bank," replied Tancred, "but a place somewhere near it. Do you happen to know, sir, a place called Sequin Court?" "I should think I did," said the man, smiling. "So you are going to Sidonia's?" Chapter 17. The Wizard of Fortune. Tancred entered Sequin Court. A chariot with a foreign coronet was at the foot of the great steps which he ascended. He was received by a fat hall porter who would not have disgraced his father's establishment, and who, rising with lazy insolence from his hooded chair, when he observed that Tancred did not advance, asked the newcomer what he wanted. "I want Monsieur de Sidonia. Can't see him now, he is engaged. I have a note for him." "Very well, give it me, it will be sent in. You can sit here." And the porter opened the door of a waiting-room which Tancred declined to enter. "I will wait here, thank you," said Tancred, and he looked round at the old oak hall, on the walls of which were hung several portraits, and from which ascended one of those noble staircases never found in a modern London mansion. At the end of the hall, on a slab of porphyry, was a marble bust, with this inscription on it, Fundator. It was the first Sidonia by Chantry. "I will wait here, thank you," said Tancred, looking round, and then with some hesitation he added, "I have an appointment here at 2:00. As he spoke, that hour sounded from the belfry of an old city church that was at hand, and then was taken up by the chimes of a large German clock in the hall. "It may be," said the porter, "but I can't disturb master now. The Spanish ambassador is with him, and others are waiting. When he is gone, a clerk will take in your letter with some others that are here." At this moment, and while Tancred remained in the hall, various persons entered, and without noticing the porter, pursued their way across the apartment. "And where are those persons going?" inquired Tancred. The porter looked at the inquirer with a blended gaze of curiosity and contempt, and then negligently answered him without looking in Tancred's face. "And while he was brushing up the hearth, some are going to the counting-house, and some are going to the bank, I should think." "I wonder if our hall porter is such an infernal bully as Monsieur de Sidonia's," thought Tancred. There was a stir. "The ambassador is coming out," said the hall porter. "You must not stand in the way." The well-trained ear of this guardian of the gate was conversant with every combination of sound which the apartments of Sequin Court could produce. Close as the doors might be shut, you could not rise from your chair without his being aware of it, and in the present instance he was correct. A door at the end of the hall opened, and the Spanish minister came forth. "Stand aside," said the hall porter to Tancred, and, summoning the servants without, he ushered his excellency with some reverence to his carriage. "Now your letter will go in with the others," he said to Tancred, whom for a few moments he left alone, and then returned, taking no notice of our young friend, but depositing his bulky form in his hooded chair, he resumed the city article of the Times. The letter ran thus: "Dear Sidonia, this will be given you by my cousin Montacute, of whom I spoke to you yesterday. He wants to go to Jerusalem, which very much perplexes his family, for he is an only child. I don't suppose the danger is what they imagine. But still there is nothing like experience, and there is no one who knows so much of these things as yourself. I have promised his father and mother, very innocent people, whom of all my relatives I most affect, to do what I can for him. If therefore you can aid Montacute, you will really serve me. He seems to have character, though I can't well make him out. I fear I indulged in the hock yesterday, for I feel a twinge. Yours faithfully, Eskdale." Wednesday morning. The hall clock had commenced the quarter chimes, when a young man, fair and intelligent and wearing spectacles, came into the hall, and, opening the door of the waiting-room, looked as if he expected to find some one there. Then, turning to the porter, he said, "Where is Lord Montacute?" The porter rose from his hooded chair and put down the newspaper, but Tancred had advanced when he heard his name, and bowed, and followed the young man in spectacles, who invited Tancred to accompany him. Tancred was ushered into a spacious and rather long apartment, panelled with old oak up to the white-coved ceiling, which was richly ornamented. 4 windows looked upon the fountain and the plane tree. A portrait by Lawrence, evidently of the same individual who had furnished the model to Chantry, was over the high, old-fashioned but very handsome marble mantelpiece. A Turkey carpet, curtains of crimson damask, some large tables covered with papers, several easy chairs, against the wall some iron cabinets. These were the furniture of the room, at one corner of which was a glass door, which led to a vista of apartments fitted up as counting-houses, filled with clerks, and which, if expedient, might be covered by a baize screen, which was now unclosed. A gentleman writing at a table rose as he came in, and extending his hand said, as he pointed to a seat, "I am afraid I have made you come out at an unusual hour." The young man in spectacles in the meanwhile retired. Tancred had bowed and murmured his compliments, and his host, drawing his chair a little from the table, continued, "Lord Eskdale tells me that you have some thoughts of going to Jerusalem." "I have for some time had that intention. It is a pity that you did not set out earlier in the year, and then you might have been there during the Easter pilgrimage. It is a fine sight." "It is a pity," said Tancred, "but to reach Jerusalem is with me an object of so much moment, that I shall be content to find myself there at any time, and under any circumstances." "It is no longer difficult to reach Jerusalem. The real difficulty is the one experienced by the Crusaders, to know what to do when you have arrived there." "It is the land of inspiration," said Tancred, slightly blushing, "and when I am there I would humbly pray that my course may be indicated to me." "And you think that no prayers, however humble, would obtain for you that indication before your departure?" "This is not the land of inspiration," replied Tancred timidly. "But you have your church," said Sidonia, "which I hold of divine institution, and which should be under the immediate influence of the Holy Spirit," said Tancred, dropping his eyes, and colouring still more as he found himself already trespassing on that delicate province of theology which always fascinated him, but which it had been intimated to him by Lord Eskdale that he should avoid. "Is it wanting to you, then, in this conjuncture?" inquired his companion. "I find its opinions conflicting, its decrees contradictory, its conduct inconsistent," replied Tancred. "I have conferred with one who is esteemed its most eminent prelate, and I have left him with a conviction of what I had for some time suspected, that inspiration is not only a divine but a local quality." "You and I have some reason to believe so," said Sidonia. "I believe that God spoke to Moses on Mount Horeb, and you believe that he was crucified in the person of Jesus on Mount Calvary. Both were, at least carnally, children of Israel. They spoke Hebrew to the Hebrews. The prophets were only Hebrews, the apostles were only Hebrews. The churches of Asia which have vanished were founded by a native Hebrew, and the Church of Rome, which says it shall last forever, and which converted this island to the faith of Moses and of Christ, vanquishing the Druids, Jupiter, Olympius, and Woden, who had successively invaded it, was also founded by a native Hebrew. Therefore, I say, your suspicion or your conviction is, at least, not a fantastic one." Tancred listened to Sidonia as he spoke with great interest, and with an earnest and now quite unembarrassed manner. The height of the argument had immediately surmounted all his social reserve. His intelligence responded to the great theme that had so long occupied his musing hours, and the unexpected character of a conversation which, as he had supposed, would have mainly treated of letters of credit, the more excited him. "Then," said Tancred with animation, "seeing how things are, that I am born in an age and in a country divided between infidelity on one side and an anarchy of creeds on the other, with none competent to guide me, yet feeling that I must believe, for I hold that duty cannot exist without faith. Is it so wild as some would think it? I would say, is it unreasonable, that I should wish to do that which, 6 centuries ago, was done by my ancestor whose name I bear, and that I should cross the seas and—" He hesitated. "And visit the Holy Sepulchre," said Sidonia. "And visit the Holy Sepulchre," said Tancred solemnly, "for that, I confess, is my sovereign thought." Well, the Crusades were of vast advantage to Europe, said Sidonia, and renovated the spiritual hold which Asia has always had upon the north. It seems to wane at present, but it is only the decrease that precedes the new development. It must be so, said Tancred, for who can believe that a country once sanctified by the divine presence can ever be as other lands? Some celestial quality, distinguishing it from all other climes, must forever linger about it. I would ask those mountains, that were reached by angels, why they no longer receive heavenly visitants. I would appeal to that comforter promised to man, on the sacred spot on which the assurance of solace was made. I require a comforter. I have appealed to the holy influence in vain in England. It has not visited me. I know none here on whom it has descended. I am induced, therefore, to believe that it is part of the divine scheme that its influence should be local, that it should be approached with reverence, not thoughtlessly and hurriedly, but with such difficulties and such an interval of time as a pilgrimage to a spot sanctified can alone secure. Sidonia listened to Tancred with deep attention. Lord Montacute was seated opposite the windows, so that there was a full light upon the play of the countenance, the expression of which Sidonia watched, while his keen and far-reaching vision traced at the same time the formation and development of the head of his visitor. He recognized in this youth not a vain and vague visionary, but a being in whom the faculties of reason and imagination were both of the highest class, and both equally developed. He observed that he was of a nature passionately affectionate, and that he was of a singular audacity. He perceived that though at this moment Tancred was as ignorant of the world as a young monk, he possessed all the latent qualities which in future would qualify him to control society. When Tancred had finished speaking, there was a pause of a few seconds, during which Sidonia seemed lost in thought. Then, looking up, he said, "It appears to me, Lord Montacute, that what you want is to penetrate the great Asian mystery." "You have touched my inmost thought," said Tancred eagerly. At this moment there entered the room, from the glass door, the same young man who had ushered Tancred into the apartment. He brought a letter to Sidonia. Lord Montacute felt confused. His shyness returned to him. He deplored the unfortunate interruption, but he felt he was in the way. He rose and began to say good morning, when Sidonia, without taking his eyes off the letter, saw him and, waving his hand, stopped him, saying, "I settled with Lord Eskdale that you were not to go away if anything occurred which required my momentary attention. So pray sit down, unless you have engagements." And Tancred again seated himself. "Write," continued Sidonia to the clerk, "that my letters are 12 hours later than the dispatches, and that the city continued quite tranquil. Let the extract from the Berlin letter be left at the same time at the Treasury. The last bulletin. Consols drooping at 2:30, all the foreign funds lower, shares very active." They were once more alone. "When do you propose going?" "I hope in a week." "Alone?" "I fear I shall have many attendants. That is a pity." "Well, when you arrive at Jerusalem, you will naturally go to the convent of Terra Santa. You will make there the acquaintance of the Spanish prior, Alonso Lara. He calls me cousin. He is a nouveau of the 14th century. Very orthodox, but the love of the old land and the old language have come out in him, as they will, though his blood is no longer clear, but has been modified by many Gothic intermarriages, which was never our case. We are pure Sephardim. Lara thoroughly comprehends Palestine and all that pertains to it. He has been there a quarter of a century, and might have been Archbishop of Seville. You see, he is master of the old as well as the new learning. This is very important. They often explain each other. Your bishops here know nothing about these things. How can they? A few centuries back they were tattooed savages. This is the advantage which Rome has over you, and which you never can understand. That church was founded by a Hebrew, and the magnetic influence lingers. But you will go to the fountain-head. Theology requires an apprenticeship of some 1,000 years at least, to say nothing of clime and race. You cannot get on with theology as you do with chemistry and mechanics. Trust me, there is something deeper in it. I shall give you a note to Lara. Cultivate him, he is the man you want. You will want others, they will come, but Lara has the first key. "I am sorry to trouble you about such things," said Tancred in a hesitating voice, "but perhaps I may not have the great pleasure to see you again, and Lord Eskdale said that I was to speak to you about some letters of credit." "Oh, we shall meet before you go, but what you say reminds me of something. As for money, there is only one banker in Syria. He is everywhere at Aleppo, Damascus, Beirut, Jerusalem. It is Besso. Before the expulsion of the Egyptians, he really ruled Syria, but he is still powerful, though they have endeavored to crush him at Constantinople. I applied to Metternich about him, and besides that he is mine. I shall give you a letter to him, but not merely for your money affairs. I wish you to know him. He lives in splendor at Damascus, moderately at Jerusalem, where there is little to do, but which he loves as a residence, being a Hebrew. I wish you to know him. You will, I am sure, agree with me that he is, without exception, the most splendid specimen of the animal man you ever became acquainted with. His name is Adam, and verily he looks as if he were in the Garden of Eden before the fall. But his soul is as grand and as fine as his body. You will lean upon this man as you would on a faithful charger. His divan is charming. You will always find there the most intelligent people. You must learn to smoke. There is nothing that Besso cannot do. Make him do everything you want. Have no scruples, he will be gratified. Besides, he is one of those who kiss my signet. These 2 letters will open Syria to you and any other land if you care to proceed. Give yourself no trouble about any other preparations. And how am I to thank you? Said Tancred, rising, and how am I to express to you all my gratitude? What are you going to do with yourself tomorrow? Said Sidonia. I never go anywhere, but I have a few friends who are so kind as to come sometimes to me. There are 2 or 3 persons dining with me tomorrow whom you might like to meet. Will you do so? I shall be most proud and pleased. That's well, it is not here. It is in Carlton Gardens, at sunset. And Sidonia continued the letter which he was writing when Tancred entered. Chapter 18. An interesting rencontre. When Tancred returned home, musing from a visit to Sidonia, he found the following note. Lady Bertie and Belair returns Lord Montacute his carriage with 1,000 compliments and thanks. She fears she greatly incommoded Lord Montacute, but begs to assure him how very sensible she is of his considerate courtesy. Upper Brook Street, Wednesday. The handwriting was of that form of scripture which attracts, refined yet energetic, full of character. Tancred recognized the titles of Bertie and Belair as those of 2 not inconsiderable earldoms, now centred in the same individual. Lady Bertie and Belair was herself a lady of the high nobility, a daughter of the present Duke of Fitzaquitaine, the son of that Duke who was the father-in-law of Lord de Mowbray, and whom Lady Firebrace, the present Lady Bardolph and Tadpole, had dexterously converted to conservatism by persuading him that he was to be Sir Robert's Irish viceroy. Lady Bertie and Belair, therefore, was first cousin to Lady Joan Mountchesney, and her sister, who is still Lady Maud Fitzwarne. Tancred was surprised that he never recollected to have met before one so distinguished and so beautiful. His conversation with Sidonia, however, had driven the little adventure of the morning from his memory, and now that it was thus recalled to him, he did not dwell upon it. His being was absorbed in his paramount purpose. The sympathy of Sidonia, so complete, and as instructive as it was animating, was a sustaining power which we often need when we are meditating great deeds. How often, when all seems dark, and hopeless, and spiritless, and tame, when slight obstacles figure in the cloudy landscape as Alps, and the rushing cataracts of our invention have subsided into drizzle, a single phrase of a great man instantaneously flings sunshine on the intellectual landscape, and the habitual features of power and beauty, over which we have so long mused in secret confidence and love, resume all their energy and lustre. The haunting thought that occasionally, notwithstanding his strong will, would perplex the soul and agitate the heart of Tancred, the haunting thought that, all this time, he was perhaps the dupe of boyish fantasies, was laid today. Sometimes he had felt, why does no one sympathize with my views? Why, though they treat them with conventional respect, is it clear that all I have addressed hold them to be absurd? My parents are pious and instructed. They are predisposed to view everything I say or do or think with an even excessive favour. They think me moonstruck. Lord Eskdale is a perfect man of the world, proverbially shrewd and celebrated for his judgment. He looks upon me as a raw boy, and believes that, if my father had kept me at Eton and sent me to Paris, I should by this time have exhausted my crudities. The bishop is what the world calls a great scholar. He is a statesman who, aloof from faction, ought to be accustomed to take just and comprehensive views, and a priest who ought to be under the immediate influence of the Holy Spirit. He says I am a visionary. All this might well be disheartening, but now comes one whom no circumstances impel to judge my project with indulgence, who would, at the first glance, appear to have many prejudices arrayed against it, who knows more of the world than Lord Eskdale, and who appears to me to be more learned than the whole bench of bishops, and he welcomes my ideas, approves my conclusions, sympathizes with my suggestions, develops, illustrates, enforces them, plainly intimates that I am only on the threshold of initiation, and would aid me to advance to the innermost mysteries. There was this night a great ball at Lady Bardolph's in Belgrave Square. One should generally mention localities, because very often they indicate character. Lady Bardolph lived next door to Mrs. Guy Flouncey. Both had risen in the world, though it requires some esoteric knowledge to recognize the patrician parvenu, and both had finally settled themselves down in the only quarter which Lady Bardolph thought worthy of her new coronet, and Mrs. Guy Flouncey of her new visiting list. Lady Bardolph had given up the old family mansion of the Firebraces in Hanover Square, at the same time that she had resigned their old title. Politics being dead, in consequence of the majority of 1841, who, after a little kicking for the million, satisfactorily assured the minister that there was no vice in them. Lady Bardolph had chalked out a new career, and one of a still more eminent and exciting character than her previous pursuit. Lady Bardolph was one of those ladies there are several who entertain the curious idea that they need only to be known in certain high quarters to be immediately selected as the principal objects of court favour. Lady Bardolph was always putting herself in the way of it. She never lost an opportunity. She never missed a drawing-room, contrived to be at all the court balls, plotted to be invited to a costume fete, and expended the tactics of a campaign to get asked to some grand chateau honoured by august presence. Still, Her Majesty had not yet sent for Lady Bardolph. She was still very good friends with Lord Mask, for he had social influence and could assist her. But as for poor Tadpole, she had sadly neglected him, his sphere being merely political, and that being no longer interesting. The honest gentleman still occasionally buzzed about her, slavering portentous stories about malcontent country gentlemen, mumbling Maynooth, and shaking his head at young England. Tadpole was wont to say in confidence that for his part he wished Sir Robert had left alone religion and commerce, and confined himself to finance, which was his forte as long as he had a majority to carry the projects which he found in the pigeonholes of the Treasury, and which are always at the service of every minister. Well, it was at Lady Bardolph's ball, close upon midnight, that Tancred, who had not long entered, and had not very far advanced in the crowded saloons, turning his head, recognized his heroine of the morning, his still more recent correspondent, Lady Bertie and Belair. She was speaking to Lord Valentine. It was impossible to mistake her. Rapid as had been his former observation of her face, it was too remarkable to be forgotten, though the captivating details were only the result of his present more advantageous inspection. A small head and large dark eyes, dark as her rich hair which was quite unadorned, a pale but delicate complexion, small pearly teeth, were charms that crowned a figure rather too much above the middle height, yet undulating and not without grace. Her countenance was calm without being grave, she smiled with her eyes. She was for a moment alone, she looked round and recognized Tancred, she bowed to him with a beaming glance. Instantly he was at her side. "Our second meeting today," she said in a low, sweet voice. "How came it that we never met before?" he replied. "I have just returned from Paris, the first time I have been out, and had it not been for you," she added, "I should not have been here tonight. I think they would have put me in prison." "Lady Bardolph ought to be very much obliged to me, and so ought the world." "I am," said Lady Bertie and Belair. "That is worth everything else," said Tancred. "What a pretty carriage you have. I do not think I shall ever get into mine again. I am almost glad they have destroyed my chariot. I am sure I shall never be able to drive in anything else now except a brougham." "Why did you not keep mine?" "You are magnificent, too gorgeous and oriental for these cold climes. You shower your presence as if you were in the East, which Lord Valentine tells me you are about to visit. When do you leave us?" "I think of going immediately." "Indeed," said Lady Bertie and Belair, and her countenance changed. There was a pause, and then she continued playfully, yet as it were half in sadness, "I almost wish you had not come to my rescue this morning." "And why?" "Because I do not like to make agreeable acquaintances only to lose them." "I think that I am most to be pitied," said Tancred. "You are wearied of the world very soon. Before you can know us, you leave us." I am not wearied of the world, for indeed, as you say, I know nothing of it. I am here by accident, as you were in the stoppage today. It will disperse, and then I shall get on. Lord Valentine tells me that you are going to realize my dream of dreams, that you are going to Jerusalem. Ah, said Tancred, kindling, you too have felt that want. But I never can pardon myself for not having satisfied it, said Lady Bertie and Belair in a mournful tone, and looking in his face with her beautiful dark eyes. It is the mistake of my life, and now can never be remedied. But I have no energy. I ought, as a girl, when they opposed my purpose, to have taken up my palmer's staff, and never have rested content till I had gathered my shell on the strand of Joppa. It is the right feeling, said Tancred. I am persuaded we ought all to go. But we remain here, said the lady in a tone of suppressed and elegant anguish, here, where we all complain of our hopeless lives, with not a thought beyond the passing hour, yet all bewailing its wearisome and insipid moments. Our lot is cast in a material age, said Tancred. The spiritual can alone satisfy me, said Lady Bertie and Belair. Because you have a soul, continued Tancred with animation, still of a celestial hue. They are rare in the 19th century. Nobody now thinks about heaven. They never dream of angels. All their existence is concentrated in steamboats and railways. You are right, said the lady earnestly, and you fly from it. I go for other purposes, I would say even higher ones, said Tancred. I can understand you, your feelings are my own. Jerusalem has been the dream of my life. I have always been endeavouring to reach it, but somehow or other I never got further than Paris. And yet it is very easy now to get to Jerusalem, said Tancred. The great difficulty, as a very remarkable man said to me this morning, is to know what to do when you are there. Who said that to you? Inquired Lady Bertie and Belair, bending her head. It was the person I was going to call upon when I met you, Monsieur de Sidonia. Monsieur de Sidonia, said the lady with animation. Ah, you know him. Not as much as I could wish. I saw him today for the first time. My cousin Lord Eskdale gave me a letter of introduction to him for his advice and assistance about my journey. Sidonia has been a great traveller. There is no person I wish to know so much as 1,000. De Sidonia, said Lady Bertie and Belair. He is a great friend of Lord Eskdale, I think. I must get Lord Eskdale, she added musingly, to give me a little dinner and ask 1,000. De Sidonia to meet me. He never goes anywhere, at least I have heard so, said Tancred. He once used to do and to give us great fetes. I remember hearing of them before I was out. We must make him resume them. He is immensely rich. I dare say he may be, said Tancred. I wonder how a man with his intellect and ideas can think of the accumulation of wealth. 'Tis his destiny, said Lady Bertie and Belair. He can no more disembarrass himself of his hereditary millions than a dynasty of the cares of empire. I wonder if he will get the Great Northern. They talked of nothing else at Paris. Of what? Said Tancred. Oh, let us talk of Jerusalem, said Lady Bertie and Belair. Ah, here is Augustus. Let me make you and my husband acquainted. Tancred almost expected to see the moustached companion of the morning, but it was not so. Lord Bertie and Belair was a tall, thin, distinguished, with a red-looking young man, who thanked Tancred for his courtesy of the morning with a sort of gracious negligence, and after some easy talk, asked Tancred to dine with them on the morrow. He was engaged, but he promised to call on Lady Bertie and Belair immediately, and see some drawings of the Holy Land. Chapter 19. Lord Henry sympathizes. Passing through a marble antechamber, Tancred was ushered into an apartment half saloon and half library. The choicely bound volumes, which were not too numerous, were ranged on shelves inlaid in the walls, so that they ornamented without diminishing the apartment. These walls were painted in encaustic, corresponding with the coved ceiling, which was richly adorned in the same fashion. A curtain of violet velvet, covering if necessary the large window which looked upon a balcony full of flowers and the umbrageous park, an Axminster carpet manufactured to harmonize both in colour and design with the rest of the chamber, a profusion of luxurious seats, a large table of ivory marquetry bearing a carved silver bell which once belonged to a pope, a naiad whose golden urn served as an inkstand, some daggers that acted as paper cutters, and some French books just arrived, a group of beautiful vases recently released from an Egyptian tomb, and ranged on a tripod of malachite, the portrait of a statesman, and the bust of an emperor and a sparkling fire, were all circumstances which made the room both interesting and comfortable in which Sidonia welcomed Tancred and introduced him to a guest who had preceded him, Lord Henry Sidney. It was a name that touched Tancred, as it has all the youth of England, significant of a career that would rescue public life from that strange union of lax principles and contracted sympathies which now form the special and degrading features of British politics. It was borne by one whose boyhood we have painted amid the fields and schools of Eton, and the springtime of whose earliest youth we traced by the sedgy waters of the Cam. We left him on the threshold of public life, and in 4 years, Lord Henry had created that reputation which now made him a source of hope and solace to millions of his countrymen. But they were 4 years of labour which outweighed the usual exertions of public men in double that space. His regular attendance in the House of Commons alone had given him as much parliamentary experience as fell to the lot of many of those who had been first returned in 1837, and had been therefore twice as long in the House. He was not only a vigilant member of public and private committees, but had succeeded in appointing and conducting several on topics which he esteemed of high importance. Add to this that he took an habitual part in debate, and was a frequent and effective public writer, and we are furnished with an additional testimony, if that indeed were wanting, that there is no incentive to exertion like the passion for a noble renown. Nor should it be forgotten that in all he accomplished he had but one final purpose, and that the highest: the debate, the committee, the article in the journal or the review, the public meeting, the private research. These were all means to advance that which he had proposed as the object of his public life, namely, to elevate the condition of the people. Although there was no public man whose powers had more rapidly ripened, still it was interesting to observe that their maturity had been faithful to the healthy sympathies of his earlier years. The boy, whom we have traced intent upon the revival of the pastimes of the people, had expanded into the statesman, who, in a profound and comprehensive investigation of the elements of public wealth, had shown that a jaded population is not a source of national prosperity. What had been a picturesque emotion had now become a statistical argument. The material system that proposes the supply of constant toil to a people as the perfection of polity had received a staggering blow from the exertions of a young patrician, who announced his belief that labour had its rights as well as its duties. What was excellent about Lord Henry was that he was not a mere philanthropist, satisfied to rouse public attention to a great social evil, or instantly to suggest for it some crude remedy. A scholar and a man of the world, learned in history and not inexperienced in human nature, he was sensible that we must look to the constituent principles of society for the causes and the cures of great national disorders. He therefore went deeply into the question, nor shrank from investigating how far those disorders were produced by the operation or the desuetude of ancient institutions, and how far it might be necessary to call new influences into political existence for their remedy. Richly informed, still studious, fond of labour and indefatigable, of a gentle disposition though of an ardent mind, calm yet energetic, very open to conviction, but possessing an inflexibility amounting even to obstinacy when his course was once taken, a ready and improving speaker, an apt and attractive writer, affable and sincere, and with the undesigning faculty of making friends, Lord Henry seemed to possess all the qualities of a popular leader, if we add to them the golden ones: high lineage, an engaging appearance, youth, and a temperament in which the reason had not been developed to the prejudice of the heart. "And when do you start for the Holy Land?" said Lord Henry to Tancred in a tone and with a countenance which proved his sympathy. "I have clutched my staff, but the caravan lingers. I envy you. Why do you not go?" Lord Henry slightly shrugged his shoulders and said, "It is too late. I have begun my work and I cannot leave it." "If a parliamentary career could save this country," said Tancred, "I am sure you would be a public benefactor. I have observed what you and Mr. Coningsby and some of your friends have done and said, with great interest, but Parliament seems to me to be the very place which a man of action should avoid. A parliamentary career, that old superstition of the 18th century, was important when there were no other sources of power and fame. An aristocracy at the head of a people whom they had plundered of their means of education required some cultivated tribunal whose sympathy might stimulate their intelligence and satisfy their vanity. Parliament was never so great as when they debated with closed doors. The public opinion, of which they never dreamed, has superseded the rhetorical club of our great-grandfathers. They know this well enough and try to maintain their unnecessary position by affecting the character of men of business, but amateur men of business are very costly conveniences. In this age it is not Parliament that does the real work. It does not govern Ireland, for example. If the manufacturers want to change a tariff, they form a commercial league, and they effect their purpose. It is the same with the abolition of slavery and all our great revolutions. Parliament has become as really insignificant as for 2 centuries it has kept the monarch. O'Connell has taken a good share of its power, Cobden has taken another, and I am inclined to believe, said Tancred, though I care little about it, that if our order had any spirit or prescience they would put themselves at the head of the people and take the rest. Coningsby dines here today, said Sidonia, who unobserved had watched Tancred as he spoke, with a searching glance. Notwithstanding what you say, said Lord Henry, smiling, I wish I could induce you to remain and help us. You would be a great ally. I go to a land, said Tancred, that has never been blessed by that fatal drollery called a representative government, though omniscience once deigned to trace out the polity which should rule it. At this moment the servant announced Lord and Lady Marney. Political sympathy had created a close intimacy between Lord Marney and Coningsby. They were necessary to each other. They were both men entirely devoted to public affairs, and sitting in different houses, both young and both masters of fortunes of the first class, they were indicated as individuals who hereafter might take a lead, and far from clashing, would cooperate with each other. Through Coningsby the Marneys had become acquainted with Sidonia, who liked them both, particularly Sybil. Although received by society with open arms, especially by the high nobility, who affected to look upon Sybil quite as one of themselves, Lady Marney, notwithstanding the homage that everywhere awaited her, had already shown a disposition to retire as much as possible within the precinct of a chosen circle. This was her second season, and Sybil ventured to think that she had made, in the general gaieties of her first, a sufficient oblation to the genius of fashion and the immediate requirements of her social position. Her life was faithful to its first impulse. Devoted to the improvement of the condition of the people, she was the moving spring of the charitable development of this great city. Her house, without any pedantic effort, had become the focus of a refined society, who, though obliged to show themselves for the moment in the great carnival, wear their masks, blow their trumpets, and pelt the multitude with sugar plums, were glad to find a place where they could at all times divest themselves of their mummery, and return to their accustomed garb of propriety and good taste. Sybil, too, felt alone in the world. Without a relation, without an acquaintance of early and other days, she clung to her husband with a devotion which was peculiar as well as profound. Egremont was to her more than a husband and a lover. He was her only friend. It seemed to Sybil that he could be her only friend. The disposition of Lord Marney was not opposed to the habits of his wife. Men, when they are married, often shrink from the glare and bustle of those social multitudes which are entered by bachelors with the excitement of knights-errant in a fairy wilderness, because they are supposed to be rife with adventures, and, perhaps, fruitful of a heroine. The adventure sometimes turns out to be a catastrophe, and the heroine a copy instead of an original, but let that pass. Lord Marney liked to be surrounded by those who sympathized with his pursuit, and his pursuit was politics, and politics on a great scale. The commonplace career of official distinction was at his command. A great peer with abilities and ambition, a good speaker, supposed to be a conservative, he might soon have found his way into the cabinet, and, like the rest, have assisted in registering the decrees of one too powerful individual. But Lord Marney had been taught to think at a period of life when he little dreamed of the responsibility which fortune had in store for him. The change in his position had not altered the conclusions at which he had previously arrived. He held that the state of England, notwithstanding the superficies of a material prosperity, was one of impending doom, unless it were timely arrested by those who were in high places. A man of fine mind rather than of brilliant talents, Lord Marney found in the more vivid and impassioned intelligence of Coningsby the directing sympathy which he required. Tadpole looked upon his lordship as little short of insane. "Do you see that man?" he would say as Lord Marney rode by. "He might be Privy Seal, and he throws it all away for the nonsense of young England." Mrs. Coningsby entered the room almost on the footsteps of the Marneys. I am in despair about Harry, she said, as she gave a finger to Sidonia, but he told me not to wait for him later than 8. I suppose he is kept at the house. Do you know anything of him, Lord Henry? You may make yourself quite easy about him, said Lord Henry. He promised Vavasor to support a motion which he has today, and perhaps speak on it. I ought to be there too, but Charles Buller told me there would certainly be no division, and so I ventured to pair off with him. He will come with Vavasor, said Sidonia, who makes up our party. They will be here before we have seated ourselves. The gentlemen had exchanged the usual inquiry, whether there was anything new today, without waiting for the answer. Sidonia introduced Tancred and Lord Marney. And what have you been doing today? Said Edith to Sybil, by whose side she had seated herself. Lady Bardolph did nothing last night but grander me because you never go to her parties. In vain I said that you looked upon her as the most odious of her sex, and her balls the pest of society. She was not in the least satisfied. And how is Gerard? Why, we really have been very uneasy about him, said Lady Marney, but the last bulletin, she added with a smile, announces a tooth. Next year you must give him a pony, and let him ride with my Harry. I mean my little Harry, Harry of Monmouth I call him. He is so like a portrait Mr. Coningsby has of his grandfather, the same debauched look. Your dinner is served, sir. Sidonia offered his hand to Lady Marney. Edith was attended by Tancred. A door at the end of the room opened into a marble corridor, which led to the dining-room, decorated in the same style as the library. It was a suite of apartments which Sidonia used for an intimate circle like the present. Chapter 20. A Modern Troubadour. They seated themselves at a round table, on which everything seemed brilliant and sparkling, nothing heavy, nothing oppressive. There was scarcely anything that Sidonia disliked so much as a small table, groaning, as it is aptly termed, with plate. He shrunk from great masses of gold and silver, gigantic groups, colossal shields, and mobs of tankards and flagons, and never used them except on great occasions, when the banquet assumes an Egyptian character, and becomes too vast for refinement. At present the dinner was served on Sevres porcelain of Rose du Barry, raised on airy golden stands of arabesque workmanship. A mule bore your panniers of salt, or a sea-nymph proffered it you on a shell just fresh from the ocean, or you found it in a bird's nest. By every guest a different pattern. In the centre of the table, mounted on a pedestal, was a group of pages in Dresden china. Nothing could be more gay than their bright cloaks and flowing plumes, more elaborately exquisite than their lace shirts and rosettes, or more fantastically saucy than their pretty affected faces, as each, with extended arm, held a light to a guest. The room was otherwise illumined from the sides. The guests had scarcely seated themselves when the two absent ones arrived. Well, you did not divide, Vavasor, said Lord Henry. Did I not, said Vavasor, and nearly beat the government? You are a pretty fellow. I was paired with someone who could not stay. Your brother, Mrs. Coningsby, behaved like a man, sacrificed his dinner, and made a capital speech. Oh, Oswald, did he speak? Did you speak, Harry? No, I voted. There was too much speaking as it was. If Vavasor had not replied, I believe we should have won. But then, my dear fellow, think of my points. Think how they laid themselves open. A majority is always the best repartee, said Coningsby. I have been talking with Montacute, whispered Lord Henry to Coningsby, who was seated next to him. Wonderful fellow, you can conceive nothing richer. Very wild, but all the right ideas, exaggerated of course. You must get hold of him after dinner. But they say he is going to Jerusalem. But he will return. I do not know that. Even Napoleon regretted that he had ever recrossed the Mediterranean. The East is a career. Mr. Vavasor was a social favourite, a poet and a real poet and a troubadour as well as a member of Parliament, travelled, sweet-tempered and good-hearted, amusing and clever, with Catholic sympathies and an eclectic turn of mind. Mr. Vavasor saw something good in everybody and everything, which is certainly amiable and perhaps just, but disqualifies a man in some degree for the business of life, which requires for its conduct a certain degree of prejudice. Mr. Vavasor's breakfasts were renowned. Whatever your creed, class, or country, one might almost add your character, you were a welcome guest at his matutinal meal, provided you were celebrated. That qualification, however, was rigidly enforced. it not rarely happened that never were men more incongruously grouped. Individuals met at his hospitable house who had never met before, but who for years had been cherishing in solitude mutual detestation, with all the irritable exaggeration of the literary character. Vavasor liked to be the amphitryon of a cluster of personal enemies. He prided himself on figuring as the social medium by which rival reputations became acquainted, and paid each other in his presence the compliments which veiled their ineffable disgust. All this was very well at his rooms in the Albany, and only funny, but when he collected his menageries at his ancestral hall in a distant county, the sport sometimes became tragic. A real philosopher, alike from his genial disposition and from the influence of his rich and various information, Vavasor moved amid the strife, sympathizing with everyone, and perhaps, after all, the philanthropy which was his boast was not untinged by a dash of humour, of which rare and charming quality he possessed no inconsiderable portion. Vavasor liked to know everybody who was known, and to see everything which ought to be seen. He also was of opinion that everybody who was known ought to know him, and that the spectacle, however splendid or exciting, was not quite perfect without his presence. His life was a gyration of energetic curiosity, an insatiable whirl of social celebrity. There was not a congregation of sages and philosophers in any part of Europe which he did not attend as a brother. He was present at the camp of Kalish in his yeomanry uniform, and assisted at the festivals of Barcelona in an Andalusian jacket. He was everywhere and at everything. He had gone down in a divingbell and gone up in a balloon. As for his acquaintances, he was welcomed in every land. His universal sympathies seemed omnipotent. Emperor and king, Jacobin and Carbonaro, alike cherished him. He was the steward of Polish balls and the vindicator of Russian humanity. He dined with Louis Philippe and gave dinners to Louis Blanc. This was a dinner of which the guests came to partake. Though they delighted in each other's society, their meetings were not so rare that they need sacrifice the elegant pleasures of a refined meal for the opportunity of conversation. They let that take its chance, and ate and drank without affectation. Nothing so rare as a female dinner where people eat, and few things more delightful. On the present occasion some time elapsed, while the admirable performances of Sidonia's cook were discussed, with little interruption. A burst now and then from the ringing voice of Mrs. Coningsby, crossing a lance with her habitual opponent, Mr. Vavasor, who, however, generally withdrew from the skirmish when a fresh dish was handed to him. At length, the second course being served, Mrs. Coningsby said, "I think you have all eaten enough. I have a piece of information for you. There is going to be a costume ball at the palace." This announcement produced a number of simultaneous remarks and exclamations. When was it to be? What was it to be? An age or a country, or an olio of all ages and all countries? "An age is a masquerade," said Sidonia. "The more contracted the circle, the more perfect the illusion." "Oh no," said Vavasor, shaking his head. "An age is the thing, it is a much higher thing. What can be finer than to represent the spirit of an age?" "And Mr. Vavasor to perform the principal part," said Mrs. Coningsby. "I know exactly what he means. He wants to dance the polka as Petrarch and find a Laura in every partner." "You have no poetical feeling," said Mr. Vavasor, waving his hand. "I have often told you so." "You will easily find Lauras, Mr. Vavasor, if you often write such beautiful verses as I have been reading today," said Lady Marney. "You, on the contrary," said Mr. Vavasor, bowing, "have a great deal of poetic feeling, Lady Marney. I have always said so." "But give us your news, Edith," said Coningsby. "Imagine our suspense when it is a question whether we are all to look picturesque or quizzical." "Ah, you want to know whether you can go as Cardinal Mazarin or the Duke of Ripperda, Harry. I know exactly what you all are now thinking of, whether you will draw the prize in the forthcoming lottery, and get exactly the epoch and the character which suit you. Is it not so, Lord Montacute? Would not you like to practice a little with your crusados at the Queen's ball before you go to the Holy Sepulchre?" "I would rather hear your description of it," said Tancred. "Lord Henry, I see, is half inclined to be your companion as a Red Cross knight," continued Edith. "As for Lady Marney, she is the successor of Mrs. Fry, and would wish, I am sure, to go to the ball as her representative." "And pray what are you thinking of being?" said Mr. Vavasor. "We should like very much to be favoured with Mrs. Coningsby's ideal of herself." "Mrs. Coningsby leaves the ideal to poets. She is quite satisfied to remain what she is, and it is her intention to do so, though she means to go to Her Majesty's ball. I see that you are in the secret, said Lord Marney. If I could only keep secrets I might turn out something, said Mrs. Coningsby. I am the depositary of so much that is occult joys, sorrows, plots and scrapes, but I always tell Harry and he always betrays me. Well, you must guess a little. Lady Marney begins. Well, we were at one at Turin, said Lady Marney, and it was Oriental Lalla Rook. Are you to be a sultana? Mrs. Coningsby shook her head. Come, Edith, said her husband, if you know, which I doubt. Oh, you doubt. Valentine told me yesterday, said Mr. Vavasor in a mock peremptory tone, that there would not be a ball. And Lord Valentine told me yesterday that there would be a ball, and what the ball would be, and what is more I have fixed on my dress, said Mrs. Coningsby. Such a rapid decision proves that much antiquarian research is not necessary, said Sidonia. Your period is modern. Ah, said Edith, looking at Sidonia, he always finds me out. Well, Mr. Vavasor, you will not be able to crown yourself with a laurel wreath, for the gentlemen will wear wigs. Louis XIV, said her husband, pile as Louvois. No, Sir Robert would be content with nothing less than Le Grand Colbert, Rue Richelieu, No. 75, Grand Magasin de Nouveaux Trescensions, prefix avec quelques rabbis. A description of conservatism, said Coningsby. The secret was soon revealed. Everyone had a conjecture and a commentary, gentlemen in wigs and ladies powdered, patched and sacked. Vavasor pondered somewhat dolefully on the antipoetic spirit of the age. Coningsby hailed him as the author of Leonidas. And you, I suppose, will figure as one of the boys arrayed against the great Sir Robert, said Mr. Vavasor, with a countenance of mock veneration for that eminent personage. The boys beat him at last, said Coningsby, and then, with a rapid precision and a richness of colouring which were peculiar to him, he threw out a sketch which placed the period before them, and they began to tear it to tatters, select the incidents and apportion the characters. Two things which are necessary to a perfect dinner are noiseless attendance, and a precision in serving the various dishes of each course, so that they may all be placed upon the table at the same moment. A deficiency in these respects produces that bustle and delay which distract many an agreeable conversation, and spoil many a pleasant dish. These two excellent characteristics were never wanting at the dinners of Sidonia. At no house was there less parade. The appearance of the table changed as if by the waving of a wand, and silently as a dream. And at this moment, the dessert being arranged, fruits and their beautiful companions, flowers, reposed in alabaster baskets raised on silver stands of filigree work. There was half an hour of merry talk, graceful and gay, a good story, a bon mot fresh from the mint, some raillery like summer lightning, vivid but not scorching. And now, said Edith, as the ladies rose to return to the library, and now we leave you to Maynooth. By the by, what do they say to it in your house, Lord Marney? Inquired Henry Sidney, filling his glass. It will go down, said Lord Marney. A strong dose for some, but they are used to potent potions. The bishops, they say, have not made up their minds. Fancy bishops not having made up their minds, exclaimed Tancred, the only persons who ought never to doubt. Except when they are offered a bishopric, said Lord Marney. Why I like this Maynooth project, said Tancred, though otherwise it little interests me, is that all the shopkeepers are against it. Don't tell that to the minister, said Coningsby, or he will give up the measure. Well, that is the very reason, said Vavasor, why, though otherwise inclined to the grant, I hesitate as to my vote. I have the highest opinion of the shopkeepers. I sympathize even with their prejudices. They are the class of the age. They represent its order, its decency, its industry. And you represent them, said Coningsby. Vavasor is the quintessence of order, decency, and industry. You may jest, said Vavasor, shaking his head with a spice of solemn drollery, but public opinion must and ought to be respected, right or wrong. What do you mean by public opinion? Said Tancred. The opinion of the reflecting majority, said Vavasor. Those who don't read your poems, said Coningsby. Boy, said Vavasor, who could endure raillery from one he had been at college with, but who was not overpleased at Coningsby selecting the present occasion to claim his franchise, when a new man was present like Lord Montacute, on whom Vavasor naturally wished to produce an impression. It must be owned that it was not, as they say, very good taste in the husband of Edith, but prosperity had developed in Coningsby a native vein of sauciness which it required all the solemnity of the Senate to repress. Indeed, even there upon the benches with a grave face, he often indulged in quips and cranks that convulsed his neighbouring audience, who often, amid the long dreary nights of statistical imposture, sought refuge in his gay sarcasms, his airy personalities, and happy quotations. "I do not see how there can be opinion without thought," said Tancred, "and I do not believe the public ever think. How can they? They have no time. Certainly we live at present under the empire of general ideas which are extremely powerful, but the public have not invented those ideas, they have adopted them from convenience. No one has confidence in himself. On the contrary, everyone has a mean idea of his own strength and has no reliance on his own judgment. Men obey a general impulse, they bow before an external necessity, whether for resistance or action. Individuality is dead. There is a want of inward and personal energy in man, and that is what people feel and mean when they go about complaining there is no faith." "You would hold then," said Henry Sidney, "that the progress of public liberty marches with the decay of personal greatness." "It would seem so. But the majority will always prefer public liberty to personal greatness," said Lord Marney. "But without personal greatness, you never would have had public liberty," said Coningsby. "After all, it is civilization that you are kicking against," said Vavasor. "I do not understand what you mean by civilization," said Tancred. "The progressive development of the faculties of man," said Vavasor. "Yes, but what is progressive development?" said Sidonia, "and what are the faculties of man? If development be progressive, how do you account for the state of Italy? One will tell you it is superstition, indulgences, and the Lady of Loreto. Yet 3 centuries ago, when all these influences were much more powerful, Italy was the soul of Europe. The less prejudiced, a Puseyite for example, like our friend Vavasor, will assure us that the state of Italy has nothing to do with the spirit of its religion, but that it is entirely an affair of commerce. A revolution of commerce has convulsed its destinies. I cannot forget that the world was once conquered by Italians who had no commerce. Has the development of Western Asia been progressive? It is a land of tombs and ruins. Is China progressive, the most ancient and numerous of existing societies? Is Europe itself progressive? Is Spain a tithe as great as she was? Is Germany as great as when she invented printing, as she was under the rule of Charles V? France herself laments her relative inferiority to the past, but England flourishes. Is it what you call civilization that makes England flourish? Is it the universal development of the faculties of man that has rendered an island, almost unknown to the ancients, the arbiter of the world? Clearly not. It is her inhabitants that have done this. It is an affair of race. A Saxon race, protected by an insular position, has stamped its diligent and methodic character on the century. And when a superior race with a superior idea to work and order advances, its state will be progressive, and we shall perhaps follow the example of the desolate countries. All is race, there is no other truth. "Because it includes all others," said Lord Henry. "You have said it." "As for Vavasor's definition of civilization," said Coningsby, "civilization was more advanced in ancient than modern times. Then what becomes of the progressive principle? Look at the great centuries of the Roman Empire. You had 200 millions of human beings governed by a jurisprudence so philosophical that we have been obliged to adopt its laws, and living in perpetual peace. The means of communication, of which we now make such a boast, were far more vast and extensive in those days. What were the Great Western and the London and Birmingham to the Appian and Flaminian roads? After 2,500 years, parts of these are still used. A man under the Antonines might travel from Paris to Antioch with as much ease and security as we go from London to York. As for free trade, there never was a really unshackled commerce, except in the days when the whole of the Mediterranean coasts belonged to one power. What a chatter there is now about the towns, and how their development is cited as the peculiarity of the age, and the great security for public improvement. Why, the Roman Empire was the empire of great cities. Man was then essentially municipal. What an empire, said Sidonia, all the superior races in all the superior climes. But how does all this accord with your and Coningsby's favourite theory of the influence of individual character? Said Vavasor to Sidonia, which I hold, by the by, he added rather pompously, to be entirely futile. What is individual character but the personification of race, said Sidonia, its perfection and choice exemplar. Instead of being an inconsistency, the belief in the influence of the individual is a corollary of the original proposition. I look upon a belief in the influence of individual character as a barbarous superstition, said Vavasor. Vavasor believes that there would be no heroes if there were a police, said Coningsby, but I believe that civilization is only fatal to minstrels, and that is the reason now we have no poets. How do you account for the Polish failure in 1831, said Lord Marney. They had a capital army, they were backed by the population, but they failed. They had everything but a man. Why were the Whigs smashed in 1834, said Coningsby, but because they had not a man? What is the real explanation of the state of Mexico, said Sidonia, it has not a man. So much for progress since the days of Charles V, said Henry Sidney. The Spaniards then conquered Mexico, and now they cannot govern it. So much for race, said Vavasor. The race is the same, why are not the results the same? Because it is worn out, said Sidonia. Why do not the Ethiopians build another Thebes, or excavate the colossal temples of the cataracts? The decay of a race is an inevitable necessity, unless it lives in deserts and never mixes its blood. Chapter 21. Sweet Sympathy. I am sorry, my dear mother, that I cannot accompany you, but I must go down to my yacht this morning, and on my return from Greenwich I have an engagement. This was said about a week after the dinner at Sidonia's, by Lord Montacute to the Duchess. That terrible yacht, thought the Duchess. Her Grace a year ago, had she been aware of it, would have deemed Tancred's engagement as fearful an affair. The idea that her son should have called every day for a week on a married lady, beautiful and attractive, would have filled her with alarm amounting almost to horror. Yet such was the innocent case. It might at the first glance seem difficult to reconcile the rival charms of the Basilisk and Lady Bertie and Belair, and to understand how Tancred could be so interested in the preparations for a voyage, which was to bear him from the individual in whose society he found a daily gratification. But the truth is, that Lady Bertie and Belair was the only person who sympathized with his adventure. She listened with the liveliest concern to his account of all his progress. She even made many admirable suggestions, for Lady Bertie and Belair had been a frequent visitor at Cowes, and was quite initiated in the mysteries of the dilettante service of the yacht club. She was a capital sailor, at least she always told Tancred so. But this was not the chief source of sympathy, or the principal bond of union between them. It was not the voyage, so much as the object of the voyage, that touched all the passion of Lady Bertie and Belair. Her heart was at Jerusalem. The sacred city was the dream of her life, and amid the dissipations of Mayfair and the distractions of Belgravia, she had in fact all this time only been thinking of Jehoshaphat and Sion. Strange coincidence of sentiment, strange and sweet. The enamoured Montacute hung over her with pious rapture, as they examined together Mr. Robert's Syrian drawings, and she alike charmed and astonished him by her familiarity with every locality and each detail. She looked like a beautiful prophetess as she dilated with solemn enthusiasm on the sacred scene. Tancred called on her every day, because when he called the first time he had announced his immediate departure, and so had been authorized to promise that he would pay his respects to her every day till he went. It was calculated that by these means, that is to say 3 or 4 visits, they might perhaps travel through Mr. Robert's views together before he left England, which would facilitate their correspondence, for Tancred had engaged to write to the only person in the world worthy of receiving his letters. But though separated, Lady Bertie and Belair would be with him in spirit, and once she sighed and seemed to murmur that if his voyage could only be postponed a while, she might in a manner become his fellow pilgrim, for Lord Bertie, a great sportsman, had a desire to kill antelopes and, wearied with the monotonous slaughter of English preserves, tired even of the eternal moors, had vague thoughts of seeking new sources of excitement amid the snipes of the Grecian marshes, and the deer and wild boars of the desert and the Syrian hills. While his captain was repeating his inquiries for instructions on the deck of the Basilisk at Greenwich, moored off the Trafalgar Hotel, Tancred fell into reveries of female pilgrims kneeling at the Holy Sepulchre by his side, then started, gave a hurried reply, and drove back quickly to town, to pass the remainder of the morning in Brook Street. The 2 or 3 days had expanded into 2 or 3 weeks, and Tancred continued to call daily on Lady Bertie and Belair to say farewell. It was not wonderful. She was the only person in London who understood him, so she delicately intimated, so he profoundly felt. They had the same ideas, they must have the same idiosyncrasy. The lady asked with a sigh why they had not met before. Tancred found some solace in the thought that they had at least become acquainted. There was something about this lady very interesting besides her beauty, her bright intelligence, and her seraphic thoughts. She was evidently the creature of impulse, to a certain degree perhaps the victim of her imagination. She seemed misplaced in life. The tone of the century hardly suited her refined and romantic spirit. Her ethereal nature seemed to shrink from the coarse reality which invades in our days even the boudoirs of Mayfair. There was something in her appearance and the temper of her being which rebuked the material, sordid, calculating genius of our reign of Mammon. Her presence in this world was a triumphant vindication of the claims of beauty and of sentiment. It was evident that she was not happy, for though her fair brow always lighted up when she met the glance of Tancred, it was impossible not to observe that she was sometimes strangely depressed, often anxious and excited, frequently absorbed in reverie. Yet her vivid intelligence, the clearness and precision of her thought and fancy never faltered. In the unknown yet painful contest, the intellectual always triumphed. It was impossible to deny that she was a woman of great ability. Nor could it for a moment be imagined that these fitful moods were merely the routine intimations that her domestic hearth was not as happy as it deserved to be. On the contrary, Lord and Lady Bertie and Belair were the very best friends. She always spoke of her husband with interest and kindness. They were much together, and there evidently existed between them mutual confidence. His lordship's heart indeed was not at Jerusalem, and perhaps this want of sympathy on a subject of such rare and absorbing interest might account for the occasional musings of his wife, taking refuge in her own solitary and devoutly passionate soul. But this deficiency on the part of his lordship could scarcely be alleged against him as a very heinous fault. It is far from usual to find a British noble who on such a topic entertains the notions and sentiments of Lord Montacute, almost as rare to find a British peeress who could respond to them with the same fervour and facility as the beautiful Lady Bertie and Belair. The life of a British peer is mainly regulated by Arabian laws and Syrian customs at this moment, but while he sabbatically abstains from the debate or the rubber, or regulates the quarterly performance of his judicial duties in his province by the advent of the sacred festivals, he thinks little of the land and the race who, under the immediate superintendence of the deity, have by their sublime legislation established the principle of periodic rest to man, or by their deeds and their dogmas, commemorated by their holy anniversaries, have elevated the condition and softened the lot of every nation except their own. "And how does Tancred get on?" asked Lord Eskdale one morning of the Duchess of Bellamont with a dry smile. "I understand that instead of going to Jerusalem, he is going to give us a fish dinner." The Duchess of Bellamont had made the acquaintance of Lady Bertie and Belair, and was delighted with her, although her Grace had been told that Lord Montacute called upon her every day. The proud, intensely proper and highly prejudiced Duchess of Bellamont took the most charitable view of this sudden and fervent friendship. A female friend who talked about Jerusalem, but kept her son in London, was in the present estimation of the Duchess a real treasure, the most interesting and admirable of her sex. Their intimacy was satisfactorily accounted for by the invaluable information which she imparted to Tancred. What he was to see, do, eat, drink, how he was to avoid being poisoned and assassinated, escape fatal fevers, regularly attend the service of the Church of England in countries where there were no churches, and converse in languages of which he had no knowledge. He could not have a better counsellor than Lady Bertie, who had herself travelled, at least to the Faubourg St. Honor, and as Horace Walpole says, after Calais nothing astonishes. Certainly Lady Bertie had not been herself to Jerusalem, but she had read about it and every other place. The Duchess was delighted that Tancred had a companion who interested him. With all the impulse of her sanguine temperament, she had already accustomed herself to look upon the long-dreaded yacht as a toy, and rather an amusing one, and was daily more convinced of the prescient shrewdness of her cousin, Lord Eskdale. Tancred was going to give them a fish dinner. A what? A sort of banquet which might have served for the marriage feast of Neptune and Amphitrite, and be commemorated by a constellation, and which ought to have been administered by the Nereids and the Naiads, tureens of turtle, pools of water souchy, flounders of every hue, and eels in every shape, cutlets of salmon, salmis of carp, ortolans represented by whitebait, and huge roasts carved out of the sturgeon. The appetite is distracted by the variety of objects, and tantalized by the restlessness of perpetual solicitation. Not a moment of repose, no pause for enjoyment. Eventually, a feeling of satiety without satisfaction, and of repletion without sustenance, till at night, gradually recovering from the whirl of the anomalous repast, famished yet incapable of flavour, the tortured memory can only recall with an effort that it has dined off pink champagne and brown bread and butter. What a ceremony to be presided over by Tancred of Montacute, who, if he deigned to dine at all, ought to have dined at no less a round table than that of King Arthur. What a consummation of a sublime project, what a catastrophe of a spiritual career, a Greenwich party and a tavern bill. All the world now is philosophical, and therefore they can account for this disaster. Without doubt we are the creatures of circumstances, and if circumstances take the shape of a charming woman who insists upon sailing in your yacht, which happens to be at Blackwall or Greenwich, it is not easy to discover how the inevitable consequences can be avoided. It would hardly do off the Nore to present your mistress with a sea-pie, or abruptly remind your farewell friends and sorrowing parents of their impending loss by suddenly serving up soup hermetically sealed, and roasting the embalmed joint, which ought only to have smoked amid the ruins of Thebes or by the cataracts of Nubia. There are, however, two sides of every picture. A party may be pleasant, and even a fish dinner not merely a whirl of dishes and a clash of plates. The guests may be not too numerous and well assorted, the attendants not too devoted yet regardful, the weather may be charming, which is a great thing, and the giver of the dinner may be charmed, and that is everything. The party to see the basilisk was not only the most agreeable of the season, but the most agreeable ever known. They all said so when they came back. Mr. Vavasor, who was there, went to all his evening parties, to the assembly by the wife of a minister in Carlton Terrace, to a rout by the wife of the leader of opposition in Whitehall, to a literary soirée in Westminster, and a brace of balls in Portman and Belgrave Squares, and told them all that they were none of them to be compared to the party of the morning, to which, it must be owned, he had greatly contributed by his good humour and merry wit. Mrs. Coningsby declared to everyone that, if Lord Montacute would take her, she was quite ready to go to Jerusalem. Such a perfect vessel was the basilisk, and such an admirable sailor was Mrs. Coningsby, which, considering that the river was like a mill-pond, according to Tancred's captain, or like a mirror according to Lady Bertie and Belair, was not surprising. The Duke protested that he was quite glad that Montacute had taken to yachting, it seemed to agree with him so well, and spoke of his son's future movements as if there were no such place as Palestine in the world. The sanguine Duchess dreamed of Cowes regattas, and resolved to agree to any arrangement to meet her son's fancy, provided he would stay at home, which she convinced herself he had now resolved to do. "Our cousin is so wise," she said to her husband as they were returning. "What could the bishop mean by saying that Tancred was a visionary? I agree with you, George, there is no counsellor like a man of the world." "I wish 1,000. De Sidonia had come," said Lady Bertie and Belair, gazing from the window of the Trafalgar on the moonlit river with an expression of abstraction, and speaking in a tone almost of melancholy. "I also wish it, since you do," said Tancred, "but they say he goes nowhere. It was almost presumptuous in me to ask him, yet I did so because you wished it." "I never shall know him," said Lady Bertie and Belair with some vexation. "He interests you," said Tancred, a little piqued. "I had so many things to say to him," said her ladyship. "Indeed," said Tancred, and then he continued, "I offered him every inducement to come, for I told him it was to meet you. But perhaps if he had known that you had so many things to say to him, he might have relented." "So many things? Oh, yes, you know he has been a great traveller, he has been everywhere, he has been at Jerusalem." "Fortunate man," exclaimed Tancred half to himself, "would I were there." "Would we were there, you mean," said Lady Bertie, in a tone of exquisite melody, and looking at Tancred with her rich, charged eyes. His heart trembled. He was about to give utterance to some wild words, but they died upon his lips. Two great convictions shared his being: the absolute necessity of at once commencing his pilgrimage, and the persuasion that life without the constant presence of this sympathizing companion must be intolerable. What was to be done? In his long reveries, where he had brooded over so many thoughts, some only of which he had as yet expressed to mortal ear, Tancred had calculated, as he believed, every combination of obstacle which his projects might have to encounter. But one, it now seemed, he had entirely omitted: the influence of woman. Why was he here? Why was he not away? Why had he not departed? The reflection was intolerable, it seemed to him even disgraceful. The being who would be content with nothing less than communing with celestial powers in sacred climes, standing at a tavern window gazing on the moonlit mudbanks of the barbarous Thames, a river which neither angel nor prophet had ever visited. Before him, softened by the hour, was the Isle of Dogs, the Isle of Dogs. It should at least be Cyprus. The carriages were announced. Lady Bertie and Belair placed her arm in his. Chapter 22. The Crusader receives a shock. Tancred passed a night of great disquiet. His mind was agitated, his purposes indefinite, his confidence in himself seemed to falter. Where was that strong will that had always sustained him, that faculty of instant decision which had given such vigour to his imaginary deeds? A shadowy haze had suffused his heroic idle duty, and he could not clearly distinguish either its form or its proportions. Did he wish to go to the Holy Land or not? What a question! Had it come to that? Was it possible that he could whisper such an enquiry even to his midnight soul? He did wish to go to the Holy Land. His purpose was not in the least faltering. He most decidedly wished to go to the Holy Land, but he wished also to go thither in the company of Lady Bertie and Belair. Tancred could not bring himself to desert the only being perhaps in England, excepting himself, whose heart was at Jerusalem, and that being a woman. There seemed something about it unknightly, unkind and cowardly, almost base. Lady Bertie was a heroine worthy of ancient Christendom rather than of enlightened Europe. In the old days, truly the good old days, when the magnetic power of Western Asia on the Gothic races had been more puissant, her noble yet delicate spirit might have been found beneath the walls of Ascalon or by the purple waters of Tyre. When Tancred first met her, she was dreaming of Palestine amid her frequent sadness. He could not, utterly void of all self-conceit as he was, be insensible to the fact that his sympathy, founded on such a divine congeniality, had often chased the cloud from her brow and lightened the burthen of her drooping spirit. If she were sad before, what would she be now, deprived of the society of the only being to whom she could unfold the spiritual mysteries of her romantic soul? Was such a character to be left alone in this world of slang and scrip, of coarse motives and coarser words? Then, too, she was so intelligent and so gentle, the only person who understood him, and never grated for an instant on his high ideal. Her temper also was the sweetest in the world, eminent as her generous spirit. She spoke of others with so much kindness, and never indulged in that spirit of detraction or that love of personal gossip which Tancred had frankly told her he abhorred. Somehow or other it seemed that their tastes agreed on everything. The agitated Tancred rose from the bed where the hope of slumber was vain. The fire in his dressing-room was nearly extinguished. Wrapped in his chamber robe, he threw himself into a chair, which he drew near the expiring embers, and sighed. Unhappy youth, for you commences that great hallucination which all must prove, but which fortunately can never be repeated, and which in mockery we call first love. The physical frame has its infantile disorders, the cough which it must not escape, the burning skin which it must encounter. The heart has also its childish and cradle malady, which may be fatal, but which, if once surmounted, enables the patient to meet with becoming power all the real convulsions and fevers of passion that are the heirloom of our afterlife. They, too, may bring destruction, but in their case, the cause and the effect are more proportioned. The heroine is real, the sympathy is wild but at least genuine, the catastrophe is that of a ship at sea which sinks with a rich cargo in a noble venture. In our relations with the softer sex it cannot be maintained that ignorance is bliss. On the contrary, experience is the best security for enduring love. Love at first sight is often a genial and genuine sentiment, but first love at first sight is ever eventually branded as spurious. Still more so is that first love which suffuses less rapidly the spirit of the ecstatic votary, when he finds that by degrees his feelings, as the phrase runs, have become engaged. Fondness is so new to him that he has repaid it with exaggerated idolatry. and become intoxicated by the novel gratification of his vanity. Little does he suspect that all this time his seventh heaven is but the crapulence of self-love. In these cases, it is not merely that everything is exaggerated, but everything is factitious. Simultaneously, the imaginary attributes of the idol disappearing, and vanity being satiated, all ends in a crash of iconoclastic surfeit. The embers became black, the night air had cooled the turbulent blood of Lord Montacute. He shivered, returned to his couch, and found a deep and invigorating repose. The next morning, about 2 hours after noon, Tancred called on Lady Bertie. As he drove up to the door, there came forth from it the foreigner who was her companion in the city fray when Tancred first saw her and went to her rescue. He recognized Lord Montacute, and bowed with much ceremony, though with a certain grace and bearing. He was a man whose wrinkled visage strangely contrasted with his still gallant figure, scrupulously attired. A blue frock coat with a ribboned buttonhole, a well-turned boot, hat a little too hiddlegoish but quite new. There was something respectable and substantial about him, notwithstanding his moustaches and a carriage a degree too debonair for his years. He did not look like a Carbonaro or a refugee. Who could he be? Tancred had asked himself this question before. This was not the first time that he had encountered this distinguished foreigner since their first meeting. Tancred had seen him before this, quitting the door of Lord Bertie and Belair, had stumbled over him before this more than once on the staircase, once, to his surprise, had met him as he entered the personal saloon of Lady Bertie. As it was evident on that occasion that his visit had been to the lady, it was thought necessary to say something, and he had been called the Baron, and described, though in a somewhat flurried and excited manner, as a particular friend, a person in whom they had the most entire confidence, who had been most kind to them at Paris, putting them in the way of buying the rarest china for nothing, and who was now over here on some private business of his own, of great importance. The Bertie and Bellairs felt immense interest in his exertions, and wished him every success, Lord Bertie particularly. It was not at all surprising, considering the innumerable kindnesses they had experienced at his hands, was it? Nothing more natural, replied Tancred, and he turned the conversation. Lady Bertie was much depressed this morning, so much so that it was impossible for Tancred not to notice her unequal demeanour. Her hand trembled as he touched it. Her face, flushed when he entered, became deadly pale. "You are not well," he said. "I fear the open carriage last night has made you already repent our expedition." She shook her head. It was not the open carriage which was delightful, nor the expedition which was enchanting that had affected her. Would that life consisted only of such incidents of barouches and whitebait banquets? Alas, no, it was not these. But she was nervous, her slumbers had been disquieted, she had encountered alarming dreams, she had a profound conviction that something terrible was impending over her. And Tancred took her hand to prevent, if possible, what appeared to be inevitable hysterics. But Lady Bertie and Belair was a strong-minded woman, and she commanded herself. "I can bear anything," said Tancred in a trembling voice, "but to see you unhappy," and he drew his chair nearer to hers. Her face was hid, her beautiful face in her beautiful hand. There was silence and then a sigh. "Dear lady," said Lord Montacute. "What is it?" murmured Lady Bertie and Belair. "Why do you sigh?" "Because I am miserable." No, don't use such words," said the distracted Tancred. "You must not be miserable, you shall not be." "Can I help it? Are we not about to part?" "We need not part," he said in a low voice. "Then you will remain," she said, looking up, and her dark brown eyes were fixed with all their fascination on the tortured Tancred. "Till we all go," he said in a soothing voice. "That can never be," said Lady Bertie. "Augustus will never hear of it. He never could be absent more than 6 weeks from London, he misses his clubs so. If Jerusalem were only a place one could get at, something might be done, if there were a railroad to it, for example." "A railroad?" exclaimed Tancred with a look of horror. "A railroad to Jerusalem?" "No, I suppose there never can be one," continued Lady Bertie in a musing tone. "There is no traffic. And I am the victim," she added in a thrilling voice. "I am left here among people who do not comprehend me, and among circumstances with which I can have no sympathy. But go, Lord Montacute, go and be happy alone. I ought to have been prepared for all this, you have not deceived me. You told me from the first you were a pilgrim, but I indulged in a dream. I believed that I should not only visit Palestine, but even visit it with you." And she leant back in her chair and covered her face with her hands. Tancred rose from his seat and paced the chamber. His heart seemed to burst. "What is all this?" he thought. "How came all this to occur? How has arisen this singular combination of unforeseen causes and undreamed-of circumstances, which baffles all my plans and resolutions, and seems, as it were, without my sanction and my agency, to be taking possession of my destiny and life? I am bewildered, confounded, incapable of thought or deed." His tumultuous reverie was broken by the sobs of Lady Bertie. "By heaven, I cannot endure this," said Tancred, advancing. "Death seems to me preferable to her unhappiness, dearest of women." "Do not call me that," she murmured. "I can bear anything from your lips but words of fondness, and pardon all this, I am not myself today. I had thought that I had steeled myself to our inevitable separation, but I have mistaken myself, at least miscalculated my strength. It is weak, it is very weak and very foolish, but you must pardon it. I am too much interested in your career to wish you to delay your departure a moment for my sake. I can bear our separation, at least I think I can. I shall quit the world forever. I should have done so had we not met. I was on the point of doing so when we did meet, when my dream was at length realized. Go, go, do not stay. Bless you, and write to me if I be alive to receive your letters." "I cannot leave her," thought the harrowed Tancred. "It never shall be said of me that I could blight a woman's life or break her heart." But just as he was advancing, the door opened, and a servant brought in a note, and without looking at Tancred, who had turned to the window, disappeared. The desolation and despair which had been impressed on the countenance of Lady Bertie and Belair vanished in an instant, as she recognized the handwriting of her correspondent. They were succeeded by an expression of singular excitement. She tore open the note. A stupor seemed to spread over her features, and, giving a faint shriek, she fell into a swoon. Tancred rushed to her side. She was quite insensible and pale as alabaster. The note, which was only 2 lines, was open and extended in her hands. It was from no idle curiosity, but it was impossible for Tancred not to read it. He had one of those eagle visions that nothing could escape, and himself extremely alarmed, it was the first object at which he unconsciously glanced in his agitation to discover the cause and the remedy for this crisis. The note ran thus: 3 o'clock, the narrow gauge has won. We are utterly done, and Snix tells me you bought 500 more yesterday at 10. Is it possible? F. Is it possible? Echoed Tancred, as, entrusting Lady Bertie to her maid, he rapidly descended the staircase of her mansion. He almost ran to Davies Street, where he jumped into a cab, not permitting the driver to descend to let him in. "Where to?" asked the driver. "The city." "What party?" "Never mind, near the bank." Alighting from the cab, Tancred hurried to Sequin Court and sent in his card to Sidonia, who in a few moments received him. As he entered the great financier's room, there came out of it the man called in Brook Street the Baron. "Well, how did your dinner go off?" said Sidonia, looking with some surprise at the disturbed countenance of Tancred. "It seems very ridiculous, very impertinent, I fear you will think it," said Tancred in a hesitating, confused manner, "but that person who has just left the room, I have a particular reason, I have the greatest desire to know who that person is." "That is a French capitalist," replied Sidonia with a slight smile, "an eminent French capitalist, the Baron Villebec de Chateauneuf. He wants me to support him in a great railroad enterprise in his country, a new line to Strasbourg, and looks to a great traffic, I suppose, in pasties. But this cannot much interest you. What do you want really to know about him? I can tell you everything. I have been acquainted with him for years. He was the intendant of Lord Monmouth, who left him £30,000, and he set up upon this at Paris as a millionaire. He is in the way of becoming one, has bought lands, is a deputy and a baron. He is rather a favourite of mine," added Sidonia, "and I have been able perhaps to assist him, for I knew him long before Lord Monmouth did, in a very different position from that which he now fills, though not one for which I have less respect. He was a fine comic actor in the courtly parts, and the most celebrated manager in Europe, always a fearful speculator, but he is an honest fellow and has a good heart." "He is a great friend of Lady Bertie and Belair," said Tancred rather hesitatingly. "Naturally," said Sidonia. She also, said Tancred with a becalmed countenance but a palpitating heart, is, I believe, much interested in railroads. She is the most inveterate female gambler in Europe, said Sidonia, whatever shape her speculations take. Villebec is a great ally of hers. He always had a weakness for the English aristocracy, and remembers that he owed his fortune to one of them. Lady Bertie was in great tribulation this year at Paris. That was the reason she did not come over before Easter, and Villebec extricated her from a scrape. He would assist her now if he could. By the day that I had the pleasure of making your acquaintance, she was here with Villebec an hour at my door, but I could not see her. She pesters me, too, with her letters. But I do not like feminine finance. I hope the worthy Baron will be discreet in his alliance with her, for her affairs, which I know, as I am obliged to know everyone's, happen to be at this moment most critical. I am trespassing on you, said Tancred after a painful pause, but I am about to set sail. When? Tomorrow, today if I could, and you were so kind as to promise me a letter of introduction and a letter of credit. I have not forgotten, and I will write them for you at once. And Sidonia took up his pen and wrote. A letter of introduction. To Alonso Lara, Spanish prior at the convent of Terra Santa at Jerusalem. Most Holy Father, the youth who will deliver to you this is a pilgrim who aspires to penetrate the great Asian mystery. Be to him what you were to me, and may the God of Sinai, in whom we all believe, guard over you and prosper his enterprise. Sidonia, London, May 1845. You can read Spanish, said Sidonia, giving him the letter. The other I shall write in Hebrew, which you will soon read. A letter of credit. To Adam Besso at Jerusalem. London, May 1845. My good Adam, if the youth who bears this require advances, let him have as much gold as would make the right-hand lion on the first step of the throne of Solomon the king, and if he want more, let him have as much as would form the lion that is on the left, and so on through every stair of the royal seat, for all which will be responsible to you the child of Israel, who among the Gentiles is called. Sidonia. Chapter 23, Jerusalem by Moonlight. The broad moon lingers on the summit of Mount Olivet, but its beam has long left the Garden of Gethsemane and the tomb of Absalom, the waters of Kedron and the dark abyss of Jehoshaphat. Full falls its splendor, however, on the opposite city, vivid and defined in its silver blaze. A lofty wall with turrets and towers and frequent gates undulates with the unequal ground which it covers, as it encircles the lost capital of Jehovah. It is a city of hills, far more famous than those of Rome, for all Europe has heard of Sion and of Calvary, while the Arab and the Assyrian and the tribes and nations beyond are as ignorant of the Capitolian and Aventine mounts as they are of the Malvern or the Chiltern hills. The broad steep of Sion crowned with the Tower of David, nearer still Mount Moriah with the gorgeous temple of the God of Abraham, but built, alas, by the child of Hagar and not by Sarah's chosen one, close to its cedars and its cypresses, its lofty spires and airy arches, the moonlight falls upon Bethesda's pool, further on entered by the gate of St. Stephen. The eye, though teased the noon of night, traces with ease the street of grief, a long winding ascent to a vast cupolaed pile that now covers Calvary, called the street of grief because they're the most illustrious of the human, as well as of the Hebrew race, the descendant of King David, and the divine son of the most favored of women, twice sank under that burden of suffering and shame which is now throughout all Christendom the emblem of triumph and of honor, passing over groups and masses of houses built of stone with terraced roofs or surmounted with small domes. We reach the hill of Salem, where Melchizedek built his mystic citadel, and still remains the hill of Scopas, where Titus gazed upon Jerusalem on the eve of his final assault. Titus destroyed the temple. The religion of Judea has in turn subverted the fanes which were raised to his father and to himself in their imperial capital, and the God of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Jacob is now worshipped before every altar in Rome. Jerusalem by moonlight, 'tis a fine spectacle, apart from all its indissoluble associations of awe and beauty. The mitigating hour softens the austerity of a mountain landscape magnificent in outline, however harsh and severe in detail, and while it retains all its sublimity, removes much of the savage sternness of the strange and unrivaled scene. A fortified city, almost surrounded by ravines, and rising in the center of chains of far-spreading hills, occasionally offering, through their rocky glens, the gleams of a distant and richer land. The moon has sunk behind the Mount of Olives, and the stars in the darker sky shine doubly bright over the sacred city. The all-pervading stillness is broken by a breeze that seems to have travelled over the plain of Sharon from the sea. It wails among the tombs, and sighs among the cypress groves. The palm tree trembles as it passes, as if it were a spirit of woe. Is it the breeze that has travelled over the plain of Sharon from the sea? Or is it the haunting voice of prophets mourning over the city that they could not save? Their spirits surely would linger on the land where their Creator had deigned to dwell, and over whose impending fate omnipotence had shed human tears. From this mount, who can but believe that, at the midnight hour, from the summit of the ascension, the great departed of Israel assemble to gaze upon the battlements of their mystic city? There might be counted heroes and sages, who need shrink from no rivalry with the brightest and the wisest of other lands, but the lawgiver of the time of the pharaohs, whose laws are still obeyed, the monarch whose reign has ceased for 3,000 years, but whose wisdom is a proverb in all nations of the earth, the teacher whose doctrines have modelled civilized Europe, the greatest of legislators, the greatest of administrators, and the greatest of reformers, what race, extinct or living, can produce three such men as these? The last light is extinguished in the village of Bethany. The wailing breeze has become a moaning wind, a white film spreads over the purple sky, the stars are veiled, the stars are hid, all becomes as dark as the waters of Kedron and the valley of Jehoshaphat. The Tower of David merges into obscurity, no longer glitter the minarets of the Mosque of Omar, Bethesda's angelic waters, the gate of Stephen, the street of sacred sorrow, the hill of Salem, and the heights of Scopas can no longer be discerned. Alone in the increasing darkness, while the very line of the walls gradually eludes the eye, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre is a beacon light. And why is the Church of the Holy Sepulchre a beacon light? Why, when is it already past the noon of darkness, when every soul slumbers in Jerusalem, and not a sound disturbs the deep repose, except the howl of the wild dog crying to the wilder wind? Why is the cupola of the sanctuary illumined, though the hour has long since been numbered when pilgrims there kneel and monks pray? An armed Turkish guard are bivouacked in the court of the church. Within the church itself, two brethren of the convent of Terra Santa keep holy watch and ward, while at the tomb beneath there kneels a solitary youth who prostrated himself at sunset, and who will there pass unmoved the whole of the sacred night. Yet the pilgrim is not in communion with the Latin Church, neither is he of the Church Armenian or the Church Greek, Maronite, Coptic, or Abyssinian. These also are Christian churches which cannot call him child. He comes from a distant and a northern isle to bow before the tomb of a descendant of the kings of Israel, because he, in common with all the people of that isle, recognizes in that sublime Hebrew incarnation the presence of a divine Redeemer. Then why does he come alone? It is not that he has availed himself of the inventions of modern science to repair first to a spot which all his countrymen may equally desire to visit, and thus anticipate their hurrying arrival. Before the inventions of modern science, all his countrymen used to flock hither. Then why do they not now? Is the Holy Land no longer hallowed? Is it not the land of sacred and mysterious truths, the land of heavenly messages and earthly miracles, the land of prophets and apostles? Is it not the land upon whose mountains the Creator of the universe parleyed with man, and the flesh of whose anointed race he mystically assumed, when he struck the last blow at the powers of evil? Is it to be believed that there are no peculiar and eternal qualities in a land thus visited, which distinguish it from all others, that Palestine is like Normandy or Yorkshire, or even Attica or Rome? There may be some who maintain this. There have been some, and those, too, among the wisest and the wittiest of the northern and western races, who, touched by a presumptuous jealousy of the long predominance of that oriental intellect to which they owed their civilization, would have persuaded themselves and the world that the traditions of Sinai and Calvary were fables. Half a century ago, Europe made a violent and apparently successful effort to disembarrass itself of its Asian faith. The most powerful and the most civilized of its kingdoms, about to conquer the rest, shut up its churches, desecrated its altars, massacred and persecuted their sacred servants, and announced that the Hebrew creeds which Simon Peter brought from Palestine, and which his successors revealed to Clovis, were a mockery and a fiction. What has been the result? In every city, town, village, and hamlet of that great kingdom, the divine image of the most illustrious of Hebrews has been again raised amid the homage of kneeling millions. while in the heart of its bright and witty capital, the nation has erected the most gorgeous of modern temples, and consecrated its marble and golden walls to the name, and memory, and celestial efficacy of a Hebrew woman. The country of which the solitary pilgrim, kneeling at this moment at the Holy Sepulchre, was a native, had not actively shared in that insurrection against the First and Second Testament which distinguished the end of the 18th century. But more than 600 years before, it had sent its king, and the flower of its peers and people, to rescue Jerusalem from those whom they considered infidels. And now, instead of the Third Crusade, they expend their superfluous energies in the construction of railroads. The failure of the European kingdom of Jerusalem, on which such vast treasure, such prodigies of valor, and such ardent belief had been wasted, has been one of those circumstances which have tended to disturb the faith of Europe, although it should have carried convictions of a very different character. The Crusaders looked upon the Saracens as infidels, whereas the children of the desert bore a much nearer affinity to the sacred corpse that had, for a brief space, consecrated the Holy Sepulchre, than any of the invading host of Europe. The same blood flowed in their veins, and they recognized the divine missions both of Moses and of his great successor. In an age so deficient in physiological learning as the 12th century, the mysteries of race were unknown. Jerusalem, it cannot be doubted, will ever remain the appanage either of Israel or of Ishmael, and if in the course of those great vicissitudes which are no doubt impending for the East, there be any attempt to place upon the throne of David a prince of the house of Coburg or Dukesponce, the same fate will doubtless await him, as with all their brilliant qualities and all the sympathy of Europe, was the final doom of the Godfreys, the Baldwins, and the Lusignans. Like them, the ancestor of the kneeling pilgrim had come to Jerusalem with his tall lance and his burnished armor, but his descendant, though not less daring and not less full of faith, could profit by the splendid but fruitless achievements of the first Tancred de Montacute. Our hero came on this new crusade with an humble and contrite spirit, to pour forth his perplexities and sorrows on the tomb of his Redeemer, and to ask counsel of the sacred scenes which the presence of that Redeemer and his great predecessors had consecrated. Chapter 24. A Gathering of Sages. Near the gate of Sion there is a small, still, hilly street, the houses of which, as is general in the East, present to the passenger, with the exception of an occasional portal, only blank walls built, as they are at Jerusalem, of stone, and very lofty. These walls commonly enclose a court, and though their exterior offers always a sombre and often squalid appearance, it by no means follows that within you may not be welcomed with cheerfulness and even luxury. At this moment a man in the Syrian dress, turban and flowing robe, is passing through one of the gateways of this street, and entering the large quadrangle to which it leads. It is surrounded by arcades, on one side indications of commerce, piles of chests, cases, and barrels, the other serving for such simple stables as are sufficient in the East. Crossing this quadrangle, the stranger passed by a corridor into a square garden of orange and lemon trees and fountains. This garden court was surrounded by inhabited chambers, and at the end of it, passing through a low arch at the side, and then mounting a few steps, he was at once admitted into a spacious and stately chamber. Its lofty ceiling was vaulted and lightly painted in arabesque. Its floor was of white marble, varied with mosaics of fruit and flowers. It was panelled with cedar, and in 6 of the principal panels were Arabic inscriptions emblazoned in blue and gold. At the top of this hall, and ranging down its 2 sides, was a divan or seat, raised about 1 foot from the ground, and covered with silken cushions, and the marble floor before this divan was spread at intervals with small bright Persian carpets. In this chamber some half-dozen persons were seated in the Eastern fashion, and smoking either the choice tobaccos of Syria through the cherrywood or jasmine tube of a Turkish or Egyptian chibouque, or inhaling through rosewater the more artificial flavour of the nargileh, which is the hookah of the Levant. If a guest found his pipe exhausted, he clapped his hands, and immediately a negro page appeared, dressed in scarlet or in white, and, learning his pleasure, returned in a few moments, and bowing presented him with a fresh and illumined chibouque. At intervals, these attendants appeared without a summons, and offered cups of mocha coffee or vases of sherbet. The lord of this divan, who was seated at the upper end of the room, reclining on embroidered cushions of various colours, and using a nargileh of fine workmanship, was a man much above the common height, being at least 6 feet 2 without his red cap of fez, though so well proportioned, that you would not at the first glance give him credit for such a stature. He was extremely handsome, retaining ample remains of one of those countenances of blended regularity and lustre, which are found only in the cradle of the human race. Though he was 50 years of age, time had scarcely brought a wrinkle to his still brilliant complexion, while his large, soft, dark eyes, his arched brow, his well-proportioned nose, his small mouth and oval cheek presented altogether one of those faces which, in spite of long centuries of physical suffering and moral degradation, still haunt the cities of Asia Minor, the Isles of Greece, and the Syrian coasts. It is the archetype of manly beauty, the tradition of those races who have wandered the least from paradise, and who, notwithstanding many vicissitudes and much misery, are still acted upon by the same elemental agencies as influenced the patriarchs, are warmed by the same sun, freshened by the same air, and nourished by the same earth as cheered and invigorated and sustained the earlier generations. The costume of the East certainly does not exaggerate the fatal progress of time. If a figure becomes too portly, the flowing robe conceals the encumbrance which is aggravated by a Western dress. He, too, who wears a turban has little dread of grey hairs. A grizzly beard indeed has few charms, but whether it were the lenity of time or the skill of his barber in those arts in which Asia is as experienced as Europe, the beard of the master of the divan became the rest of his appearance, and flowed to his waist in rich dark curls, lending additional dignity to a countenance of which the expression was at the same time grand and benignant. Upon the right of the master of the divan was, smoking a jasmine pipe, Sheriff Effendi, an Egyptian merchant of Arab race, a dark face in a white turban, mild and imperturbable, and seated as erect on his crossed legs as if he were administering justice, a remarkable contrast to the individual who was on the left of the host, who might have been mistaken for a mass of brilliant garments huddled together, had not the gurgling sound of the nargileh occasionally assured the spectator that it was animated by human breath. This person was apparently lying on his back, his face hid, his form not to be traced, a wild confusion of shawls and cushions, out of which, like some wily and dangerous reptile, glided the spiral involutions of his pipe. Next to the invisible sat a little wiry man with a red nose, sparkling eyes, and a white beard. His black turban intimated that he was a Hebrew, and indeed he was well known as Barizi of the Tower, a description which he had obtained from his residence near the Tower of David, and which distinguished him from his cousin, who was called Barizi of the Gate. Further on, an Armenian from Stamboul, in his dark robes and black protuberant headdress, resembling a colossal truffle, solaced himself with a cherry stick which reminded him of the Bosphorus, and he found a companion in this fashion in the young officer of a French brig of war anchored at Beirut, and who had obtained leave to visit the Holy Land, as he was anxious to see the women of Bethlehem, of whose beauty he had heard much. As the newcomer entered the hall, he shuffled off his slippers at the threshold, and then advancing and pressing a hand to his brow, his mouth, and his heart, a salutation which signifies that in thought, speech, and feeling he was faithful to his host, and which salutation was immediately returned, he took his seat upon the divan, and the master of the house, letting the flexible tube of his nargileh fall on one of the cushions, and clapping his hands, a page immediately brought a pipe to the new guest. This was Signor Pasqualigo, one of those noble Venetian names that every now and then turn up in the Levant, and born in the present case by a descendant of a family who for centuries had enjoyed a monopoly of some of the smaller consular offices of the Syrian coast. Signor Pasqualigo had installed his son as deputy in the ambiguous agency at Jaffa, which he described as a vice-consulate, and himself principally resided at Jerusalem, of which he was the prime gossip, or second only to his rival, Barizi of the Tower. He had only taken a preliminary puff of his chibouque to be convinced that there was no fear of its being extinguished before he said, "So there was a fine pilgrimage last night, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre lighted up from sunset to sunrise, an extra guard in the court, and only the Spanish prior and 2 brethren permitted to enter. It must be 10,000 piastres at least in the coffers of the Terra Santa. Well, they want something. It is a long time since we have had a Latin pilgrim in Al-Quds." "And they say, after all, that this was not a Latin pilgrim," said Barizi of the Tower. "He could not have been one of my people," said the Armenian, "or he never would have gone to the Holy Sepulchre with the Spanish prior." "Had he been one of your people," said Pasqualigo, "he could not have paid 10,000 piastres for a pilgrimage." "I am sure a Greek never would," said Barizi, "unless he were a Russian prince. And a Russian does not care much for rosaries, unless they are made of diamonds, said Pasqualigo. As far as I can make out this morning, said Barisi of the Tower, it is a brother of the Queen of England. I was thinking it might be that, said Pasqualigo, nettled at his rival's early information, the moment I heard he was an Englishman. The English do not believe in the Holy Sepulchre, said the Armenian calmly. They do not believe in our blessed Saviour, said Pasqualigo, but they do believe in the Holy Sepulchre. Pasqualigo's strong point was theology, and there were few persons in Jerusalem who on this head ventured to maintain an argument with him. How do you know that the pilgrim is an Englishman? Asked their host. Because his servants told me so, said Pasqualigo. He has got an English general for the principal officer of his household, said Barisi, which looks like blood royal, a very fine man who passes the whole day at the English consulate. They have taken a house in the Via Dolorosa, said Pasqualigo. Of Hassan Nejd, continued Barisi of the Tower, clutching the words out of his rival's grasp, Hassan asked 5,000 piasters per month and they gave it. What think you of that? He must indeed be an Englishman, said Sheriff Effendi, taking his pipe slowly from his mouth. There was a dead silence when he spoke. He was much respected. He is very young, said Barisi of the Tower. Younger than the Queen, which is one reason why he is not on the throne, for in England the eldest always succeeds, except in movables, and those always go to the youngest. Barisi of the Tower, though he gave up to Pasqualigo in theology, partly from delicacy, being a Jew, would yield to no man in Jerusalem in his knowledge of law. If he goes on at this rate, said the Armenian, he will soon spend all his money. This place is dearer than Stamboul. There is no fear of his spending all his money, said their host, for the young man has brought me such a letter that if he were to tell me to rebuild the temple, I must do it. And who is this young man, Besso? Exclaimed the invisible, starting up and himself exhibiting a youthful countenance. Fair, almost effeminate, no beard, a slight moustache, his features too delicate, but his brow finely arched and his blue eye glittering with fire. He is an English lord, said Besso, and one of the greatest. That is all I know. And why does he come here? Inquired the youth. The English do not make pilgrimages, yet you have heard what he has done. And why is this silent Frenchman smoking your latakia? He continued in a low voice. He comes to Jerusalem at the same time as this Englishman. There is more in this than meets our eye. You do not know the northern nations. They exist only in political combinations. You are not a politician, my Besso. Depend upon it, we shall hear more of this Englishman, and of his doing something else than praying at the Holy Sepulchre. It may be so, most noble Emir, but as you say, I am no politician. Would that you were, my Besso, it would be well for you and for all of us. See now, he added in a whisper, that apparently inanimate mass, Sheriff Effendi, that man has a political head, he understands a combination, he is going to smuggle me 5,000 English muskets into the desert. He will deliver them to a Bedouin tribe, who have engaged to convey them safely to the mountain. There, what do you think of that, my Besso? Do you know now what are politics? Tell the Rose of Sharon of it. She will say it is beautiful. Ask the Rose what she thinks of it, my Besso. Well, I shall see her tomorrow. I have done well, have I not? You are satisfied, that is well. Not quite, my Besso, but I can be satisfied if you please. You see that Sheriff Effendi there, sitting like an Afrite, he will not give me the muskets unless I pay him for them, and the Bedouin chief, he will not carry the arms unless I give him 10,000 piasters. Now, if you will pay these people for me, my Besso, and deduct the expenses from my Lebanon loan when it is negotiated, that would be a great service. Now, my Besso, shall it be done? He continued with the coaxing voice and with the wheedling manner of a girl. You shall have any terms you like, and I will always love you so, my Besso. Let it be done, let it be done. I will go down on my knees and kiss your hand before the Frenchman, which will spread your fame throughout Europe, and make Louis Philippe take you for the first man in Syria, if you will do it for me. Dear, dear Besso, you will pay that old camel Sheriff Effendi for me, will you not? And please the Rose of Sharon as much as me. My prince, said Besso, have a fresh pipe. I never can transact business after sunset. The reader will remember that Sidonia had given Tancred a letter of credit on Besso. He is the same Besso who was the friend at Jerusalem of Contarini Fleming, and this is the same chamber in which Contarini, his host, and others who were present, inscribed one night, before their final separation, certain sentences in the panels of the walls. The original writing remains, but Besso, as we have already seen, has had the sentences emblazoned in a manner more permanent and more striking to the eye. They may, however, be both seen by all those who visit Jerusalem, and who enjoy the flowing hospitality and experience the boundless benevolence of this prince of Hebrew merchants. Chapter 25, Gethsemane. The Christian convents form one of the most remarkable features of modern Jerusalem. There are three principal ones. The Latin convent of Terra Santa, founded, it is believed, during the last Crusade and richly endowed by the kings of Christendom. The Armenian and the Greek convents, whose revenues are also considerable, but derived from the numerous pilgrims of their different churches, who annually visit the Holy Sepulchre, and generally during their sojourn reside within the walls of their respective religious houses. To be competent to supply such accommodation, it will easily be apprehended that they are of considerable size. They are in truth monastic establishments of the first class, as large as citadels, and almost as strong. Lofty stone walls enclose an area of acres, in the centre of which rises an irregular mass of buildings and enclosures, courts of all shapes, galleries of cells, roofs, terraces, gardens, corridors, churches, houses, and even streets. Sometimes as many as 5,000 pilgrims have been lodged, fed, and tended during Easter in one of these convents. Not in that of Terra Santa, of which a Protestant traveller passing for a pilgrim is often the only annual guest, as Tancred at present. In a whitewashed cell, clean and sufficiently airy and spacious, Tancred was lying on an iron bedstead, the only permanent furniture of the chamber, with the exception of a crucifix, but well suited to the fervent and procreative clime. He was smoking a Turkish pipe which stretched nearly across the apartment, and his Italian attendant Baroni on one knee was arranging the bowl. "I begin rather to like it," said Tancred. "I am sure you would, my lord. In this country it is like mother's milk, nor is it possible to make way without it. 'Tis the finest tobacco of Latakia, the choicest in the world, and I have smoked all. I begged it myself from Signor Besso, whose divan is renowned, the day I called on him with your lordship's letter." Saying this, Baroni quickly rose, a man from 32 to 35, rather under the middle height, slender, lithe, and pliant, a long black beard, cleared off his chin when in Europe, and concealed under his cravat, but always ready for the Orient. Whiskers closely shaved but strongly marked, sallow and aquiline. Nose, white teeth, a sparkling black eye. His costume entirely white fashion mamluk, that is to say, trousers of a prodigious width and a light jacket, a white shawl wound round his waist enclosing his dagger, another forming his spreading turban. Temperament, remarkable vivacity modified by extraordinary experience. Availing himself of the previous permission of his master, Baroni, having arranged the pipe, seated himself cross-legged on the floor. "And what are they doing about the house?" inquired Tancred. "They will be all stowed today," replied Baroni. "I shall not quit this place," said Tancred. "I wish to be quite undisturbed." "Be not alarmed, my lord, they are amused. The colonel never quits the consulate, dines there every day, and tells stories about the Peninsular War and the Bellamont cavalry, just as he did on board. Mr. Bernard is always with the English bishop, who is delighted to have an addition to his congregation, which is not too much, consisting of his own family, the English and Prussian consuls, and 5 Jews, whom they have converted at 20 piastres a week. But I know they are going to strike. For wages, as for the doctor, he has not a minute to himself. The governor's wife has already sent for him. He has been admitted to the harem, has felt all their pulses without seeing any of their faces, and his medicine chest is in danger of being exhausted before your lordship requires its aid." "Take care that they are comfortable," said Tancred. "And what does your lordship wish to do today?" "I must go to Gethsemane." "'Tis the shot of an arrow. Go out by the gate of Sion, pass through the Turkish cemetery, cross the Kedron, which is so dry this weather that you may do so in your slippers, and you will find the remnant of an olive grove at the base of the mount." "You talk as if you were giving a direction in London." "I wish I knew London as well as I know Jerusalem. This is not a very great place, and I think I have been here 20 times. Why, I made 8 visits here in 40 and 41, twice from England and 6 times from Egypt. Active work. Ah, those were times. If the Pasha had taken 1,000, de Sidonia's advice in 41, something would have happened in this city, and here Baroni pulled up. Your lordship's pipe draws easy. Very well, and when was your first visit here, Baroni? When 1,000, de Sidonia travelled. I came in his suite from Naples 18 years ago, the next Annunciation of Our Blessed Lady, and he crossed himself. You must have been very young then. Young enough, but it was thought, I suppose, that I could light a pipe. We were 7 when we left Naples, all picked men, but I was the only one who was in Paraguay with 1,000. De Sidonia, and that was nearly the end of our travels, which lasted 5 years. And what became of the rest? Got ill or got stupid. No mercy in either case with 1,000. De Sidonia, packed off instantly wherever you may be. Whatever money you like, but go you must. If you were in the middle of the desert and the least grumbling, you would be spliced on a camel, and a Bedouin tribe would be hired to take you to the nearest city, Damascus or Jerusalem or anywhere, with an order on Signor Besso or some other signor to pay them. And you were never invalided? Never. I was young and used to tumble about as long as I can remember day, but it was sharp practice sometimes, 5 years of such work as few men have been through. It educated me and opened my mind amazingly. It seems to have done so, said Tancred quietly. Shortly after this, Tancred, attended by Baroni, passed the gate of Sion. Not a human being was visible, except the Turkish sentries. It was midsummer, but no words and no experience of other places can convey an idea of the canicular heat of Jerusalem. Bengal, Egypt, even Nubia are nothing to it. In these countries there are rivers, trees, shade and breezes, but Jerusalem at midday in midsummer is a city of stone in a land of iron with a sky of brass. The wild glare and savage lustre of the landscape are themselves awful. We have all read of the man who had lost his shadow. This is a shadowless world. Everything is so flaming and so clear that it would remind one of a Chinese painting, but that the scene is one too bold and wild for the imagination of the Mongol race. There, said Baroni, pointing to a group of most ancient olive trees at the base of the opposite hill, and speaking as if he were showing the way to Kensington, there is Gethsemane. The path to the right leads to Bethany. Leave me now, said Tancred. There are moments when we must be alone, and Tancred had fixed upon this hour for visiting Gethsemane, because he felt assured that no one would be stirring. Descending Mount Sion and crossing Kedron, he entered the sacred grove. Chapter 26. The Lady of Bethany. The sun had been declining for some hours, the glare of the earth had subsided, the fervour of the air was allayed. A caravan came winding round the hills, with many camels and persons in rich, bright Syrian dresses. A congregation that had assembled at the Church of the Ascension on Mount Olivet had broken up, and the side of the hill was studded with brilliant and picturesque groups. The standard of the crescent floated on the Tower of David. There was the clang of Turkish music, and the governor of the city, with a numerous cavalcade, might be discerned on Mount Moriah, caracoling without the walls. A procession of women bearing classic vases on their heads, who had been fetching the waters of Silo from the well of Job, came up the valley of Jehoshaphat, to wind their way to the gate of Stephen and enter Jerusalem by the street of Calvary. Tancred came forth from the garden of Gethsemane. His face was flushed with the rapt stillness of pious ecstasy. Hours had vanished during his passionate reverie, and he stared upon the declining sun. The path to the right leads to Bethany. The force of association brought back the last words that he had heard from a human voice, and can he sleep without seeing Bethany? He mounts the path. What a landscape surrounds him as he moves! What need for nature to be fair in a scene like this, where not a spot is visible that is not heroic or sacred, consecrated or memorable, not a rock that is not the cave of prophets, not a valley that is not the valley of heaven-anointed kings, not a mountain that is not the mountain of God. Before him is a living, a yet breathing and existing city which Assyrian monarchs came down to besiege, which the chariots of pharaohs encompassed, which Roman emperors have personally assailed, for which Saladin and Coeur de Lion, the desert and Christendom, Asia and Europe struggled in rival chivalry, a city which Mahomet sighed to rule, and over which the creator alike of Assyrian kings and Egyptian pharaohs and Roman Caesars, the framer alike of the desert and of Christendom, poured forth the full effusion of his divinely human sorrow. What need of cascade and of cataract, the deep green turf, the foliage of the fairest trees, the impenetrable forest, the abounding river, mountains of glaciered crest, the voice of birds, the bounding forms of beauteous animals, all sights and sounds of material loveliness that might become the delicate ruins of some archaic theatre or the lingering fanes of some forgotten faith, they would not be observed as the eye seized on Sion and Calvary, the gates of Bethlehem and Damascus, the hill of Titus, the mosque of Mahomet and the tomb of Christ. The view of Jerusalem is the history of the world. It is more, it is the history of earth and of heaven. The path winding round the southern side of the Mount of Olives at length brought Tancred in sight of a secluded village, situate among the hills on a sunny slope, and shut out from all objects excepting the wide landscape which immediately faced it. The first glimpse of Arabia through the ravines of the Judean hills, the rapid Jordan quitting its green and happy valley for the bitter waters of asphaltites, and in the extreme distance, the blue mountains of Moab. Ere he turned his reluctant steps towards the city, he was attracted by a garden, which issued, as it were, from a gorge in the hills, so that its limit was not perceptible, and then spread over a considerable space, comparatively with the enclosures in its vicinity, until it reached the village. It was surrounded by high stone walls, which every now and then the dark spiral forms of a cypress or a cedar would overtop, and in the more distant and elevated part rose a tall palm tree, bending its graceful and languid head, on which the sunbeam glittered. It was the first palm that Tancred had ever seen, and his heart throbbed as he beheld that fair and sacred tree. As he approached the garden, Tancred observed that its portal was open. He stopped before it and gazed upon its walks of lemon trees with delight and curiosity. Tancred had inherited from his mother a passion for gardens, and an Eastern garden, a garden in the Holy Land, such as Gethsemane might have been in those days of political justice when Jerusalem belonged to the Jews. The occasion was irresistible. He could not withstand the temptation of beholding more nearly a palm tree, and he entered. Like a prince in a fairy tale, who has broken the mystic boundary of some enchanted pleasaunce, Tancred traversed the alleys which were formed by the lemon and pomegranate tree, and sometimes by the myrtle and the rose. His ear caught the sound of falling water, bubbling with a gentle noise, more distinct and more forcible every step that he advanced. The walk in which he now found himself ended in an open space covered with roses, beyond them a gentle acclivity, clothed so thickly with a small bright blue flower that it seemed a bank of turquoise, and on its top was a kiosk of white marble, gilt and painted. By its side, rising from a group of rich shrubs, was the palm, whose distant crest had charmed Tancred without the gate. In the centre of the kiosk was the fountain, whose alluring voice had tempted Tancred to proceed further than he had at first dared to project. He must not retire without visiting the waters which had been speaking to him so long. Following the path round the area of roses, he was conducted to the height of the acclivity and entered the kiosk. Some small beautiful mats were spread upon its floor, and reposing upon one of them, Tancred watched the bright clear water as it danced and sparkled in its marble basin. The reader has perhaps experienced the effect of falling water. Its lulling influence is proverbial. In the present instance, we must remember that Tancred had been exposed to the meridian fervour of a Syrian sun, that he had been the whole day under the influence of that excitement which necessarily ends in exhaustion, and that, in addition to this, he had recently walked some distance. It will not, therefore, be looked upon as an incident improbable or astonishing that Lord Montacute, after pursuing for some time that train of meditation which was his custom, should have fallen asleep. His hat had dropped from his head. His rich curls fell on his outstretched arm that served as a pillow for a countenance which in the sweet dignity of its blended beauty and stillness might have become an archangel, and lying on one of the mats, in an attitude of unconscious gracefulness, which a painter might have transferred to his portfolio, Tancred sank into a deep and dreamless repose. Frontis de paix. He woke refreshed and renovated, but quite insensible of all that had recently occurred. He stretched his limbs, something seemed to embarrass him, he found himself covered with a rich robe. He was about to rise, resting on his arm, when turning his head he beheld the form of a woman. She was young, even for the East, her stature rather above the ordinary height, and clothed in the rich dress usual among the Syrian ladies. She wore an amber vest of gold-embroidered silk, fitting closely to her shape, and fastening with buttons of precious stones from the bosom to the waist, their opening like a tunic, so that her limbs were free to range in her huge mamluk trousers, made of that white cashmere a shawl of which can be drawn through a ring. These, fastened round her ankles with clasps of rubies, fell again over her small slippered feet. Over her amber vest she had an embroidered pelisse of violet silk, with long hanging sleeves, which showed occasionally an arm rarer than the costly jewels which embraced it. A many-coloured Turkish scarf enclosed her waist, and then, worn loosely over all, was an outer pelisse of amber cashmere, lined with the fur of the white fox. At the back of her head was a cap, quite unlike the Greek and Turkish caps which we are accustomed to see in England, but somewhat resembling the headdress of a mandarin, round, not flexible, almost flat, and so thickly encrusted with pearls that it was impossible to detect the colour of the velvet which covered it. Beneath it descended 2 broad braids of dark brown hair, which would have swept the ground had they not been turned halfway up, and there fastened with bunches of precious stones. These, too, restrained the hair which fell in rich braids on each side of her face. That face presented the perfection of Oriental beauty, such as it existed in Eden, such as it may yet occasionally be found among the favoured races in the favoured climes, and such as it might have been found abundantly, and forever, had not the folly and malignity of man been equal to the wisdom and beneficence of Jehovah. The countenance was oval, yet the head was small. The complexion was neither fair nor dark, yet it possessed the brilliancy of the north without its dryness, and the softness peculiar to the children of the sun without its moisture. A rich, subdued and equable tint overspread this visage, though the skin was so transparent that you occasionally caught the streaky splendour of some vein like the dappled shades in the fine peel of beautiful fruit. But it was in the eye and its overspreading arch that all the Orient spake, and you read at once of the starry vaults of Araby and the splendour of Chaldean skies. Dark, brilliant, with pupil of great size and prominent from its socket, its expression and effect, notwithstanding the long eyelash of the desert, would have been those of a terrible fascination, had not the depth of the curve in which it reposed softened the spell and modified irresistible power by ineffable tenderness. This supreme organization is always accompanied, as in the present instance, by a noble forehead, and by an eyebrow of perfect form, spanning its space with undeviating beauty, very narrow though its roots are invisible. The nose was small, slightly elevated, with long oval nostrils fully developed. The small mouth, the short upper lip, the teeth like the neighbouring pearls of Ormuz, the round chin, polished as a statue, were in perfect harmony with the delicate ears, and the hands with nails shaped like almonds. Such was the form that caught the eye of Tancred. She was on the opposite side of the fountain, and stood gazing on him with calmness, and with a kind of benignant curiosity. The garden, the kiosk, the falling waters recalled the past, which flashed over his mind almost at the moment when he beheld the beautiful apparition. Half risen, yet not willing to remain until he was on his legs to apologize for his presence, Tancred, still leaning on his arm and looking up at his unknown companion, said, "Lady, I am an intruder." The lady, seating herself on the brink of the fountain, and motioning at the same time with her hand to Tancred not to rise, replied, "We are so near the desert that you must not doubt our hospitality. I was tempted by the first sight of a palm tree to a step too bold, and then sitting by this fountain, I know not how it was." "You yielded to our Syrian son," said the lady. "It has been the doom of many, but you, I trust, will not find it fatal. Walking in the garden with my maidens, we observed you, and one of us covered your head. If you remain in this land, you should wear the turban." "This garden seems a paradise," said Tancred. "I had not thought that anything so fair could be found among these awful mountains. It is a spot that quite becomes Bethany." "You Franks love Bethany." "Naturally, a place to us most dear and interesting." "Pray, are you of those Franks who worship a Jewess, or of those other who revile her, break her images and blaspheme her pictures?" "I venerate, though I do not adore, the Mother of God," said Tancred with emotion. "Ah, the Mother of Jesus," said his companion. "He is your God, he lived much in this village. He was a great man, but he was a Jew, and you worship him." "And you do not worship him," said Tancred, looking up to her with an inquiring glance and with a reddening cheek. "It sometimes seems to me that I ought," said the lady, "for I am of his race, and you should sympathize with your race." You are then a Hebrew. I am of the same blood as Mary whom you venerate, but do not adore. You just now observed, said Tancred after a momentary pause, that it sometimes almost seems to you that you ought to acknowledge my Lord and Master. He made many converts at Bethany, and found here some of his gentlest disciples. I wish that you had read the history of his life. I have read it. The English bishop here has given me the book. It is a good one, written, I observe, entirely by Jews. I find in it many things with which I agree, and if there be some from which I dissent, it may be that I do not comprehend them. You are already half a Christian, said Tancred with animation. But the Christianity which I draw from your book does not agree with the Christianity which you practice, said the lady, and I fear, therefore, it may be heretical. The Christian Church would be your guide. Which, inquired the lady, there are so many in Jerusalem. There is the good bishop who presented me with this volume, and who is himself a Hebrew. He is a church. There is the Latin Church which was founded by a Hebrew. There is the Armenian Church which belongs to an Eastern nation who, like the Hebrews, have lost their country and are scattered in every clime. There is the Abyssinian Church, who hold us in great honor and practice many of our rites and ceremonies. And there are the Greek, the Maronite, and the Coptic churches who do not favor us but who do not treat us as grossly as they treat each other. In this perplexity it may be wise to remain within the pale of a church older than all of them, the church in which Jesus was born and which he never quitted, for he was born a Jew, lived a Jew, and died a Jew, as became a prince of the house of David, which you do and must acknowledge him to have been. Your sacred genealogies prove the fact, and if you could not establish it, the whole fabric of your faith falls to the ground. If I had no confidence in any church, said Tancred with agitation, I would fall down before God and beseech him to enlighten me. And in this land, he added, in a tone of excitement, I cannot believe that the appeal to the Mercisat would be made in vain. But human wit ought to be exhausted before we presume to invoke divine interposition, said the lady. I observe that Jesus was as fond of asking questions as of performing miracles. An inquiring spirit will solve mysteries. Let me ask you, you think that the present state of my race is penal and miraculous? Tancred gently bowed assent. Why do you ask the lady? It is the punishment ordained for their rejection and crucifixion of the Messiah. Where is it ordained? Upon our heads and upon our children be his blood. The criminal said that, not the judge. Is it a principle of your jurisprudence to permit the guilty to assign their own punishment? They might deserve a severer one. Why should they transfer any of the infliction to their posterity? What evidence have you that omnipotence accepted the offer? It is not so announced in your histories. Your evidence is the reverse. He, whom you acknowledge as omnipotent, prayed to Jehovah to forgive them on account of their ignorance. But admit that the offer was accepted, which in my opinion is blasphemy, is the cry of a rabble at a public execution to bind a nation. There was a great party in the country not disinclined to Jesus at the time, especially in the provinces where he had labored for 3 years, and on the whole with success. Are they and their children to suffer? But you will say they became Christians. Admit it. We were originally a nation of 12 tribes. 10, long before the advent of Jesus, had been carried into captivity and scattered over the East and the Mediterranean world. They are probably the source of the greater portion of the existing Hebrews. For we know that, even in the time of Jesus, Hebrews came up to Jerusalem at the Passover from every province of the Roman Empire. What had they to do with the crucifixion or the rejection? The fate of the 10 tribes is a deeply interesting question, said Tancred, but involved in, I fear, inexplicable obscurity. In England there are many who hold them to be represented by the Afghans, who state that their ancestors followed the laws of Moses, but perhaps they ceased to exist and were blended with their conquerors. The Hebrews have never blended with their conquerors, said the lady proudly. They were conquered frequently, like all small states situate amid rival empires. Syria was the battlefield of the great monarchies. Jerusalem has not been conquered oftener than Athens or treated worse, but its people unhappily fought too bravely and rebelled too often, so at last they were expatriated. I hold that to believe that the Hebrew communities are in a principal measure the descendants of the 10 tribes, and of the other captivities preceding Christ, is a just and fair and sensible inference, which explains circumstances that otherwise could not be explicable. But let that pass. We will suppose all the Jews in all the cities of the world to be the lineal descendants of the mob who shouted at the crucifixion. Yet another question. My grandfather is a Bedouin sheikh, chief of one of the most powerful tribes of the desert. My mother was his daughter. He is a Jew, his whole tribe are Jews. They read and obey the 5 books, live in tents, have thousands of camels, ride horses of the Nejd breed, and care for nothing except Jehovah, Moses, and their mares. Were they at Jerusalem at the crucifixion, and does the shout of the rabble touch them? Yet my mother marries a Hebrew of the cities, and a man too, fit to sit on the throne of King Solomon, and a little Christian Yahor with a round hat who sells figs at Smyrna will cross the street if he see her, lest he should be contaminated by the blood of one who crucified his Saviour. Saviour being, by his own statement, one of the princes of our royal house. No, I will never become a Christian if I am to eat such sand. It is not to be found in your books. They were written by Jews, men far too well acquainted with their subject to indite such tales of the Philistines as these. Tancred looked at her with deep interest as her eye flashed fire, and her beautiful cheek was for a moment suffused with the crimson cloud of indignant passion. And then he said, "You speak of things that deeply interest me, or I should not be in this land. But tell me, it cannot be denied that whatever the cause, the miracle exists, and that the Hebrews, alone of the ancient races, remain, and are found in every country, a memorial of the mysterious and mighty past. Their state may be miraculous without being penal, but why miraculous? Is it a miracle that Jehovah should guard his people, and can he guard them better than by endowing them with faculties superior to those of the nations among whom they dwell? I cannot believe that merely human agencies could have sustained a career of such duration and such vicissitudes. As for human agencies, we have a proverb, the will of man is the servant of God, but if you wish to make a race endure, rely upon it you should expatriate them. Conquer them, and they may blend with their conquerors, exile them, and they will live apart and forever. To expatriate is purely oriental, quite unknown to the modern world. We were speaking of the Armenians, they are Christians, and good ones, I believe. I have understood very orthodox. Go to Armenia and you will not find an Armenian. They, too, are an expatriated nation like the Hebrews. The Persians conquered their land and drove out the people. The Armenian has a proverb, in every city of the East I find a home. They are everywhere, the rivals of my people, for they are one of the great races and little degenerated, with all our industry and much of our energy. I would say with all our human virtues, though it cannot be expected that they should possess our divine qualities. They have not produced gods and prophets, and are proud that they can trace up their faith to one of the obscurest of the Hebrew apostles, and who never knew his great master. But the Armenians are found only in the East, said Tancred. Ah, said the lady with a sarcastic smile, it is exile to Europe then, that is the curse. Well, I think you have some reason. I do not know much of your quarter of the globe. Europe is to Asia what America is to Europe. But I have felt the winds of the Euxine blowing up the Bosphorus, and when the Sultan was once going to cut off our heads for helping the Egyptians, I passed some months at Vienna. Oh, how I sighed for my beautiful Damascus. And for your garden at Bethany, said Tancred. It did not exist then. This is a recent creation, said the lady. I have built a nest in the chink of the hills that I might look upon Arabia, and the palm tree that invited you to honor my domain was the contribution of my Arab grandfather to the only garden near Jerusalem. But I want to ask you another question. What, on the whole, is the thing most valued in Europe? Tancred pondered, and after a slight pause said, I think I know what ought to be most valued in Europe. It is something very different from what I fear I must confess is most valued there. My cheek burns while I say it, but I think in Europe what is most valued is money. On the whole, said the lady, he that has most money there is most honored. Practically I apprehend so. Which is the greatest city in Europe? Without doubt the capital of my country, London. Greater I know it is than Vienna, but is it greater than Paris? Perhaps double the size of Paris. And 4 times that of Stamboul. What a city! Why tease Babylon? How rich the most honored man must be there. Tell me, is he a Christian? I believe he is one of your race and faith. And in Paris, who is the richest man in Paris? The brother, I believe, of the richest man in London. I know all about Vienna, said the lady, smiling. Caesar makes my countrymen barons of the empire, and rightly, for it would fall to pieces in a week without their support. Well, you must admit that the European part of the curse has not worked very fatally. I do not see, said Tancred thoughtfully after a short pause, that the penal dispersion of the Hebrew nation is at all essential to the great object of the Christian scheme. If a Jew did not exist, that would equally have been obtained. And what do you hold to be the essential object of the Christian scheme, the expiation? Ah, said the lady in a tone of much solemnity, that is a great idea, in harmony with our instincts, with our traditions, our customs. It is deeply impressed upon the convictions of this land. Shaped as you Christians offer the doctrine, it loses none of its sublimity, or its associations, full at the same time of mystery, power, and solace. A sacrificial mediator with Jehovah, that expiatory intercessor born from the chosen house of the chosen people, yet blending in his inexplicable nature the divine essence with the human elements, appointed before all time, and purifying by his atoning blood the myriads that preceded and the myriads that will follow us, without distinction of creed or clime. This is what you believe. I acknowledge the vast conception, dimly as my brain can partially embrace it. I understand thus much: the human race is saved, and without the apparent agency of a Hebrew prince it could not have been saved. Now tell me, suppose the Jews had not prevailed upon the Romans to crucify Jesus, what would have become of the atonement? I cannot permit myself to contemplate such contingencies, said Tancred. The subject is too high for me to touch with speculation. I must not even consider an event that had been preordained by the Creator of the world for countless ages. Ah, said the lady, preordained by the Creator of the world for countless ages. Where then was the inexpiable crime of those who fulfilled the beneficent intention? The holy race supplied the victim and the immolators. What other race could have been entrusted with such a consummation? Was not Abraham prepared to sacrifice even his son? And with such a doctrine, that embraces all space and time, nay more, chaos and eternity, with divine persons for the agents, and the redemption of the whole family of man for the subject, you can mix up the miserable persecution of a single race. And this is practical, not doctrinal Christianity. It is not found in your Christian books, which were all written by Jews. It must have been made by some of those churches to which you have referred me. Persecute us. Why, if you believe what you profess, you should kneel to us. You raise statues to the hero who saves a country. We have saved the human race, and you persecute us for doing it. I am no persecutor, said Tancred with emotion, and had I been so, my visit to Bethany would have cleansed my heart of such dark thoughts. We have some conclusions in common, said his companion, rising. We agree that half Christendom worships a Jewess and the other half a Jew. Now let me ask one more question. Which is the superior race, the worshipped or the worshippers? Tancred looked up to reply, but the lady had disappeared. Chapter 27, Fakhreddin and the Rose of Sharon. Before Tancred could recover from his surprise, the kiosk was invaded by a crowd of little grinning Negro pages, dressed in white tunics with red caps and slippers. They bore a number of diminutive trays of ebony inlaid with tortoiseshell, and the mother ropal of Joppa, and covered with a great variety of dishes. It was in vain that he would have signified to them that he had no wish to partake of the banquet, and that he attempted to rise from his mat. They understood nothing that he said, but always grinning and moving about him with wonderful quickness, they fastened a napkin of the finest linen, fringed with gold, round his neck, covered the mats and the border of the fountain with their dishes and vases of differently coloured sherbets, and proceeded, notwithstanding all his attempts at refusal, to hand him their dainties in due order. Notwithstanding his present tone of mind, which was ill-adapted to any carnal gratification, Tancred had nevertheless been an unusual number of hours without food. He had made during the period no inconsiderable exertion, and was still some distance from the city. Though he resigned himself perforce to the care of his little attendants, their solicitude therefore was not inappropriate. He partook of some of their dishes, and when he had at length succeeded in conveying to them his resolution to taste no more, they cleared the kiosk with as marvellous a celerity as they had stored it, and then two of them advanced with a nargileh and a chibouque to offer their choice to their guest. Tancred placed the latter for a moment to his mouth, and then rising and making signs to the pages that he would now return, they danced before him in the path till he had reached the other side of the area of roses, and then, with 100 bows, bending, they took their leave of him. The sun had just sunk as Tancred quitted the garden. A crimson glow, shifting as he proceeded into rich tints of purple and of gold, suffused the stern Judean hills, and lent an almost supernatural luster to the landscape, lighting up the wild gorges, gilding the distant glens, and still kindling the superior elevations with its living blaze. The air, yet fervid, was freshened by a slight breeze that came over the wilderness from the Jordan, and the big round stars that were already floating in the skies were the brilliant heralds of the splendor of Assyrian night. The beauteous hour and the sacred scene were alike in unison with the heart of Tancred, softened and serious. He mused in fascinated reverie over the dazzling incident of the day. Who was this lady of Bethany, who seemed not unworthy to have followed him, who had made her abiding place so memorable? Her beauty might have baffled the most ideal painter of the fair Hebrew saints. Raphael himself could not have designed a brow of more delicate supremacy. Her lofty but gracious bearing, the vigor of her clear, frank mind, her earnestness, free from all ecstasy and flimsy enthusiasm, but founded in knowledge and deep thought, and ever sustained by exact expression and ready argument, her sweet witty voice, the great and engaging theme on which she was so content to discourse, and which seemed by right to belong to her. All these were circumstances which wonderfully affected the imagination of Tancred. He was lost in the empyrean of high abstraction, his gaze apparently fixed on the purple mountains, and the golden skies, and the glittering orbs of coming night, which yet in truth he never saw, when a repeated shout at length roused him. It bade him stand aside on the narrow path that winds round the Mount of Olives from Jerusalem to Bethany, and let a coming horseman pass. The horseman was the young emir who was a guest the night before in the divan of Besso. Though habited in the mamluk dress, as if only the attendant of some great man, huge trousers and jacket of crimson cloth, a white turban, a shawl round his waist holding his pistols and sabre, the horse he rode was a Kachlani of the highest breed. By him was a running footman holding his nargileh, to which the emir frequently applied his mouth as he rode along. He shot a keen glance at Tancred as he passed by, and then throwing his tube to his attendant, he bounded on. In the meantime, we must not forget the Lady of Bethany, after she so suddenly disappeared from the kiosk. Proceeding up her mountain garden, which narrowed as she advanced, and attended by 2 female slaves who had been in waiting without the kiosk, she was soon in that hilly chink in which she had built her nest, a long, low pavilion with a shelving roof and surrounded by a Saracenic arcade, the whole painted in fresco, a golden pattern of flowing fancy on a white ground. If there were door or window, they were entirely concealed by the blinds which appeared to cover the whole surface of the building. Stepping into the arcade, the lady entered the pavilion by a side portal, which opened by a secret spring, and which conducted her into a small corridor, and this again through 2 chambers, in both of which were many females, who mutely saluted her without rising from their employments. Then the mistress entered a more capacious and ornate apartment. Its ceiling, which described the horseshoe arch of the Saracens, was encrusted with that honeycomb work which is peculiar to them, and which, in the present instance, was of rose colour and silver. Mirrors were inserted in the cedar panels of the walls. A divan of rose-coloured silk surrounded the chamber, and on the thick soft carpet of many colours, which nearly covered the floor, were several cushions surrounding an antique marble tripod of wreathed serpents. The lady, disembarrassing herself of her slippers, seated herself on the divan in the fashion of her country. One of her attendants brought a large silver lamp, which diffused a delicious odour as well as a brilliant light, and placed it on the tripod. The other clapped her hands, and a band of beautiful girls entered the room, bearing dishes of confectionery, plates of choice fruits, and vases of delicious sherbets. The lady, partaking of some of these, directed, after a short time, that they should be offered to her immediate attendants, who thereupon kissed their hands with a grave face, and pressed them to their hearts. Then one of the girls, leaving the apartment for a moment, returned with a nargileh of crystal, set by the most cunning artists of Damascus in a framework of golden filigree crusted with precious stones. She presented the flexible silver tube, tipped with amber, to the lady, who, waving her hand that the room should be cleared, smoked a confection of roses and rare nuts, while she listened to a volume read by one of her maidens, who was seated by the silver lamp. While they were thus employed, an opposite curtain to that by which they had entered was drawn aside, and a woman advanced and whispered some words to the lady, who seemed to signify her assent. Immediately a tall negro of Dongola, richly habited in a flowing crimson vest, and with a large silver collar round his neck, entered the hall, and after the usual salutations of reverence to the lady, spoke earnestly in a low voice. The lady listened with great attention, and then, taking out her tablets from her girdle, she wrote a few words and gave a leaf to the tall negro, who bowed and retired. Then she waved her hand, and the maiden who was reading closed her book, rose, and pressing her hand to her heart retired. It seemed that the young emir had arrived at the pavilion, and prayed that, without a moment's delay, he might speak with the Lady of Bethany. The curtain was again withdrawn, a light step was heard. The young man who had recently passed Tancred on the road to Jerusalem bounded into the room. "How is the Rose of Sharon?" he exclaimed. He threw himself at her feet, and pressed the hem of her garment to his lips with an ecstasy which it would have been difficult for a bystander to decide whether it were mockery or enthusiasm or genuine feeling, which took a sportive air to veil a devotion which it could not conceal, and which it cared not too gravely to intimate. "Ah, Fakhreddin," said the lady, "and when did you leave the mountain?" "I arrived at Jerusalem yesterday by sunset. Never did I want to see you so much. The foreign consuls have stopped my civil war, which cost me 100,000 piasters. We went down to Beirut and signed articles of peace. I thought it best to attend to escape suspicion. However, there is more stirring than you can conceive. Never had I such combinations. First, let me shortly tell you what I have done, then what I wish you to do. I have made immense hits, but I am also in a scrape." "That I think you always are," said the lady. "But you will get me out of it, Rose of Sharon. You always do, brightest and sweetest of friends. What an alliance is ours! My invention, your judgment, my combinations, your criticism. It must carry everything before it." "I do not see that it has affected much hitherto," said the lady. "However, give me your mountain news. What have you done?" "In the first place," said Fakhreddin, "until this accursed peace intrigue of the foreign consuls, which will not last as long as the carnival, the mountain was more troubled than ever, and the Porte, backed up by Sir Canning, is obstinate against any prince of our house exercising the rule." "Do you call that good news?" "It serves. In the first place, it keeps my good uncle, the Emir Bashir, and his sons, prisoners at the 7 Towers. Now I will tell you what I have done. I have sent to my uncle, and offered him 200,000 piasters a year for his life, and that of his sons, if they will represent to the Porte that none but a prince of the house of Shehab can possibly pacify and administer Lebanon, and that, to obtain this necessary end, they are ready to resign their rights in favour of any other member of the family." "What then?" said the Lady of Bethany, taking her nargileh from her mouth. "Why then," said Fakhreddin, "I am by another agent working upon Riza Pasha to this effect, that of all the princes of the great house of Shehab, there is none so well adapted to support the interests of the Porte as the Emir Fakhreddin, and for these 3 principal reasons. In the first place, because he is a prince of great qualities." "Your proof of them to the vizier would be better than your assertion." "Exactly," said Fakhreddin. "I prove them by my second reason, which is a guarantee to his excellency of the whole revenue of the first year of my princedom, provided I receive the barat." "I can tell you something," said the lady. "Riza shakes a little. He is too fond of first-fruits. His nomination will not be popular." "Yes, it will, when the divan takes into consideration the third reason for my appointment," said the prince. "Namely, that the Emir Fakhreddin is the only prince of the great house of Shehab who is a good Mussulman." "You a good Mussulman? Why, I thought you had sent 2 months ago Archbishop Murad to Paris, urging King Louis to support you, because, amongst other reasons, being a Christian prince, you would defend the faith and privileges of the Maronites." "And devote myself to France," said Fakhreddin. "It is very true, and an excellent combination it is, if we could only bring it to bear, which I do not despair of, though affairs, which looked promising at Paris, have taken an unfortunate turn of late." "I am sorry for that," said the lady, "for really, Fakhreddin, of all your innumerable combinations, that did seem to me to be the most practical. I think it might have been worked. The Maronites are powerful, the French nation is interested in them, they are the link between France and Syria, and you being a Christian prince as well as an emir of the most illustrious house, with your intelligence and such aid as we might give you, I think your prospects were, to say the least, fair." "Why, as to being a Christian prince, Eva, you must remember I aspire to a dominion where I have to govern the Maronites who are Christians, the Metwalis who are Mahometans, the Ansaris who are pagans, and the Druzes who are nothing. As for myself, my house, as you well know, is more ancient even than that of Othman. We are literally descended from the standard-bearer of the Prophet, and my own estates, as well as those of the Emir Bashir, have been in our registered possession for nearly 800 years. Our ancestors became Christians to conciliate the Maronites. Now tell me, in Europe an English or French prince who wants a throne never hesitates to change his religion. Why should I be more nice? I am of that religion which gives me a scepter, and if a Frank prince adopts a new creed when he quits London or Paris, I cannot understand why mine may not change according to the part of the mountain through which I am passing. What is the use of belonging to an old family, unless to have the authority of an ancestor ready for any prejudice, religious or political, which your combinations may require? Ah, Fakhreddin, said the lady, shaking her head, you have no self-respect. No Syrian has, it won't do for us. You are an Arabian, it will do for the desert. Self-respect, too, is a superstition of past centuries, an affair of the Crusades. It is not suited to these times, it is much too arrogant, too self-conceited, too egotistical. No one is important enough to have self-respect, don't you see? You boast of being a prince inferior to none in the antiquity of your lineage, and as far as the mere fact is concerned, you are justified in your boast. I cannot comprehend how one who feels this pride should deign to do anything that is not princely. A prince, exclaimed Fakhreddin. Princes go for nothing now without a loan. Get me a loan and then you turn the prince into a government. That's the thing. You will never get a loan till you are Emir of Lebanon, said the lady. And you have shown me today that the only chance you have is failing you, for after all Paris was your hope. What has crossed you? In the first place, said Fakhreddin, what can the French do? After having let the Egyptians be driven out, fortunately for me, for their expulsion ruined my uncle, the French will never take the initiative in Syria. All that I wanted of them was that they should not oppose Reza Pasha in his nomination of me. But to secure his success, a finer move was necessary. So I instructed Archbishop Murad, whom they received very well at Paris, to open secret communications over the water with the English. He did so and offered to cross and explain in detail to their ministers. I wished to assure them in London that I was devoted to their interests, and I meant to offer to let the Protestant missionaries establish themselves in the mountain, so that Sir Canning should have received instructions to support my nomination by Reza. Then you see I should have had the Porte, England and France. The game was won. Can you believe it? Lord Aberdeen enclosed my agent's letter to Guizot. I was crushed. And disgraced, you deserved it, you never will succeed. Intrigue will be your ruin, Fakhreddin. Intrigue, exclaimed the prince, starting from the cushion near the tripod, on which he sat, speaking with great animation and using, as was his custom, a superfluity of expression both of voice and hands and eyes. Intrigue. It is life. It is the only thing. How do you think Guizot and Aberdeen got to be ministers without intrigue? Or Reza Pasha himself? How do you think Mehemet Ali got on? Do you believe Sir Canning never intrigues? He would be recalled in a week if he did not. Why, I have got one of his spies in my castle at this moment, and I make him write home for the English all that I wish them not to believe. Intrigue. Why, England won India by intrigue. Do you think they are not intriguing in the Punjab at this moment? Intrigue has gained half the thrones of Europe, Greece, France, Belgium, Portugal, Spain, Russia. If you wish to produce a result, you must make combinations, and you call combinations either intrigue. And this is the scrape that you are in, said the lady. I do not see how I can help you out of it. Pardon, this is not the scrape, and here comes the point on which I need your aid, daughter of 1,000 sheiks. I can extricate myself from the Paris disaster, even turn it to account. I have made an alliance with the Patriarch of the Lebanon, who manages affairs for the Emir Bashir. The Patriarch hates Murad, whom you see I was to have made Patriarch. I am to declare the Archbishop an unauthorized agent, an adventurer, and my letter to be a forgery. The Patriarch is to go to Stamboul with his long white beard, and put me right with France through de Berqueny, with whom he has relations in favor of the Emir Bashir. My uncle is to be thrown over. All the Maronite chiefs are to sign a declaration supplicating the Porte to institute me. Nay, the declaration is signed. And the Druzes, will not this Maronite manifestation put you wrong with the Druzes? I live among the Druzes, you see, said Fakhreddin, shaking his head and looking with his glittering eye 1,000 meanings. The Druzes love me. They know that I am one of themselves. They will only think that I have made the Maronites eat sand. And what have you really done for the Maronites to gain all this? asked the lady quietly. There it is, said Fakhreddin, speaking in an affected whisper, the greatest stroke of state that ever entered the mind of a king without a kingdom. For I am resolved that the mountain shall be a royalty. You remember when Ibrahim Pasha laid his plans for disarming the Lebanon, the Maronites, urged by their priests, fell into the snare, while the Druses wisely went with their muskets and scimitars and lived a while with the eagle and the antelope. This has been sand to the Maronites ever since. The Druses put their tongues in their cheek whenever they meet and treat them as so many women. The Porte, of course, will do nothing for the Maronites. They even take back the muskets which they lent them for the insurrection. Well, as the Porte will not arm them, I have agreed to do it. You said. Tis done, at least the caravan is laden, we only want a guide. And this is why I am at Jerusalem. Sheriff Effendi, who met me here yesterday, has got me 5,000 English muskets, and I have arranged with the Bedouin of Zolia to carry them to the mountain. You have indeed Solomon's signet, my dear Fakhreddin. Would that I had, for then I could pay 200,000 piastres to that Egyptian camel, Sheriff Effendi, and he would give me up my muskets, which now, like a true son of Eblis, he obstinately retains. And this is your scrape, Fakhreddin, and how much have you towards the sum? Not a piastre, nor do I suppose I shall ever see until I make a great financial stroke, so much of the Sultan's gold as is on one of the gilt balls of roses in your nargileh. My crops are sold for next year, my jewels are gone, my studs are to be broken up. There is not a cur in the streets of Beirut of whom I have not borrowed money. Riza Pasha is a sponge that would dry the Sea of Galilee. It is a great thing to have gained the Patriarch of Lebanon, said the lady. I always felt that as long as that man was against you, the Maronites never could be depended on. And yet these arms, after all, they are of no use, for you would not think of insurrection. No, but they can quarrel with the Druses, and cut each other's throats, and this will make the mountain more unmanageable than ever, and the English will have no customers for their calicoes, don't you see? Lord Palmerston will arraign the minister in the council. I shall pay off Aberdeen for enclosing the Archbishop's letter to Guizot. Combination upon combination. The calico merchants will call out for a prince of the house of Shehab. Riza will propose me. Berqueni will not murmur, and Sir Canning, finding he is in a mess, will sign a fine note of words about the peace of Europe and the prosperity of Lebanon, and tea's finished. And my father, you have seen him. I have seen him, said the young Emir, and he cast his eyes on the ground. He has done so much, said Eva. Ask him to do more, Rose of Sharon, said Fakhreddin, like a child about to cry for a toy, and he threw himself on his knees before Eva, and kept kissing her robe. Ask him to do more, he repeated in a suppressed tone of heart-rending cajolery. He can refuse you nothing. Ask him, Eva. I have no friend in the world but you. I am so desolate. You have always been my friend, my counsellor, my darling, my ruby, my pearl, my rose of Rochnabad. Ask him, Eva. Never mind my faults, you know me by heart, only ask him. She shook her head. Tell him that you are my sister, that I am his son, that I love you so, that I love him so. Tell him anything. Say that he ought to do it because I am a Hebrew. A what? Said Eva. A Hebrew, yes, a Hebrew. I am a Hebrew by blood, and we all are by faith. Thou son of a slave, exclaimed the lady, thou masquerade of humanity. Christian or Mussulman, pagan or Druze, thou mayest figure as, but spare my race, Fakhreddin, they are fallen. But not so base as I am. It may be true, but I love you, Eva, and you love me, and if I had as many virtues as yourself, you could not love me more, perhaps less. Women like to feel their superiority. You are as clever as I am and have more judgment. You are generous, and I am selfish, honourable, and I am a villain, brave, and I am a coward, rich, and I am poor. Let that satisfy you, and do not trample on the fallen, and Fakhreddin took her hand and bedewed it with his tears. Dear Fakhreddin, said Eva, I thought you spoke in jest, as I 999. How can a man jest who has to go through what I endure? Said the young Emir in a desponding tone and still lying at her feet. Oh, my more than sister, 'tis hell. The object I proposed to myself would, with the greatest resources, be difficult, and now I have none. Relinquish it. When I am young and ruined, when I have the two greatest stimulants in the world to action, youth and debt, no, such a combination is never to be thrown away. Any young prince ought to win the Lebanon, but a young prince in debt ought to conquer the world. And the Emir sprang from the floor and began walking about the apartment. I think, Eva, he said after a moment's pause and speaking in his usual tone, I think you really might do something with your father. I look upon myself as his son. He saved my life. And I am a Hebrew. I was nourished by your mother's breast, her being flows in my veins, and independent of all that, my ancestor was the standard-bearer of the prophet, and the prophet was the descendant of Ishmael, and Ishmael and Israel were brothers. I really think, between my undoubted Arabian origin and being your foster brother, that I may be looked upon as a Jew, and that your father might do something for me. Whatever my father will do, you and he must decide together, said Eva. After the result of my last interference, I promised my father that I never would speak to him on your affairs again, and you know therefore that I cannot. You ought not to urge me, Fakhreddin. Ah, you are angry with me, he exclaimed, and again seated himself at her feet. You were saying in your heart he is the most selfish of beings. It is true I am, but I have glorious aspirations at least. I am not content to live like my father's in a beautiful palace, amid my woods and mountains, with Kachlani steeds, falcons that would pull down an eagle, and nargilets of rubies and emeralds. I want something more than troops of beautiful slaves, music and dances. I want Europe to talk of me. I am wearied of hearing nothing but Ibrahim Pasha, Louis Philippe and Palmerston. I too can make combinations, and I am of a better family than all three, for Ibrahim is a child of mud, a Bourbon is not equal to a Shehab, and Lord Palmerston only sits in the Queen's second chamber of council, as I well know from an Englishman who was at Beirut, and with whom I have formed some political relations, of which perhaps some day you will hear. Well, we have arrived at a stage of your career, Fakhreddin, in which no combination presents itself. I am powerless to assist you. My resources, never very great, are quite exhausted. No, said the Emir, the game is yet to be won. Listen, Rose of Sharon, for this is really the point on which I came to hold counsel. A young English lord has arrived at Jerusalem this week or 10 days past. He is of the highest dignity, and rich enough to buy the grand bazaar of Damascus. He has letters of credit on your father's house without any limit. No one can discover the object of his mission. I have some suspicions. There is also a French officer here who never speaks. I watch them both. The Englishman, I learnt this morning, is going to Mount Sinai. It is not a pilgrimage, because the English are really neither Jews nor Christians, but follow a sort of religion of their own, which is made every year by their bishops, one of whom they have sent to Jerusalem in what they call a parliament, a college of muftis. You understand. Now lend me that ear that is like an almond of Aleppo. I propose that one of the tribes that obey your grandfather shall make this Englishman prisoner as he traverses the desert. You see, Rose of Sharon, I am not yet beat. Your Fakhreddin is not the baffled boy that a few minutes ago you looked as if you thought him. I defy Ibrahim or the King of France or Palmerston himself to make a combination superior to this. What a ransom! The English lord will pay Sheriff Effendi for his 5,000 muskets, and for their conveyance to the mountain besides. Chapter 28. Besso the Banker. In one of those civil broils at Damascus which preceded the fall of the Janissaries, an emir of the house of Shehab who lost his life in the fray, had in the midst of the convulsion placed his infant son in the charge of the merchant Besso, a child most dear to him, not only because the babe was his heir, but because his wife, whom he passionately loved, a beautiful lady of Antioch and of one of the old families of the country, had just sacrificed her life in giving birth to their son. The wife of Besso placed the orphan infant at her own breast, and the young Fakhreddin was brought up in every respect as a child of the house, so that for some time he looked upon the little Eva, who was 3 years younger than himself, as his sister. When Fakhreddin had attained an age of sufficient intelligence for the occasion and the circumstances, his real position was explained to him, but he was still too young for the communication to effect any change in his feelings, and the idea that Eva was not his sister only occasioned him sorrow, until his grief was forgotten when he found that the change made no difference in their lives or their love. Soon after the violent death of the father of Fakhreddin, affairs had become more tranquil, and Besso had not neglected the interests of his charge. The infant was heir to a large estate in the Lebanon, a fine castle, an illimitable forest, and cultivated lands, whose produce, chiefly silk, afforded a revenue sufficient to maintain the not inconsiderable state of a mountain prince. When Fakhreddin was about 10 years of age, his relative the Emir Bashir, who then exercised a sovereign and acknowledged sway over all the tribes of the Lebanon, whatever their religion or race, signified his pleasure that his kinsman should be educated at his court, in the company of his sons. So Fakhreddin, with many tears, quitted his happy home at Damascus, and proceeded to Baiteddin, the beautiful palace of his uncle, situate among the mountains in the neighborhood of Beirut. This was about the time that the Egyptians were effecting the conquest of Syria, and both the Emir Bashir, the head of the house of Shehab as well as Prince of the Mountain, and the great commercial confederation of the brothers Besso, had declared in favor of the invader, and were mainly instrumental to the success of Mehemet Ali. Political sympathy, and the feelings of mutual dependence which united the Emir Bashir and the merchant of Damascus, rendered the communications between the families so frequent that it was not difficult for the family of Besso to cherish those sentiments of affection which were strong and lively in the heart of the young Fakhreddin, but which, under any circumstances, depend so much on sustained personal intercourse. Eva saw a great deal of her former brother, and there subsisted between them a romantic friendship. He was their frequent guest at Damascus, and was proud to show her how he excelled in his martial exercises, how skillful he was with his falcon, and what horses of pure race he proudly rode. In the year 39, Fakhreddin being then 15 years of age, the country entirely tranquil, even if discontented, occupied by a disciplined army of 80,000 men, commanded by captains equal, it was supposed, to any conjuncture, the Egyptians openly encouraged by the greatest military nation of Europe, the Turks powerless, and only secretly sustained by the countenance of the ambassador of the weakest government that ever tottered in England, a government that had publicly acknowledged that it had forfeited the confidence of the Parliament, which yet it did not dissolve, everything being thus in a state of flush and affluent prosperity, and both the house of Shehab and the house of Besso feeling, each day more strongly, how discreet and how lucky they had been in the course which they had adopted, came the great Syrian crash. Whatever difference of opinion may exist as to the policy pursued by the foreign minister of England, with respect to the settlement of the Turkish Empire in 184,041, none can be permitted by those, at least, competent to decide upon such questions, as to the ability with which that policy was accomplished. When we consider the position of the minister at home, not only deserted by Parliament, but abandoned by his party and even forsaken by his colleagues, the military occupation of Syria by the Egyptians, the rabid demonstration of France, that an accident of time or space, the delay of a month or the gathering of a storm, might alone have baffled all his combinations, it is difficult to fix upon a page in the history of this country which records a superior instance of moral intrepidity. The bold conception and the brilliant performance were worthy of Chatham, but the domestic difficulties with which Lord Palmerston had to struggle placed the exploit beyond the happiest achievement of the elder Pitt. Throughout the memorable conjuncture, Lord Palmerston, however, had one great advantage, which was invisible to the millions. He was served by a most vigilant and able diplomacy. The superiority of his information concerning the state of Syria to that furnished to the French minister was the real means by which he baffled the menaced legions of our neighbours. A timid Secretary of State in the position of Lord Palmerston, even with such advantages, might have faltered, but the weapon was placed in the hands of one who did not shrink from its exercise, and the expulsion of the Egyptians from Turkey remains a great historic monument alike of diplomatic skill and administrative energy. The rout of the Egyptians was fatal to the Emir Bashir, and it seemed also, for a time, to the Damascus branch of the family of Besso. But in these days, a great capitalist has deeper roots than a sovereign prince, unless he is very legitimate. The Prince of the Mountain and his sons were summoned from their luxurious and splendid Baiteddin to Constantinople, where they have ever since remained prisoners. Young Fakhreddin, the moment he heard of the fall of Acre, rode out with his falcon, as if for the pastime of a morning, and the moment he was out of sight made for the desert, and never rested until he reached the tents of the children of Rechab, where he placed himself under the protection of the grandfather of Eva. As for the merchant himself, having ships at his command, he contrived to escape with his wife and his young daughter to Trieste, and he remained in the Austrian dominions between 3 and 4 years. At length the influence of Prince Metternich, animated by Sidonia, propitiated the port. Adafi Besso, after making his submission at Stamboul, and satisfactorily explaining his conduct to Riza Pasha, returned to his country, not substantially injured in fortune, though the northern clime had robbed him of his Arabian wife, For his brothers, who, as far as politics were concerned, had ever kept in the shade, had managed affairs in the absence of the more prominent member of their house, and in truth, the family of Besso were too rich to be long under a cloud. The Pasha of Damascus found his revenue fall very short without their interference, and as for the divan, the Bessos could always find a friend there if they chose. The awkwardness of the Syrian catastrophe was that it was so sudden and so unexpected that there was then no time for those satisfactory explanations which afterwards took place between Adam Besso and Riza. Though the situation of Besso remained, therefore, unchanged after the subsidence of the Syrian agitation, the same circumstance could not be predicated of the position of his foster child. Fakhreddin possessed all the qualities of the genuine Syrian character in excess: vain, susceptible, endowed with a brilliant though frothy imagination, and a love of action so unrestrained that restlessness deprived it of energy, with so fine a taste that he was always capricious, and so ingenious that he seemed ever inconsistent. His ambition was as high as his apprehension was quick. He saw everything and understood everybody in a flash, and believed that everything that was said or done ought to be made to contribute to his fortunes. Educated in the sweet order, and amid the decorous virtues of the roof of Besso, Fakhreddin, who, from his susceptibility, took the colour of his companions, even when he thought they were his tools, had figured for 10 years as a soft-hearted and somewhat timid child, dependent on kind words, and returning kindness with a passionate affection. His change to the palace of his uncle developed his native qualities, which under any accidents could not perhaps have been long restrained, but which the circumstances of the times brought to light, and matured with a celerity peculiar to the East. The character of Fakhreddin was formed amid the excitement of the Syrian invasion and its stirring consequences. At 10 years of age he was initiated in all the mysteries of political intrigue. His startling vivacity and the keen relish of his infant intelligence for all the passionate interests of men amused and sometimes delighted his uncle. Everything was spoken before him. He lived in the centre of intrigues which were to shake thrones, and perhaps to form them. He became habituated to the idea that everything could be achieved by dexterity, and that there was no test of conduct except success. To dissemble and to simulate, to conduct confidential negotiations with contending powers and parties at the same time, to be ready to adopt any opinion and to possess none, to fall into the public humour of the moment, and to evade the impending catastrophe, to look upon every man as a tool and never do anything which had not a definite though circuitous purpose. These were his political accomplishments, and while he recognized them as the best means of success, he found in their exercise excitement and delight. To be the centre of a maze of manoeuvres was his empyrean. He was never without a resource. Stratagems came to him as naturally as fruit comes to a tree. He lived in a labyrinth of plans, and he rejoiced to involve someone in the perplexities which his magic touch could alone unravel. Fakhreddin had no principle of any kind. He had not a prejudice, a little superstition perhaps, like his postponing his journey because a hare crossed his path. But as for life and conduct in general, forming his opinions from the great men of whom he had experience, princes, pashas, and some others, and from the great transactions with which he was connected, he was convinced that all was a matter of force or fraud. Fakhreddin preferred the latter because it was more ingenious, and because he was of a kind and passionate temperament, loving beauty and the beautiful, apt to idealize everything, and of too exquisite a taste not to shrink with horror from an unnecessary massacre. Though it was his profession and his pride to simulate and to dissemble, he had a native ingenuousness which was extremely awkward and very surprising, for the moment he was intimate with you, he told you everything. Though he intended to make a person his tool, and often succeeded, such was his susceptibility, and so strong were his sympathetic qualities, that he was perpetually, without being aware of it, showing his cards. The victim thought himself safe, but the teeming resources of Fakhreddin were never wanting, and some fresh and brilliant combination, as he styled it, often secured the prey which so heedlessly he had nearly forfeited. Recklessness with him was a principle of action. He trusted always to his fertile expedients if he failed, and ran the risk in the meanwhile of paramount success, the fortune of those who are entitled to be rash. With all his audacity, which was nearly equal to his craft, he had no moral courage, and if affairs went wrong and from some accident exhaustion of the nervous system, the weather, or some of those slight causes which occasionally paralyze the creative mind, He felt without a combination, he would begin to cry like a child, and was capable of any action, however base and humiliating, to extricate himself from the impending disaster. Fakhreddin had been too young to have fatally committed himself during the Egyptian occupation. The moment he found that the Emir Bashir and his sons were prisoners at Constantinople, he returned to Syria, lived quietly at his own castle, affected popularity among the neighboring chieftains, who were pleased to see a shehab among them, and showed himself on every occasion a most loyal subject of the Porte. At 17 years of age, Fakhreddin was at the head of a powerful party and had opened relations with the Divan. The Porte looked upon him with confidence, and although they intended, if possible, to govern Lebanon in future themselves, a young prince of a great house, and a young prince so perfectly free from all disagreeable antecedents, was not to be treated lightly. All the leaders of all the parties of the mountain frequented the castle of Fakhreddin, and each secretly believed that the prince was his pupil and his tool. There was not one of these men, grey though some of them were in years and craft, whom the innocent and ingenuous Fakhreddin did not bend as a nose of wax, and when Adam Bessa returned to Syria in 43, he found his foster-child by far the most considerable person in the country, and all parties amid their doubts and distractions looking up to him with hope and confidence. He was then 19 years of age, and Eva was 16. Fakhreddin came instantly to Damascus to welcome them, hugged Besso, wept like a child over his sister, sat up the whole night on the terrace of their house smoking his nargileh, and telling them all his secrets without the slightest reserve, the most shameful actions of his career as well as the most brilliant, and finally proposed to Besso to raise a loan for the Lebanon, ostensibly to promote the cultivation of mulberries, really to supply arms to the discontented population who were to make Fakhreddin and Eva sovereigns of the mountain. It will have been observed that to supply the partially disarmed tribes of the mountain with weapons was still, though at intervals, the great project of Fakhreddin, and to obtain the result in his present destitution of resources involved him in endless stratagems. His success would at the same time bind the tribes, already well affected to him, with unalterable devotion to a chief capable of such an undeniable act of sovereignty, and of course render them proportionately more efficient instruments in accomplishing his purpose. It was the interest of Fakhreddin that the Lebanon should be powerful and disturbed. Besso, who had often befriended him, and who had frequently rescued him from the usurers of Beirut and Sidon, lent a cold ear to these suggestions. The great merchant was not inclined again to embark in a political career, or pass another 3 or 4 years away from his Syrian palaces and gardens. He had seen the most powerful head that the East had produced for a century, backed by vast means, and after having apparently accomplished his purpose, ultimately recoil before the superstitious fears of Christendom, lest any change in Syria should precipitate the solution of the great Eastern problem. He could not believe that it was reserved for Fakhreddin to succeed in that which had baffled Mehemet Ali. Eva took the more sanguine view that becomes youth and woman. She had faith in Fakhreddin. Though his position was not as powerful as that of the great viceroy, it was, in her opinion, more legitimate. He seemed indicated as the natural ruler of the mountain. She had faith, too, in his Arabian origin. With Eva, what is called society assumed the character of a continual struggle between Asia and the North. She dreaded the idea that, after having escaped the Crusaders, Syria should fall first under the protection, and then the colonization of some European power. A link was wanted in the chain of resistance which connected the ranges of Caucasus with the Atlas. She idealized her foster brother into a hero, and saw his standard on Mount Lebanon, the beacon of the Oriental races, like the spear of Shami or the pavilion of Abdul-Qadir. Eva had often influenced her father for the advantage of Fakhreddin, but at last even Eva felt that she should sue in vain. A year before, involved in difficulties which it seemed no combination could control, and having nearly occasioned the occupation of Syria by a united French and English force, Fakhreddin burst out a-crying like a little boy, and came whimpering to Eva, as if somebody had broken his toy or given him a beating. Then it was that Eva had obtained for him a final assistance from her father, the condition being that this application should be the last. Eva had given him jewels, had interested other members of her family in his behalf, and effected for him 1,000 services, which only a kind-hearted and quick-witted woman could devise. While Fakhreddin plundered her without scruple and used her without remorse, he doted on her. He held her intellect in absolute reverence. A word from her guided him. a look of displeasure, and his heart ached. As long as he was under the influence of her presence, he really had no will, scarcely an idea of his own. He spoke only to elicit her feelings and opinions. He had a superstition that she was born under a fortunate star, and that it was fatal to go counter to her. But the moment he was away, he would disobey, deceive, and, if necessary, betray her, loving her the same all the time. But what was to be expected from one whose impressions were equally quick and vivid, who felt so much for himself and so much for others, that his life seemed a perpetual reaction between intense selfishness and morbid sensibility? Had Fakhreddin married Eva, the union might have given him some steadiness of character, or at least its semblance. The young emir had greatly desired this alliance, not for the moral purpose that we have intimated, not even from love of Eva, for he was totally insensible to domestic joys, but because he wished to connect himself with great capitalists, and hoped to gain the Lebanon loan for a dower. But this alliance was quite out of the question. The hand of Eva was destined, according to the custom of the family, for her cousin, the eldest son of Besso of Aleppo. The engagement had been entered into while she was at Vienna, and it was then agreed that the marriage should take place soon after she had completed her 18th year. The ceremony was therefore at hand. It was to occur within a few months. Accustomed from an early period of life to the contemplation of this union, it assumed in the eyes of Eva a character as natural as that of birth or death. It never entered her head to ask herself whether she liked or disliked it. It was one of those inevitable things of which we are always conscious, yet of which we never think, like the years of our life or the color of our hair. Had her destiny been in her own hands, it is probable that she would not have shared it with Fakhreddin, for she had never for an instant entertained the wish that there should be any change in the relations which subsisted between them. According to the custom of the country, it was to Besso that Fakhreddin had expressed his wishes and his hopes. The young emir made liberal offers. His wife and children might follow any religion they pleased. Nay, he was even ready to conform himself to any which they fixed upon. He attempted to dazzle Besso with the prospect of a Hebrew prince of the mountains. "My daughter," said the merchant, "would certainly, under any circumstances, marry one of her own faith, but we need not say another word about it. She is betrothed, and has been engaged for some years to her cousin." When Fakhreddin, during his recent visit to Bethany, found that Eva, notwithstanding her Bedouin blood, received his proposition for kidnapping a young English nobleman with the utmost alarm and even horror, he immediately relinquished it, diverted her mind from the contemplation of a project on her disapproval of which, notwithstanding his efforts at distraction, she seemed strangely to dwell, and finally presented her with a new and more innocent scheme in which he required her assistance. According to Fakhreddin, his new English acquaintance at Beirut, whom he had before quoted, was ready to assist him in the fulfillment of his contract, provided he could obtain sufficient time from Sheriff Effendi, and what he wished Eva to do was personally to request the Egyptian merchant to grant time for this indulgence. This did not seem to Eva an unreasonable favour for her foster-brother to obtain, though she could easily comprehend why his previous irregularities might render him an unsuccessful suitor to his creditor. Glad that it was still in her power in some degree to assist him, and that his present project was at least a harmless one, Eva offered the next day to repair to the city and see Sheriff Effendi on his business. Pressing her hand to his heart, and saluting her with 1,000 endearing names, the emir quitted the Rose of Sharon with the tears in his grateful eyes. Now the exact position of Fakhreddin was this. He had induced the Egyptian merchant to execute the contract for him by an assurance that Besso would be his security for the venture, although the peculiar nature of the transaction rendered it impossible for Besso, in his present delicate position, personally to interfere in it. To keep up appearances, Fakhreddin, with his usual audacious craft, had appointed Sheriff Effendi to meet him at Jerusalem, at the house of Besso, for the completion of the contract, and accordingly, on the afternoon of the day preceding his visit to Bethany, Fakhreddin had arrived at Jerusalem without money and without credit in order to purchase arms for a province. The greatness of the conjuncture, the delightful climate, his sanguine temperament combined, however, to sustain him. As he traversed his delicious mountains, with their terraces of mulberries and olives and vines, lounged occasionally for a short time at the towns on the coast, and looked in at some of his creditors to chatter charming delusions, or feel his way for a new combination most necessary at this moment, his blood was quick and his brain creative, and although he had ridden nearly 200 miles when he arrived at the Holy City, he was fresh and full of faith that something would turn up. His Egyptian friend, awfully punctual, was the first figure that welcomed him as he entered the divan of Besso, where the young emir remained in the position which we have described, smoking interminable nargilés while he revolved his affairs, until the conversation respecting the arrival of Tancred roused him from his brooding meditation. It was not difficult to avoid Sheriff Effendi for a while. The following morning, Fakhreddin passed half a dozen hours at the bath, and then made his visit to Eva with the plot which had occurred to him the night before at the divan, and which had been matured this day while they were shampooing him. The moment that, baffled, he again arrived at Jerusalem, he sought his Egyptian merchant and thus addressed him. "You see, Effendi, that you must not talk on this business to Besso, nor can Besso talk to you about it." "Good," said the Effendi. "But if it be managed by another person to your satisfaction, it will be as well. One grain is like another. It will be managed by another person to your satisfaction." "Good. The Rose of Sharon is the same in this business as her father. He is a ruby and she is a pearl. The Rose of Sharon will see you tomorrow about this business." "Good. The Rose of Sharon may ask you for time to settle everything. She has to communicate with other places. You have heard of such a city as Aleppo. If Damascus be an eye, Aleppo is an ear. Don't trouble the Rose of Sharon, Effendi, with any details if she speaks to you, but be content with all she proposes. She will ask perhaps for 3 months. Women are nervous. They think robbers may seize the money on its way, or the key of the chest may not be found when it is wanted. You understand? Agree to what she proposes, but between ourselves I will meet you at Gaza on the day of the new moon, and it is finished." "Good." Faithful to her promise, at an early hour of the morrow, Eva, wrapped in a huge and hooded Arab cloak, so that her form could not in the slightest degree be traced, her face covered with a black Arab mask, mounted her horse. Her 2 female attendants, habited in the same manner, followed their mistress, before whom marched her janissary armed to the teeth, while 4 Arab grooms walked on each side of the cavalcade. In this way they entered Jerusalem by the gate of Sion and proceeded to the house of Besso. Fakhreddin watched her arrival. He was in due time summoned to her presence, where he learned the success of her mission. "Sheriff Effendi," she said, "has agreed to keep the arms for 3 months, you paying the usual rate of interest on the money. This is but just. May your new friend at Beirut be more powerful than I am, and as faithful. Beautiful Rose of Sharon, who can be like you? You inspire me, you always do. I feel persuaded that I shall get the money long before the time has elapsed." And so saying, he bade her farewell to return, as he said, without loss of time to Beirut. Chapter 29. Capture of the New Crusader. The dawn was about to break in a cloudless sky, when Tancred, accompanied by Baroni and 2 servants, all well armed and well mounted, and by Hassan, a sheik of the Jelaheen Bedouins, tall and grave, with a long spear tufted with ostrich feathers in his hand, his musket slung at his back, and a scimitar at his side, quitted Jerusalem by the gate of Bethlehem. If it were only to see the sun rise, or to become acquainted with nature at hours excluded from the experience of civilization, it were worth while to be a traveller. There is something especially in the hour that precedes Assyrian dawn, which invigorates the frame and elevates the spirit. One cannot help fancying that angels may have been resting on the mountain tops during the night. The air is so sweet, and the earth so still. Nor, when it wakes, does it wake to the maddening cares of Europe. The beauty of a patriarchal repose still lingers about its existence in spite of its degradation. Notwithstanding all they have suffered during the European development, the manners of the Asiatic races generally are more in harmony with nature than the complicated conventionalisms which harass their fatal rival, and which have increased in exact proportion as the Europeans have seceded from those Arabian and Syrian creeds that redeemed them from their primitive barbarism. But the light breaks, the rising beam falls on the gazelles still bounding on the hills of Judah, and gladdens the partridge which still calls among the ravines, as it did in the days of the prophets. About halfway between Jerusalem and Bethlehem, Tancred and his companions halted at the tomb of Rachel. Here awaited them a chosen band of 20 stout Jelaheens, the subjects of Sheikh Hassan, their escort through the wildernesses of Arabia Petra. The fringed and ribbed kerchief of the desert, which must be distinguished from the turban, and is woven by their own women from the hair of the camel, covered the heads of the Bedouins. A short white gown, also of home manufacture, and very rude with a belt of cords, completed with slippers their costume. Each man bore a musket and a dagger. It was Baroni who had made the arrangement with Sheikh Hassan. Baroni had long known him as a brave and faithful Arab. In general, these contracts with the Bedouins for convoy through the desert are made by Franks through their respective consuls, but Tancred was not sorry to be saved from the necessity of such an application, as it would have excited the attention of Colonel Brace, who passed his life at the British consulate, and who probably would have thought it necessary to put on the uniform of the Bellamont Yeomanry Cavalry, and have attended the heir of Montacute to Mount Sinai. Tancred shuddered at the idea of the presence of such a being at such a place, with his large, ruddy face, his swaggering, sweltering figure, his flourishing whiskers, and his fat hands. It was the 5th morn after the visit of Tancred to Bethany, of which he had said nothing to Baroni, the only person at his command who could afford or obtain any information as to the name and quality of her with whom he had there so singularly become acquainted. He was far from incurious on the subject. All that he had seen, and all that he had heard at Bethany greatly interested him. But the reserve which ever controlled him, unless under the influence of great excitement, a reserve which was the result of pride and not of caution, would probably have checked any expression of his wishes on this head, even had he not been under the influence of those feelings which now absorbed him. A human being animated by the hope, almost by the conviction, that a celestial communication is impending over his destiny, moves in a supernal sphere which no earthly consideration can enter. The long musings of his voyage had been succeeded on the part of Tancred, since his arrival in the Holy Land, by one unbroken and impassioned reverie, heightened, not disturbed, by frequent and solitary prayer, by habitual fasts, and by those exciting conferences with Alonzo Lara, in which he had struggled to penetrate the great Asian mystery, reserved, however, if indeed ever expounded, for a longer initiation than had yet been proved by the son of the English noble. After a week of solitary preparation, during which he had interchanged no word, and maintained an abstinence which might have rivalled an old eremite of Engedi, Tancred had kneeled before that empty sepulchre of the divine prince of the house of David, for which his ancestor, Tancred de Montacute, 600 years before, had struggled with those followers of Mahound, who, to the consternation and perplexity of Christendom, continued to retain it. Christendom cares nothing for that tomb now, has indeed forgotten its own name and calls itself enlightened Europe, but enlightened Europe is not happy. Its existence is a fever which it calls progress. Progress to what? The youthful votary, during his vigils at the sacred tomb, had received solace but not inspiration. No voice from heaven had yet sounded, but his spirit was filled with the sanctity of the place, and he returned to his cell to prepare for fresh pilgrimages. One day, in conference with Lara, the Spanish prior had let drop these words: "Sinai led to Calvary. It may be wise to trace your steps from Calvary to Sinai." At this moment, Tancred and his escort are in sight of Bethlehem, with the population of a village but the walls of a town, situate on an eminence overlooking a valley, which seems fertile after passing the stony plain of Rephaim. The first beams of the sun, too, were rising from the mountains of Arabia and resting on the noble convent of the Nativity. From Bethlehem to Hebron, Canaan is still a land of milk and honey, though not so rich and picturesque as in the great expanse of Palestine to the north of the Holy City. The beauty and the abundance of the Promised Land may still be found in Samaria and Galilee, in the magnificent plains of Esdraelon, Zabulon, and Gennesareth, and ever by the gushing waters of the bowery Jordan. About an hour after leaving Bethlehem in a secluded valley, is one of the few remaining public works of the great Hebrew kings. It is in every respect worthy of them. I speak of those colossal reservoirs cut out of the native rock and fed by a single spring, discharging their waters into an aqueduct of perforated stone, which until a comparatively recent period still conveyed them to Jerusalem. They are 3 in number, of varying lengths from 5 to 600 feet, and almost as broad, their depth still undiscovered. They communicate with each other so that the water of the uppermost reservoir, flowing through the intermediate one, reached the third, which fed the aqueduct. They are lined with a hard cement like that which coats the pyramids, and which remains uninjured, and it appears that hanging gardens once surrounded them. The Arabs still call these reservoirs the pools of Solomon, nor is there any reason to doubt the tradition. Tradition, perhaps often more faithful than written documents, is a sure and almost infallible guide in the minds of the people, where there has been no complicated variety of historic incidents to confuse and break the chain of memory, where their rare revolutions have consisted of an eruption once in 1,000 years into the cultivated world, where society has never been broken up, but their domestic manners have remained the same, where too they revere truth and are rigid in its oral delivery, since that is their only means of disseminating knowledge. There is no reason to doubt that these reservoirs were the works of Solomon. This secluded valley, then, was once the scene of his imaginative and delicious life. Here were his pleasure gardens, these slopes were covered with his fantastic terraces, and the high places glittered with his pavilions. The fountain that supplied these treasured waters was perhaps the sealed fountain, to which he compared his bride. And here was the garden palace where the charming Queen of Sheba vainly expected to pose the wisdom of Israel, as she held at a distance before the most dexterous of men the 2 garlands of flowers, alike in form and colour, and asked the great king before his trembling court to decide which of the wreaths was the real one. They are gone, they are vanished, these deeds of beauty and these words of wit. The bright and glorious gardens of the tiaraed poet and the royal sage, that once echoed with his lyric voice, or with the startling truths of his pregnant aphorisms, end in this wild and solitary valley, in which with folded arms and musing eye of long abstraction, Tancred halts in his ardent pilgrimage, nor can refrain from asking himself, can it then be true that all is vanity? Why, what is this desolation? Why are there no more kings whose words are the treasured wisdom of countless ages, and the mention of whose name to this moment thrills the heart of the Oriental, from the waves of the Midland Ocean to the broad rivers of the farthest Ind? Why are there no longer bright-witted queens to step out of their Arabian palaces and pay visits to the gorgeous house of the forest of Lebanon, or to where Baalbek or Tadmor in the wilderness rose on those plains now strewn with the superb relics of their inimitable magnificence? And yet some flat-nosed Frank, full of bustle, and puffed up with self-conceit, a race spawned perhaps in the morasses of some northern forest, hardly yet cleared, talks of progress. Progress to what and from whence? Amid empires shriveled into deserts, amid the wrecks of great cities, a single column or obelisk of which nations import for the prime ornament of their mud-built capitals, amid arts forgotten, commerce annihilated, fragmentary literatures and populations destroyed, the European talks of progress, because, by an ingenious application of some scientific acquirements, he has established a society which has mistaken comfort for civilization. The soft beam of the declining sun fell upon a serene landscape, gentle undulations covered with rich shrubs or highly cultivated cornfields and olive groves, sometimes numerous flocks, and then vineyards fortified with walls and with watchtowers, as in the time of David, whose city Tancred was approaching. Hebron, too, was the home of the great Sheikh Abraham, and the Arabs here possess his tomb, which no Christian is permitted to visit. It is strange and touching that the children of Ishmael should have treated the name and memory of the Sheikh Abraham with so much reverence and affection, but the circumstance that he was the friend of Allah appears with them entirely to have outweighed the recollection of his harsh treatment of their great progenitor. Hebron has even lost with them its ancient Judean name, and they always call it, in honor of the tomb of the Sheikh, the city of a friend. About an hour after Hebron, in a fair pasture and near an olive grove, Tancred pitched his tent, prepared on the morrow to quit the land of promise, and approach that great and terrible wilderness where there was no water. The children of Israel, as they were called according to the custom then, and now universally prevalent among the Arabian tribes, as, for example, the Beni Cotton, Beni Kelb, Beni Salem, Beni Sab, Beni Gamed, Beni Sadin, Beni Ali, Beni Hatim, all adopting for their description the name of their founder, the children of Israel were originally a tribe of Arabia Petrosa. Under the guidance of sheiks of great ability, they emerged from their stony wilderness and settled on the Syrian border. But they could not maintain themselves against the disciplined nations of Palestine, and they fell back to their desert, which they found intolerable. Like some of the Bedouin tribes of modern times in the rocky wastes contiguous to the Red Sea, they were unable to resist the temptations of the Egyptian cities. They left their free but distressful wilderness and became fellahin. The pharaohs, however, made them pay for their ready means of sustenance, as Mehemet Ali has made the Arabs of our days who have quitted the desert to eat the harvests of the Nile. They enslaved them and worked them as beasts of burden. But this was not to be long borne by a race whose chiefs in the early ages had been favored by Jehovah, the patriarch emirs, who, issuing from the Caucasian cradle of the great races, spread over the plains of Mesopotamia and disseminated their illustrious seed throughout the Arabian wilderness. Their fiery imaginations brooded over the great traditions of their tribe, and at length there arose among them one of those men whose existence is an epoch in the history of human nature, a great creative spirit and organizing mind, in whom the faculties of conception and of action are equally balanced and possessed in the highest degree, in every respect a man of the complete Caucasian model, and almost as perfect as Adam when he was just finished and placed in Eden. But Jehovah recognized in Moses a human instrument too rare merely to be entrusted with the redemption of an Arabian tribe from a state of fellahin to Bedouin existence, and therefore he was summoned to be the organ of an eternal revelation of the divine will, and his tribe were appointed to be the hereditary ministers of that mighty and mysterious dispensation. It is to be noted, although the omnipotent Creator might have found, had it pleased him in the humblest of his creations, an efficient agent for his purpose, however difficult and sublime, that divine majesty has never thought fit to communicate, except with human beings of the very highest powers. They are always men who have manifested an extraordinary aptitude for great affairs, and the possession of a fervent and commanding genius. They are great legislators, or great warriors, or great poets, or orators of the most vehement and impassioned spirit. Such were Moses, Joshua, the heroic youth of Hebron, and his magnificent son. Such too was Isaiah, a man, humanly speaking, not inferior to Demosthenes, and struggling for a similar and as beautiful a cause, the independence of a small state, eminent for its intellectual power, against the barbarian grandeur of a military empire. All the great things have been done by the little nations. It is the Jordan and the Ilissus that have civilized the modern races. An Arabian tribe, a clan of the Jinn, have been the promulgators of all our knowledge, and we should never have heard of the Pharaohs, of Babylon the Great and Nineveh the Superb, of Cyrus and of Xerxes, had not it been for Athens and Jerusalem. Tancred rose with the sun from his encampment at Hebron, to traverse probably the same route pursued by the spies when they entered the land of promise. The transition from Canaan to the stony Arabia is not abrupt. A range of hills separates Palestine from a high but level country similar to the Syrian desert, sandy in some places, but covered in all with grass and shrubs, a vast expanse of downs. Gradually the herbage disappears, and the shrubs are only found tufting the ridgy tops of low undulating sandhills. Soon the sand becomes stony, and no trace of vegetation is ever visible, excepting occasionally some thorny plant. Then comes a land which alternates between plains of sand and dull ranges of monotonous hills covered with loose flints. Sometimes the pilgrim winds his way through their dull ravines, sometimes he mounts the heights, and beholds a prospect of interminable desolation. For 3 nights had Tancred encamped in this wilderness, halting at some spot where they could find some desert shrubs that might serve as food for the camels and fuel for themselves. His tent was soon pitched, the night fires soon crackling, and himself seated at one with the sheik and baroni, he beheld with interest and amusement the picturesque and flashing groups around him. Their fare was scant and simple: bread baked upon the spot, the dried tongue of a gazelle, the coffee of the neighbouring mocha, and the pipe that ever consoles if indeed the traveller, whatever his hardships, could need any sustenance but his own high thoughts in such a scene, canopied, too, by the most beautiful sky and the most delicious climate in the world. They were in the vicinity of Mount Seir. On the morrow they were to commence the passage of the lofty range which stretches on to Sinai. The sheik, who had a feud with a neighbouring tribe, and had been anxious and vigilant while they crossed the open country, riding on with an advanced guard before his charge, reconnoitring from sandhill to sandhill, often creeping up and lying on his breast, so as not to be visible to the enemy, congratulated Tancred that all imminent danger was past. "Not that I am afraid of them," said Hassan proudly, "but we must kill them or they will kill us." Hassan, though sheik of his own immediate family and followers, was dependent on the great sheik of the Jelahin tribe, and was bound to obey his commands in case the complete clan was summoned to congregate in any particular part of the desert. Page 2083. On the morrow they commenced their passage of the mountains, and after clearing several ranges found themselves 2 hours after noon in a defile so strangely beautiful that to behold it would alone have repaid all the exertions and perils of the expedition. It was formed by precipitous rocks of a picturesque shape and of great height, and of colours so brilliant and so blended that to imagine them you must fancy the richest sunset you have ever witnessed, and that would be inferior, from the inevitable defect of its fleeting character. Here the tints, sometimes vivid, sometimes shadowed down, were always equally fair, light blue heights streaked perhaps with scarlet and shaded off to lilac or purple, a cleft of bright orange, a broad peach-coloured expanse veined in delicate circles and wavy lines of exquisite grace, sometimes yellow and purple stripes, sometimes an isolated steep of every hue flaming in the sun, and then, like a young queen a gorgeous throne from a vast rock of crimson and gold rose a milk-white summit. The frequent fissures of this defile were filled with rich woods of oleander and shrubs of every shade of green, from which rose acacia and other trees unknown to Tancred. Over all this was a deep and cloudless sky, and through it a path winding amid a natural shrubbery, which princes would have built colossal conservatories to preserve. "'Tis a scene of enchantment that has risen to mark us in the middle of the desert," exclaimed the enraptured pilgrim. "Surely it must vanish even as we gaze." About halfway up the defile, when they had traversed it for about a quarter of an hour, Sheikh Hassan suddenly galloped forward and hurled his spear with great force at an isolated crag, the base of which was covered with oleanders, and then looking back he shouted to his companions. Tancred and the foremost hurried up to him. "Here are tracks of horses and camels that have entered the valley thus far and not passed through it. They are fresh, let all be prepared." "We are 25 men well armed," said Baroni. "It is not the Tayahas that will attack such a band." "Nor are they the Garashi or the Mezins," said the sheikh, "for we know what they are after and we are brothers." "They must be Alouins," said an Arab. At this moment the little caravan was apparently landlocked, the defile again winding, but presently it became quite straight, and its termination was visible, though at a considerable distance. "I see horsemen," said the sheikh. "Several of them advance, they are not Alouins." He rode forward to meet them, accompanied by Tancred and Baroni. "Salam," said the sheikh, "how is it?" And then he added aside to Baroni, "They are strangers, why are they here?" "Alaykum, we know where you come from," was the reply of one of the horsemen. "Is that the brother of the Queen of the English? Let him ride with us, and you may go on in peace." "He is my brother," said Sheikh Hassan, "and the brother of all here. There is no feud between us. Who are you?" "We are children of Jethro, and the great sheikh has sent us a long way to give you salam. Your desert here is not fit for the camel that your prophet cursed. Come, let us finish our business, for we wish to see a place where there are palm trees." "Are these children of Eblis?" said Sheikh Hassan to Baroni. "It is the day of judgment," said Baroni, looking pale. "Such a thing has not happened in my time. I am lost." "What do these people say?" inquired Tancred. "There is but one God," said Sheikh Hassan, whose men had now reached him, "and Mahomet is his prophet. Stand aside, sons of Eblis, or you shall bite the earth which curses you." A wild shout from every height of the defile was the answer. They looked up, they looked round. The crest of every steep was covered with armed Arabs, each man with his musket levelled. "My lord," said Baroni, "there is something hidden in all this. This is not an ordinary desert foray. You are known, and this tribe comes from a distance to plunder you," and then he rapidly detailed what had already passed. "What is your force, sons of Eblis?" said the sheikh to the horsemen. "Count your men and your muskets and your swords and your horses and your camels, and if they were all double they would not be our force. Our great sheikh would have come in person with 10,000 men. Were not your wilderness here fit only for Jowers?" "Tell the young chief," said the sheikh to Baroni, "that I am his brother, and will shed the last drop of my blood in his service, as I am bound to do, as much as he is bound to give me 10,000 piastres for the journey, and ask him what he wishes." "Demand to know distinctly what these men want," said Tancred to Baroni, who then conferred with them. "They want your lordship," said Baroni, "whom they call the brother of the Queen of the English. Their business is clearly to carry you to their great sheikh, who will release you for a large ransom. And they have no feud with the Jelahines." "None, they are strangers. They come from a distance for this purpose, nor can it be doubted that this plan has been concocted at Jerusalem." "Our position, I fear, is fatal in this defile," said Tancred. It is bitter to be the cause of exposing so many brave men to almost inevitable slaughter. Tell them, Baroni, that I am not the brother of the Queen of the English, that they are ridiculously misled, and that their aim is hopeless, for all that will be ransomed will be my corpse." Sheikh Hassan sat on his horse like a statue, with his spear in his hand and his eye on his enemy. Baroni, advancing to the strange horsemen, who were in position about 10 yards from Tancred and his guardian, was soon engaged in animated conversation. He did all that an able diplomatist could effect, told lies with admirable grace, and made 100 propositions that did not commit his principle. He assured them very heartily that Tancred was not the brother of the Queen of the English, that he was only a young sheik whose father was alive and in possession of all the flocks and herds, camels and horses, that he had quarrelled with his father, that his father perhaps would not be sorry if he were got rid of, and would not give 100 piasters to save his life. Then he offered, if he would let Tancred pass, himself to go with them as prisoner to their great sheik, and even proposed Hassan and half his men for additional hostages, while some just and equitable arrangement could be effected. All, however, was in vain. The enemy had no discretion. Dead or alive, the young Englishmen must be carried to their chief. "I can do nothing," said Baroni, returning. "There is something in all this which I do not understand. It has never happened in my time." "There is then but one course to be taken," said Tancred. "We must charge through the defile. At any rate we shall have the satisfaction of dying like men. Let us each fix on our opponent. That audacious-looking Arab in a red keffiyeh shall be my victim or my destroyer. Speak to the sheik and tell him to prepare his men." "Freeman and Truman," said Tancred, looking round to his English servants, "we are in extreme peril. I took you from your homes. If we outlive this day and return to Montacute, you shall live on your own land." "Never mind us, my lord. If it weren't for those rocks we would beat these niggers." "Are you all ready?" said Tancred to Baroni. "We are all ready." "Then I commend my soul to Jesus Christ, and to the God of Sinai in whose cause I perish." So saying, Tancred shot the Arab in the red keffiyeh through the head, and with his remaining pistol disabled another of the enemy. This he did, while he and his band were charging, so suddenly and so boldly, that those immediately opposed to them were scattered. There was a continuous volley, however, from every part of the defile, and the scene was so involved in smoke that it was impossible for Tancred to see a yard around him. Still he galloped on and felt conscious that he had companions, though the shouting was so great that it was impossible to communicate. The smoke suddenly drifting, Tancred caught a glimpse of his position. He was at the mouth of the defile, followed by several of his men, whom he had not time to distinguish, and awaited by innumerable foes. "Let us sell our lives dearly," was all that he could exclaim. His sword fell from his wounded arm, his horse, stabbed underneath, sank with him to the ground. He was overpowered and bound. "Every drop of his blood," exclaimed the leader of the strange Arabs, "is worth 10,000 piasters." Chapter 30. Plans for Rescue. "Where is Besso?" said Barezi of the Tower, as the consul Pasquiligo entered the divan of the merchant, about 10 days after the departure of Tancred from Jerusalem for Mount Sinai. "Where is Besso? I have already smoked 2 chibouks and no one has entered except yourself. I suppose you have heard the news." "Who has not? It is in everyone's mouth. What have you heard?" asked Barezi of the Tower with an air of malicious curiosity. "Some things that everybody knows," replied Pasquiligo, "and some things that nobody knows." "Ha ha," said Barezi of the Tower, pricking up his ears, and preparing for one of those diplomatic encounters of mutual pumping, in which he and his rival were practiced. "I suppose you have seen somebody, eh?" "Somebody has been seen," replied Pasquiligo, and then he busied himself with his pipe just arrived. "But nobody has seen somebody who was on the spot," said Barezi. "It depends upon what you mean by the spot," replied Pasquiligo. "Your information is second-hand," observed Barezi. "But you acknowledge it is correct," said Pasquiligo more eagerly. "It depends upon whether your friend was present," and here Barezi hesitated. "It does," said Pasquiligo. "Then he was present," said Barezi. "He was." "Then he knows," said Barezi eagerly, "whether the young English prince was murdered intentionally or by hazard." "Ah," said Pasquiligo, whom not the slightest rumor of the affair had yet reached, that is a great question. But everything depends upon it, said Barezi. If he was killed accidentally, there will be negotiations, but the business will be compromised. The English want Cyprus, and they will take it as compensation. If it is an affair of malice prepense, there will be war, for the laws of England require war if blood royal be spilt. The consul Pasquiligo looked very grave. Then, withdrawing his lips for a moment from his amber mouthpiece, he observed, "It is a crisis." "It will be a crisis," said Barezi of the Tower, excited by finding his rival a listener, "but not for a long time. The crisis has not commenced. The first question is, to whom does the desert belong, to the Porte or to the Viceroy?" "It depends upon what part of the desert is in question," said Pasquiligo. "Of course the part where it took place. I say the Arabian desert belongs to the Viceroy. My cousin, Barezi of the Gate, says no, it belongs to the Porte. Raphael Tafna says it belongs to neither. The Bedouins are independent." "But they are not recognized," said the consul Pasquiligo. "Without a diplomatic existence they are nullities. England will hold all the recognized powers in the vicinity responsible. You will see, the murder of an English prince under such circumstances too will not pass unavenged. The whole of the Turkish garrison of the city will march out directly into the desert." "The Arabs care shroff for your Turkish garrison of the city," said Barezi with great derision. "They are 800 strong," said Pasquiligo. 800 weak, you mean? No, as Raphael Tafna was saying when Mehemet Ali was master, the tribes were quiet enough, but the Turks could never manage the Arabs, even in their best days. If the Pasha of Damascus were to go himself, the Bedouins would unveil his harem while he was smoking his nargileh. "Then England will call upon the Egyptians," said the consul. "Ha," said Barezi of the Tower, "have I got you at last? Now comes your crisis, I grant you. The English will send a ship of war with a protocol and one of their lords who is a sailor. That is the way. They will call upon the Pasha to exterminate the tribe who have murdered the brother of their queen. The Pasha will reply that when he was in Syria the brothers of queens were never murdered, and put the protocol in his turban. This will never satisfy Palmerston. He will order." "Palmerston has nothing to do with it," screamed out Pasquiligo. "He is no longer Rais Effendi. He is in exile. He is governor of the Isle of Wight." "Do you think I do not know that?" said Barezi of the Tower. "But he will be recalled for this purpose. The English will not go to war in Syria without Palmerston. Palmerston will have the command of the fleet as well as of the army, that no one shall say no when he says yes. The English will not do the business of the Turks again for nothing. They will take this city, they will keep it. They want a new market for their cottons. Mark me, England will never be satisfied till the people of Jerusalem wear calico turbans." Let us inquire also with Barezi of the Tower where was Besso. Alone in his private chamber, agitated and troubled, awaiting the return of his daughter from the bath. And even now the arrival may be heard of herself and her attendants in the inner court. "You want me, my father," said Eva as she entered. "Ah, you are disturbed. What has happened?" "The 10th plague of Pharaoh, my child," replied Besso, in a tone of great vexation. "Since the expulsion of Ibrahim, there has been nothing which has crossed me so much." "Fakhreddin." No, 'tis nothing to do with him, poor boy, but of one as young and whose interests, though I know him not, scarcely less concern me." "You know him not, 'tis not then my cousin. You perplex me, my father, tell me at once." "It is the most vexatious of all conceivable occurrences," replied Besso, "and yet it is about a person of whom you never heard and whom I never saw, and yet there are circumstances connected with him. Alas, alas, you must know, my Eva, there is a young Englishman here, and a young English lord of one of their princely families." "Yes," said Eva in a subdued but earnest tone. "He brought me a letter from the best and greatest of men," said Besso with much emotion, to whom we owe everything, our fortunes, our presence here, perhaps our lives. There was nothing which I was not bound to do for him, which I was not ready and prepared to do. I ought to have guarded over him, to have forced my services on his acceptance. I blame myself now when it is too late. But he sent me his letter by the intendant of his household whom I knew. I was fearful to obtrude myself. I learnt he was fanatically Christian, and thought perhaps he might shrink from my acquaintance." "And what has happened? inquired Eva, with an agitation which proved her sympathy with her father's sorrow. He left the city some days ago to visit Sinai, well armed and properly escorted. He has been waylaid in the wilderness and captured after a bloody struggle. A bloody struggle. Yes, they of course would gladly not have fought, but, though entrapped into an ambush, the young Englishman would not yield, but fought with desperation. His assailants have suffered considerably, his own party comparatively little, for they were so placed, surrounded, you understand, in a mountain defile that they might have been all massacred, but the fear of destroying their prize restrained at first the marksmen on the heights, and by a daring and violent charge, the young Englishman and his followers forced the pass, but they were overpowered by numbers. And he wounded. I hope not severely, but you have heard nothing. They have sent his intendant to Jerusalem with a guard of Arabs to bring back his ransom. What do you think they want? Eva signified her inability to conjecture. 2 millions of piasters. 2 millions of piasters. Did you say 2? 'Tis a great sum, but we might negotiate. They would accept less, perhaps much less, than 2 millions of piasters. If it were 4 millions of piasters, I must pay it, said Besso. 'Tis not the sum alone that so crosses me. The father of this young noble is a great prince and could doubtless pay, without serious injury to himself, 2 millions of piasters for the ransom of his son, but that's not it. He comes here, he is sent to me. I was to care for him, think for him, guard over him. I have never even seen him, and he is wounded, plundered, and a prisoner. But if he avoided you, my father, murmured Eva with her eyes fixed upon the ground. Avoided me, said Besso. He never thought of me but as of a Jew banker, to whom he would send his servant for money when he needed it. Was I to stand on punctilios with a great Christian noble? I ought to have waited at his gate every day when he came forth, and bowed to the earth until it pleased him to notice me. I ought. No, 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 my father, you are bitter. This youth is not such as you think, at least in all probability is not, said Eva. You hear he is fanatically Christian. He may be but deeply religious, and his thoughts at this moment may rest on other things than the business of the world. He who makes pilgrimage to Sinai can scarcely think us so vile as you would intimate. What will he think of those whom he is among? Here is the wound, Eva. Guess then, child, who has shot this arrow. 'Tis my father. O traitor, traitor, said Eva, quickly covering her face with her hands. My terror was prophetic. There is none so base. Nay, nay, said Besso. These, indeed, are women's words. The great sheik in this has touched me nearly, but I see no baseness in it. He could not know the intimate relation that should subsist between me and this young Englishman. He has captured him in the desert, according to the custom of his tribe. Much as a Malek may injure me, I must acquit him of treason and of baseness. Yes, yes, said Eva with an abstracted air, you misconceive me. I was thinking of others, and what do you purpose, my father? First, to clear myself of the deep stain that I now feel upon my life, said Besso. This Englishman comes to Jerusalem with an unbounded credit on my house. He visits the wilderness, and is made prisoner by my father-in-law, who is in ambush in a part of the desert which his tribe never frequents, and who sends to me for a princely ransom for his captive. These are the apparent circumstances, these are the facts. There is but one inference from them. I dare say 'tis drawn already by all the gossips of the city. They are hard at it, I doubt not, at this moment in my own divan, winking their eyes and shrugging their shoulders, while they are smoking my choice tobacco and drinking my sherbet of pomegranate. And can I blame them? A pure conscience may defy city gossips. A pure conscience must pay the ransom out of my own coffers. I am not over fond of paying 2 millions of piasters, or even half, for one whose shadow never fell upon my threshold. And yet I must do it for my father-in-law, the sheik of the Rechabites, whose peace I made with Mehemet Ali, for whom I gained the guardianship of the Mecca caravan through the Syrian desert for 5 years, who has 12,000 camels which he made by that office. Oh, were it not for you, my daughter, I would curse the hour that I ever mixed my blood with the children of Jethro. After all, if the truth were known, they are sons of Ishmael. No, no, dear father, say not such things. You will send to the great sheik, he will listen. I send to the great sheik. You know not your grandfather, and you know not me. The truth is, the sheik and myself mutually despise each other, and we have never met without parting in bitterness. No, no, I would rather pay the ransom myself than ask a favor of the great sheik. But how can I pay the ransom, even if I chose? This young Englishman is a fiery youth. He will not yield even to an ambush and countless odds. Do you think a man who charges through a defile crowned with matchlocks and shoots men through the head, as I am told he did in the name of Christ, will owe his freedom to my Jewish charity? He will burn the temple first. This young man has the sword of Gideon. You know little of the world, Eva, and nothing of young Englishmen. There is not a race so proud, so wilful, so rash, and so obstinate. They live in a misty clime on raw meats and wines of fire. They laugh at their fathers and never say a prayer. They pass their days in the chase, gaming, and all violent courses. They have all the power of the state and all its wealth, and when they can wring no more from their peasants, they plunder the kings of India. But this young Englishman, you say, is pious, said Eva. Ah, this young Englishman, why did he come here? What is Jerusalem to him or he to Jerusalem? His intendant, himself a prisoner, waits here. I must see him. He is one of the people of my patron, which proves our great friend's interest in this youth. O day thrice cursed, day of 1,000 evil eyes, day of a new captivity. My father, my dear father, these bursts of grief do not become your fame for wisdom. We must inquire, we must hold counsel. Let me see the intendant of this English youth, and hear more than I have yet learnt. I cannot think that affairs are so hopeless as you paint them. I will believe that there is a spring near. Chapter 31, Parleyings. In an almost circular valley, surrounded by mountains, a Malik, great sheik of the Rechabite Bedouins, after having crossed the peninsula of Petrasa from the great Syrian desert, pitched his camp amid the magnificent ruins of an ancient Idumean city. The pavilion of the chief, facing the sunset, was raised in the arena of an amphitheatre cut out of the solid rock, and almost the whole of the seats of which were entire. The sides of the mountains were covered with excavated tombs and temples, and perhaps dwelling places. At any rate, many of them were now occupied by human beings. Fragments of columns were lying about, and masses of unknown walls. From a defile in the mountains issued a stream, which wound about in the plain, its waters almost hid, but its course beautifully indicated by the undulating shrubbery of oleanders, fig trees, and willows. On one side of these, between the water and the amphitheatre, was a crescent of black tents, groups of horses and crouching camels. Over the whole scene the sunset threw a violet hue, while the moon, broad and white, floated over the opposite hills. The carpet of the great sheik was placed before his pavilion, and seated on it alone, and smoking a chibuk of date wood, the patriarch ruminated. He had no appearance of age, except from a snowy beard which was very long, a wiry man with an unwrinkled face, dark, regular and noble features, beautiful teeth. Over his head a crimson keffiyeh, ribbed and fringed with gold. His robe was of the same colour and his boots were of red leather. The chief of one of the great tribes, and said when they were united, to be able to bring 10,000 horsemen into the field. One at full gallop, with a long spear at this moment darted from the ravine, and without stopping to answer several who addressed him, hurried across the plain, and did not halt until he reached the sheik. Salam, sheik of sheiks, it is done. The brother of the Queen of the English is your slave. Good, said Sheik Malik very gravely and taking his pipe from his mouth. May your mother eat the hump of a young camel. When will they be here? They will be the first shadows of the moon. Good, is the brother of the Queen with Sheik Salem. There is only one God. Sheik Salem will never drink Lebanon again unless he drink it in paradise. Certainly there is only one God. What, has he fallen asleep into the well of Numula? No, but we have seen many evil eyes. 4 hares crossed our path this morning. Our salam to the English prince was not a salam of peace. The brother of the Queen of the English is no less than an anter. He will fight, yea or nay, and he has shot Sheik Salem through the head. There is but one God, and his will be done. I have lost the apple of mine eye. The prince of the English is alive. He is alive. Good, camels shall be given to the widow of Sheik Salem, and she shall be married to a new husband. Are there other deeds of jinn? One grape will not make a bunch, even though it be a great one. Let truth always be spoken. Let your words flow as the rock of Moses. There is only one God. If you call to Ibrahim bin Hassan, to Mulgrabi Tuba and Tubay bin Amin, they will not be roused from their sleep. There are also wounds. Tell all the people there is only one God. It is the Sheik of the Jailahines that has done these deeds of jinn. Let truth always be spoken. my words shall flow as the rock of Moses. The sheik of the Jailaheens counselled the young man not to fight, but the young man is a very Zatanai. Certainly there are many devils, but there is no devil like a Frank in a round hat. The evening advanced, the white moon that had only gleamed now glittered, the necks of the camels looked tall and silvery in its beam. The night fires began to blaze, the lamps to twinkle in the crescent of dark tents. There was a shout, a general stir, the heads of spears were seen glistening in the ravine. They came, a winding line of warriors. Some, as they emerged into the plain, galloped forward and threw their spears into the air, but the main body preserved an appearance of discipline and proceeded at a slow pace to the pavilion of the sheik. A body of horsemen came first, then warriors on dromedaries, Sheikh Hassan next, grave and erect as if nothing had happened though he was wounded, and followed by his men, disarmed though their chief retained his spear. Baroni followed. He was unhurt and rode between two Bedouins with whom he continually conversed. After them the bodies of Sheikh Salem and his comrades, covered with cloaks and stowed on camels. And then came the great prize, Tancred, mounted on a dromedary, his right arm bound up in a sling which Baroni had hastily made, and surrounded and followed by a large troop of horsemen, who treated him with the highest consideration, not only because he was a great prince, whose ransom could bring many camels to their tribe, but because he had shown those feats of valor which the wild desert honors. Notwithstanding his wound, which, though slight, began to be painful, and the extreme vexation of the whole affair, Tancred could not be insensible to the strange beauty of the scene which welcomed him. He had read of these deserted cities, carved out of the rocks of the wilderness, and once the capitals of flourishing and abounding kingdoms. They stopped before the pavilion of the great sheik. The arena of the amphitheatre became filled with camels, horses, groups of warriors, many mounted on the seats, that they might overlook the scene, their arms and shawled heads glistening in the silver blaze of the moon or the ruddy flames of the watchfires. They assisted Tancred to descend, they ushered him with courtesy to their chief, who made room for Tancred on his own carpet, and motioned that he should be seated by his side. A small carpet was placed for Sheikh Hassan, and another for Baroni. Salam, brother of many queens, all that you see is yours. Salam, Sheikh Hassan, we are brothers. Salam, added a Malik looking at Baroni, they tell me that you can speak our language, which is beautiful as the moon and many palm trees. Tell the prince, brother of many queens, that he mistook the message that I sent him this morning, which was an invitation to a feast, not to a war. Tell him we are brothers. Tell the sheik, said Tancred, that I have no appetite for feasting, and desire to be informed why he has made me a prisoner. Tell the prince, brother of many queens, that he is not a prisoner but a guest. Ask the sheik then whether we can depart at once. Tell the prince, brother of many queens, that it would be rude in me to let him depart tonight. Ask the sheik whether I may depart in the morning. Tell the prince that when the morning comes he will find I am his brother. So saying, the great sheik took his pipe from his mouth and gave it to Tancred, the greatest of distinctions. In a few moments, pipes were also brought to Sheikh Hassan and Baroni. No harm can come to you, my lord, after smoking that pipe, said Baroni. We must make the best of affairs. I have been in worse straits with 1,000. De Sidonia, what think you of Malay pirates? These are all gentlemen. While Baroni was speaking, a young man slowly and with dignity passed through the bystanders, advanced, and looking very earnestly at Tancred, seated himself on the same carpet as the Grand Sheik. This action alone would have betokened the quality of the newcomer, had not his keffiyeh, similar to that of Sheik Amalek, and his whole bearing, clearly denoted his princely character. He was very young, and Tancred, while he was struck by his earnest gaze, was attracted by his physiognomy, which indeed, from its refined beauty and cast of impassioned intelligence, was highly interesting. Preparations all this time had been making for the feast. 6 sheep had been given to the returning band, everywhere resounded the grinding of coffee. Men passed, carrying pitchers of leban and panniers of bread cakes hot from their simple oven. The great sheik, who had asked many questions after the Oriental fashion, which was the most powerful nation, England or France? What was the name of a third European nation of which he had heard? White men with flat noses in green coats. Whether the nation of white men with flat noses in green coats could have taken Acre as the English had, the taking of Acre being the test of military prowess. How many horses the Queen of the English had, and how many slaves, whether English pistols are good, whether the English drink wine, whether the English are Christian Jowers or pagan Jowers, and so on, now invited Tancred, Sheikh Hassan, and 2 or 3 others to enter his pavilion and partake of the banquet. "The Sheikh must excuse me," said Tancred to Baroni. "I am wearied and wounded. Ask if I can retire and have a tent." "Are you wounded?" said the young Sheikh, who was sitting on the carpet of a Malek, and speaking, not only in a tone of touching sympathy, but in the language of Frankston. "Not severely," said Tancred, less abruptly than he had yet spoken, for the manner and the appearance of the youth touched him, "but this is my first fight, and perhaps I make too much of it. However, my arm is painful and stiff, and indeed you may conceive after all this, I could wish for a little repose." "The great Sheikh has allotted you a compartment of his pavilion," said the youth, "but it will prove a noisy resting place, I fear, for a wounded man. I have a tent here, an humbler one, but which is at least tranquil. Let me be your host." "You are most gracious, and I should be much inclined to be your guest, but I am a prisoner," he said haughtily, "and cannot presume to follow my own will." "I will arrange all," said the youth, and he conversed with Sheikh Amalek for some moments. Then they all rose, the young man advancing to Tancred and saying in a sweet coaxing voice, "You are under my care. I will not be a cruel jailer, I could not be to you." So saying, making their reverence to the great Sheikh, the 2 young men retired together from the arena. Baroni would have followed them when the youth stopped him, saying with decision, "The great Sheikh expects your presence. You must on no account be absent. I will tend your chief, you will permit me?" he inquired in a tone of sympathy, and then, offering to support the arm of Tancred, he murmured, "It kills me to think that you are wounded." Tancred was attracted to the young stranger. His prepossessing appearance, his soft manners, the contrast which they afforded to all around, and to the scenes and circumstances which Tancred had recently experienced, were winning. Tancred, therefore, gladly accompanied him to his pavilion, which was pitched outside the amphitheatre and stood apart. Notwithstanding the modest description of his tent by the young Sheikh, it was by no means inconsiderable in size, for it possessed several compartments, and was of a different colour and fashion from those of the rest of the tribe. Several steeds were picketed in Arab fashion near its entrance, and a group of attendants, smoking and conversing with great animation, were sitting in a circle close at hand. They pressed their hands to their hearts as Tancred and his host passed them, but did not rise. Within the pavilion, Tancred found a luxurious medley of cushions and soft carpets, forming a delightful divan, pipes and arms, and to his great surprise, several numbers of a French newspaper published at Smyrna. "Ah," exclaimed Tancred, throwing himself on the divan, "after all I have gone through today, this is indeed a great and an unexpected relief." "'Tis your own divan," said the young Arab, clapping his hands, "and when I have given some orders for your comfort, I shall only be your guest, though not a distant one." He spoke some words in Arabic to an attendant who entered, and who returned very shortly with a silver lamp fed with palm oil, which he placed on the ground. "I have 2 poor Englishmen here," said Tancred, "my servants. They must be in sad straits, unable to speak a word. I will give orders that they shall attend you. In the meantime you must refresh yourself, however lightly, before you repose." At this moment there entered the tent several attendants with a variety of dishes, which Tancred would have declined. But the young Sheikh, selecting one of them, said, "This, at least, I must urge you to taste, for it is a favourite refreshment with us after great fatigue, and has some properties of great virtue." So saying, he handed to Tancred a dish of bread, dates, and prepared cream, which Tancred, notwithstanding his previous want of relish, cheerfully admitted to be excellent. After this, as Tancred would partake of no other dish, pipes were brought to the 2 young men, who, reclining on the divan, smoked and conversed. "Of all the strange things that have happened to me today," said Tancred, "not the least surprising, and certainly the most agreeable, has been making your acquaintance. Your courtesy has much compensated me for the rude treatment of your tribe. But I confess, such refinement is what, under any circumstances, I should not have expected to find among the tents of the desert, any more than this French journal." "I am not an Arab," said the young man, speaking slowly and with an air of some embarrassment. "Ah," exclaimed Tancred, "I am a Christian prince." "Yes, a prince of the Lebanon, devoted to the English, and one who has suffered much in their cause." "You are not a prisoner here like myself." "No, I am here, seeking some assistance for those sufferers who should be my subjects. Were I not deprived of my sceptre, and they of a prince whose family has reigned over and protected them for more than 7 centuries. The powerful tribe of which Sheikh Amalek is the head often pitch their tents in the great Syrian desert, in the neighborhood of Damascus, and there are affairs in which they can aid my unhappy people. It is a great position, yours, said Tancred in an animated tone, at the same time a Syrian and a Christian prince. Yes, said the young emir eagerly, if the English would only understand their own interests, with my cooperation Syria might be theirs. The English, said Tancred, why should the English take Syria? France will take it if they do not. I hope not, said Tancred. But something must be done, said the emir. The Porte never could govern it. Do you think anybody in Lebanon really cares for the Pasha of Damascus? If the Egyptians had not disarmed the mountain, the Turks would be driven out of Syria in a week. A Syrian and a Christian prince, said Tancred musingly. There are elements in that position stronger than the Porte, stronger than England, stronger than United Europe. Syria was a great country when France and England were forests. The tricolour has crossed the Alps and the Rhine, and the flag of England has beaten even the tricolour. But if I were a Syrian prince, I would raise the cross of Christ and ask for the aid of no foreign banner. If I could only raise alone, said the emir, I could do without France and England. Alone, exclaimed Tancred, I see the poison of modern liberalism has penetrated even the desert. Believe me, national redemption is not an affair of usury. At this moment there was some little disturbance without the tent, which it seems was occasioned by the arrival of Tancred's servants, Freeman and Truman. These excellent young men persisted in addressing the Arabs in their native English, and though we cannot for a moment believe that they fancied themselves understood, still, from a mixture of pride and perverseness peculiarly British, they continued their valuable discourse as if every word told, or if not apprehended, was a striking proof of the sheer stupidity of their new companions. The noise became louder and louder, and at length Freeman and Truman entered. Well, said Tancred, and how have you been getting on? Well, my lord, I don't know, said Freeman with a sort of jolly sneer. We have been dining with the savages. They are not savages, Freeman. Well, my lord, they have not much more clothes anyhow, and as for knives and forks there is not such a thing known. As for that, there was not such a thing known as a fork in England little more than 200 years ago, and we were not savages then, for the best part of Montacute Castle was built long before that time. I wish we were there, my lord. I dare say you do. However, we must make the best of present circumstances. I wanted to know in the first place whether you had food. As for lodging, Mr. Baroni, I dare say, will manage something for you, and if not, you had better quarter yourselves by the side of this tent. With your own cloaks and mine, you will manage very well. Thank you, my lord. We have brought your lordship's things with us. I don't know what I shall do tomorrow about your lordship's boots. The savages have got hold of the bottle of blacking and have been drinking it like anything. Never mind my boots, said Tancred. We have got other things to think of now. I told them what it was, said Freeman, but they went on just the same. Obstinate dogs, said Tancred. I think they took it for wine, my lord, said Truman. I never see such ignorant creatures. You find now the advantage of a good education, Truman. Yes, my lord, we do, and feel very grateful to your lordship's honoured mother for the same. When we came down out of the mountains and see those blazing fires, if I didn't think they were going to burn us alive, unless we changed our religion, I said the catechism as hard as I could the whole way, and felt as much like a blessed martyr as could be. Well, well, said Tancred, I dare say they will spare our lives. I cannot much assist you here, but if there be anything you particularly want, I will try and see what can be done. Freeman and Truman looked at each other, and their speaking faces held common consultation. At length the former, with some slight hesitation, said, We don't like to be troublesome, my lord, but if your lordship would ask for some sugar for us, we cannot drink their coffee without sugar. Chapter 32. Suspense. I would not mention it to your lordship last night, said Baroni. I thought enough had happened for one day. But now you think I am sufficiently fresh for new troubles. He spoke it in Hebrew, that myself and Sheikh Hassan should not understand him, but I know something of that dialect. In Hebrew, and why in Hebrew? They follow the laws of Moses, this tribe. Do you mean that they are Jews? The Arabs are only Jews upon horseback, said Baroni. This tribe, I find, call themselves Rechabites. Ah, exclaimed Tancred, and he began to muse. I have heard of that name before. Is it possible, thought he, that my visit to Bethany should have led to this captivity? This affair must have been planned at Jerusalem, said Baroni. I saw from the first it was not a common foray. These people know everything. They will send immediately to Besso. They know he is your banker, and that if you want to build the temple he must pay for it, and unless a most immoderate ransom is given, they will carry us all into the interior of the desert. And what do you counsel? In this, as in all things, to gain time, and principally because I am without resource, but with time expedients develop themselves. Naturally, what is wanted will come. Expediency is a law of nature. The camel is a wonderful animal, but the desert made the camel. I have already impressed upon the great sheik that you are not a prince of the blood, that your father is ruined, that there has been a murrain for 3 years among his herds and flocks, and that, though you appear to be travelling for amusement, you are in fact a political exile. All these are grounds for a reduced ransom. At present he believes nothing that I say, because his mind has been previously impressed with contrary and more cogent representations, but what I say will begin to work when he has experienced some disappointment, and the period of reaction arrives. Reaction is the law of society. It is inevitable. All success depends upon seizing it. It appears to me that you are a great philosopher, Baroni, said Tancred. I travelled 5 years with 1,000. De Sidonia, said Baroni. We were in perpetual scrapes, often worse than this, and my master moralized upon every one of them. I shared his adventures, and I imbibed some of his wisdom, and the consequence is that I always ought to know what to say, and generally what to do. Well, here at least is some theatre for your practice, though as far as I can form an opinion our course is simple, though ignominious. We must redeem ourselves from captivity. If it were only the end of my crusade, one might submit to it like Coeur de Lion after due suffering, but occurring at the commencement the catastrophe is mortifying, and I doubt whether I shall have heart enough to pursue my way. Were I alone, I certainly would not submit to ransom. I would look upon captivity as one of those trials that await me, and I would endeavour to extricate myself from it by courage and address, relying ever on divine aid. But I am not alone. I have involved you in this mischance and these poor Englishmen, and it would seem, the brave Hassan and his tribe. I can hardly ask you to make the sacrifice which I would cheerfully endure, and therefore it seems to me that we have only one Corsito march under the forks. With submission, said Baroni, I cannot agree with any of your lordship's propositions. You take an extreme view of our case. Extreme views are never just. Something always turns up which disturbs the calculations formed upon their decided data. This something is circumstance. Circumstance has decided every crisis which I have experienced, and not the primitive facts on which we have consulted. Rest assured that circumstance will clear us now. I see no room in our situation for the accidents on which you rely, said Tancred. Circumstance, as you call it, is the creature of cities, where the action of a multitude, influenced by different motives, produces innumerable and ever-changing combinations. But we are in the desert. The great sheik will never change his mind any more than his habits of life, which are the same as his ancestors pursued thousands of years ago, and for an identical reason, he is isolated and superior to all influences. Something always turns up, said Baroni. It seems to me that we are in a cul-de-sac, said Tancred. There is always an outlet. One can escape from a cul-de-sac by a window. Do you think it would be advisable to consult the master of this tent? Said Tancred in a lower tone. He is very friendly. The Emir Fakhreddin, said Baroni. Is that his name? So I learnt last night. He is a prince of the house of Shehab, a great house but fallen. He is a Christian, said Tancred earnestly. Is he, said Baroni carelessly. I have known a good many Shehabs, and if you will tell me their company, I will tell you their creed. He might give us some advice. No doubt of it, my lord. If advice could break our chains, we should soon be free. But in these countries my only confidant is my camel. Assuming that this affair is to end in a ransom, what we want now is to change the impressions of the great sheik respecting your wealth. This can only be done from the same spot where the original ideas emanated. I must induce him to permit me to accompany his messenger to Besso. This mission will take time, and he who gains time gains everything, as 1000. De Sidonia said to me when the savages were going to burn us alive, and there came on a thunderstorm which extinguished their faggots. You must really tell me your history some day, Baroni, said Tancred. When my mission has failed, it will perhaps relieve your imprisonment. At present, I repeat, we must work for a moderate ransom instead of the millions of which they talk, and during the negotiation take the chance of some incident which will more agreeably free us. Oh, I despair of that. I do not, for it is presumptuous to believe that man can foresee the future, which will be your lordship's case, if you owe your freedom only to your piasters. But they say that everything is calculation, Baroni. No, said Baroni with energy, everything is adventure. In the meantime the Emir Fakhreddin was the prey of contending emotions. Tancred had from the first, and in an instant, exercised over his susceptible temperament that magnetic influence to which he was so strangely subject. In the heart of the wilderness, and in the person of his victim, the young Emir suddenly recognized the heroic character which he had himself so vaguely, and as it now seemed to him, so vainly attempted to realize. The appearance and the courage of Tancred, the thoughtful repose of his manner, his high bearing amid the distressful circumstances in which he was involved, and the large views which the few words that had escaped from him on the preceding evening would intimate that he took of public transactions, completely captivated Fakhreddin, who seemed at length to have found the friend for whom he had often sighed. The steadfast and commanding spirit, whose control he felt conscious, was often required by his quick but whimsical temperament. And in what relation did he stand to this being whom he longed to press to his heart, and then go forth with him and conquer the world? It would not bear contemplation. The arming of the Maronites became quite a secondary object in comparison with obtaining the friendship of Tancred. Would that he had not involved himself in this conspiracy, and yet, but for this conspiracy, Tancred and himself might never have met. It was impossible to grapple with the question. Circumstances must be watched, and some new combination formed to extricate both of them from their present perplexed position. Fakhreddin sent one of his attendants in the morning to offer Tancred horses, should his guest, as is the custom of Englishmen, care to explore the neighbouring ruins which were celebrated. But Tancred's wound kept him confined to his tent. Then the Emir begged permission to pay him a visit, which was to have lasted only a quarter of an hour. But when Fakhreddin had once established himself in the divan with his nargileh, he never quitted it. It would have been difficult for Tancred to have found a more interesting companion, impossible to have made an acquaintance more singularly unreserved. His frankness was startling. Tancred had no experience of such self-revelations, such a jumble of sublime aspirations and equivocal conduct, such a total disregard of means, such complicated plots, such a fertility of perplexed and tenebrous intrigue. The animated manner and the picturesque phrase, too, in which all this was communicated, heightened the interest and effect. Fakhreddin sketched a character in a sentence, and you knew instantly the individual whom he described without any personal knowledge. Unlike the Orientals in general, his gestures were as vivid as his words. He acted the interviews, he achieved the adventures before you. His voice could take every tone and his countenance every form. In the midst of all this, bursts of plaintive melancholy, sometimes the anguish of a sensibility too exquisite, alternating with a devilish mockery and a fatal absence of all self-respect. It appears to me, said Tancred, when the young Emir had declared his star accursed, since, after the ceaseless exertions of years, he was still as distant as ever from the accomplishment of his purpose, it appears to me that your system is essentially erroneous. I do not believe that anything great is ever effected by management. All this intrigue, in which you seem such an adept, might be of some service in a court, or in an exclusive senate, but to free a nation you require something more vigorous and more simple. This system of intrigue in Europe is quite old-fashioned. It is one of the superstitions left us by the wretched 18th century, a period when aristocracy was rampant throughout Christendom, and what were the consequences? All faith in God or man, all grandeur of purpose, all nobility of thought, and all beauty of sentiment, withered and shriveled up. Then the dexterous management of a few individuals, base or dull, was the only means of success. But we live in a different age. There are popular sympathies, however imperfect, to appeal to. We must recur to the high primeval practice and address nations now as the heroes and prophets and legislators of antiquity. If you wish to free your country and make the Syrians a nation, it is not to be done by sending secret envoys to Paris or London, cities themselves which are perhaps both doomed to fall. You must act like Moses and Mahomet. But you forget the religions, said Fakhreddin. I have so many religions to deal with. If my fellows were all Christians or all Muslimin or all Jews or all pagans, I grant you something might be effected. The cross, the crescent, the ark, or an old stone, anything would do. I would plant it on the highest range in the center of the country, and I would carry Damascus and Aleppo both in one campaign. But I am debarred from this immense support. I could only preach nationality, and as they all hate each other worse almost than they do the Turks, that would not be very inviting. Nationality without race as a plea is like the smoke of this nargileh, a fragrant puff. Well then, there remains only personal influence, ancient family, vast possessions and traditionary power. Mere personal influence can only be maintained by management, by what you stigmatize as intrigue, and the most dexterous member of the Shehab family will be, in the long run, Prince of Lebanon. And if you wish only to be Prince of Lebanon, I dare say you may succeed, said Tancred, and perhaps with much less pains than you at present give yourself. But what becomes of all your great plans of an hour ago, when you were to conquer the East, and establish the independence of the Oriental races? Ah, exclaimed Fakhreddin with a sigh, these are the only ideas for which it is worthwhile to live. The world was never conquered by intrigue, it was conquered by faith. Now I do not see that you have faith in anything. Faith, said Fakhreddin musingly, as if his ear had caught the word for the first time, faith, that is a grand idea, if one could only have faith in something and conquer the world. See now, said Tancred with unusual animation, I find no charm in conquering the world to establish a dynasty. A dynasty, like everything else, wears out. Indeed, it does not last as long as most things. It has a precipitate tendency to decay. There are reasons, we will not now dwell on them. One should conquer the world not to enthrone a man but an idea, for ideas exist forever. But what idea? There is the touchstone of all philosophy. Amid the wreck of creeds, the crash of empires, French revolutions, English reforms, Catholicism in agony and Protestantism in convulsions, discordant Europe demands the keynote, which none can sound. If Asia be in decay, Europe is in confusion. Your repose may be death, but our life is anarchy. I am thinking, said Fakhreddin thoughtfully, how we in Syria could possibly manage to have faith in anything. I had faith in Mehemet Ali, but he is a Turk, and that upset him. If instead of being merely a rebellious pasha, he had placed himself at the head of the Arabs and revived the caliphate, you would have seen something. Head the desert and you may do anything, but it is so difficult. If you can once get the tribes out of it, they will go anywhere. See what they did when they last came forth. It is a samum, a kamsin, fatal, irresistible. They are as fresh, too, as ever. The Arabs are always young. It is the only race that never withers. I am an Arab myself. From my ancestor who was the standard-bearer of the Prophet, the consciousness of race is the only circumstance that sometimes keeps up my spirit. I am an Arab only in religion, said Tancred, but the consciousness of creed sustains me. I know well, though born in a distant and northern isle, that the Creator of the world speaks with man only in this land, and that is why I am here. The young Emir threw an earnest glance at his companion, whose countenance, though grave, was calm. Then you have faith, said Fakhreddin inquiringly. I have passive faith, said Tancred. I know that there is a deity who has revealed his will at intervals during different ages, but of his present purpose I feel ignorant, and therefore I have not active faith. I know not what to do, and should be reduced to a mere spiritual slothfulness, had I not resolved to struggle with this fearful necessity, and so embarked in this great pilgrimage which has so strangely brought us together. But you have your sacred books to consult, said Fakhreddin. There were sacred books when Jehovah conferred with Solomon. There was a still greater number of sacred books when Jehovah inspired the prophets. The sacred writings were yet more voluminous when the Creator ordained that there should be for human edification a completely new series of inspired literature. Nearly 2,000 years have passed since the last of those works appeared. It is a greater interval than elapsed between the writings of Malachi and the writings of Matthew. The prior of the Maronite convent at Marhana has often urged on me, as conclusive evidence of the falseness of Mahomet's mission, that our Lord Jesus declared that after him many false prophets should arise, and warned his followers. There spoke the Prince of Israel, said Tancred, not the universal Redeemer. He warned his tribe against the advent of false messiahs, no more. Far from terminating by his coming the direct communication between God and man, his appearance was only the herald of a relation between the Creator and his creatures more fine, more permanent, and more express. The inspiring and consoling influence of the Paraclete only commenced with the ascension of the Divine Son. In this fact, perhaps, may be found a sufficient reason why no written expression of the celestial will has subsequently appeared. But instead of foreclosing my desire for express communication, it would, on the contrary, be a circumstance to authorize it. Then how do you know that Mahomet was not inspired? Said Fakhreddin. Far be it from me to impugn the divine commission of any of the seed of Abraham, replied Tancred. There are doctors of our church who recognize the sacred office of Mahomet, though they hold it to be, what divine commissions, with the great exception, have ever been, limited and local. God has never spoken to a European, said Fakhreddin, inquiringly. Never. But you are a European. And your inference is just, said Tancred in an agitated voice, and with a changing countenance. It is one that has for some time haunted my soul. In England, when I prayed in vain for enlightenment, I at last induced myself to believe that the Supreme Being would not deign to reveal his will unless in the land which his presence had rendered holy. But since I have been a dweller within its borders, and poured forth my passionate prayers at all its holy places, and received no sign, the desolating thought has sometimes come over my spirit, that there is a qualification of blood as well as of locality necessary for this communion, and that the favoured votary must not only kneel in the Holy Land, but be of the holy race. I am an Arab, said Fakhreddin. It is something. If I were an Arab in race as well as in religion, said Tancred, I would not pass my life in schemes to govern some mountain tribes. I'll tell you, said the Emir, springing from his divan, and flinging the tube of his nargileh to the other end of the tent. The game is in our hands, if we have energy. There is a combination which would entirely change the whole face of the world, and bring back empire to the east. Though you are not the brother of the Queen of the English, you are nevertheless a great English prince, and the Queen will listen to what you say, especially if you talk to her as you talk to me, and say such fine things in such a beautiful voice. Nobody ever opened my mind like you. You will magnetize the Queen as you have magnetized me. Go back to England and arrange this. You see, gloze it over as they may, one thing is clear, it is finished with England. There are 3 things which alone must destroy it. Primo, O'Connell appropriating to himself the revenues of half of Her Majesty's dominions. Secondo, the cartons. The world begins to get a little disgusted with those cartons. Naturally, everybody prefers silk. I am sure that the Lebanon in time could supply the whole world with silk if it were properly administered. Thirdly, steam. With this steam your great ships have become a respectable Noah's Ark. The game is up. Louis Philippe can take Windsor Castle whenever he pleases, as you took Acre with the wind in his teeth. It is all over, then. Now see a coup d'etat that saves all. You must perform the Portuguese scheme on a great scale. Quit a petty and exhausted position for a vast and prolific empire. Let the Queen of the English collect a great fleet. Let her stow away all her treasure, bullion, gold plate, and precious arms, be accompanied by all her court and chief people, and transfer the seat of her empire from London to Delhi. There she will find an immense empire ready-made, a first-rate army, and a large revenue. In the meantime I will arrange with Mehemet Ali. He shall have Baghdad and Mesopotamia, and pour the Bedouin cavalry into Persia. I will take care of Syria and Asia Minor. The only way to manage the Afghans is by Persia and by the Arabs. We will acknowledge the Empress of India as our suzerain, and secure for her the Levantan coast. If she like, she shall have Alexandria as she now has Malta. It could be arranged. Your queen is young, she has an avenir. Aberdeen and Sir Peel will never give her this advice, their habits are formed. They are too old, too ruses. But you see, the greatest empire that ever existed, besides which she gets rid of the embarrassment of her chambers. And quite practicable, for the only difficult part, the conquest of India which baffled Alexander, is all done. Chapter 33, A Pilgrim to Mount Sinai. It was not so much a conviction as a suspicion that Tancred had conveyed to the young Emir, when the pilgrim had confessed that the depressing thought sometimes came over him, that he was deficient in that qualification of race which was necessary for the high communion to which he aspired. 24 hours before he was not thus dejected. Almost within sight of Sinai, he was still full of faith, but his vexatious captivity, and the enfeebling consequences of this wound, dulled his spirit. Alone among strangers and foes, in pain and in peril, and without that energy which finds excitement in difficulty, and can mock at danger, which requires no counsellor but our own quick brain, and no champion but our own right arm, the high spirit of Tancred for the first time flagged. As the twilight descended over the rocky city, its sculptured tombs and excavated temples, and its strewn remains of palaces and theatres, his heart recurred with tenderness to the halls and towers of Montacute and Bellamont, and the beautiful affections beneath those stately roofs, that, urged on as he had once thought by a divine influence, now, as he was half tempted to credit, by a fantastic impulse, he had dared to desert. Brooding in dejection, his eyes were suffused with tears. It was one of those moments of amiable weakness which make us all akin, when sublime ambition, the mystical predispositions of genius, the solemn sense of duty, all the heaped-up lore of ages, and the dogmas of a high philosophy alike desert us, or sink into nothingness. The voice of his mother sounded in his ear, and he was haunted by his father's anxious glance. Why was he there? Why was he the child of a northern isle in the heart of the stony Arabia, far from the scene of his birth and of his duties? A disheartening and awful question, which, if it could not be satisfactorily answered by Tancred of Montacute, it seemed to him that his future, wherever or however past, must be one of intolerable bale. Was he then a stranger there, uncalled, unexpected, intrusive, unwelcome? Was it a morbid curiosity or the proverbial restlessness of a satiated aristocrat that had drawn him to these wilds? What wilds? Had he no connection with them? Had he not from his infancy repeated in the congregation of his people the laws which, from the awful summit of these surrounding mountains, the Father of all had himself delivered for the government of mankind? These Arabian laws regulated his life. And the wanderings of an Arabian tribe in this great and terrible wilderness, under the immediate direction of the Creator, sanctified by his miracles, governed by his counsels, illumined by his presence, had been the first and guiding history that had been entrusted to his young intelligence, from which it had drawn its first pregnant examples of human conduct and divine interposition, and formed its first dim conceptions of the relations between man and God. Why, then, he had a right to be here. He had a connection with these regions, they had a hold upon him. He was not here like an Indian Brahmin, who visits Europe from a principle of curiosity, however rational or however refined. The land which the Hindu visits is not his land, nor his father's land. The laws which regulate it are not his laws, and the faith which fills its temples is not the revelation that floats upon his sacred Ganges. But for this English youth, words had been uttered, and things done more than 30 centuries ago, in this stony wilderness, which influenced his opinions and regulated his conduct every day of his life, in that distant and sea-girt home, which at the time of their occurrence was not as advanced in civilization as the Polynesian groups or the islands of New Zealand. The life and property of England are protected by the laws of Sinai. The hard-working people of England are secured in every 7 days a day of rest by the laws of Sinai, and yet they persecute the Jews, and hold up to odium the race to whom they are indebted for the sublime legislation which alleviates the inevitable lot of the labouring multitude. And when that labouring multitude cease for a while from a toil which equals almost Egyptian bondage, and demands that exponent of the mysteries of the heart, that soother of the troubled spirit which poetry can alone afford, to whose harp do the people of England fly for sympathy and solace, who is the most popular poet in this country? Is he to be found among the Mr. Wordsworths and the Lord Byrons, amid sauntering reveries or monologues of sublime satiety? Shall we seek him among the wits of Queen Anne? Even to the myriad-minded Shakespeare can we award the palm? No, the most popular poet in England is the sweet singer of Israel. Since the days of the heritage, when every man dwelt safely under his vine and under his fig tree, there never was a race who sang so often the odes of David as the people of Great Britain. Vast as the obligations of the whole human family are to the Hebrew race, there is no portion of the modern population so much indebted to them as the British people. It was the sword of the Lord and of Gideon that won the boasted liberties of England. Chanting the same canticles that cheered the heart of Judah amid their glens, the Scotch upon their hillsides achieved their religious freedom. Then why do these Saxon and Celtic societies persecute an Arabian race, from whom they have adopted laws of sublime benevolence, and in the pages of whose literature they have found perpetual delight, instruction and consolation? That is a great question, which in an enlightened age may be fairly asked, but to which even the self-complacent 19th century would find some difficulty in contributing a reply. Does it stand thus? Independently of their admirable laws which have elevated our condition, and of their exquisite poetry which has charmed it, independently of their heroic history which has animated us to the pursuit of public liberty, we are indebted to the Hebrew people for our knowledge of the true God, and for the redemption from our sins. Then I have a right to be here, said Tancred of Montacute, as his eyes were fixed in abstraction on the stars of Arabia. I am not a travelling dilettante, mourning over a ruin or in ecstasies at a deciphered inscription. I come to the land whose laws I obey, whose religion I profess, and I seek, upon its sacred soil, those sanctions which for ages were abundantly accorded. The angels who visited the patriarchs and announced the advent of the judges, who guided the pens of prophets and bore tidings to the apostles, spoke also to the shepherds in the field. I look upon the host of heaven, do they no longer stand before the Lord? Where are the cherubim, where the seraphs? Where is Michael the destroyer, Gabriel of 1,000 missions? At this moment the sound of horsemen recalled Tancred from his reverie, and looking up he observed a group of Arabs approaching him, 3 of whom were mounted. Soon he recognized the great Sheikh Amalek, and Hassan, the late commander of his escort. The young Syrian emir was their companion. This was a visit of hospitable ceremony from the great Sheikh to his distinguished prisoner. Amalek, pressing his hand to his heart, gave Tancred the salute of peace, and then, followed by Hassan, who had lost nothing of his calm self-respect, but who conducted himself as if he were still free, the great Sheikh seated himself on the carpet that was spread before the tent, and took the pipe, which was immediately offered him by Freeman and Truman, following the instructions of an attendant of the Emir Fakhreddin. After the usual compliments and some customary observations about horses and pistols, Fakhreddin, who had seated himself close to Tancred, with a kind of shrinking cajolery, as if he were seeking the protection of some superior being, addressing Amalek in a tone of easy assurance, which remarkably contrasted with the sentimental deference he displayed towards his prisoner, said, "Sheikh of sheikhs, there is but one God, now is it Allah or Jehovah?" "The palm tree is sometimes called a date tree," replied Amalek, "but there is only one tree." "Good," said Fakhreddin, "but you do not pray to Allah." "I pray as my fathers prayed," said Amalek. "And you pray to Jehovah?" "It is said." "Sheikh Hassan," said the emir, "there is but one God and his name is Jehovah. Why do you not pray to Jehovah?" "Truly there is but one God," said Sheikh Hassan, "and Mahomet is his prophet. He told my fathers to pray to Allah, and to Allah I pray." "Is Mahomet the prophet of God, Sheikh of sheikhs?" "It may be," replied Amalek, with a nod of assent. "Then why do you not pray as Sheikh Hassan?" "Because Moses, without doubt the prophet of God, for all believe in him, Sheikh Hassan and Emir Fakhreddin, and you too, Prince, brother of queens, married into our family and taught us to pray to Jehovah. There may be other prophets, but the children of Jethro would indeed ride on asses were they not content with Moses." "And you have his 5 books?" inquired Tancred. "We had them from the beginning, and we shall keep them to the end." "And you learnt in them that Moses married the daughter of Jethro?" "Did I learn in them that I have wells and camels? We want no books to tell us who married our daughters." "And yet it is not yesterday that Moses fled from Egypt into Midian." "It is not yesterday for those who live in cities, where they say at one gate that it is morning, and at another it is night. Where men tell lies, the deed of the dawn is the secret of sunset. But in the desert nothing changes, neither the acts of a man's life nor the words of a man's lips. We drink at the same well where Moses helped Zipporah, we tend the same flocks, we live under the same tents. Our words have changed as little as our waters, our habits, or our dwellings. What my father learnt from those before him, he delivered to me, and I have told it to my son. What is time and what is truth, that I should forget that a prophet of Jehovah married into my house?" "Where little is done, little is said," observed Sheikh Hassan, "and silence is the mother of truth." Since the Hegira nothing has happened in Arabia, and before that was Moses, and before him the giants. Let truth always be spoken, said Amalek. Your words are a flowing stream, and the children of Rechab and the tribes of the Sinites never joined him of Mecca, for they had the 5 books, and they said, is not that enough? They withdrew to the Syrian wilderness, and they multiplied. But the sons of Korathah, who also had the 5 books, but who were not children of Rechab, but who came into the desert near Medina after Nebuchadnezzar had destroyed El-Quds, they first joined him of Mecca, and then they made war on him, and he broke their bows and led them into captivity. And they are to be found in the cities of Yemen to this day. The children of Israel who live in the cities of Yemen are the tribe of Korathah. Unhappy sons of Korathah, who made war upon the prophet and who live in cities, said Sheikh Hassan, taking a fresh pipe. And perhaps, said the young emir, if you had not been children of Jethro, you might have acknowledged him of Mecca, sheikh of sheikhs. There is but one God, said Amalek, but there may be many prophets. It becomes not a son of Jethro to seek other than Moses. But I will not say that the Quran comes not from God, since it was written by one who was of the tribe of Quraysh, and the tribe of Quraysh are the lineal descendants of Ibrahim. And you believe that the word of God could come only to the seed of Abraham? Asked Tancred eagerly. I and my fathers have watered our flocks in the wilderness since time was, replied Amalek. We have seen the pharaohs and Nebuchadnezzar and Iskander and the Romans and the Sultan of the French. They conquered everything except us. And where are they? They are sand. Let men doubt of unicorns, but of one thing there can be no doubt, that God never spoke except to an Arab. Tancred covered his face with his hands. Then, after a few moments' pause, looking up, he said, Sheikh of sheikhs, I am your prisoner, and was, when you captured me, a pilgrim to Mount Sinai, a spot which in your belief is not less sacred than in mine. We are, as I have learned, only 2 days' journey from that holy place. Grant me this boon that I may at once proceed thither, guarded as you will. I pledge you the word of a Christian noble that I will not attempt to escape. Long before you have received a reply from Jerusalem, I shall have returned, and whatever may be the result of the visit of Baroni, I shall at least have fulfilled my pilgrimage. Prince, brother of queens, replied Amalek with that politeness which is the characteristic of the Arabian chieftains, under my tents you have only to command. Go where you like, return when you please. My children shall attend you as your guardians, not as your guards. And the great sheikh rose and retired. Tancred re-entered his tent, and reclining, fell into a reverie of distracting thoughts. The history of his life and mind seemed with a whirling power to pass before him, his birth in clime unknown to the patriarchs, his education unconsciously to himself in an Arabian literature, his imbibing from his tender infancy Oriental ideas and Oriental creeds, the contrast that the Occidental society in which he had been reared presented to them, his dissatisfaction with that social system, his conviction of the growing melancholy of enlightened Europe, veiled, as it may be, with sometimes a conceited bustle, sometimes a desperate shipwreck gaiety, sometimes with all the exciting empiricism of science, his perplexity that between the Asian revelation and the European practice there should be so little conformity, and why the relations between them should be so limited and imperfect, above all, his passionate desire to penetrate the mystery of the elder world, and share its celestial privileges and divine prerogative. Tancred sighed. He looked round, someone had gently drawn his hand. It was the young emir kneeling, his beautiful blue eyes bedewed with tears. You are unhappy, said Fakhreddin, in a tone of plaintiveness. It is the doom of man, replied Tancred, and in my position sadness should not seem strange. The curse of 10,000 mothers on those who made you a prisoner, the curse of 20,000 mothers on him who inflicted on you a wound. 'Tis the fortune of life, said Tancred more cheerfully, and in truth I was perhaps thinking of other things. Do you know why I trouble you when your heart is dark? Said the young emir. See now, if you will it, you are free. The great sheikh has consented that you should go to Sinai. I have 2 dromedaries here, fleeter than the Kamsin. At the well of Markateb, where we encamp for the night, I will serve reiki to the Bedouins. I have some with me, strong enough to melt the snow of Lebanon. If it will not do, they shall smoke some timbak that will make them sleep like pashas. I know this desert as a man knows his father's house. We shall be at Hebron before they untie their eyelids. Tell me, is it good? Were I alone, said Tancred, without a single guard, I must return. Why is Because I have pledged the word of a Christian noble to a man who does not believe in Christ. For, is it not itself a sin to keep faith with heretics? But is he one, said Tancred. He believes in Moses, he disbelieves in none of the seed of Abraham. He is of that seed himself. Would I were such a heretic as Sheikh Amalek. If you will only pay me a visit in the Lebanon, I would introduce you to our patriarch, and he would talk as much theology with you as you like. For my own part, it is not a kind of knowledge that I have much cultivated. You know I am peculiarly situated. We have so many religions on the mountain, but time presses. Tell me, my prince, shall Hebron be our point? If Amalek believed in Baal, I must return, said Tancred, even if it were to certain death. Besides, I could not desert my men, and Baroni, what would become of him? We could easily make some plan that would extricate them. Dismiss them from your mind, and trust yourself to me. I know nothing that would delight me more than to balk these robbers of their prey. I should not talk of such things, said Tancred. I must remain here, or I must return. What can you want to do on Mount Sinai? Murmured the prince rather pettishly. Now if it were Mount Lebanon and you had a wish to employ yourself, there is an immense field. We might improve the condition of the people. We might establish manufactures, stimulate agriculture, extend commerce, get an appalto of the silk, buy it all up at 60 piastres per oak, and sell it at Marseille at 200, and at the same time advance the interests of true religion as much as you please. Chapter 34, In the Valley of the Shadow. Then days had elapsed since the capture of Tancred. Amalek and his Arabs were still encamped in the rocky city. The beams of the early sun were just rising over the crest of the amphitheatre, when 4 horsemen, who were recognized as the children of Rechab, issued from the ravine. They galloped over the plain, shouted, and threw their lances in the air. From the crescent of black tents came forth the warriors. Some mounted their horses and met their returning brethren, others prepared their welcome. The horses neighed, the camels stirred their long necks. All living things seemed conscious that an event had occurred. The 4 horsemen were surrounded by their brethren, but one of them, giving and returning blessings, darted forward to the pavilion of the great sheikh. Have you brought camels, Shedad, son of Amru? Inquired one of the welcomers to the welcomed. We have been to Al-Quds, was the reply. What we have brought back is a seal of Solomon. From Mount Seir to the city of the Friend, what have you seen in the joyful land? We found the sons of Hammer by the wellside of Jumda. We found the marks of many camels in the pass of Garendel, and the marks in the pass of Garendel were not the marks of the camels of the Bini Hammer. I had a dream, and the children of Torah said to me, Who art thou in the hands of our father's flocks? Are none but the sons of Rechab to drink the sweet waters of Edom? Methinks the marks in the pass of Garendel were the marks of the camels of the children of Torah. There is a feud between the Bini Torah and the Bini Hammer, replied the other Arab, shaking his head. The Bini Torah are in the wilderness of Akiba, and the Bini Hammer have burnt their tents and captured their camels and their women. This is why the sons of Hammer are watering their flocks by the well of Jumda. In the meantime, the caravan, of which the 4 horsemen were the advanced guard, issued from the pass into the plain. Shedad, son of Amru, exclaimed one of the Bedouins, What, have you captured an harem? For he beheld dromedaries and veiled women. The great sheikh came forth from his pavilion and sniffed the morning air. A dignified smile played over his benignant features, and once he smoothed his venerable beard. My son-in-law is a true son of Israel, he murmured complacently to himself. He will trust his gold only to his own blood. The caravan wound about the plain, then crossed the stream at the accustomed ford and approached the amphitheatre. The horsemen halted, some dismounted, the dromedaries knelt down. Baroni assisted one of the riders from her seat. The great sheikh advanced and said, Welcome in the name of God. Welcome with 1,000 blessings. I come in the name of God. I come with 1,000 blessings, replied the lady. And with 1,000 something else, thought Amalek to himself. But the Arabs are so polished that they never make unnecessary allusions to business. Had I thought the Queen of Sheba was going to pay me a visit, said the great sheikh, I would have brought the pavilion of Miriam. How is the rose of Sharon? He continued as he ushered Eva into his tent. How is the son of my heart? How is Besso, more generous than 1,000 kings? Speak not of the son of thy heart, said Eva, seating herself on the divan. Speak not of Besso, the generous and the good, for his head is strewn with ashes, and his mouth is full of sand. What is this, thought Amalek? Besso is not ill, or his daughter would not be here. This arrow flies not straight. Does he want to scrape my piasters? These sons of Israel that dwell in cities will mix their pens with our spears. I will be obstinate as an Azaphir camel. Slaves now entered, bringing coffee and bread, the sheik asking questions as they ate as to the time Eva quitted Jerusalem, her halting places in the desert, whether she had met with any tribes. Then he offered to his granddaughter his own chibuk, which she took with ceremony, and instantly returned, while they brought her aromatic nargileh. Eva scanned the imperturbable countenance of her grandfather. Calm, polite, benignant, she knew the great sheik too well to suppose for a moment that its superficial expression was any indication of his innermost purpose. Suddenly she said, in a somewhat careless tone, "And why is the lord of the Syrian pastures in this wilderness, that has been so long accursed?" The great sheik took his pipe from his mouth, and then slowly sent forth its smoke through his nostrils, a feat of which he was proud. Then he placidly replied, "For the same reason that the man named Baroni made a visit to Al-Quds. The man named Baroni came to demand succor for his lord, who is your prisoner, and also to obtain 2 millions of piasters," added Amalek. 2 millions of piasters, why not at once ask for the throne of Solomon? Which would be given, if required, rejoined Amalek. Was it not said in the Divan of Besso, that if this prince of Frankston wished to rebuild the temple, the treasure would not be wanting? Said by some city gossip, said Eva scornfully. Said by your father, daughter of Besso, who, though he lives in cities, is not a man who will say that almonds are pearls. Eva controlled her countenance, though it was difficult to conceal her mortification, as she perceived how well informed her grandfather was of all that passed under their roof, and of the resources of his prisoner. It was necessary, after the last remark of the great sheik, to take new ground, and instead of dwelling, as she was about to do, on the exaggeration of public report, and attempting to ridicule the vast expectations of her host, she said, in a soft tone, "You did not ask me why Besso was in such affliction, father of my mother. There are many sorrows. Has he lost ships? If a man is in sound health, all the rest are dreams, and Besso needs no hakim, or you would not be here, my Rose of Sharon. The light may have become darkness in our eyes, though we may still eat and drink," said Eva, "and that has happened to Besso which might have turned a child's hair grey in its cradle." "Who has poisoned his well? Has he quarrelled with the Porte?" said the sheik without looking at her. "It is not his enemies who have pierced him in the back." "Humph," said the great sheik. "And that makes his heart more heavy," said Eva. "He dwells too much in walls," said the great sheik. "He should have ridden into the desert instead of you, my child. He should have brought the ransom himself," and the great sheik sent 2 curling streams out of his nostrils. "Whoever be the bearer, he is the payer," said Eva. "It is he who is the prisoner, not this son of Frankston, who, you think, is your captive." "Your father wishes to scrape my piasters," said the great sheik in a stern voice, and looking his granddaughter full in the face. "If he wanted to scrape piasters from the desert," said Eva, in a sweet but mournful voice, "would Besso have given you the convoy of the Hajj without condition or abatement?" The great sheik drew a long breath from his chibuk. After a momentary pause he said, "In a family there should ever be unity and concord. Above all things, words should not be dark. How much will the Queen of the English give for her brother?" "He is not the brother of the Queen of the English," said Eva. "Not when he is my spoil in my tent," said Amalek with a cunning smile, "but put him on a round hat in a walled city, and then he is the brother of the Queen of the English. Whatever his rank, he is the charge of Besso, my father and your son," said Eva, "and Besso has pledged his heart, his life, and his honour, that this young prince shall not be hurt. For him he feels, for him he speaks, for him he thinks. Is it to be told in the bazaars of Frankston that his first office of devotion was to send this youth into the desert to be spoiled by the father of his wife?" "Why did my daughters marry men who live in cities?" exclaimed the old sheik. "Why did they marry men who made your peace with the Egyptian, when not even the desert could screen you? Why did they marry men who gained you the convoy of the Hajj, and gave you the milk of 10,000 camels? Truly there is but one God in the desert and in the city, said Amalek. Now tell me, Rose of Sharon, how many piasters have you brought me? If you be in trouble, Besso will aid you as he has done. If you wish to buy camels, Besso will assist you as before. But if you expect ransom for his charge, whom you ought to have placed on your best mare of Neged, then I have not brought a para. It is clearly the end of the world, said Amalek, with a savage sigh. Why I am here, said Eva, I am only the child of your child, a woman without spears. Why do you not seize me and send to Besso? He must ransom me, for I am the only offspring of his loins. Ask for 4 millions of piasters, he can raise them. Let him send round to all the cities of Syria, and tell his brethren that a Bedouin sheik has made his daughter and her maidens captive, and trust me, the treasure will be forthcoming. He need not say it is one on whom he has lavished 1,000 favours, whose visage was darker than the simoom when he made the great Pasha smile on him, who, however he may talk of living in cities now, could come cringing to El Sham to ask for the contract of the Hajj, by which he had gained 10,000 camels. He need say nothing of all this, and, least of all, need he say that the spoiler is his father. What is this Prince of Frankston to thee and thine? Said Amalek. He comes to our land like his brethren, to see the sun and seek for treasure in our ruins, and he bears, like all of them, some written words to your father, saying, Give to this man what he asks, and we will give to your people what they ask. I understand all this. They all come to your father because he deals in money, and is the only man in Syria who has money. What he pays, he is again paid. Is it not so, Eva? Daughter of my blood, let there not be strife between us. Give me 1,000,000 piasters and 100 camels to the widow of Sheikh Salem, and take the brother of the queen. Camels shall be given to the widow of Sheikh Salem, said Eva, in a conciliatory voice. But for this ransom of which you speak, my father, it is not a question as to the number of piasters. If you want 1,000,000 of piasters, shall it be said that Besso would not lend, perhaps give, them to the great sheik he loves? But you see, my father of fathers, piasters and this frank stranger are not of the same leaven. Name them not together, I pray you, mix not their waters. It concerns the honour and welfare and safety and glory of Besso that you should cover this youth with a robe of power, and place him upon your best dromedary, and send him back to Al-Quds. The great sheik groaned. Have I opened a gate that I am unable to close? He at length said, What is begun shall be finished. Have the children of Richab been brought from the sweet wells of Castle to this wilderness ever accursed to fill their purses with stones? Will they not return and say that my beard is too white? Yet do I wish that this day was finished. Name then at once, my daughter, the piasters that you will give, for the prince, the brother of queens, may tomorrow be dust. How so? Eagerly inquired Eva. He is a Mejnoun, replied Amalek. After the man named Baroni departed for Al-Quds, the Prince of Frankston would not rest until he visited Jibal Mousa, and I said yes to all his wishes. Whether it were his wound inflamed by his journey or grief at his captivity, for these Franks are the slaves of useless sorrow, he returned as wild as Kais, and now lies in his tent, fancying he is still on Mount Sinai. 'Tis the 5th day of the fever, and Shedad, the son of Amru, tells me that the 6th will be fatal unless we can give him the gall of a phoenix, and such a bird is not to be found in this part of Arabia. Now you are a great Hakim, my child of children. Go then to the young prince and see what can be done, for if he die we can scarcely ransom him, and I shall lose the piasters, and your father the bakshish which I meant to have given him on the transaction. This is very woeful, murmured Eva to herself, and not listening to the latter observations of her grandfather. At this moment the curtain of the pavilion was withdrawn, and there stood before them Fakhreddin. The moment his eyes met those of Eva, he covered his face with both his hands. How is the Prince of Frankston? Inquired Amalek. The young Emir advanced, and threw himself at the feet of Eva. We must entreat the Rose of Sharon to visit him, he said, for there is no Hakim in Arabia equal to her. Yes, I came to welcome you, and to entreat you to do this kind office for the most gifted and the most interesting of beings, and he looked up in her face with a supplicating glance. And you too, are you fearful, said Eva, in a tone of tender reproach, that by his death you may lose your portion of the spoil? The Emir gave a deprecating glance of anguish, and then, bending his head, pressed his lips to the Bedouin robes which she wore. 'Tis the most unfortunate of coincidences, but believe me, dearest of friends, 'tis only a coincidence. I am here merely by accident. I was hunting, I was. You will make me doubt your intelligence as well as your good faith, said Eva, if you persist in such assurances. Ah, if you but knew him, exclaimed Fakhreddin, you would believe me when I tell you that I am ready to sacrifice even my life for his. Far from sharing the spoil, he added, in a rapid and earnest whisper, I had already proposed and could have ensured his escape, when he went to Sinai, to that unfortunate Sinai. I had 2 dromedaries here, thoroughbred. We might have reached Hebron before. You went with him to Sinai. He would not suffer it. He desired, he said, to be silent and to be alone. One of the Bedouins who accompanied him told me that they halted in the valley and that he went up alone into the mountain, where he remained a day and night. When he returned hither, I perceived a great change in him. His words were quick, his eye glittered like fire. He told me that he had seen an angel, and in the morning he was as he is now. I have wept, I have prayed for him in the prayers of every religion. I have bathed his temples with Liban and hung his tent with charms. O Rose of Sharon, Eva, beloved darling Eva, I have faith in no one but in you. See him, I beseech you, see him. If you but knew him, if you had but listened to his voice and felt the greatness of his thoughts and spirit, it would not need that I should make this entreaty. But alas, you know him not, you have never listened to him, you have never seen him, or neither he nor I nor any of us would have been here and have been thus. Chapter 35, The New Crusader in Peril. Notwithstanding all the prescient care of the Duke and Duchess of Bellamont, it was destined that the stout arm of Colonel Brace should not wave by the side of their son, when he was first attacked by the enemy, and now that he was afflicted by a most severe if not fatal illness, the practised skill of the Dr. Roby was also absent, fresh exemplification of what all of us so frequently experience, that the most sagacious and matured arrangements are of little avail, that no one is present when he is wanted, and that nothing occurs as it was foreseen. Nor should we forget that the principal cause of all these mischances might perhaps be recognized in the inefficiency of the third person, whom the parents of Tancred had, with so much solicitude and at so great an expense, secured to him as a companion and counsellor in his travels. It cannot be denied that if the theological attainments of the Rev. Mr. Bernard had been of a more profound and comprehensive character, it is possible that Lord Montacute might have deemed it necessary to embark upon this new crusade, and ultimately to find himself in the deserts of Mount Sinai. However this may be, one thing was certain, that Tancred had been wounded without a single sabre of the Bellamont yeomanry being brandished in his defence, was now lying dangerously ill in an Arabian tent, without the slightest medical assistance, and perhaps was destined to quit this world, not only without the consolation of a priest of his holy church, but surrounded by heretics and infidels. We have never let any of the savages come near my lord, said Freeman to Baroni, on his return. Except the fair young gentleman, added Truman, and he is a Christian or as good. He is a prince, said Freeman reproachfully. Have I not told you so 20 times? He is what they call in this country a hamir and lives in a castle, where he wanted my lord to visit him. I only wish he had gone with my lord to Mount Sinai. I think it would have come to more good. He has been very attentive to my lord all the time, said Truman. Indeed, he has never quitted my lord night or day, and only left his side when we heard the caravan had returned. I have seen him, said Baroni, and now let us enter the tent. Upon the divan, his head supported by many cushions, clad in a Syrian robe of the young emir, and partly covered with a Bedouin cloak, lay Tancred deadly pale, his eyes open and fixed, and apparently unconscious of their presence. He was lying on his back, gazing on the roof of the tent, and was motionless. Fakhreddin had raised his wounded arm, which had fallen from the couch, and had supported it with a pile made of cloaks and pillows. The countenance of Tancred was much changed since Baroni last beheld him. It was greatly attenuated, but the eyes glittered with an unearthly fire. We don't think he has ever slept, said Freeman in a whisper. He did nothing but talk to himself the first 2 days, said Truman, but yesterday he has been more quiet. Baroni advanced to the divan behind the head of Tancred, so that he might not be observed, and then, letting himself fall noiselessly on the carpet, he touched with a light finger the pulse of Lord Montacute. There is not too much blood here, he said, shaking his head. You don't think it is hopeless, said Freeman, beginning to blubber. And all the great doings of my lord's coming of age to end in this, said Truman. They sat down only 2 less than 100 at the steward's table for more than a week. Baroni made a sign to them to leave the tent, God of my fathers, he said, still seated on the ground, his arms folded and watching Tancred earnestly with his bright black eyes, this is a bad business. This is death or madness, perhaps both. What will 1,000, de Sidonia say? He loves not men who fail. All will be visited on me, I shall be shelved. In Europe they would bleed him and they would kill him, here they will not bleed him and he may die. Such is medicine and such is life. Now if I only had as much opium as would fill the pipe of a mandarin, that would be something. God of my fathers, this is a bad business. He rose softly. He approached nearer to Tancred and examined his countenance more closely. There was a slight foam upon the lip which he gently wiped away. The brain has worked too much, said Baroni to himself. Often have I watched him pacing the deck during our voyage. Never have I witnessed an abstraction so prolonged and so profound. He thinks as much as 1,000. De Sidonia and feels more. There is his weakness. The strength of my master is his superiority to all sentiment. No affections and a great brain, these are the men to command the world. No affections and a little brain, such is the stuff of which they make petty villains. And a great brain and a great heart, what do they make? Ah, I do not know. The last perhaps wears off with time, and yet I wish I could save this youth, for he ever attracts me to him. Thus he remained for some time seated on the carpet by the side of the divan, revolving in his mind every possible expedient that might benefit Tancred, and finally being convinced that none was in his power. What roused him from his watchful reverie was a voice that called his name very softly, and looking round, he beheld the Emir Fakhreddin on tiptoe, with his finger on his mouth. Baroni rose, and Fakhreddin inviting him with a gesture to leave the tent, he found without the lady of the caravan. I want the Rose of Sharon to see your lord, said the young Emir very anxiously, for she is a great hakim among our people. Perhaps in the desert, where there is none to be useful, I might not be useless, said Eva, with some reluctance and reserve. Hope has only one arrow left, said Baroni mournfully. Is it indeed so bad? Oh, save him, Eva, save him, exclaimed Fakhreddin distractedly. She placed her finger on her lip. Or I shall die, continued Fakhreddin, nor indeed have I any wish to live if he depart from us. Eva conversed apart for a few minutes with Baroni, in a low voice, and then drawing aside the curtain of the tent, they entered. There was no change in the appearance of Tancred, but as they approached him he spoke. Baroni dropped into his former position, Fakhreddin fell upon his knees, Eva alone was visible when the eyes of Tancred met hers. His vision was not unconscious of her presence, he stared at her with intentness. The change in her dress, however, would, in all probability, have prevented his recognizing her even under indifferent circumstances. She was habited as a Bedouin girl. A leathern girdle encircled her blue robe, a few gold coins were braided in her hair, and her head was covered with a fringed keffiyeh. Whatever was the impression made upon Tancred by this unusual apparition, it appeared to be only transient. His glance withdrawn, his voice again broke into incoherent but violent exclamations. Suddenly he said with more moderation, but with firmness and distinctness, I am guarded by angels. Fakhreddin shot a glance at Eva and Baroni, as if to remind them of the tenor of the discourse for which he had prepared them. After a pause he became somewhat violent, and seemed as if he would have waved his wounded arm, but Baroni, whose eye, though himself unobserved, never quitted his charge, laid his finger upon the arm, and Tancred did not struggle. Again he spoke of angels, but in a milder and mournful tone. Methinks you look like one, thought Eva, as she beheld his spiritual countenance lit up by a superhuman fire. After a few minutes she glanced at Baroni, to signify her wish to leave the tent, and he rose and accompanied her. Fakhreddin also rose with streaming eyes and making the sign of the cross. Forgive me, he said to Eva, but I cannot help it. Whenever I am in affliction I cannot help remembering that I am a Christian. I wish you would remember it at all times, said Eva, and then perhaps none of us need have been here. And then, not waiting for his reply, she addressed herself to Baroni. I agree with you, she said. If we cannot give him sleep, he will soon sleep forever. Oh, give him sleep, Eva, said Fakhreddin, wringing his hands. You can do anything. I suppose, said Baroni, it is hopeless to think of finding any opium here. Utterly, said Eva, its practice is quite unknown among them. Send for some from Al-Quds, said Fakhreddin. "Idle," said Baroni, "this is an affair of hours, not of days." "Oh, but I will go," exclaimed Fakhreddin. "You do not know what I can do on one of my dromedaries. I will." Eva placed her hand on his arm without looking at him, and then continued to address Baroni. "Through the pass I several times observed a small white and yellow flower in patches. I lost it as we advanced, and yet I should think it must have followed the stream. If it be as I think, but I did not observe it with much attention, the flower of the mountain arnica, I know a preparation from that shrub which has a marvellous action on the nervous system. I am sure it is the mountain arnica, and I am sure it will cure him," said Fakhreddin. "Time presses," said Eva to Baroni. "Call my eye maidens to our aid, and first of all let us examine the borders of the stream." While his friends departed to exert themselves, Fakhreddin remained behind and passed his time partly in watching Tancred, partly in weeping, and partly in calculating the amount of his debts. This latter was a frequent, and to him inexhaustible, source of interest and excitement. His creative brain was soon lost in reverie. He conjured up Tancred restored to health, a devoted friendship between them, immense plans, not inferior achievements, and inexhaustible resources. Then, when he remembered that he was himself the cause of the peril of that precious life, on which all his future happiness and success were to depend, he cursed himself. Involved as were the circumstances in which he habitually found himself entangled, the present complication was certainly not inferior to any of the perplexities which he had hitherto experienced. He was to become the bosom friend of a being whom he had successfully plotted to make a prisoner and plunder, and whose life was consequently endangered. He had to prevail on a Malik to relinquish the ransom which had induced the great sheik to quit his Syrian pastures, and had cost the lives of some of his most valuable followers, while on the other hand the new moon was rapidly approaching, when the young emir had appointed to meet Sheriff Effendi at Gaza, to receive the arms and munitions which were to raise him to empire, and for which he had purposed to pay by a portion of his share in the great plunder which he had himself projected. His baffled brain whirled with wild and impracticable combinations, till at length, frightened and exhausted, he called for his nargileh, and sought, as was his custom, serenity from its magic tube. In this wise more than 3 hours had elapsed. The young emir was himself again, and was calculating the average of the various rates of interest in every town in Syria, from Gaza to Aleppo, when Baroni returned, bearing in his hand an Egyptian vase. "You have found the magic flowers?" asked Fakhreddin eagerly. "The flowers of arnica, noble emir, of which the Lady Eva spoke. I wish the potion had been made in the new moon, however it has been blessed. 2 things alone now are wanting, that my lord should drink it, and that it should cure him." It was not yet noon when Tancred quaffed the potion. He took it without difficulty, though apparently unconscious of the act. As the sun reached its meridian height, Tancred sank into a profound slumber. Fakhreddin rushed away to tell Eva, who had now retired into the innermost apartments of the pavilion of a Malik. Baroni never quitted the tent of his lord. The sun set. The same beautiful rosy tint suffused the tombs and temples of the city as on the evening of their first forced arrival. Still Tancred slept. The camels returned from the river, the lights began to sparkle in the circle of black tents. Still Tancred slept. He slept during the day and he slept during the twilight, and when the night came still Tancred slept. The silver lamp fed by the oil of the palm tree threw its delicate white light over the couch on which he rested. Mute, but ever vigilant, Fakhreddin and Baroni gazed on their friend and master. Still Tancred slept. It seemed a night that would never end, and when the first beam of the morning came, the emir and his companion mutually recognized on their respective countenances an expression of distrust, even of terror. Still Tancred slept, in the same posture and with the same expression, unmoved and pale. Was it indeed sleep? Baroni touched his wrist but could find no pulse. Fakhreddin held his bright dagger over the mouth, yet its brilliancy was not for a moment clouded. But he was not cold. The brow of Baroni was knit with deep thought, and his searching eye fixed upon the recumbent form. Fakhreddin, frightened, ran away to Eva. "I am frightened because you are frightened," said Fakhreddin, whom nothing ever alarms. "O Rose of Sharon, why are you so pale?" "It is a stain upon our tents if this youth be lost," said Eva in a low voice, yet attempting to speak with calmness. "But what is it on me?" exclaimed Fakhreddin distractedly. "A stain, I shall be branded like Cain. No, I will never enter Damascus again or any of the cities of the coast. I will give up all my castles to my cousin Francis El Kazin on condition that he does not pay my creditors. I will retire to Marhanna. I will look upon man no more. Be calm, my Fakhreddin. There is yet hope. My responsibility at this moment is surely not lighter than yours. Ah, you did not know him, Eva, exclaimed Fakhreddin passionately. You never listened to him. He cannot be to you what he is to me. I loved him. She pressed her finger to her lips, for they had arrived at the tent of Tancred. The young emir, drying his streaming eyes, entered first, and then came back and ushered in Eva. They stood together by the couch of Tancred. The expression of distress, of suffering, of extreme tension, which had not marred, but which at least had mingled with the spiritual character of his countenance the previous day, had disappeared. If it were death, it was at least beautiful. Softness and repose suffused his features, and his brow looked as if it had been the temple of an immortal spirit. Eva gazed upon the form with a fond, deep melancholy. Fakhreddin and Baroni exchanged glances. Suddenly Tancred moved, heaved a deep sigh, and opened his dark eyes. The unnatural fire which had yesterday lit them up had fled. Calmly and thoughtfully he surveyed those around him, and then he said, "The Lady of Bethany." Chapter 36. The Angel's Message. Between the Egyptian and the Arabian deserts, formed by two gulfs of the Erythraean Sea, is a peninsula of granite mountains. It seems as if an ocean of lava, when its waves were literally running mountains high, had been suddenly commanded to stand still. These successive summits, with their peaks and pinnacles, enclose a series of valleys, in general stern and savage, yet some of which are not devoid of pastoral beauty. There may be found brooks of silver brightness, and occasionally groves of palms and gardens of dates, while the neighboring heights command sublime landscapes, the opposing mountains of Asia and Africa, and the blue bosom of two seas. On one of these elevations, more than 5,000 feet above the ocean, is a convent. Again, nearly 3,000 feet above this convent is a towering peak, and this is Mount Sinai. On the top of Mount Sinai are two ruins, a Christian church and a Mahometan mosque. In this, the sublimest scene of Arabian glory, Israel and Ishmael alike raised their altars to the great God of Abraham. Why are they in ruins? Is it that human structures are not to be endured amid the awful temples of nature and revelation, and that the column and the cupola crumble into nothingness in sight of the hallowed Horeb and on the soil of the eternal Sinai? Ascending the mountain, about halfway between the convent and the utmost height of the towering peak, is a small plain surrounded by rocks. In its center are a cypress tree and a fountain. This is the traditional scene of the greatest event of time. 'Tis night. A solitary pilgrim, long kneeling on the sacred soil, slowly raises his agitated glance to the starry vault of Araby, and, clasping his hands in the anguish of devotion, thus prays. O Lord God of Israel, creator of the universe, ineffable Jehovah, a child of Christendom, I come to thine ancient Arabian altars to pour forth the heart of tortured Europe. Why art thou silent? Why no longer do the messages of thy renovating will descend on earth? Faith fades and duty dies. A profound melancholy has fallen on the spirit of man. The priest doubts, the monarch cannot rule, the multitude moans and toils, and calls in its frenzy upon unknown gods. If this transfigured mount may not again behold thee, if not again upon thy sacred Syrian plains, divinity may teach and solace men, if prophets may not rise again to herald hope, at least of all the starry messengers that guard thy throne, let one appear, to save thy creatures from a terrible despair. Page 2157. A dimness suffused the stars of Arabia. The surrounding heights, that had risen sharp and black in the clear purple air, blended in shadowy and fleeting masses. The huge branches of the cypress tree seemed to stir, and the kneeling pilgrim sank upon the earth senseless and in a trance. And there appeared to him a form, a shape that should be human, but vast as the surrounding hills. Yet such was the symmetry of the vision that the visionary felt his littleness, rather than the colossal proportions of the apparition. It was the semblance of one who, though not young, was still untouched by time, a countenance like an oriental night, dark yet lustrous, mystical yet clear. Thought, rather than melancholy, spoke from the pensive passion of his eyes, while on his lofty forehead glittered a star that threw a solemn radiance on the repose of his majestic features. Child of Christendom, said the mighty form, as he seemed slowly to wave a scepter fashioned like a palm tree, I am the angel of Arabia. the guardian spirit of that land which governs the world. For power is neither the sword nor the shield, for these pass away, but ideas which are divine. The thoughts of all lands come from a higher source than man, but the intellect of Arabia comes from the Most High. Therefore it is that from this spot issue the principles which regulate the human destiny. That Christendom which thou hast quitted, and over whose expiring attributes thou art a mourner, was a savage forest, while the cedars of Lebanon, for countless ages, had built the palaces of mighty kings. Yet in that forest brooded infinite races that were to spread over the globe, and give a new impulse to its ancient life. It was decreed that, when they burst from their wild woods, the Arabian principles should meet them on the threshold of the old world to guide and to civilize them. All had been prepared. The Caesars had conquered the world to place the laws of Sinai on the throne of the capital, and a Galilean Arab advanced and traced on the front of the rude conquerors of the Caesars the subduing symbol of the last development of Arabian principles. Yet again, and Europe is in the throes of a great birth. The multitudes again are brooding, but they are not now in the forest, they are in the cities and in the fertile plains. Since the first sun of this century rose, the intellectual colony of Arabia, once called Christendom, has been in a state of partial and blind revolt. Discontented, they attributed their suffering to the principles to which they owed all their happiness, and in receding from which they had become proportionately miserable. They have hankered after other gods than the God of Sinai and of Calvary, and they have achieved only desolation. Now they despair. But the eternal principles that controlled barbarian vigor can alone cope with morbid civilization. The equality of man can only be accomplished by the sovereignty of God. The longing for fraternity can never be satisfied, but under the sway of a common Father. The relations between Jehovah and his creatures can be neither too numerous nor too near. In the increased distance between God and man have grown up all those developments that have made life mournful. Cease, then, to seek in a vain philosophy the solution of the social problem that perplexes you. Announce the sublime and solacing doctrine of theocratic equality. Fear not, faint not, falter not. Obey the impulse of thine own spirit, and find a ready instrument in every human being. A sound as of thunder roused Tancred from his trance. He looked around and above. There rose the mountains sharp and black in the clear purple air. There shone with undimmed luster the Arabian stars, but the voice of the angel still lingered in his ear. He descended the mountain. At its base near the convent were his slumbering guards, some steeds and crouching camels. Chapter 37. Fakhreddin is curious. The beautiful daughter of Besso, pensive and abstracted, played with her beads in the pavilion of her grandfather. Two of her maidens, who had attended her in a corner of this inner compartment, accompanied the wild murmur of their voices on a stringed instrument, which might in the old days have been a psaltery. They sang the loves of Antar and of Ibla, of Layla and of Mejnun, the romance of the desert, tales of passion and of plunder, of the rescue of women and the capture of camels, of heroes with a lion heart, and heroines brighter and softer than the moon. The beautiful daughter of Besso, pensive and abstracted, played with her beads in the pavilion of her grandfather. Why is the beautiful daughter of Besso pensive and abstracted? What thoughts are flitting over her mind, silent and soft, like the shadows of birds over the sunshiny earth? Something that was neither silent nor soft disturbed the lady from her reverie, the voice of the great sheik, in a tone of altitude and harshness with him most usual. He was in an adjacent apartment, vowing that he would sooner eat the mother of some third person who was attempting to influence him than adopt the suggestion offered. Then there were softer and more persuasive tones from his companion, but evidently ineffectual. Then the voices of both rose together in emulous clamorone, roaring like a bull, the other shrieking like some wild bird, one full of menace and the other taunting and impertinent. All this was followed by a dead silence, which, continuing, Eva assumed that the sheik and his companion had quitted his tent. While her mind was recurring to those thoughts which occupied them previously to this outbreak, the voice of Fakhreddin was heard outside her tent, saying, "Rose of Sharon, let me come into the harem." And, scarcely waiting for permission, the young emir, flushed and excited, entered and almost breathless threw himself on the divan. "Who says I am a coward?" he exclaimed with a glance of devilish mockery. "I may run away sometimes, but what of that? I have got moral courage, the only thing worth having since the invention of gunpowder. The beast is not killed, but I have looked into the den, tease something. Courage, my fragrant rose, have faith in me at last. I may make an imbroglio sometimes, but for getting out of a scrape I would back myself against any picaroon in the Levant, and that is saying a good deal. Another imbroglio. Oh no, the same, part of the great blunder. You must have heard us raging like 1,000 Afrites. I never knew the great sheik so wild. And why? He should take a lesson from Mehemet Ali, continued the Emir. Giving up Syria after the conquest was a much greater sacrifice than giving up plunder which he has not yet touched, and the great Pasha did it as quietly as if he were marching into Stamboul instead, which he might have done if he had been an Arab instead of a Turk. Everything comes from Arabia, my dear Eva, at least everything that is worth anything. We too ought to thank our stars every day that we were born Arabs. And the great sheik still harps upon this ransom, inquired Eva. He does, and most unreasonably, for after all what do we ask him to give up, a bagatelle? Hardly that, said Eva. 2 millions of piasters can scarcely be called a bagatelle. It is not 2 millions of piasters, said Fakhreddin. There is your fallacy, 'tis the same as your grandfather's. In the first place he would have taken 1 million, then half belonged to me, which reduces his share to 500,000. Then I meant to have borrowed his share of him. Borrowed his share, said Eva. Of course I should have allowed him interest, good interest. What could the great sheik want 500,000 piasters for? He has camels enough. He has so many horses that he wants to change some with me for arms at this moment. Is he to dig a hole in the sand by a wellside to put his treasure in, like the treasure of Solomon, or to sew up his bills of exchange in his turban? The thing is ridiculous. I never contemplated for a moment that the great sheik should take any hard piasters out of circulation, to lock them up in the wilderness. It might disturb the currency of all Syria, upset the exchanges, and very much injure your family, Eva, of whose interests I am never unmindful. I meant the great sheik to invest his capital. He might have made a good thing of it. I could have afforded to pay him 30% for his share, and made as much by the transaction myself. For you see, as I am paying 60% at Beirut, Tripoli, Latakia, and every accursed town of the coast at this moment. The thing is clear, and I wish you would only get your father to view it in the same light, and we might do immense things. Think of this, my Rose of Sharon, dear, dear Eva, think of this. Your father might make his fortune and mine too, if he would only lend me money at 30%. You frighten me always, Fakhreddin, by these allusions to your affairs. Can it be possible that they are so very bad? Good, Eva, you mean good. I should be incapable of anything if it were not for my debts. I am naturally so indolent that if I did not remember in the morning that I was ruined, I should never be able to distinguish myself. You never will distinguish yourself, said Eva. You never can with these dreadful embarrassments. Shall I not, said Fakhreddin triumphantly. What are my debts to my resources? That is the point. You cannot judge of a man by only knowing what his debts are. You must be acquainted with his resources. But your estates are mortgaged, your crops sold. At least you tell me so, said Eva mournfully. Estates, crops. A man may have an idea worth 20 estates, a principle of action that will bring him in a greater harvest than all Lebanon. A principle of action is indeed precious, said Eva. But although you certainly have ideas, and very ingenious ones, a principle of action is exactly the thing which I have always thought you wanted. Well, I have got it at last, said Fakhreddin. Everything comes if a man will only wait. And what is your principle of action? Faith. In yourself, surely in that respect you have not hitherto been sceptical. No, in Mount Sinai. In Mount Sinai. You may well be astonished, but so it is. The English prince has been to Mount Sinai and he has seen an angel. What passed between them I do not yet know, but one thing is certain, he is quite changed by the interview. He is all for action. So far as I can form an opinion in the present crude state of affairs, it is not at all impossible that he may put himself at the head of the Asian movement. If you have faith, there is nothing you may not do. One thing is quite settled, that he will not at present return to Jerusalem, but for change of air and other reasons, make a visit with me to Canobia. He seems to have great purpose in him, said Eva with an air of some constraint. By the by, said Fakhreddin, how came you, Eva, never to tell me that you were acquainted with him? Acquainted with him, said Eva. Yes, he recognized you immediately when he recovered himself, and he has admitted to me since that he has seen you before, though I could not get much out of him about it. He will talk forever about Arabia, faith, war, and angels, but if you touch on anything personal, I observe he is always very shy. He has not my fatal frankness. Did you know him at Jerusalem? I met him by hazard for a moment at Bethany. I neither asked then, nor did he impart to me his name. How then could I tell you we were acquainted, or be aware that the stranger of my casual interview was this young Englishman whom you have made a captive? Hush, said Fakhreddin with an air of real or affected alarm. He is going to be my guest at my principal castle. What do you mean by captive? You mean whom I have saved from captivity or am about to save? Well, that would appear to be the real question to which you ought to address yourself at this moment, said Eva. Were I you, I should postpone the great Asian movement until you had disembarrassed yourself from your present position, rather an equivocal one both for a patriot and a friend. Oh, ill-manage the great sheik, said Fakhreddin carelessly. There is too much plunder in the future for a Malik to quarrel with me. When he sensed the possibility of the Bedouin cavalry being poured into Syria and Asia Minor, we shall find him more manageable. The only thing now is to heal the present disappointment by extenuating circumstances. If I could screw up a few thousand piastres for bakshish, and he looked Eva in the face, or could put anything in his way. What do you think, Eva? Eva shook her head. What an obstinate Jew dog he is, said Fakhreddin. His rapacity is revolting. An obstinate Jew dog, exclaimed Eva, rising, her eyes flashing, her nostrils dilating with contemptuous rage. The manner of Fakhreddin had not pleased her this morning. His temper was very uncertain, and when crossed he was deficient in delicacy. Indeed, he was too selfish, with all his sensibility and refined breeding, to be ever sufficiently considerate of the feelings of others. He was piqued also that he had not been informed of the previous acquaintance of Eva and Tancred. Her reason for not apprising him of their interview at Bethany, though not easily impugnable, was not as satisfactory to his understanding as to his ear. Again, his mind and heart were so absorbed at this moment by the image of Tancred, and he was so entirely under the influence of his own idealized conceptions of his new and latest friend, that, according to his custom, no other being could interest him. Although he was himself the sole cause of all the difficult and annoying circumstances in which he found himself involved, the moment that his passions and his interests alike required that Tancred should be free and uninjured, he acted, and indeed felt, as if a Malik alone were responsible for the capture and the detention of Lord Montacute. The young Emir indeed was, at this moment, in one of those moods which had often marred his popularity, but in which he had never indulged towards Eva before. She had throughout his life been the commanding influence of his being. He adored and feared her, and knew that she loved and rather despised him. But Eva had ceased to be the commanding influence over Fakhreddin. At this moment, Fakhreddin would have sacrificed the whole family of Besso to secure the devotion of Tancred, and the coarse and rude exclamation to which he had given vent indicated the current of his feelings and the general tenor of his mind. Eva knew him by heart. Her clear, sagacious intellect, acting upon an individual whom sympathy and circumstances had combined to make her comprehend, analyzed with marvelous facility his complicated motives, and in general successfully penetrated his sovereign design. An obstinate Jew dog, she exclaimed, and who art thou, thou jackal of this lion? Who should dare to speak thus? Is it not enough that you have involved us all in unspeakable difficulty and possible disgrace, that we are to receive words of contumely from lips like yours? One would think that you were the English consul arrived here to make a representation in favour of his countrymen, instead of being the individual who planned his plunder, occasioned his captivity, and endangered his life. It is a pity that this young noble is not acquainted with your claims to his confidence. The possibility that in a moment of irritation Eva might reveal his secret, some rising remorse at what he had said, and the superstitious reverence with which he still clung to her, all acting upon Fakhreddin at the same time, he felt that he had gone too far, and thereupon he sprang from the divan, on which he had been insolently lolling, and threw himself at the feet of his foster-sister, whimpering and kissing her slippers, and calling her, between his sobs, 1,000 fond names. I am a villain, he said, but you know it, you have always known it. For God's sake, stand by me now, 'tis my only chance. You are the only being I love in the world except your family. You know how I respect them. Is not Besso my father, And the great sheik, I honor the great sheik. He is one of my allies. Even this accursed business proves it. Besides, what do you mean by words of contumely from my lips? Am I not a Jew myself, or as good? Why should I insult them? I only wish we were in the land of promise instead of this infernal wilderness. Well, well, let us consult together, said Eva. Reproaches are barren. Ah, Eva, said Fakhreddin, I am not reproaching you. But if the evening I was at Bethany, you had only told me that you had just parted with this Englishman, all this would not have occurred. How do you know that I had then just parted with this Englishman, said Eva, colouring and confused. Because I marked him on the road. I little thought then that he had been in your retreat. I took him for some Frank, looking after the tomb of Lazarus. I found him in my garden, said Eva, not entirely at her ease, and sent my attendants to him. Fakhreddin was walking up and down the tent, and seemed lost in thought. Suddenly he stopped and said, I see it all. I have a combination that will put all right. Put all right. See, the day after tomorrow I have appointed to meet a friend of mine at Gaza, who has a caravan that wants convoy through the desert to the mountain. The sheik of sheiks shall have it. It will be as good as 10,000 piasters. That will be honey in his mouth. He will forget the past, and our English friend can return with you and me to Al-Quds. I shall not return to Al-Quds, said Eva. The great sheik will convoy me to Damascus, where I shall remain till I go to Aleppo. May you never reach Aleppo, said Fakhreddin with a clouded countenance, for Eva in fact alluded to her approaching marriage with her cousin. But after all, resumed Eva, wishing to change the current of his thoughts, all these arrangements, so far as I am interested, depend upon the success of my mission to the great sheik. If he will not release my father's charge, the spears of his people will never guard me again. And I see little prospect of my success, nor do I think 10,000 piasters, however honestly gained, will be more tempting than the inclination to oblige our house. 10,000 piasters is not much, said Fakhreddin. I give it every 3 months for interest to a little Copt at Beirut, whose property I will confiscate the moment I have the government of the country in my hands. But then I only add my 10,000 piasters to the amount of my debt. 10,000 piasters in coin are a very different affair. They will jingle in the great sheik's purse. His people will think he has got the treasure of Solomon. It will do. He will give them all a gold keran apiece, and they will braid them in their girls' hair. It will scarcely buy camels for Sheikh Salem's widow, said Eva. I will manage that, said Fakhreddin. The great sheik has camels enough, and I will give him arms in exchange. Arms at Canobia will not reach the stony wilderness. No, but I have got arms nearer at hand. That is, my friend whom I am going to meet at Gaza has some, enough and to spare. By the Holy Sepulchre I see it, said Fakhreddin. I tell you how I will manage the whole business. The great sheik wants arms. Well, I will give him 500 muskets for the ransom, and he shall have the convoy besides. Hell take it, I know him. He thinks now all is lost, and when he finds that he is to have a jingling purse and English muskets enough to conquer Tadmor, he will close. But how are we to get these arms? Said Eva. Why, Sheriff Effendi, to be sure. You know I am to meet him at Gaza the day after tomorrow, and receive his 5,000 muskets. Well, 500 for the great sheik will make them 4,500, no great difference. Sheriff Effendi, said Eva with some surprise, I thought I had obtained 3 months' indulgence for you with Sheriff Effendi. Ah, yes, no, said Fakhreddin, blushing. The fact is, Eva, darling, beloved Eva, it is no use telling any more lies. I only asked you to speak to Sheriff Effendi to obtain time for me about payment to throw you off the scent, as you so strongly disapproved of my buccaneering project. But Sheriff Effendi is a camel. I was obliged to agree to meet him at Gaza on the new moon, pay him his 200,000 piasters, and receive the cargo. Well, I turn circumstances to account. The great sheik will convey the muskets to the mountains. But who is to pay for them? Inquired Eva. Why, if men want to head the Asian movement, they must have muskets, said Fakhreddin. And after all, as we are going to save the English prince 2 millions of piasters, I do not think he can object to paying Sheriff Effendi for his goods, particularly as he will have the muskets for his money. Chapter 38, Tancred's Recovery. Tancred rapidly recovered. On the second day after his recognition of Eva, He had held that conversation with Fakhreddin which had determined the young emir not to lose a moment in making the effort to induce a Malik to forgo his ransom, the result of which he had communicated to Eva on their subsequent interview. On the third day Tancred rose from his couch and would even have quitted the tent, had not Baroni dissuaded him. He was the more induced to do so, for on this day he missed his amusing companion the emir. It appeared from the account of Baroni that his highness had departed at dawn on his dromedary, and without an attendant. According to Baroni, nothing was yet settled either as to the ransom or the release of Tancred. It seemed that the great sheik had been impatient to return to his chief encampment, and nothing but the illness of Tancred would probably have induced him to remain in the stony Arabia as long as he had done. The Lady Eva had not, since her arrival at the ruined city, encouraged Baroni in any communication on the subject which heretofore during their journey had entirely occupied her consideration, from which he inferred that she had nothing very satisfactory to relate. Yet he was not without hope, as he felt assured that Eva would not have remained a day were she. Convinced that there was no chance of effecting her original purpose, the comparative contentment of the great sheik at this moment, her silence and the sudden departure of Fakhreddin, induced Baroni to believe that there was yet something on the cards, and being of a sanguine disposition, he sincerely encouraged his master, who, however, did not appear to be very desponding. "The emir told me yesterday that he was certain to arrange everything," said Tancred, "without in any way compromising us. We cannot expect such an adventure to end like a day of hunting. Some camels must be given, and perhaps something else. I am sure the emir will manage it all, especially with the aid and counsel of that beauteous lady of Bethany, in whose wisdom and goodness I have implicit faith." "I have more faith in her than in the emir," said Baroni. "I never know what these shehabs are after. Now he has not gone to Al-Quds this morning, of that I am sure." "I am under the greatest obligations to the emir Fakhreddin," said Tancred, "and independently of such circumstances, I very much like him." "I know nothing against the noble emir," said Baroni, "and I am sure he has been extremely polite and attentive to your lordship. But still those shehabs, they are such a set, always after something." "He is ardent and ambitious," said Tancred, "and he is young. Are these faults? Besides, he has not had the advantage of our stricter training. He has been without guides, and is somewhat undisciplined and self-formed. But he has a great and interesting position, and is brilliant and energetic. Providence may have appointed him to fulfill great ends." "A shehab will look after the main chance," said Baroni. "But his main chance may be the salvation of his country," said Tancred. "Nothing can save his country," said Baroni. "The Syrians were ever slaves." "I do not call them slaves now," said Tancred. "Why, they are armed and are warlike. All that they want is a cause." "And that they never will have," said Baroni. "Why is the East is used up." "It is not more used up than when Mahomet arose," said Tancred. "Weak and withering as may be the government of the Turks, it is not more feeble and enervated than that of the Greek Empire and the Chosroes." "I don't know anything about them," replied Baroni, "but I know there is nothing to be done with the people here." "I have seen something of them," said Baroni. 1,000. De Sidonia tried to do something in 39, and if there had been a spark of spirit or of sense in Syria, that was the time, but in here Baroni shrugged his shoulders. "But what was your principle of action in 39? Inquired Tancred, evidently interested. "The only principle of action in this world," said Baroni. "We had plenty of money, we might have had 3 millions. And if you had had 6 or 16, your efforts would have been equally fruitless. I do not believe in national regeneration in the shape of a foreign loan. Look at Greece. And yet a man might climb Mount Carmel and utter 3 words which would bring the Arabs again to Grenada, and perhaps further." "They have no artillery," said Baroni. "And the Turks have artillery and cannot use it," said Lord Montacute. "Why, the most favoured part of the globe at this moment is entirely defenceless. There is not a soldier worth firing at in Asia, except the sepoys. The Persian, Assyrian and Babylonian monarchies might be gained in a morning with faith and the flourish of a sabre." "You would have the great powers interfering," said Baroni. "What should I care for the great powers, if the Lord of Hosts were on my side? Why, to be sure they could not do much at Baghdad or Ispahan." work out a great religious truth on the Persian and Mesopotamian plains, the most exuberant soils in the world with the scantiest population, it would revivify Asia. It must spread. The peninsula of Arabia, when in action, must always command the peninsula of the Lesser Asia. Asia revivified would act upon Europe. The European comfort, which they call civilization, is, after all, confined to a very small space, the island of Great Britain, France, and the course of a single river, the Rhine. The greater part of Europe is as dead as Asia, without the consolation of climate and the influence of immortal traditions. I just found time, my lord, when I was at Jerusalem, to call in at the consulate and see the colonel, said Baroni. I thought it as well to explain the affair a little to him. I found that even the rumour of our mischance had not reached him, so I said enough to prevent any alarm when it arrived. He will believe that we furnished him with the priority of intelligence, and he expects your daily return. You did well to call, we know not what may happen. I doubt, however, whether I shall return to Jerusalem. If affairs are pleasantly arranged here, I think of visiting the Emir at his castle of Canobia. A change of air must be the best thing for me, and Lebanon, by his account, is delicious at this season. Indeed, I want air, and I must go out now, Baroni. I cannot stay in this close tent any longer. The sun has set, and there is no longer any fear of those fatal heats of which you are in such dread for me. It was the first night of the new moon, and the white beams of the young crescent were just beginning to steal over the lately flushed and empurpled scene. The air was still glowing, and the evening breeze, which sometimes wandered through the ravines from the Gulf of Aqaba, had not yet arrived. Tancred, shrouded in his Bedouin cloak and accompanied by Baroni, visited the circle of black tents, which they found almost empty, the whole band with the exception of the scouts, who are always on duty in an Arab encampment, being assembled in the ruins of the amphitheatre in whose arena, opposite to the pavilion of the great sheikh, a celebrated poet was reciting the visit of Antar to the temple of the fire-worshippers, and the adventures of that greatest of Arabian heroes, among the effeminate and astonished courtiers of the generous and magnificent Nushirvan. The audience was not a scanty one, for this chosen detachment of the children of Richab had been 200 strong, and the great majority of them were now assembled, some seated as the ancient Igumens on the still entire seats of the amphitheatre, most squatted in groups upon the ground, though at a respectful distance from the poet. Others standing amid the crumbling pile and leaning against the tall dark fragments just beginning to be silvered by the moonbeam. But in all their countenances, their quivering features, their flashing eyes, the mouth open with absorbing suspense, were expressed a wild and vivid excitement, the heat of sympathy, and a ravishing delight. When Antar in the tournament overthrew the famous Greek knight, who had travelled from Constantinople to beard the court of Persia, when he caught in his hand the assassin's spear of the Persian satrap, envious of his Arabian chivalry, and returned it to his adversary's heart, when he shouted from his saddle that he was the lover of Ibla and the horseman of the age, the audience exclaimed with rapturous earnestness, "It is true, it is true," although they were guaranteeing the assertions of a hero who lived and loved and fought more than 1400 years before. Antar is the Iliad of the desert, the hero is the passion of the Bedouins. They will listen forever to his forays, when he raised the triumphant cry of his tribe, "Oh, by Abs! Oh, by Adnan," to the narratives of the camels he captured, the men he slew, and the maidens to whose charms he was indifferent, for he was ever the lover of Ibla. What makes this great Arabian invention still more interesting is that it was composed at a period antecedent to the Prophet. It describes the desert before the Quran, and it teaches us how little the dwellers in it were changed by the introduction and adoption of Islamism. As Tancred and his companion reached the amphitheatre, a ringing laugh resounded. "Antar is dining with the king of Persia after his victory," said Baroni. "This is a favourite scene with the Arabs. Antar asks the courtiers the name of every dish, and whether the king dines so every day. He bares his arms and chucks the food into his mouth without ever moving his jaws. They have heard this all their lives, but always laugh at it with the same heartiness. Why, Sheddad, son of Amru," continued Baroni to an Arab near him, "you have listened to this ever since you first tasted Liban, and it still pleases you." "I am never wearied with listening to fine language," said the Bedouin. "Perfumes are always sweet, though you may have smelt them 1,000 times." Except when there was some expression of feeling elicited by the performance, a shout or a laugh, the silence was absolute. Not a whisper could be heard, and it was in a muffled tone that Baroni intimated to Tancred that the great sheik was present, and that, as this was his first appearance since his illness, he must pay his respects to a Malik. So saying and preceding Tancred, in order that he might announce his arrival, Baroni approached the pavilion. The great sheik welcomed Tancred with a benignant smile, motioned to him to sit upon his carpet, rejoiced that he was recovered, hoped that he should live 1,000 years, gave him his pipe, and then, turning again to the poet, was instantly lost in the interest of his narrative. Baroni, standing as near Tancred as the carpet would permit him, occasionally leant over and gave his lord an intimation of what was occurring. After a little while the poet ceased. Then there was a general hum and great praise, and many men said to each other, "All this is true, for my father told it to me before." The great sheik, who was highly pleased, ordered his slaves to give the poet a cup of coffee, and taking from his own vest an immense purse, more than a foot in length, he extracted from it, after a vast deal of research, one of the smallest of conceivable coins, which the poet pressed to his lips, and notwithstanding the exiguity of the donation, declared that God was great. "O sheik of sheiks," said the poet, "what I have recited, though it is by the gift of God, is in fact written, and has been ever since the days of the giants. But I have also dipped my pen into my own brain, and now I would recite a poem which I hope some day may be suspended in the temple of Mecca. It is in honor of one who, were she to rise to our sight, would be as the full moon when it rises over the desert. Yes, I sing of Eva, the daughter of a Malik. The Bedouins always omitted Besso in her genealogy. Eva, the daughter of 1,000 chiefs. May she never quit the tents of her race. May she always ride upon neged steeds and dromedaries with harness of silver. May she live among us forever. May she show herself to the people like a free Arabian maiden." "They are the thoughts of truth," said the delighted Bedouins to one another. "Every word is a pearl." And the great sheik sent a slave to express his wish that Eva and her maidens should appear. So she came to listen to the ode which the poet had composed in her honor. He had seen palm trees, but they were not as tall and graceful as Eva. He had beheld the eyes of doves and antelopes, but they were not as bright and soft as hers. He had tasted the fresh springs in the wilderness, but they were not more welcome than she, and the soft splendor of the desert moon was not equal to her brow. She was the daughter of a Malik, the daughter of 1,000 chiefs. Might she live forever in their tents, ever ride on neged steeds and on dromedaries with silver harness, ever show herself to the people like a free Arabian maiden. The poet, after many variations on this theme, ceased amid great plaudits. "He is a true poet," said an Arab who was, like most of his brethren, a critic. "He is in truth a second Anta." If he had recited these verses before the king of Persia, he would have given him 1,000 camels, replied his neighbor gravely. "They ought to be suspended in the temple of Mecca," said a third. "What I most admire is his image of the full moon. That cannot be too often introduced," said a fourth. "Truly the moon should ever shine," said a fifth. "Also in all truly fine verses there should be palm trees and fresh springs." Tancred, to whom Baroni had conveyed the meaning of the verses, was also pleased. Having observed that on a previous occasion the great sheik had rewarded the bard, Tancred ventured to take a chain, which he fortunately chanced to wear, from his neck, and sent it to the poet of Eva. This made a great sensation, and highly delighted the Arabs. "Truly this is the brother of queens," they whispered to each other. Now the audience was breaking up and dispersing, and Tancred, rising, begged permission of his host to approach Eva, who was seated at the entrance of the pavilion, somewhat withdrawn from them. "If I were a poet," said Tancred, bending before her, "I would attempt to express my gratitude to the Lady of Bethany. I hope," he added after a moment's pause, "that Baroni laid my message at your feet. When I begged your permission to thank you in person tomorrow, I had not imagined that I should have been so willful as to quit the tent tonight." "It will not harm you," said Eva. "Our Arabian nights bear balm." "I feel it," said Tancred. "This evening will complete the cure you so benignantly commenced." "Mine were slender knowledge and simple means," said Eva, "but I rejoice that they were of use, more especially as I learned that we are all interested in your pilgrimage." "The Emir Fakhreddin has spoken to you," said Tancred inquiringly, and with a countenance a little agitated. "He has spoken to me of some things for which our previous conversation had not entirely unprepared me." "Ah," said Tancred musingly, "our previous conversation. It is not very long ago since I slumbered by the side of your fountain, and yet it seems to me an age of thought and events." "Yet even then your heart was turned towards our unhappy Asia," said the Lady of Bethany. "Unhappy Asia? Do you call it unhappy Asia? This land of divine deeds and divine thoughts. Its slumber is more vital than the waking life of the rest of the globe, as the dream of genius is more precious than the vigils of ordinary men. Unhappy Asia, do you call it? It is the unhappiness of Europe over which I mourn." "Europe that has conquered Hindustan, protects Persia and Asia Minor, affects to have saved Syria," said Eva with some bitterness. "Oh, what can we do against Europe?" "Save it," said Tancred. "We cannot save ourselves. What means have we to save others?" "The same you have ever exercised, divine truth. Send forth a great thought as you have done before from Mount Sinai, from the villages of Galilee, from the deserts of Arabia, and you may again remodel all their institutions, change their principles of action, and breathe a new spirit into the whole scope of their existence." "I have sometimes dreamed such dreams," murmured Eva, looking down. "No, no," she exclaimed, raising her head after a moment's pause, "it is impossible. Europe is too proud, with its new command over nature, to listen even to prophets. Leveling mountains, riding without horses, sailing without winds, how can these men believe that there is any power, human or divine, superior to themselves?" "As for their command over nature," said Tancred, "let us see how it will operate in a second deluge. Command over nature. Why, the humblest root that serves for the food of man has mysteriously withered throughout Europe, and they are already pale at the possible consequences. This slight eccentricity of that nature which they boast they can command has already shaken empires, and may decide the fate of nations. No, gentle lady, Europe is not happy. Amid its false excitement, its bustling invention, and its endless toil, a profound melancholy broods over its spirit and gnaws at its heart. In vain they baptize their tumult by the name of progress. The whisper of a demon is ever asking them, progress from whence and to what? Excepting those who still cling to your Arabian creeds, Europe, that quarter of the globe to which God has never spoken, Europe is without consolation." Chapter 39. Freedom. 3 or 4 days had elapsed since the departure of Fakhreddin, and during each of them Tancred saw Eva. Indeed, his hours were much passed in the pavilion of the great sheik, and though he was never alone with the daughter of Besso, the language which they spoke, unknown to those about them, permitted them to confer without restraint on those subjects in which they were interested. Tancred opened his mind without reserve to Eva, for he liked to test the soundness of his conclusions by her clear intelligence. Her lofty spirit harmonized with his own heightened soul. He found both sympathy and inspiration in her heroic purposes. Her passionate love of her race, her deep faith in the destiny and genius of her Asian land, greatly interested him. To his present position she referred occasionally, but with reluctance. It seemed as if she thought it unkind entirely to pass it over, yet that to be reminded of it was not satisfactory. Of Fakhreddin she spoke much and frequently. She expressed with frankness, even with warmth, her natural and deep regard for him, the interest she took in his career, and the high opinion she entertained of his powers. But she lamented his inventive restlessness, which often arrested action, and intimated how much he might profit by the counsels of a friend more distinguished for consistency and sternness of purpose. In the midst of all this Fakhreddin returned. He came in the early morning, and immediately repaired to the pavilion of the great sheik, with whom he was long closeted. Baroni first brought the news to Tancred, and subsequently told him that the quantity of nargilés smoked by the young emir indicated not only a prolonged, but a difficult controversy. Some time after this, Tancred, lounging in front of his tent, and watching the shadows as they stole over the mountain tombs, observed Fakhreddin issue from the pavilion of a Malik. His flushed and radiant countenance would seem to indicate good news. As he recognized Tancred, he saluted him in the Eastern fashion, hastily touching his heart, his lip, and his brow. When he had reached Tancred, Fakhreddin threw himself in his arms, and embracing him, whispered in an agitated voice on the breast of Lord Montacute, "Friend of my heart, you are free." In the meantime, a Malik announced to his tribe that at sunset the encampment would break up, and they would commence their return to the Syrian wilderness, through the regions eastward of the Dead Sea. The Lady Eva would accompany them, and the children of Richab were to have the honor of escorting her and her attendants to the gates of Damascus. A detachment of 25 Bini Richab were to accompany Fakhreddin and Tancred, Hassan and his Jelahines, in a contrary direction of the desert, until they arrived at Gaza, where they were to await further orders from the young emir. No sooner was this intelligence circulated than the silence which had pervaded the desert ruins at once ceased. Men came out of every tent and tomb. All was bustle and noise. They chattered, they sang, they talked to their horses, they apprised their camels of the intended expedition. They declared that the camels had consented to go, they anticipated a prosperous journey, they speculated on what tribes they might encounter. It required all the consciousness of great duties, all the inspiration of a great purpose, to sustain Tancred under this sudden separation from Eva. Much he regretted that it was not also his lot to traverse the Syrian wilderness, but it was not for him to interfere with arrangements which he could neither control nor comprehend. All that passed amid the ruins of this desert city was as incoherent and restless as the incidents of a dream, yet not without the bright passages of strange fascination which form part of the mosaic of our slumbering reveries. At dawn a prisoner, at noon a free man, yet still from his position, unable to move without succor and without guides. Why he was captured, how he was enfranchised, alike mysteries. Tancred yielded without a struggle to the management of that individual who was clearly master of the situation. Fakhreddin decided upon everything, and no one was inclined to impugn the decrees of him whose rule commenced by conferring freedom. It was only half an hour to sunset. The advanced guard of the children of Richab, mounted on their dromedaries and armed with lances, had some hours ago quitted the ruins. The camels, laden with the tents and baggage, attended by a large body of footmen with matchlocks, and who on occasion could add their own weight to the burden of their charge, were filing through the mountains. Some horsemen were galloping about the plain and throwing the jerid. A considerable body, most of them dismounted but prepared for the seat, were collected. By the river side, about a dozen steeds of the purest race, 1 or 2 of them caparisoned, and a couple of dromedaries were picketed before the pavilion of the great sheik, which was not yet struck, and about which some grooms were squatted, drinking coffee, and every now and then turning to the horses, and addressing them in tones of the greatest affection and respect. Suddenly one of the grooms jumped up and said, "He comes," and then going up to a bright bay mare, whose dark prominent eye equalled in brilliancy, and far exceeded in intelligence the splendid orbs of the antelope, he addressed her and said, "O diamond of Derier, the princess of the desert can alone ride on thee." There came forth from his pavilion the great Amalek, accompanied by some of his sheiks. There came forth from the pavilion Eva, attended by her gigantic Nubian and her maidens. There came forth from the pavilion the Emir Fakhreddin and Lord Montacute. "There is but one God," said the great sheik as he pressed his hand to his heart, and bade farewell to the Emir and his late prisoner. "May he guard over us all." "Truly there is but one God," echoed the attendant sheiks. "May you find many springs." The maidens were placed on their dromedaries. The grooms, as if by magic, had already struck the pavilion of their sheik, and were stowing it away on the back of a camel. Eva, first imprinting on the neck of the mare a gentle embrace, vaulted into the seat of the diamond of Derier, which she rode in the fashion of Zenobia. To Tancred, with her inspired brow, her cheek slightly flushed, her undulating figure, her eye proud of its dominion over the beautiful animal which moved its head with haughty satisfaction at its destiny, Eva seemed the impersonation of some young classic hero going forth to conquer a world. Striving to throw into her countenance and the tones of her voice a cheerfulness which was really at this moment strange to them, she said, "Farewell, Fakhreddin." And then, after a moment's hesitation, and looking at Tancred with a faltering glance which yet made his heart tremble, she added, "Farewell, pilgrim of Sinai." Chapter 40. The Romantic Story of Baroni. The Emir of the Lebanon and his English friend did not depart from the desert city until the morrow, Fakhreddin being so wearied by his journey that he required repose. Unsustained by his lively conversation, Tancred felt all the depression natural to his position, and, restless and disquieted, wandered about the valley in the moonlight, recalling the vanished images of the past. After some time, unable himself to sleep, and finding Baroni disinclined to slumber, he reminded his attendant of the promise he had once given at Jerusalem to tell something of his history. Baroni was a lively narrator, and, accompanied by his gestures, his speaking glance, and all the pantomime of his energetic and yet controlled demeanor, The narrative, as he delivered it, would have been doubtless much more amusing than the calmer form in which, upon reflection, we have thought fit to record some incidents which the reader must not in any degree suppose to form merely an episode in this history. With this observation we solicit attention to the history of the Baroni family, being a chapter in the life of Sidonia. 1. I had no idea that you had a garrison here, said Sidonia, as the distant sounds of martial music were wafted down a long, ancient street, that seemed narrower than it was from the great elevation of its fantastical-shaped houses, into the principal square in which was situate his hotel. The town was one of the least frequented of Flanders, and Sidonia, who was then a youth, scarcely of 20 summers, was on his rambling way to Frankfurt, where he then resided. It is not the soldiers, said the Flemish maiden in attendance, and who was dressed in one of those pretty black silk jackets that seemed to blend so well with the sombre yet picturesque dwellings of the Spanish Netherlands. It is not the soldiers, sir, it is only the Baroni family. And who are the Baroni family? They are Italians, sir, and have been here this week past, giving some representations. Of what kind? I hardly know, sir, only I have heard that they are very beautiful. There is tumbling, I know for certain, and there was the plagues of Egypt, but I believe it changes every night. And you have not yet seen them? Oh no, sir, it is not for such as me. The second places are half a franc. And what is your name? Said Sidonia. Therese, at your service, sir. You shall go and see the Baroni family tonight, Therese, if your mistress will let you. I am sure she would if you would ask her, sir, said Therese, looking down and colouring with delight. The little jacket seemed very agitated. Here they come, said Sidonia, looking out of the window on the great square. A man extremely good-looking and well-made in the uniform of a Marshal of France, his cocked hat fringed and plumed, and the colour of his coat almost concealed by its embroidery, played a clarionet like a master. 4 youths of a tender age, remarkable both for their beauty and their grace, dressed in very handsome scarlet uniforms, with white scarfs, performed upon French horns and similar instruments with great energy and apparent delight. Behind them an honest blouse, hired for the occasion, beat the double drum. 2 of them are girls, said Therese, and they are all the same family except the drummer who belongs, I hear, to Ypres. Sometimes there are 6 of them, 2 little ones who, I suppose, are left at home today. They look quite like little angels. The boy plays the triangle and his sister beats a tambourine. They are great artists, murmured Sidonia to himself, as he listened to their performance of one of Dynasty's finest compositions. The father stood in the centre of the great square. The other musicians formed a circle round him. They continued their performance for about 10 minutes to a considerable audience, many of whom had followed them, while the rest had collected at their appearance. There was an inclination in the curious multitude to press around the young performers, who would have been in a great degree hidden from general view by this discourteous movement, and even the sound of their instruments in some measure suppressed. Sidonia marked with interest the calm and commanding manner with which, under these circumstances, the father controlled the people. They yielded in an instant to his will. One tall blacksmith seemed scarcely to relish his somewhat imperious demeanour, and stood rooted to the ground. But Baroni, placing only one hand on the curmudgeon's brawny shoulder, while he still continued playing on his instrument with the other, whirled him away like a puppet. The multitude laughed, and the disconcerted blacksmith slunk away. When the air was finished, Baroni took off his grand hat, and in a loud voice addressed the assembled people, informing them that this evening, in the largest room of the auberge of St. Nicholas, there would be a variety of entertainments, consisting of masterpieces of strength and agility, dramatic recitations, dancing and singing, to conclude with the mystery of the crucifixion of our blessed Lord and Saviour, in which all the actors in that memorable event, among others the Blessed Virgin, the blessed St. Mary Magdalene, the Apostles, Pontius Pilate, the High Priest of the Jews, and many others would appear, all to be represented by one family. The speaker having covered himself, the band again formed and passed the window of Sidonia's hotel, followed by a stream of idle amateurs, animated by the martial strain, and attracted by the pleasure of hearing another fine performance at the next quarter of the town, where the Baroni family might halt to announce the impending amusements of the evening. The moon was beginning to glitter, when Sidonia threw his cloak around him, and asked the way to the auberge of St. Nicholas. It was a large, ungainly, whitewashed house at the extremity of a suburb where the straggling street nearly ceased, and emptied itself into what in England would have been called a green. The many windows flared with lights, the doorway was filled with men smoking, and looking full of importance, as if, instead of being the usual loungers of the tavern, they were about to perform a principal part in the exhibition. They made way with respectful and encouraging ceremony to anyone who entered to form part of the audience, and rated with sharp words, and sometimes a ready cuff, a mob of little boys who besieged the door, and implored everyone who entered to give them tickets to see the crucifixion. "It's the last piece," they perpetually exclaimed, "and we may come in for 5 sous a head." Sidonia mounted the staircase, and being a suitor for a ticket for the principal seats, was received with a most gracious smile by a pretty woman, fair-faced and arch, with a piquant nose and a laughing blue eye, who sat at the door of the room. It was a long and rather narrow apartment. At the end, a stage of rough planks before a kind of curtain, the whole rudely but not niggardly lighted. Unfortunately for the Baroni family, Sidonia found himself the only first-class spectator. There was a tolerable sprinkling of those who paid half a franc for their amusement. These were separated from the first row, which Sidonia alone was to occupy. In the extreme distance was a large space not fitted up with benches, where the miscellaneous multitude, who could summon up 5 sous apiece later in the evening, to see the crucifixion, were to be stowed. "It hardly pays the lights," said the pretty woman at the door. "We have not had good fortune in this town. It seems hard when there is so much for the money, and the children take such pains in going the rounds in the morning." "And you are Madame Baroni," said Sidonia. "Yes, I am the mother," she replied. "I should have thought you had been their sister," said Sidonia. "My eldest son is 15. I often wish that he was anything else but what he is, but we do not like to separate. We are all one family, sir, and that makes us bear many things." "Well, I think I know a way to increase your audience," said Sidonia. "Indeed, I am sure it is very kind of you to say so much. We have not met with a gentleman like you the whole time we have been here." Sidonia descended the stairs. The smoking amateurs made way for him with great parade, and pushed back with equal unkindness the young and wistful throng who still hovered round the portal. "Don't you see the gentleman wants to go by? Get back, you boys." Sidonia halted on the doorway, and, taking advantage of a momentary pause, said, "All the little boys are to come in free." What a rush! The performances commenced by the whole of the Baroni family appearing in a row and bowing to the audience. The father was now dressed in a Greek costume, which exhibited to perfection his compact frame. He looked like the captain of a band of Palicari. On his left appeared the mother, who, having thrown off her cloak, seemed a sylph or a sultana, for her bonnet had been succeeded by a turban. The 3 girls were on her left hand, and on the right of her husband were their 3 brothers. The eldest son, Francis, resembled his father, or rather was what his father must have been in all the freshness of boyhood, the same form of blended strength and symmetry, the same dark eye, the same determined air and regular features which in time would become strongly marked. The second boy, Alfred, about 11, was delicate, fair and fragile like his mother. His sweet countenance, full of tenderness, changed before the audience with a rapid emotion. The youngest son, Mitchell, was an infant of 4 years, and with his large blue eyes and long golden hair, might have figured as one of the seraphs of Murillo. There was analogy in the respective physical appearances of the brothers and the sisters. The eldest girl, Josephine, though she had only counted 12 summers, was in stature, and almost in form, a woman. She was strikingly handsome, very slender and dark as night. Adelaide, in colour, in look, in the grace of every gesture, and in the gushing tenderness of her wild yet shrinking glance, seemed the twin of Alfred. The little Carlotta, more than 2 years older than Mitchell, was the miniature of her mother, and had a piquant, coquettish air, mixed with an expression of repose in one so young, quite droll, like a little opera dancer. The father clapped his hands, and all except himself turned round, bowed to the audience, and retired, leaving Baroni and his 2 elder children. Then commenced a variety of feats of strength. Baroni stretched forth his right arm, and Josephine, with a bound, instantly sprang upon his shoulder. While she thus remained, balancing herself only on her left leg, and looking like a flying Victory, her father stretched forth his left arm, and Francis sprang upon the shoulder. Opposite to his sister, and formed with her a group which might have crowned a vase. Infinite were the pastures into which, for more than half an hour, the brother and sister threw their flexible forms, and all alike distinguished for their agility, their grace, and their precision. At length all the children, with the exception of Carlotta, glided from behind the curtain, and clustered around their father with a quickness which baffled observation. Alfred and Adelaide suddenly appeared, mounted upon Josephine and Francis, who had already resumed their former positions on the shoulders of their father, and stood immovable with outstretched arms, while their brother and sister balanced themselves above. This being arranged, Baroni caught up the young Mitchell, and, as it were, flung him up on high. Josephine received the urchin and tossed him up to Adelaide, and in a moment the beautiful child was crowning the living pyramid, his smiling face nearly touching the rough ceiling of the chamber, and clapping his little hands with practised triumph, as Baroni walked about the stage with the breathing burden. He stopped, and the children disappeared from his shoulders, like birds from a tree when they hear a sound. He clapped his hands, they turned round, bowed, and vanished. "As this feat pleases you," said the father, "and as we have a gentleman here tonight who has proved himself a liberal patron of artists, I will show you something that I rarely exhibit. I will hold the whole of the Baroni family with my two hands," and hereupon addressing some stout-looking fellows among his audience, he begged them to come forward and hold each end of a plank that was leaning against the wall, one which had not been required for the quickly constructed stage. This they did with some diffidence, and with that air of constraint characteristic of those who have been summoned from a crowd to perform something which they do not exactly comprehend. "Be not afraid, my good friends," said Baroni to them, as Francis lightly sprang on one end of the plank, and Josephine on the other. Then Alfred and Adelaide skipped up together at equal distances, so that the 4 children were now standing in attitude upon the same basis, which 4 stout men endeavoured with difficulty to keep firm. At that moment Madame Baroni, with the 2 young children, came from behind the curtain and vaulted exactly on the middle of the board, so that the bold Mitchell on the one side and the demure Carlotta on the other completed the group. "Thank you, my friends," said Baroni, slipping under the plank, which was raised to a height which just admitted him to pass under it. "I will release you," and with his outstretched hands he sustained the whole burthen, the whole of the Baroni family supported by the father. After this there was a pause of a few minutes. The stage was cleared, and Baroni, in a loose greatcoat, appeared at its side with a violin. He played a few bars, then turning to the audience, said with the same contemptuous expression which always distinguished him when he addressed them, "Now you are going to hear a scene from a tragedy of the great Racine, one of the greatest tragedy writers that ever existed, if you may never have heard him. But if you were at Paris and went to the great theatre, you would find that what I am telling you is true." And Josephine advanced, warmly cheered by the spectators, who thought that they were going to have some more tumbling. She advanced, however, as Andromache. It seemed to Sidonia that he had never listened to a voice more rich and passionate, to an elocution more complete. He gazed with admiration on her lightning glance and all the tumult of her noble brow. As she finished, he applauded her with vehemence. He was standing near to her father, leaning against the wall. "Your daughter is a great actress," he said to Baroni. "I sometimes think so," said the father, turning round with some courtesy to Sidonia, whom he recognized as the liberal stranger who had so kindly increased his meagre audience. "I let her do this to please herself. She is a good girl, but very few of the respectable savages here speak French. However, she likes it. Adelaide is now going to sing, that will suit them better." Then there were a few more bars scraped on the violin, and Adelaide, glowing rather than blushing, with her eyes first on the ground and then on the ceiling, but in all her movements ineffable grace, came forward and courtesied. She sang an air of Auber and of Bellini, a voice of the rarest quality, and, it seemed to Sidonia, promising almost illimitable power. "Your family is gifted," he said to Baroni, as he applauded his second daughter as warmly as the first, and the audience applauded her too. "I sometimes think so. They are all very good. I am afraid, however, that this gift will not serve her much. The good-natured savages seem pleased. Carlotta now is going to dance, that will suit them better. She has had good instruction. Her mother was a dancer." And immediately, with her lip a little curling, a look of complete self-possession, willing to be admired, yet not caring to conceal her disgust, the little Carlotta advanced, and after pointing her toe, threw a glance at her father to announce that he might begin. He played with more care and energy than for the other sisters, for Carlotta was exceedingly wilful and imperious, and if the music jarred would often stop, shrug her shoulders and refuse to proceed. Her mother doted on her. Even the austere Baroni, who ruled his children like a pasha though he loved them, was a little afraid of Carlotta. The boards were coarse and rough, some even not sufficiently tightened, but it seemed to Sidonia, experienced as he was in the schools of Paris, London, and Milan, that he had never witnessed a more brilliant facility than that now displayed by this little girl. Her soul, too, was entirely in her art, her countenance generally serious and full of thought, yet occasionally, when a fine passage had been successfully achieved, radiant with triumph and delight. She was cheered and cheered and cheered, but treated the applause when she retired with great indifference. Fortunately, Sidonia had a rose in his buttonhole, and he stepped forward and presented it to her. This gratified Carlotta, who bestowed on him a glance full of coquetry. "And now," said Baroni to the people, "you are going to see the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. All the tableaux are taken from pictures by the most famous artists that ever lived, Raphael, Rubens, and others. Probably you never heard of them. I can't help that. It is not my fault. All I can say is that if you go to the Vatican and other galleries you may see them. There will be a pause of 10 minutes for the children want rest." Now there was a stir and a devouring of fruit. Baroni, who was on the point of going behind the curtain, came forward, and there was silence again to listen to him. "I understand," he said roughly, "there is a collection going to be made for the children. Mind, I ask no one to subscribe to it. No one obliges me by giving anything to it. It is for the children and the children alone. They have it to spend, that is all." The collectors were Mitchell and Adelaide. Mitchell was always successful at a collection. He was a great favourite and wonderfully bold. He would push about in the throng like a Hercules whenever anyone called out to him to fetch a hard. Adelaide, who carried the box, was much too retiring and did not like the business at all, but it was her turn and she could not avoid it. No one gave them more than a sou. It is due, however, to the little boys who were admitted free to state that they contributed handsomely. Indeed, they expended all the money they had in the exhibition room, either in purchasing fruit or in bestowing baksheesh on the performers. Encore unlired poor Mitchell was called out by several of them, in order to make Mitchell rush back, which he did instantly at the exciting sound, ready to overwhelm the hugest men in his resistless course. At last Adelaide, holding the box in one hand and her brother by the other, came up to Sidonia and cast her eyes upon the ground. "For Mitchell," said Sidonia, dropping a 5-franc piece into the box. "A piece of 100 sous," said Mitchell. "And a piece of 100 sous for yourself, and each of your brothers and sisters," Adelaide, said Sidonia, giving her a purse. Mitchell gave a shout, but Adelaide blushed very much, kissed his hand and skipped away. When she had got behind the curtain, she jumped on her father's neck and burst into tears. Madame Baroni, not knowing what had occurred, and observing that Sidonia could command from his position a view of what was going on in their sanctuary, pulled the curtain and deprived Sidonia of a scene which interested him. About 10 minutes after this, Baroni again appeared in his rough greatcoat and with his violin. He gave a scrape or two, and the audience became orderly. He played an air, and then turning to Sidonia, looking at him with great scrutiny, he said, "Sir, you are a prince." "On the contrary," said Sidonia, "I am nothing. I am only an artist like yourself." "Ah," said Baroni, "an artist like myself, I thought so. You have taste. And what is your line? Some great theatre, I suppose, where even if one is ruined one at least has the command of capital. 'Tis a position, I have none. But I have no rebels in my company, no traitors. With one mind and heart we get on, and yet sometimes and here a signal near him reminded him that he must be playing another air, and in a moment the curtain separated in the middle, and exhibited a circular stage on which there were various statues representing the sacred story. There were none of the usual means and materials of illusion at hand, neither space nor distance nor cunning lights. It was a confined tavern room with some glaring tapers, and Sidonia himself was almost within arm's reach of the performers. Yet a representation more complete, more finely conceived, and more perfectly executed he had never witnessed. It was impossible to credit that these marble forms, impressed with ideal grace, so still, so sad, so sacred, could be the little tumblers, who but half an hour before were disporting on the coarse boards at his side. The father always described, before the curtain was withdrawn with a sort of savage terseness, the subject of the impending scene. The groups did not continue long, a pause of half a minute, and the circular stage revolved, and the curtain again closed. This rapidity of representation was necessary, lest delay should compromise the indispensable immovableness of the performers. "Now," said Baroni, turning his head to the audience, and slightly touching his violin, "Christ falls under the weight of the cross." And immediately the curtain parted, and Sidonia beheld a group in the highest style of art, and which, though deprived of all the magic of colour, almost expressed the passion of Correggio. "It is Alfred," said Baroni, as Sidonia evinced his admiration. "He chiefly arranges all this under my instructions. In drapery his talent is remarkable." At length, after a series of representations, which were all worthy of being exhibited in the pavilions of princes, Baroni announced the last scene. "What you are going to see now is the Descent from the Cross. It is after Rubens, one of the greatest masters that ever lived, if you ever heard of such a person," he added in a grumbling voice, and then turning to Sidonia he said, "This crucifixion is the only thing which these savages seem at all to understand. But I should like you, sir, as you are an artist, to see the children in some Greek or Roman story, Pygmalion or the death of Agrippina. I think you would be pleased." "I cannot be more pleased than I am now," said Sidonia. "I am also astonished." But here Baroni was obliged to scrape his fiddle, for the curtain moved. "It is a triumph of art," said Sidonia, as he beheld the immortal group of Rubens reproduced with a precision and an exquisite feeling which no language can sufficiently convey, or too much extol. The performances were over, the little artists were summoned to the front scene to be applauded, the scanty audience were dispersing. Sidonia lingered. "You are living in this house, I suppose," he said to Baroni. Baroni shook his head. "I can afford no roof except my own." "And where is that?" "On 4 wheels on the green here. We are vagabonds and I suppose must always be so, but being one family we can bear it. I wish the children to have a good supper tonight in honour of your kindness. I have a good deal to do. I must put these things in order." As he spoke he was working. "There is the grandmother who lives with us. All this time she is alone, guarded, however, by the dog. I should like them to have meat tonight if I can get it. Their mother cooks the supper. Then I have got to hear them say their prayers. All this takes time, particularly as we have to rise early and do many things before we make our first course through the city." "I will come and see you tomorrow," said Sidonia, "after your first progress." "An hour after noon, if you please," said Baroni. "It is pleasant for me to become acquainted with a fellow artist, and one so liberal as yourself." "Your name is Baroni," said Sidonia, looking at him earnestly. "My name is Baroni." "An Italian name." "Yes, I come from Cento." "Well, we shall meet tomorrow. Good night, Baroni. I am going to send you some wine for your supper and take care the grandmamma drinks my health." 2. It was a sunny morn. Upon the green contiguous to the auberge of St. Nicholas was a house upon wheels, a sort of monster omnibus, its huge shafts idle on the ground, while 3 fat Flemish horses cropped the surrounding pasture. From the door of the house were some temporary steps, like an accommodation ladder on which sat Baroni, dressed something like a Neapolitan fisherman, and mending his clarionet. The man in the blouse was eating his dinner, seated between the shafts, to which also was fastened the little dog, often the only garrison, except the grandmother, of this strange establishment. The little dog began barking vociferously, and Baroni, looking up, instantly bade him be quiet. It was Sidonia whose appearance in the distance had roused the precautionary voice. "Well," said Sidonia, "I heard your trumpets this morning." "The grandmother sleeps," said Baroni, taking off his cap and slightly rising. "The rest also are lying down after their dinner. Children will never repose unless there are rules, and this with them is invariable." "But your children surely cannot be averse to repose, for they require it." "Their blood is young," continued Baroni, still mending his clarionet. "They are naturally gay except my eldest son. He is restless, but he is not gay." "He likes his art." "Not too much. What he wants is to travel, and after all, though we are always moving, the circle is limited." "Yes, you have many to move. And can this ark contain them all?" said Sidonia, seating himself on some timber that was at hand. With convenience even, replied Baroni, but everything can be affected by order and discipline. I rule and regulate my house like a ship. In a vessel there is not as much accommodation for the size as in a house of this kind, yet nowhere is there more decency and cleanliness than on board ship. You have an obedient crew, said Sidonia, and that is much. Yes, when they wake my children say their prayers, and then they come to embrace me and their mother. This they have never omitted during their lives. I have taught them from their birth to obey God and to honor their parents. These two principles have made them a religious and moral family. They have kept us united and sustained us under severe trials. Yet such talents as you all possess, said Sidonia, should have exempted you from any very hard struggle, especially when united, as apparently in your case, with well-ordered conduct. It would seem that they should, said Baroni, but less talents than we possess would, probably, obtain as high a reward. The audiences that we address have little feeling for art, and all these performances, which you so much applauded last night, would not, perhaps, secure even the feeble patronage we experience, if they were not preceded by some feats of agility or strength. You have never appealed to a higher class of audience. No, my father was a posturer master, as his father was before him. These arts are traditionary in our family, and I care not to say for what length of time, and from what distant countries we believe them to have been received by us. My father died by a fall from a tight rope in the midst of a grand illumination at Florence and left me a youth. I count now only 60 summers. I married as soon as I could a dancer at Milan. We had no capital, but our united talents found success. We loved our children. It was necessary to act with decision, or we should have been separated and trampled into the mud. Then I devised this house and wandering life, and we exist in general as you see us. In the winter, if our funds permit it, we reside in some city, where we educate our children in the arts which they pursue. The mother can still dance, sings prettily, and has some knowledge of music. For myself, I can play in some fashion upon every instrument and have almost taught them as much. I can paint too a scene, compose a group, and with the aid of my portfolio of prints, have picked up more knowledge of the costume, of different centuries than you would imagine. If you see Josephine tonight in The Maid of Orleans, you would perhaps be surprised. A great judge like yourself, a real artist, once told me at Bruxelles that the grand opera could not produce its equal. I can credit it, said Sidonia, for I perceive in Josephine, as well as indeed in all your children, a rare ability. I will be frank, said Baroni, looking at Sidonia very earnestly and laying down his clarionet. I conclude from what you said last night, and the interest that you take in the children, that you are something in our way, though on a great scale. I apprehend you are looking out for novelties for the next season, and sometimes in the provinces things are to be found. If you will take us to London or Paris, I will consent to receive no remuneration if the venture fail. All I shall then require will be a decent maintenance, which you can calculate beforehand. If the speculation answer, I will not demand more than 1/3 of the profits, leaving it to your own liberality to make me any regalo in addition, that you think proper. A very fair proposal, said Sidonia. Is it a bargain? I must think over it, said Sidonia. Well, God prosper your thoughts, for from what I see of you, you are a man I should be proud to work with. Well, we may yet be comrades. The children appeared at the door of the house, and, not to disturb their father, vaulted down. They saluted Sidonia with much respect, and then withdrew to some distance. The mother appeared at the door and, leaning down, whispered something to Baroni, who, after a little hesitation, said to Sidonia, "The grandmother is awake. She has a wish to thank you for your kindness to the children. It will not trouble you, merely a word, but women have their fancies, and we like always to gratify her, because she is much alone and never complains." "By all means," said Sidonia. Whereupon they ushered forward a venerable woman with a true Italian face, hair white as snow, and eyes still glittering with fire, with features like a Roman bust and an olive complexion. Sidonia addressed her in Italian, which greatly pleased her. She was profuse, even solemn in her thanks to him. She added, she was sure from all that she had heard of him, if he took the children with him, he would be kind to them. "She has overheard something I said to my wife," said Baroni, a little embarrassed. "I am sure I should be kind to them," said Sidonia, for many reasons, and particularly for one, and he whispered something in Baroness' ear. Baroni started from his seat with a glowing cheek, but Sidonia, looking at his watch and promising to attend their evening performance, bade them adieu. 3. The performances were more meagrely attended this evening than even on the preceding one, but had they been conducted in the Royal Theatre of a capital, they could not have been more elaborate, nor the troupe have exerted themselves with greater order and effect. It mattered not a jot to them whether their benches were thronged or vacant. The only audience for whom the Baroni family cared was the foreign manager, young, generous and speculative, whom they had evidently without intention already pleased, and whose good opinion they resolved tonight entirely to secure. And in this they perfectly succeeded. Josephine was a tragic muse. All of them, even to little Carlotta, performed as if their destiny depended on the die. Baroni would not permit the children's box to be carried round tonight, as he thought it an unfair tax on the generous stranger, whom he did not the less please by this well-bred abstinence. As for the medieval and historic groups, Sidonia could recall nothing equal to them, and what surprised him most was the effect produced by such miserable materials. It seemed that the whole was effected with some stiffened linen and paper, but the divine touch of art turned everything to gold. One statue of Henry IV, with his flowing plume and his rich romantic dress, was quite striking. It was the very plume that had won at Ivry, and yet was nothing more than a sheet of paper cut and twisted by the plastic finger of little Alfred. There was to be no performance on the morrow. The niggard patronage of the town had been exhausted. Indeed, had it not been for Sidonia, the little domestic troupe would ere this have quitted the sullen town, where they had laboured so finely, and achieved such an ungracious return. On the morrow Baroni was to ride one of the fat horses over to Berg, a neighbouring town of some importance, where there was even a little theatre to be engaged, and if he obtained the permission of the mayor and could make fair terms, he proposed to give there a series of representations. The mother was to stay at home and take care of the grandmother, but the children, all the children, were to have a holiday, and to dine with Sidonia at his hotel. It would have been quite impossible for the most respectable burgher, even of the grand place of a Flemish city, to have sent his children on a visit in trim more neat, proper and decorous, than that in which the Baroni family figured on the morrow, when they went to pay their respects to their patron. The girls were in clean white frocks with little black silk jackets, their hair beautifully tied and plaited, and their heads uncovered according to the fashion of the country. Not an ornament or symptom of tawdry taste was visible, not even a necklace, although they necessarily passed their lives in fanciful or grotesque attire. The boys, in foraging caps all of the same fashion, were dressed in blouses of Holland, with bands and buckles, their broad shirt collars thrown over their shoulders. It is astonishing, as Baroni said, what order and discipline will do. But how that wonderful house upon wheels contrived to contain all these articles of dress, from the uniform of the Marshal of France to the diminutive blouse of little Mitchell, and how their wearers always managed to issue from it, as if they came forth from the most commodious and amply furnished mansion, was truly yet pleasingly perplexing. Sidonia took them all in a large landau to see a famous chateau a few miles off, full of pictures and rich old furniture, and built in famous gardens. This excursion would have been delightful to them, if only from its novelty, but, as a substitute for their daily progress through the town, it offered an additional gratification. The behaviour of these children greatly interested and pleased Sidonia. Their conduct to each other was invariably tender and affectionate, their carriage to him, though full of respect, never constrained and touched by an engaging simplicity. Above all, in whatever they did or said there was grace. They did nothing awkwardly, their voices were musical, they were merry without noise, and their hearts sparkled in their eyes. I begin to suspect that these youthful vagabonds, struggling for life, have received a perfect education, thought the ever-musing Sidonia, as he leaned back in the landau, and watched the group that he had made so happy. A sublime religious principle sustains their souls, a tender morality regulates their lives, and with the heart and the spirit thus developed, they are brought up in the pursuit and production of the beautiful. It is the complete culture of philosophically dreams. 4. The children had never sat down before to a regular dinner, and they told Sidonia 50. Their confession added a zest to the repast. He gave them occasional instructions, and they listened as if they were receiving directions for a new performance. They were so quick and so tractable that their progress was rapid, and at the second course Josephine was instructing Mitchell, and Alfred guiding the rather helpless but always self-composed Carlotta. After dinner, while Sidonia helped them to sugar plums, he without effort extracted from each their master wish. Josephine desired to be an actress, while Adele confessed that, though she sighed for the boards, her secret aspirations were for the grand opera. Carlotta thought the world was made to dance. For my part, said Francis, the eldest son, I have no wish to be idle, but there are two things which I have always desired: first, that I should travel, and secondly, that nobody should ever know me. And what would Alfred wish to be? Said Sidonia. Indeed, sir, if it did not take me from my brothers and sisters, I should certainly wish to be a painter. Mitchell has not yet found out what he wishes, said Sidonia. I wish to play upon the horn, said Mitchell, with great determination. When Sidonia embraced them before their departure, he gave each of the girls a French shawl. To Francis he gave a pair of English pistols, to guard him when he travelled. Alfred received a portfolio full of drawings of costume. It only arrived after dinner, for the town was too poor to supply anything good enough for the occasion, and Sidonia had sent a special messenger the day before for it to Lille. Mitchell was the guardian of a basket laden with good things, which he was to have the pleasure of dividing among the Baroni family. And if your papa come back tonight, said Sidonia to Josephine, tell him I should like to have a word with him. 5. Sidonia had already commenced that habit which, during subsequent years, he has so constantly and successfully pursued, namely, of enlisting in his service all the rare talent which he found lying common and unappropriated in the great wilderness of the world. No matter. If the object to which it would apply might not immediately be in sight, the conjuncture would arrive when it would be wanted. Thus he generally had ready the right person for the occasion, and whatever might be the transaction, the human instrument was rarely wanting. Independent of the power and advantage which this system gave him, his abstract interest in intellect made the pursuit delightful to him. He liked to give ability of all kinds its scope. Nothing was more apt to make him melancholy than to hear of persons of talents dying without having their chance. A failure is nothing, it may be deserved or it may be remedied. In the first instance it brings self-knowledge, in the second it develops a new combination usually triumphant, but incapacity from not having a chance of being capable is a bitter lot, which Sidonia was ever ready to alleviate. The elder Baroni possessed Herculean strength, activity almost as remarkable, a practiced courage and a controlling mind. He was in the prime of manhood and spoke several languages. He was a man, according to Sidonia's views, of high moral principle, entirely trustworthy. He was too valuable an instrument to allow to run to seed as the strolling manager of a caravan of tumblers, and it is not improbable that Sidonia would have secured his services, even if he had not become acquainted with the Baroni family. But they charmed him. In every member of it he recognized character, and a predisposition which might even be genius. He resolved that every one of them should have a chance. When therefore Baroni, wearied and a little disgusted with an unpromising journey, returned from Berg in the evening, and in consequence of the message of his children, repaired instantly to the hotel of Sidonia, his astonishment was great when he found the manager converted into a millionaire, and that too the most celebrated in Europe, but no language can convey his wonder when he learnt the career that was proposed to him, and the fortunes that were carved out for his children. He himself was to repair, with all his family, except Josephine and her elder brother, at once to Vienna, where he was to be installed into a post of great responsibility and emolument. He was made superintendent of the couriers of the house of Sidonia in that capital, and especially of those that conveyed treasure. Though his duties would entail frequent absences on him, he was to be master of a constant and complete establishment. Alfred was immediately to become a pupil of the Academy of Painters, and Carlotta of that of dancing. The talents of Mitchell were to be watched, and to be reported to Sidonia at fitting periods. As for Adele, she was consigned to a lady who had once been a celebrated prima donna, with whom she was to pursue her studies, although still residing under the paternal roof. Josephine will repair to Paris at once with her brother, said Sidonia. My family will guard over her. She will enjoy her brother's society until I commence my travels. He will then accompany me. It is nearly 20 years since these incidents occurred, and perhaps the reader may feel not altogether uninterested in the subsequent fate of the children of Baroni. Mademoiselle Josephine is at this moment the glory of the French stage, without any question the most admirable tragic actress since Clairon, and inferior not even to her. The spirit of French tragedy has risen from the imperial couch on which it had long slumbered since her appearance, at the same time classical and impassioned, at once charmed, and commanded the most refined audience in Europe. Adele, under the name of Madame Baroni, is the acknowledged queen of song in London, Paris, Berlin, and St. Petersburg, while her younger sister, Carlotta Baroni, shares the triumphs and equals the renown of a Taglioni and a Cerrito. At this moment, Madame Baroni performs to enthusiastic audiences in the first opera of her brother Mitchell, who promises to be the rival of Meyerbeer and Mendelssohn, all delightful intelligence to meet the ear of the soft-hearted Alfred, who is painting the new chambers of the papal palace, a cavalier, decorated with many orders, and the restorer of the once famous Roman school. Thus, continued Baroni to Tancred, we have all succeeded in life because we fell across a great philosopher who studied our predisposition. As for myself, I told 1,000 de Sidonia that I wished to travel and to be unknown, and so he made of me a secret agent. There is something most interesting, said Tancred, in this idea of a single family issuing from obscurity and disseminating their genius through the world, charming mankind with so many spells. How fortunate for you all that Sidonia had so much feeling for genius. And some feeling for his race, said Baroni. How, said Tancred, startled. You remember he whispered something in my father's ear. I remember. He spoke it in Hebrew, and he was understood. You do not mean that you too are Jews? Pure Sephardim, in nature and in name. But your name surely is Italian. Good Arabic, my lord. Baroni, that is the son of Aaron, the name of old clothesmen in London and of caliphs at Baghdad. Chapter 41, The Mountains of Lebanon. How do you like my forest? Asked Fakhreddin of Tancred, as while descending a range of the Lebanon, an extensive valley opened before them, covered with oak trees, which clothed also with their stout trunks, their wide-spreading branches, and their rich starry foliage, the opposite and undulating hills, one of which was crowned with a convent. It is the only oak forest in Syria. It will serve some day to build our fleet. At Gaza, which they had reached by easy journeys, for Fakhreddin was very considerate of the health of Tancred, whose wound had scarcely healed, and over whom he watched with a delicate solicitude which would have almost become a woman, the companions met Sheriff Effendi. The magic signature of Lord Montacute settled the long-vexed question of the 5,000 muskets, and secured also 10,000 piasters for the commander of the escort to deliver to his chief. The children of Rechab, in convoy of the precious charge, certain cases of which were to be delivered to the great sheikh, and the rest to be deposited in indicated quarters of the Lebanon, here took leave of the emir and his friend, and pursued their course to the north of Hebron and the Dead Sea, in the direction of the Horon, where they counted, if not on overtaking the great sheikh, at least on the additional security which his neighbourhood would ensure them. Their late companions remained at Gaza, awaiting Tancred's yacht, which Baroni fetched from the neighbouring Jaffa. A favourable breeze soon carried them from Gaza to Beirut, where they landed, and where Fakhreddin had the political pleasure of exhibiting his new and powerful ally, a prince, an English prince, the brother perhaps of a queen, unquestionably the owner of a splendid yacht, to the admiring eye of all his, at the same time, credulous and rapacious creditors. The air of the mountains invigorated Tancred. His eyes had rested so long on the ocean and the desert that the effect produced on the nerves by the forms and colours of a more varied nature were alone reviving. There are regions more lofty than the glaciered crests of Lebanon, mountain scenery more sublime, perhaps even more beautiful. Its peaks are not lost in the clouds like the mysterious Ararat, its forests are not as vast and strange as the towering Himalaya, it has not the volcanic splendour of the glowing Andes. In lake and in cataract it must yield to the European Alps, but for life, vigorous, varied and picturesque, there is no highland territory in the globe that can for a moment compare with the great chain of Syria. Man has fled from the rich and servile plains, from the tyranny of the Turk and from Arabian rapine, to clothe the crag with vines, and rest under his fig tree on the mountain top. An ingenious spirit, unwearied industry, and a bland atmosphere have made a perpetual garden of the Syrian mountains. Their acclivities sparkle with terraces of corn and fruit. Castle and convent crown their nobler heights, and flat-roofed villages nestle amid groves of mulberry trees. Among these mountains we find several human races, several forms of government and several schemes of religion, yet everywhere liberty, a proud feudal aristocracy, a conventual establishment which in its ramifications recalls the Middle Ages, a free and armed peasantry, whatever their creed, emirs on Arabian steeds, bishops worthy of the apostles, the Maronite monk, the horned headgear of the Druses. Some of those beautiful horses, for which Fakhreddin was celebrated, had awaited the travellers at Beirut. The journey through the mountain was to last 3 days before they reached Canobia. They halted one night at a mountain village, where the young emir was received with enthusiastic devotion, and on the next at a small castle belonging to Fakhreddin, and where resided one of his kinsmen. 2 hours before sunset on the 3rd day, they were entering the oak forest to which we referred, and through whose glades they journeyed for about half an hour. On arriving at the Conventcrown height opposite, they beheld an expanse of country, a small plain amid the mountains, in many parts richly cultivated, studded by several hamlets and watered by a stream, winding amid rich shrubberies of oleander. Almost in the middle of this plain, on a height superior to the immediate elevations which bounded it, rose a mountain of gradual ascent, covered with sycamores and crowned by a superb Saracenic castle. "Canobia," said Fakhreddin to Tancred, "which I hope you never will quit." "It would be difficult," rejoined Tancred, animated. "I have seldom seen a sight more striking and more beautiful." In the meantime, Freeman and Truman, who were far in the rear amid Fakhreddin's attendants, exchanged congratulating glances of blended surprise and approbation. "This is the first gentleman's seat I have seen since we left England," said Freeman. "There must have been a fine coming of age here," rejoined Truman. "As for that," replied Freeman, "comings of age depend in a manner upon meat and drink. They ain't in no ways to be carried out with coffee and pipes. Without oxen roasted whole and broached hogsheads, they ain't in a manner legal." A horseman who was ahead of the emir and Tancred now began beating with a stick on 2 small tabors, one on each side of his saddle, and thus announced to those who were already on the watch the approach of their lord. It was some time, however, before the road, winding through the sycamore trees and gradually ascending, brought them to the outworks of the castle, of which during their progress they enjoyed a variety of views. It was a very extensive pile, in excellent condition, and apparently strongly fortified. A number of men, in showy dresses and with ornamented arms, were clustered round the embattled gateway, which introduced the travellers into a quadrangle of considerable size, and of which the light and airy style pleasingly and suitably contrasted with the sterner and more massive character of the exterior walls. A fountain rose in the centre of the quadrangle, which was surrounded by arcades. Ranged round this fountain in a circle were 20 saddled steeds of the highest race, each held by a groom and each attended by a man-at-arms. All pressed their hands to their hearts as the emir entered, but with a gravity of countenance which was never for a moment disturbed. Whether their presence were habitual or only for the occasion, it was unquestionably impressive. Here the travellers dismounted, and Fakhreddin ushered Tancred through a variety of saloons, of which the furniture, though simple as becomes the East, was luxurious, and of its kind superb. Floors of mosaic marbles, bright carpets, arabesque ceilings, walls of carved cedar, and broad divans of the richest stuffs of Damascus. "And this divan is for you," said Fakhreddin, showing Tancred into a chamber which opened upon a flower garden shaded by lemon trees. "I am proud of my mirror," he added with some exultation as he called Tancred's attention to a large French looking-glass, the only one in Lebanon. "And this," added Fakhreddin, leading Tancred through a suite of marble chambers, "this is your bath." In the centre of one chamber, fed by a perpetual fountain, was a large alabaster basin, the edges of which were strewn with flowers just culled. The chamber was entirely of porcelain, a golden flower on a ground of delicate green. "I will send your people to you," said Fakhreddin, "but in the meantime there are attendants here who are perhaps more used to the duty." And so saying, he clapped his hands, and several servants appeared, bearing baskets of curious linen, whiter than the snow of Lebanon, and a variety of robes. Chapter 42. Strange Ceremonies. It has been long decreed that no poet may introduce the Phoenix. Scylla and Charybdis are both successfully avoided even by provincial rhetoric. The performance of Hamlet with the part of Hamlet omitted, and Mahomet's unhappy coffin, these are illustrations that have long been the prerogative of dolts and dullards. It is not for a moment to be tolerated that an oasis should be met with anywhere except in the desert. We sadly lack a new stock of public images. The current similes, if not absolutely counterfeit, are quite worn out. They have no intrinsic value and serve only as counters to represent the absence of ideas. The critics should really call them in. In the good old days, when the superscription was fresh, and the mint mark bright upon the metal, we should have compared the friendship of two young men to that of Damon and Pythias. These were individuals then still well known in polite society. If their examples have ceased to influence, it cannot be pretended that the extinction of their authority has been the consequence of competition. Our enlightened age has not produced them any rivals. Of all the differences between the ancients and ourselves, none more striking than our respective ideas of friendship. Grecian friendship was indeed so ethereal that it is difficult to define its essential qualities. They must be sought rather in the pages of Plato, or the moral essays of Plutarch perhaps, and in some other books not quite as well known, but not less interesting and curious. As for modern friendship, it will be found in clubs. It is violent at a house dinner, fervent in a cigar shop, full of devotion at a cricket or a pigeon match, or in the gathering of a steeplechase. The 19th century is not entirely skeptical on the head of friendship, but fears 'tis rare. A man may have friends, but then, are they sincere ones? Do not they abuse you behind your back, and blackball you at societies where they have had the honor to propose you? It might philosophically be suggested that it is more agreeable to be abused behind one's back than to one's face. And as for the second catastrophe, it should not be forgotten that if the sincere friend may occasionally put a successful veto on your election, he is always ready to propose you again. Generally speaking, among sensible persons it would seem that a rich man deems that friend a sincere one who does not want to borrow his money, while among the less favored with fortune's gifts, the sincere friend is generally esteemed to be the individual who is ready to lend it. As we must not compare Tancred and Facradine to Damon and Pythias, and as we cannot easily find in Pall Mall or Park Lane a parallel more modish, we must be content to say that youth, sympathy, and occasion combined to create between them that intimacy which each was prompt to recognize as one of the principal sources of his happiness, and which the young Emir, at any rate, was persuaded must be as lasting as it was fervent and profound.